After traversing into the world of Pokemon for 18 years, has he inherited a dilapidated farm in the Hoenn region? Is a mere 800 in total assets all he possesses? Initially, Bai Muchen thought that lacking funds would not hinder his aspirations of becoming a Pokemon trainer. He considered casually adopting a few Pokemon, cultivating some crops, tending to flowers, and leading an ordinary life as quite agreeable. However, what kind of bizarre employees are joining the farm? The nine-tailed fox, capable of transforming into a youthful maiden after 2 centuries, has become the receptionist at his quaint establishment. A grandiose hound, gripping a sword forged from 1,000 shards, has taken on the role of the security chief. The lethargic and indifferent Honchkrow has assumed the position of the farm's formidable overlord, commanding all paradoxical Pokemon. While these occurrences might seem somewhat normal, what is even more peculiar is a street urchin, Dream, has whimsically signed a century-long contract of servitude, alternating between laughter and tears. Unable to sleep, Jirachi has taken on the role of the farm's mascot. Latias, who clings to him stubbornly, and Latios, with a countenance full of resentment, are ever present by his side. Mini Groudons hover in mid-air, attending to the postpartum care of the dairy Pokemon. Years later, a journalist interviews Bai Muchen. "May I inquire what inspired you to manage this farm?" Bai Muchen shyly smiles. "To be honest, it was simply due to a lack of funds for travel. Had I possessed some savings back then, I would have undoubtedly become a champion-level Pokemon trainer. Unlike now, surrounded only by a group of old employees who toil in the fields, it's quite disheartening. Are you still troubled?" Daigo, Cynthia, and Cresselia glance at the group of legendary Pokemon standing behind Bai Muchen, silently conveying a question mark. Chapter 1. Brother Zongzi, have you triumphed in the revival match? In the Hoenn region, in the town of Mabuki, within the eastern forest, a colossal spider, its face smeared with a dark shoe print, heavily tramples upon the fallen leaves, its massive form trembling slightly as it anxiously searches for something. Accompanied by a slight rustling sound, it unhesitatingly sweeps its formidable claws before it. In an instant, it carves a sharp arc through the air, severing the grass beside it with brutal precision. Regrettably, it still fails to locate its intended target. The spider grows increasingly agitated and restless. It suddenly pivots and leaps into the dense thicket, continuing its fervent search for signs of prey, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. 10 minutes later, this time, it should have truly departed, right? Bai Muchen struggles to swallow, his heart still racing from earlier anxiety. He cautiously peeks his head from behind a stout tree, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Once he confirms that the terrifying figure, which had relentlessly pursued him, has indeed vanished, Bai Muchen's taut nerves finally relax, and he exhales in relief. My luck is truly abysmal. I merely intended to capture a Pokemon, yet I nearly became Latios' lunch. Indeed, the notion of a super new human physique is nothing but a ruse to deceive children. Bai Muchen wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a bitter smile. Reflecting on 18 years past, he remembered when he was an ordinary university student, fresh from his graduation defense, who was whisked away to another world by a runaway cargo truck while attempting to save someone in the corridor. However, throughout these 18 years, he has harbored a persistent question. How on earth did that truck ascend to the 3rd-floor corridor? Surely, it cannot be attributed to the excessive consumption of mushrooms the previous day, can it? Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself reborn in the world of Pokemon. As a devoted fan who had purchased the entire Pokemon game series and diligently followed every episode of the animated series, having the opportunity to traverse into such a warm and beautiful Pokemon realm was indeed a delightful turn of fate. Yet, it appeared that his birthplace had been mistakenly assigned, as he found himself reborn in the Sunshine Orphanage of Orange City in the Hoenn region. After spending a few tedious years in the orphanage, he was fortunate to be adopted at the age of 5 by a kind-hearted farmer known as Grandpa Bai, who took him back to Bai town. Grandpa Bai was exceptionally skilled at managing the farm, with both the crops he produced and his homemade energy blocks gaining a modest renown among the surrounding towns, drawing even some gym leader-level trainers from afar to procure his goods. As a result, during his time living with Grandpa Bai, he not only enjoyed a life free from material worries, but also became an object of envy among countless students at school. Alas, such tranquil days were not destined to last. Shortly after he entered his senior year of high school, Grandpa Bai, due to his advanced age, tragically fell seriously ill and soon passed away. With the loss of his economic pillar, Bai Muchen was compelled to terminate his academic pursuits prematurely, prior to receiving his Pokémon and begrudgingly took on the responsibility of managing the family farm. However, previous expenditures to cover Grandpa Bai's medical bills had depleted most of the family savings. The crops had withered away due to neglect, and the once thriving farm, which included a large milk tank, hens, and other valuable possessions, was gradually sold off due to special circumstances. The current state of the Bai family farm had devolved into a dissolute farm, leaving him with a mere $800. Bai Muchen had originally devised a plan to become a trainer first, earn sufficient funds, and then gradually revive the farm. Yet, having dropped out early, he missed the window at school for adopting a Pokémon, and the family savings were insufficient to purchase one. Thus, with only a few Pokeballs in his possession, he had no choice but to venture into the eastern forest, where Pokémon levels were relatively low, to try his luck. Logically, the Pokémon near the forest's edge were quite weak, such as Caterpie, posing no threat to humans, and a single Pokeball should suffice. However, his luck seemed to falter. Shortly after entering the forest, while distractedly gazing around, he inadvertently stepped on a sleeping Latios. At that moment, the sensation beneath his foot felt rather pleasant, as if he had even crushed it a bit. Had it not been for his quick thinking to throw a handful of sand into Latios' eyes, followed by a swift kick to its face, and ultimately tossing out a Pokeball amid the chaos, he might have indeed become its lunch. The thought sent a shiver down Bai Muchen's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace as he continued toward the direction of the town etched in his memory. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the narrow escape accomplishment. The super farming system has been activated, and basic functions are now unlocked. The host can earn rewards by completing tasks and achieving milestones. What is happening? Bai Muchen, while running, suddenly froze in astonishment as an abrupt voice resonated within his mind. Current reward for the narrow escape accomplishment: 5,000 life energy points, intermediate insight eye ability, 1 ancient Pokemon egg, and basic farming knowledge. Intermediate insight eye, upgradable, the ability to penetrate the surface of things to uncover hidden information, aligning with the current situation and the host's needs, ultimately presenting the data in a tangible form. Currently ineffective against humans. Life energy, a remarkable energy with diverse applications, which can be converted at a specific ratio into the host's lifespan, system function upgrades, and other functionalities for the host to explore. Ancient Pokemon egg, SSS grade quality, a cracked egg exuding an aura of antiquity, having withstood the passage of time. Once infused with life energy, it can hatch into a certain ancient Pokemon. Current life energy, 5,000/1000000. Is this my exclusive golden finger? Did Tongzi win the resurrection match? Bai Muchen felt a surge of joy within, for indeed, as a hallmark of time travelers, Tongzi might arrive late, but he would never be absent. Inside eye? Is it some form of superpower? Let me test its effects. With a heart full of curiosity, Bai Muchen directed his gaze toward the wildflowers on the ground, and soon, lines of data began to materialize before his eyes. Babona, F-grade ingredient, a very common plant in the Hoenn region, known for its rapid growth and robust reproductive capabilities, possessing the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, as well as treating kidney deficiencies. This insight eye is rather impressive, but what on earth does it mean by treating kidney deficiencies? I certainly have no need for that. Bai Muchen shook his head, convinced that the system must have made an error. Right, what about that egg? Noticing the absence of Pokemon around him, he eagerly turned his attention to the ancient Pokemon egg stored within the system's space, his mind racing with imagination. An SSS-grade item should indeed be the pinnacle of treasures. Could this egg possibly hatch into a legendary creature? Chapter 2. Has the wind speed dog strayed? Within the confines of the system space, a Pokemon egg, imbued with an air of ancient wisdom, floated serenely in midair. Its shell resembled dragon scales, adorned with peculiar crimson patterns that exuded an aura of latent danger. However, for reasons unknown, several immense dark brown fissures marred its surface, significantly detracting from its overall aesthetic. An ancient Pokemon. Gazing at the system's description, Bai Muchen found himself plunged into deep contemplation. It is worth noting that while such Pokemon are rare, there have been instances of ancient Pokemon appearing in games and anime. Considering its SSS grade quality, it could very well be a colossal Jengar or a gigantic Houndoom, both of which are classified as ultra-ancient Pokemon, or perhaps even the majestic Yveltal, a legendary Pokemon known for its paradoxical nature. Could it be the deity of the past, Dialga? The possibilities seemed endless. Even if this category of Pokemon does not possess an egg group within the confines of the game, this is primarily due to the modern setting. Surely, In ancient times, these Pokemon couldn't have simply emerged from stones, could they? The more Bai Muchen pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Yet his enthusiasm waned significantly upon casting his gaze upon the life energy meter below. A staggering 100,000 points of life energy? The recent system reward had only granted him 5,000 points. Calculating this, it appeared he would need to perish approximately 10 times to hatch the egg. Was the system implying he had an overabundance of life? System, aside from achievement rewards, is there no alternative method to acquire life energy? I fear that before the egg hatches, I may no longer exist. Notification. Completing system tasks and hidden achievements can yield a certain amount of life energy rewards. Additionally, the host may acquire farmer's vitality through agricultural labor on the farm, which can be converted into life energy at a ratio of 10:1. Farmer's vitality? At this, Bai Muchen felt a spark of inspiration, especially with the sudden influx of agricultural knowledge in his mind. Could this be the perfect opportunity to revive the family farm? Previously, he had reluctantly considered becoming a trainer as a means to indirectly save the farm. Now, with the system at his disposal, there was no reason to hesitate. He would become a farm owner. Moreover, while others typically become farm owners in their 60s or 70s, he, at the tender age of 18, would achieve this. What a remarkable shortcut. Yet, the term farmer's vitality felt oddly peculiar. In his opinion, farmer's resentment would be a more fitting name. Bai Muchen recalled his previous visits with Grandpa by the various farms, where he witnessed the plight of the laborers and their Pokemon, who, despite their high efficiency, all bore expressions of desolation. It seemed that the resentment radiating from just a single worker and their Pokemon could resurrect 10 malevolent spirits. Shaking his head in resignation, Bai Muchen decided it was best not to dwell on such thoughts and instead return to town, as that was the matter at hand. With a renewed sense of purpose, he lifted his gaze towards the distant, hazy outline of the town and quickened his pace. Perhaps fortune was on his side, for he encountered no wild Pokemon during his return journey. For the most part, the only sounds that accompanied him were his hurried footsteps and the chirping of a Pidgey. Occasionally, a few caterpies poked their heads out from the leaves, seemingly intrigued by his hurried demeanor. As he drew closer to the town's entrance, Bai Muchen's vision sharpened, and not far ahead, he spotted two familiar figures. An elderly man with graying hair was walking towards the outskirts of the town, his serious expression indicating a stern conversation with the young man beside him, none other than Litong, the mayor of Wei Bai Town, and his son, Li Yuntao. At that moment, the mayor, having just finished advising his son, looked up and upon seeing Bai Muchen approaching, his movements momentarily faltered. However, he quickly regained his composure, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Ah, Bai, you have returned safely at last. I was worried something might have happened to you. I just heard you ventured into the mountains alone and was about to send Yuntao to find you." Mayor Li swiftly approached Bai Muchen, clasping his hand tightly and scrutinizing him from head to toe. In response to the mayor's heartfelt inquiry, Bai Muchen felt a warm surge of gratitude. He smiled at the elderly gentleman, whose face was etched with concern, and softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I was fortunate and encountered no dangers." The mayor was a close friend of Bai Muchen's late grandfather, having maintained a deep bond with him throughout the years. After Grandpa Bai's passing, he had continued to look after Bai Muchen, frequently delivering daily necessities and warmly inviting him over for meals during holidays. Even as the farm fell into disrepair, Mayor Li did not stand idly by. Though he lacked agricultural knowledge, he endeavored to connect Bai Muchen with various Pokemon breeding companies willing to purchase the farm, hoping to assist him in overcoming his challenges. However, Bai Muchen, honoring the dedication his grandfather had invested in the farm and unwilling to relinquish it to another, had always declined. "Thank goodness you're all right. Thank goodness," Mayor Li said, patting Bai Muchen's shoulder. After dismissing his son, the mayor's demeanor shifted abruptly. His previously kind expression darkened as he reprimanded, "You, my boy, are far too reckless. How could you dare venture into the forest alone without a Pokemon? What would have happened if something had gone awry? I would have remained oblivious had I not gone to the farm and found you missing." Bai Muchen instinctively recoiled, recalling his recent encounter, and dared not utter a word. In truth, he had merely intended to catch a caterpie near the forest's edge. Thus, Mayor Li continued his scolding for a good 10 minutes, until he finally grew hoarse and ceased. Seeing this, Bai Muchen blinked and earnestly remarked, "Mayor, I understand my mistake and will not do so again." All right, we shall let this one slide, but it must not happen again," Mayor Li responded, sensing Bai Muchen's sincerity and waving his hand dismissively, his tone softening. "By the way, the reason I sought you out is that I have something important to discuss. Please follow me." "Huh, what is it?" Bai Muchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I am taking you to select a Pokemon. In the Hoenn region, there are numerous avenues for acquiring Pokémon. Some prominent families prepare rare Pokémon eggs for their younger generations, allowing them to forge profound emotional bonds with Pokémon from an early age. For relatively affluent families, they often visit specialized breeding houses, investing substantial sums to select a Pokémon of exceptional aptitude for their children. If a family is less fortunate, Pokémon schools typically offer students a Pokémon free of charge in their final year. However, due to the nature of the free distribution, the quality of these Pokémon tends to be somewhat lacking. Had he not dropped out of school prematurely, Bai Muchen would likely have already possessed his own Pokémon by now. As he pondered this, he followed Mayor Li to the breeding house. Yet, upon gazing at the meager selection of Pokémon within the warm enclosure, his initial excitement swiftly dissipated. Caterpie, Pidgey, Meowth, and Electrike, all were rather common Pokémon. Indeed, the disparity between the game and reality was apparent. The notion of receiving a starter Pokémon for free, as is often the case in games, was unlikely to manifest in this ordinary town. Sensing Bai Muchen's disappointment, Mayor Li softly explained, "Our quaint little town is modest in size, and consequently, the variety and number of Pokémon available at the breeding house are rather limited. Most of the other Pokémon have already been claimed by the townsfolk, and now only these remain for your selection. However, they are all offered free of charge, allowing you to choose at your leisure." After a brief pause, Mayor Li continued, "Although the remaining Pokémon may appear rather ordinary and unremarkable, they have all been meticulously nurtured by the Alliance, and their potential is certainly not to be underestimated." Potential? At this, Bai Muchen felt a spark of curiosity, seizing the opportunity to test the effects of his insight eye on the Pokémon. With this thought in mind, Bai Muchen nodded and directed his insight eye at a Caterpie. In no time, comprehensive information regarding the Caterpie materialized before him. Pokémon, Caterpie, gender, female, type, bug, nature, relaxed, ability, shed skin, potential, green, level, 6, skill, tackle, description, an unremarkable Caterpie. There are often questions regarding why potential is not directly based on base stats, as a Dragonite capable of circling the globe in 16 hours shares the same speed-based stat as a Magikarp that merely flops on land. In the Pokémon world, the strongest defensive base stat does not belong to any legendary creature, but rather to a small potpourri standing at just over half a meter tall. Having dismissed the plain Caterpie, Bai Muchen proceeded to examine several more Pokémon, yet without exception. Most displayed only green potential, save for a Shinx which boasted blue quality. Faced with this realization, Bai Muchen felt somewhat disheartened. It is essential to note that a Pokémon's growth potential is intrinsically linked to its species and potential rating. The system categorizes potential into 7 distinct tiers: gray, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and the highest, gold. While a Pokémon's potential may indeed improve upon evolution, if a Pokémon starts out with merely gray potential in its juvenile stage, its future prospects will be severely limited, with not only double the difficulty in evolution, but possibly a curtailed lifespan as well. Nevertheless, Bai Muchen understood that Mayor Li must have invested considerable effort to allow him to claim a Pokémon free of charge. After all, breeding houses operate to generate profit, and it is improbable that even a green Caterpie would be given away without cost. Sighing, he resolved to simply select a Pokémon and make do. Just as Bai Muchen pondered which Pokémon to choose, the Pokémon in the breeding house were called for their midday meal. A staff member entered the warm room, lightly tapping the bell hanging by the door, and then gently crouched down to distribute energy cubes to the Pokémon that had gathered at the sound. However, before the other Pokémon could approach, a Snivy that had been lounging in the corner dashed forward upon hearing the bell, swiftly devouring the energy cubes in one fell swoop. This unexpected scene captured Bai Muchen's attention, and when he glanced at the basic information regarding the Snivy, he was momentarily taken aback. Pokémon, Snivy, gender, male, type, normal, nature, cheerful, ability, pickup, potential, orange, level, 8, skills, tackle, growl, tail whip, sand attack. Quick attack, friendship, 5. Description, a rather gluttonous Snivy that seems to grow faster than its peers. Could it have inherited the quick attack from an Arcanine? And its quality is astonishingly high. Bai Muchen gasped in surprise, pondering whether this was a case of Snivy having a fortuitous lineage or an Arcanine having strayed from its path. Yet, such considerations were trivial now. He pointed at the Snivy, which was licking an energy cube, and declared, "Mayor, I've made my decision. I shall choose this Snivy." As soon as Bai Muchen's words left his lips, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange potential Pokémon for the first time. Achieving the hidden accomplishment Orange Miracle. Rewards have been issued. Achievement reward issued. Congratulations. Host has received 50 life energy, C-grade item Ancient Soothing Bell, 5 basic golden fertilizer, and the novice breeder function has been unlocked. Ancient Soothing Bell, a time-worn white bell, though aged, produces a delightful tone. Pokemon carrying it will find it easier to be calmed and develop a closer bond with their trainer. Basic golden fertilizer, infused with special Pokemon fur. When used, it can enhance crop potential, reducing the maturation time of D-grade and below crops by 80, with diminishing effects on higher quality crops. Novice breeder function, upgradable to capture a Pokemon's heart. One must first capture its stomach. The dishes you cook will possess certain special effects. The rewards appeared promising. He would have to test them back at the farm. Furthermore, is there also an achievement reward for acquiring an orange potential Pokemon for the first time? What about for first-time farming, first battles, or first acquisitions of Pokemon with other potential qualities? With the system's reward notification echoing in his mind, Bai Muchen contemplated the possibilities. Clearly, he ought to pursue more firsts. Meanwhile, Mayerly glanced at the Snivy in the direction of Bai Muchen's finger, nodded, and, after saying a few words of encouragement, presented it before him. Shall Bai? I will take care of the registration. In the meantime, why not try to engage in some communication with this Snivy? Although most of the Pokemon we raise are not particularly averse to humans, a small fraction may exhibit disobedience or even aggression if they are dissatisfied with their trainer. Bai Muchen nodded slightly, assuring him, rest assured, I will ensure a harmonious relationship with this little fellow. Upon hearing Mayor Li's words, images of Ash's Pikachu and Charizard, who often disobeyed commands, flashed through his mind. Alas, despite being in this world for so long, he had yet to hear any word of Ash. Now in the year 996 of the Pokemon era, he understood that during this period, the mightiest trainer from the Kanto region, Red, had just become the champion. As for the champions he was familiar with from the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions, Steven and Cynthia, they were still striving for the Elite Four. Even if Ash truly existed, by age, he might not have been born yet. Snivy, a clear and melodious voice suddenly interrupted Bai Muchen's reverie. He crouched down and gently picked up the Snivy that was playfully tugging at his pant leg with its tiny paws. The Snivy, clutching half an energy cube in its mouth, gazed up at Bai Muchen with its big, brown eyes, while its little paws waved the remaining half of the cube, seemingly offering to share. Thank you, but you go ahead and eat. Bai Muchen chuckled and shook his head, watching the obedient Snivy stuff the remaining half of the energy cube into its mouth. He couldn't help but recall the earlier encounter with that vicious Ariados. Compared to the spider that had sought to make him its lunch, this Snivy was an absolute darling, innocent, and gentle. As Bai Muchen observed the snake-patterned bear engrossed in its meal, he gently stroked its fur, taking a closer look. The little creature bore a striking resemblance to the raccoon from his previous life. However, the bear's fur was not of a singular hue, but rather a delightful blend of white and brown, interspersed in an alternating pattern. The light brown, serrated strands of fur resembled exquisite garlands, unfurling outward in all directions, making it extraordinarily eye-catching. Noticing that the bear exhibited no signs of resistance towards him, Bai Muchen seized the opportunity to inquire, Hello, snake-patterned bear, my name is Bai Muchen. Do you comprehend my words? No sooner had he spoken than the bear swiftly swallowed the energy cube it had been chewing, raised its fluffy little head, and gave a slight nod. Witnessing this, Bai Muchen felt a surge of joy. Pokemon are known for their straightforward personalities. If they harbor dislike, their body language would typically reveal their sentiments. However, the fact that the snake-patterned bear was willing to engage in communication suggested a lack of aversion towards him. So, snake-patterned bear, would you care to become my Pokemon? All meals and lodging will be provided. Bai Muchen continued, coaxing gently. SSS. Perhaps the breeding house had already provided early education for these Pokemon. Or perhaps it was the allure of free meals that captivated the bear. It did not refuse. After a cheerful nod, it continued to nuzzle against Bai Muchen's pant leg. Very well, snake-patterned bear. I look forward to your companionship. Bai Muchen produced the soothing bell rewarded by the system and presented it to the bear. Here, this is for you. The snake-patterned bear gazed curiously at the slightly worn, yellowed white bell, tentatively nudging it, causing the bell to roll across the ground. As it rolled, a melodious chime filled the air, enchanting the bear and making it reluctant to part with the delightful sound. Meanwhile, Bai Muchen took the opportunity to continue petting the bear. The prickly texture of its fur was surprisingly pleasant. It seems you two are getting along splendidly. Just then, a warm, kindly voice called out from behind them. The paperwork is complete. Here is the Pokeball for the snake-patterned bear. Take good care of it. Thank you, Mayerly. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen promptly rose to accept the pokeball from Mayor Li's hands, expressing his gratitude. Mayor Li, I shall return to the farm now to help the snake-patterned bear acclimate to its new home. He glanced down at the bear, still engrossed in playing with the bell, and bid farewell with a smile. However, just as Bai Muchen turned to leave, Mayor Li suddenly called out to him. A hint of hesitation flickered across the mayor's face before he slowly spoke. Little Bai, regarding the farm rental matter, you might want to reconsider. I believe your grandfather Bai would not wish to see you bear such a heavy burden at such a young age. Do not worry, Mayor Li. I am well aware of my situation. After a moment of silence, Bai Muchen smiled. He understood that Mayor Li's advice stemmed from genuine concern. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now, with the assistance of the system, he was confident that it would not be long before he could restore the farm to its former lively state. Very well. Mayor Li sighed discreetly upon seeing Bai Muchen's resolute refusal. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If it becomes too overwhelming, come to me. I will help you find a solution. Yes, indeed. Bai Muchen nodded emphatically in response. He then bade farewell to Mayor Li, cradling the snake-patterned bear as he made his way towards the farm that lingered in his memories. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a muscular, entirely orange Pokémon sat upon a cloud, curiously touching its tail. Strange, why does it feel as though someone just tugged at the fur on my tail? In the eastern region of Bai town, adjacent to the vast, boundless forest, an old and desolate farm unfolded before Bai Muchen's eyes. The midday sun cast its rays upon the weathered wooden sign at the entrance, where the faded characters of Bai family farm could still be discerned. Bai Muchen gently pushed open the rickety wooden door, which creaked ominously as if it might collapse with the slightest force. Upon entering the farm, he was met with a scene of disarray, and he silently apologized to his grandfather Bai in his heart. Scattered around the farm were a broken sickle, a hammer with a missing head, a hoe with a dulled edge, and several rusted tools lying abandoned on the barren ground. The eastern cattle shed and chicken coop had long since fallen into disrepair, while the dilapidated barn door swayed precariously in the wind, emitting a series of creaks. The irrigation channels in the fields had long since dried up, and a few withered crops drooped lifelessly, displaying a pitiful state of existence. Even the wooden fence near the eastern forest was marred by numerous gaps. Although he had failed to care for the farm previously, Bai Muchen was resolute. With the knowledge imparted by the system, he was certain he could restore the farm to its former glory. Ding. Host plans to develop the farm. System task initiated. The first step to becoming a farm owner. Task details: clear away farm debris and weeds, and complete the first batch of crop planting. A task has arrived? How splendid. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Muchen's spirits lifted. He quickly adjusted his mindset, rolled up his sleeves, and gazed at the neglected farm, ready to begin his work. Chapter 4. Let Arceus work. SSS. After a while, a faint sound caught the attention of the snake-patterned bear who was playing in the fields. It lifted its head, curiously peering in Bai Muchen's direction. What is my master doing? Bai Muchen was laboriously pushing an old cart from the storage room, and then bending down to gather the scattered, worn-out tools, placing them neatly aside. Next, he picked up a broom and began to sweep away the pebbles and bits of paper littering the ground. Despite May's sun not being excessively scorching after prolonged exposure, Bai Muchen's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, and beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead. Is my master working? Should I lend a hand? The snake-patterned bear fixed its gaze on the scene before it, tilting its head in contemplation, feeling somewhat troubled. The breeding house had previously instructed them that as domesticated Pokémon, they should actively assist their trainers in alleviating burdens and growing alongside them. Yet, witnessing the exhausting nature of Bai Muchen's task, it felt reluctant to join in. After all, Bai Muchen had not asked for help, so perhaps it could simply pretend not to notice and take the opportunity to relax. With this resolution, the snake-patterned bear quietly turned to sneak away, hoping to avoid being enlisted as labor. Dingling. Just as it stealthily turned, the bear accidentally brushed against the soothing bell at its feet, causing a clear chime to resonate and freezing its movements. The snake-patterned bear glanced cautiously at Bai Muchen, noticing that he was oblivious to its presence, and breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to retrieve the bell from the ground. However, as it gazed at the little bell lying quietly and then at Bai Muchen, who was panting and looking utterly fatigued, the snake-patterned bear suddenly found itself in a dilemma. Perhaps it should help him after all. At the other end of the farm, Bai Muchen was diligently clearing debris from the ground, while keeping a watchful eye on the accumulating farmer's vitality points displayed on the system interface. Current total farmer's vitality, 20 points, convertible to 2 points of life energy. This was the result of Bai Muchen's labor over the last 20 minutes. Upon viewing this figure, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Based on this ratio, would he only gain 1 point of life energy for every 10 minutes of toil? Even if he swung the hoe for a full 24 hours. It would take him a staggering 694 days to cultivate the 100,000 points of life energy needed to hatch that egg. Wasn't this conversion rate rather dismal? It was akin to being a miserly taskmaster. He had dedicated himself to this task for 20 minutes without eating or drinking, deliberately refraining from calling upon his partner, the Snivy bear, for assistance, only to find the effort-to-reward ratio utterly disproportionate. Was this the plight of the modern laborer? Just as Bai Muchen was mired in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a gentle nudging against his back. Turning around, he discovered that it was none other than the Snivy bear, who had been frolicking in the fields moments before. "Why have you stopped playing? Are you hungry?" Bai Muchen squatted down, placing the broom on the ground, and affectionately patted the Snivy bear, softly inquiring. The Snivy bear shook its head, stood up, pointed at itself, and then gestured towards the broom, mimicking the act of sweeping. "Considering the bell's sake, I suppose I could lend a hand," Bai Muchen mused. "No need for that. Continue enjoying yourself. I can handle it," he replied with a smile, having discerned the Snivy bear's intentions. Yet, the Snivy bear stubbornly shook its head, perhaps fearing Bai Muchen's refusal, and fixed its gaze on the broom beside him. In the next moment, it hurriedly stood up and grasped the broom, which was half a meter taller than itself, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Bai Muchen could only nod in resignation, conceding, all right, I won't argue with you. Please sweep this area clean then." Noticing the Snivy bear brimming with energy, he offered a few words of encouragement before stepping aside, intending to let it experience the task for a minute or two. He would take over once it began to tire. Even though Pokémon possessed various remarkable abilities, aiding their trainers in daily life, Bai Muchen did not wish to impose menial tasks upon the Snivy bear. He continued to gaze at the system panel. For his personal involvement was not solely for tidying the farm, but also for accumulating farmers' vitality. If all the work was handled by the Snivy bear, not only would he feel pained, but the system would also be unable to collect any farmer's vitality. After all, he had previously attempted to take a lackadaisical approach to work, only to quickly discover that half-hearted efforts were utterly unproductive. As he pondered this, Bai Muchen's gaze suddenly fixed intently on the system panel. To his astonishment, he found that during his brief respite, his farmer's vitality had increased by 2 points. He promptly inquired, "System, can I also gain farmer's vitality if my Pokémon participates in labor?" Replied a host. "Only Pokémon with a friendship level exceeding May 20th contribute to the host's farmer's vitality during related tasks." Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen continued to probe. "And what about the acquisition ratio? Is it the same as mine? Based on the Pokémon species, aptitude, and friendship level, the amount gained will vary." At the system's response, Bai Muchen's eyes lit up. "What if I could get Arceus to work for me? If I could persuade Arceus, Hoenn, and the trio from Hoenn to labor alongside me, wouldn't I be on my way to immortality?" The mere thought made him chuckle, nearly drooling with excitement. However, at that moment, the system's cold voice interrupted his delightful reverie. "Host, awaken from your daydream. It's time to get back to work." The system's words abruptly yanked Bai Muchen back to reality. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with a mutter, "I was just daydreaming. At least it gives me something to look forward to." As he spoke, Bai Muchen's gaze drifted to the Snivy bear, awkwardly standing on its hind legs and attempting to sweep the ground. Perhaps due to its short claws, the broom wobbled precariously in its grasp, threatening to slip from its hold. "Be careful." But before the Snivy bear could react, its little paws lost their grip, and the broom tumbled to the ground. Instinctively, the Snivy bear reached to cover its head, but its tiny paws couldn't quite reach. With a resounding thud, the broom struck the Snivy bear squarely on the forehead. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated through its body. Feeling the throbbing ache, the Snivy bear turned to Bai Muchen with a pitiful expression, tears welling in its eyes. "Snivy." Seeing the Snivy bear on the verge of tears, Bai Muchen rushed over, gently soothing it. Don't cry. It's just the broom's fault. How about this? I'll take you to the town to buy some new farming tools, and we'll also get something to eat, all right?" The Snivy bear, still reeling from the pain, perked up at the mention of food, its eyes sparkling with delight. "Snivy, hooray, long live the master." Chapter 5. The special recipe from the system's reward. At the entrance of Xin General Store, sunlight dappled the ground, casting playful shadows. Ninetales was bent over, laboriously transporting heavy boxes of goods. As he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, he instinctively raised his head and spotted Bai Muchen ambling towards him. "Muchen, you're here?" Seeing him, Ninetales gently set down the cargo and straightened up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and greeted Bai Muchen with a broad smile. At this moment, Li Yuntao appeared utterly different from the dashing figure Bai Muchen had encountered earlier that morning. As the proprietor of the general store, he was now clad in a blue work uniform adorned with the store's logo, wearing a white cap and a mask, embodying the quintessential image of a supermarket employee. Is that the Snivy Bear? Your starter Pokemon, I presume? Li Yuntao's attention was drawn to the Snivy Bear nestled in Bai Muchen's arms. He extended his right hand, cautiously petting the fluffy little head of the Snivy Bear. The Snivy Bear, however, was not pleased with this gesture. It furrowed its brow in discontent and waved its tiny paws in a display of defiance towards Li Yuntao. Ah, this little fellow has quite the spirit. Indeed. It is my chosen partner, Bai Muchen remarked, swiftly preventing the Snivy Bear from scratching Li Yuntao, and after recalling it into its pokeball, he offered an apologetic smile. By the way, Yuntao, I apologize for the trouble I caused you and the mayor this morning. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. What's most important is that you're back safely. However, you should be more cautious next time. It's best not to venture into the mountains alone until the Snivy Bear has grown. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao nonchalantly waved his hand. Muchen, you are here to purchase items, right? In that case, please feel free to browse. I still have some goods to move, so I must take my leave. All right. Brother Yuntao, you carry on with your work. I shall browse at my leisure, Bai Muchen replied with a smile and nodded towards Li Yuntao. Then stepped forward into the general store. Upon entering the shop, an array of dazzling goods instantly captured his attention. The first sight that greeted him was a collection of Pokemon supplies prominently displayed at the center, catering to nearly all daily necessities of novice trainers. Venturing further inside, he encountered neatly arranged rows of jars and containers filled with various types of food, emanating an enticing aroma. Against the wall, shelves were adorned with exquisitely packaged gift boxes in a spectrum of colors. Tools, seasonings, pokeballs, and crop seeds were all available here. As he continued to wander, Bai Muchen eventually paused before a wooden crate labeled with the words crop seeds. How convenient. At least he wouldn't have to worry about where to procure seeds. Due to his schooling, he seldom purchased items from the general store, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite its modest size, the shop was well stocked with a diverse range of products. This was to be expected. In the game, Bai Town was renowned as the starting town. Equipped with a research institute, Pokemon Center, general store, and more to help newcomers acclimate swiftly to their surroundings. With this thought in mind, he bent down to grab a few seeds from the crate and activated his inside eye. Fragrant honey fruit seed, 20 poke dollars, E-grade quality fruit. Standard growth cycle of 20 days. Upon maturity, the fruit possesses beautifying properties. Orange fruit seed, 50 poke dollars, D-grade quality tree fruit. Standard growth cycle of 2 months. Upon maturity, the fruit aids in restoring Pokemon stamina. Earth dragon fruit seed, 100 poke dollars, C-grade quality tree fruit. Standard growth cycle of 2 months. Upon maturity, the fruit slightly enhances the stamina of dragon and ground-type Pokemon. With the presence of golden fertilizer, theoretically, both the fragrant honey and orange fruits could be cultivated within a month. However, with less than 2,000 poke dollars at his disposal, and considering daily expenses, managing to last a month would be a feat. Although the orange fruit had a higher value, he took into account that this was his first attempt at planting. Along with material loss, fruit harvesting, and liaising with buyers among a series of subsequent tasks, it was uncertain whether he would see immediate returns from cultivating the orange fruit. In that case, he would either be consuming orange fruits daily or left with nothing. After contemplating the 3 varieties of fruit seeds on display, Bai Muchen ultimately decided on the fragrant honey fruit seeds. All right, let us check out some other items. Having selected his seeds, Bai Muchen did not halt his exploration, but continued to meander through the store. I need a new batch of tools. Might as well buy some insect repellent spray, just in case an Ariados comes seeking vengeance. He considered purchasing some energy cubes for the Snivy as well. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Muchen, content, pushed his cart towards the checkout counter. Muchen, buying so many items. Li Yuntao, engrossed in his work, glanced up as he noticed Bai Muchen approaching with a cart brimming with goods. This child, still worried about the farm? He raised an eyebrow, but refrained from commenting. Beginning to tally the items in the cart. Fragrant honey fruit seeds, broom, energy cubes, insect repellent spray. Muchen. That will total approximately 320 poke dollars. Li Yuntao paused momentarily while entering the information into the computer before altering his statement. All right, thank you, Brother Yuntao. Bai Muchen cast a grateful glance at Li Yuntao. Since Grandpa Bai's departure, Li Yuntao had been exceedingly considerate, consistently reducing prices by around 30 to 40%. Bai Muchen refrained from verbalizing his appreciation, as he was currently a bit financially constrained, but he firmly etched this kindness in his heart. After expressing his thanks, He turned and exited the store. As he walked, Bai Muchen glanced down at his wallet. After counting the remaining 600 poke dollars, he gently closed it with a sigh. With a Pokemon, expenses would undoubtedly increase. He needed to devise a means to earn money swiftly. At Bai Family Farm, Snivy, I shall entrust the sweeping duties to you. Snivy, after receiving 2 energy cubes, Snivy, satisfied, took hold of the specially modified broom and began diligently sweeping the farm grounds. Observing Snivy's industriousness, Bai Muchen nodded approvingly before turning towards the overgrown fields. Next, it was time to clear the weeds. In order to rejuvenate the farmer's spirit, Bai Muchen had to take matters into his own hands. He retrieved the hoe he had just purchased and recalled the memories of weeding, inhaling deeply. Then, he approached the thicket of weeds, following the steps lodged in his memory. He forcefully thrust the blade of the hoe against the ground, then flicked his wrist upward. With a swift motion, a small patch of weeds was uprooted, roots and all. It doesn't seem too difficult after all. Thus, Bai Muchen repeatedly performed this action until dusk, having cleaned only half of the land by that time, gazing at the small, clear patch of ground before him. Despite his extreme fatigue, his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Once he scattered all the seeds he had procured, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding! The first step of becoming a farm owner has been completed. Task rewards: Snivy's exclusive recipe, 5 beginner golden fertilizers, a digging machine, and 50 life energy points. Phew! Finally done. Bai Muchen plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a long breath. With that, he began to massage his sore shoulders while stretching his arms wide, indulging in a luxurious yawn. Snivy, let us head home. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Snivy. After bringing Snivy into the living room, Bai Muchen entered the kitchen, setting aside the seasonings and ingredients he had purchased earlier that day. With great anticipation, he retrieved the special recipe he had just earned from the system and began to examine it closely. Snivy's exclusive S-Class dish, Magical Crystal Shrimp Dumplings. Culinary effects: 1. Elevates Snivy's potential to golden quality and grants it a second characteristic. 2. When executing a priority attack, it will create multiple afterimages, with the basic capabilities of the afterimages being 20 of the original. 3. When receiving exceptionally effective attacks, the damage taken will be halved. Required ingredients: magical pollen, unmelting ice crystals. What on earth is this? I have never heard of such ingredients. Initially, Bai Muchen felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the culinary effects, but as his gaze shifted to the required ingredients, he was instantly left bewildered. Magical pollen might be associated with the magical masquerade, but what on earth are unmelting ice crystals? Furthermore, there were 4 or 5 other unfamiliar ingredients listed, leaving him utterly at a loss. Forget it. Let us check the next one. Surely there is a dish I can make right now. Bai Muchen consoled himself helplessly before flipping through a few more pages. Chrysanthemum jelly? Isn't it outrageous to require elite-grade giant zinnia petals? And the osmanthus egg tart needs 4 flavors of frost fairy cream? A gentle summer breeze can temporarily elevate one's spirit and focus, a notion quite simple to grasp. However, acquiring just a single ingredient demands no less than 300 to 400 elven coins. Thus, mere minutes slipped by as Bai Muchen, brimming with optimism, perused the cookbook from cover to cover, yet he found not a single dish he could prepare at that moment. Eventually, he quietly closed the book, letting out a deep sigh. It seems I shall resort to instant noodles for the Snivy. Chapter 6. Pine Nut 8 Treasure Rice. 10 minutes later, Bai Muchen hesitantly placed a bowl of instant noodles before the Snivy, then cleared his throat and tentatively spoke. Snivy, dinner is ready. No sooner had he uttered these words than the lethargic Snivy, who had been lazily lounging nearby, sprang to attention, its excitement palpable as it raised its head, fixated on the evening meal before it. However, as it discerned the contents of the bowl, the exhilaration on its face instantly froze, replaced by a look of astonishment. With wide eyes, Snivy stared intently at the bowl of instant noodles, then glanced up at Bai Muchen, emitting a sound rife with confusion and discontent. Noodles? After all my efforts, this is what you serve me? Is this your idea of a test for a Pokemon? Confronted by the Snivy's reproachful gaze, Bai Muchen awkwardly scratched his head. Only after preparing the noodles did he realize that offering such a meal to the Snivy might not have been the wisest choice. F-grade cuisine, braised chicken instant noodles, enhanced with an egg. While the ingredients are mediocre and lacking in nutrition, the application of Hextech renders the broth rich, with a hint of sweetness and spice. Nevertheless, most Pokemon find little interest in such fare. Culinary effect increases satiety. Under the piercing scrutiny of the Snivy's reproachful eyes, Bai Muchen sheepishly averted his gaze. In truth, he was not inept in the kitchen, nor did he wish to deprive the Snivy of a delightful meal. Yet, consumed by thoughts of the system and farming throughout the day, he had entirely overlooked the critical issue that their pantry was devoid of provisions. Originally intending to embark on a journey that very day, he had grown complacent about cooking, subsisting solely on instant noodles for the past few days. Thus, it was only before he lit the stove that he discovered they had neither a single vegetable leaf nor any other food apart from instant noodles and rice. To make matters worse, during his daytime shopping excursion, he had, for some inexplicable reason, forgotten to purchase anything else aside from energy cubes. While these cubes could replenish a Pokemon's energy, they certainly could not serve as a complete meal. Well, given the limited options, we have nothing else at home. Once I acquire more ingredients, I promise to prepare a sumptuous feast for you. For now, how about I add a couple of energy cubes to your noodles as a makeshift solution? Snivy retorted. Then why wouldn't I simply consume the energy cubes directly? Am I compelled to eat these noodles? With a disdainful glance at Bai Muchen, Snivy chose to ignore the deceitful human and scampered away with an energy cube in its mouth. Snivy's affection level, 5, current affection level, 15. Reminder, should affection fall below 0, there is a chance the Pokemon may flee. Only 15? Has it decreased so drastically? Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head and slurped a mouthful of noodles, pondering. It seems that caring for a Pokemon is no simple task. Gurgle. Meanwhile, not long after consuming 2 energy cubes, Snivy's stomach began to grumble once more. This wretched master. He promised to take me out for a grand feast, and I am left with nothing more than a mere snack. Am I perhaps on a pirate's ship? As hunger intensified, Snivy could no longer contain itself. It glanced into the house and, seizing the opportunity while Bai Muchen was preoccupied, leaped out of the window and stealthily crept into the yard. I recall seeing scattered pine nuts while cleaning earlier. Let me search for them. With its little nose twitching, Snivy sniffed around and, before long, caught a whiff of a faint yet tantalizing aroma. Following the scent, Snivy dashed to the edge of the farmland adjacent to the eastern forest. Upon spotting several pine nuts scattered across the soil, it eagerly began to dig, and in no time, a small pit emerged before its eyes, igniting a spark of joy within. Hooray, I found them. Snivy opened its mouth wide, eager to indulge. However, just as its little mouth was about to make contact with the food, it hesitated. What if that crafty Bai Muchen is still hungry? But this is food I have worked so hard to unearth. Why should I share it? Snivy pouted, glancing reluctantly at the house still illuminated in the distance. Despite its reluctance, a flicker of kindness prevailed within its heart. Oh, fine, just a tiny bit for him then. After a moment's deliberation, Snivy activated its quick attack ability, swiftly transporting the buried food to the door. Once, twice, thrice, and finally, after relocating nearly half of the food from the hole, Snivy paused. It carefully covered the opening with dirt and stones, ensuring it was securely sealed. With that completed, Snivy let out a sigh of relief. With a spring in its step, it approached the front door, raising its little paw to knock vigorously. Snisnivy, Bai Muchen, open the door. I'm treating you to a feast. What on earth happened to you? You're covered in dirt. I should probably give you a bath first. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, and Bai Muchen, gazing at the mud-coated Snivy, furrowed his brow, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Snivy, don't mind the details. Snivy stuck out its tongue and gestured toward its bounty. Cherry berries, pecha berries, pine nuts, peanuts, and red dates. Wherever did you procure all this? Did you ransack the general store? Bai Muchen stared in astonishment at the small mountain of food, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be due to Snivy's pickup ability? Although the game indicated that the ability allowed one to find items left behind by trainers and Pokemon along the road, it seemed improbable that Snivy could amass enough food for 2 to 3 days in less than an hour's time. If time permitted, would it not be possible for Snivy to collect Arceus's plates as well? In the game, this ability hardly ever proved to be significantly useful. Snivy, let us make a feast. A grand feast. Snivy, noticing Bai Muchen still in a daze, stomped its little feet in impatience, urgently presenting a cherry berry and encouraging him to act. All right, I understand. Bai Muchen accepted the cherry berry, glancing at the remaining ingredients. A culinary creation blossoming in his mind. Let us make that dish. After giving Snivy a bath, Bai Muchen returned to the kitchen. Previously, out of consideration for the elderly Bai grandfather, he had taken charge of all the cooking at home, gradually honing his culinary skills without even realizing it. Provided the ingredients were sufficient, he could easily satisfy even the most discerning of gourmands. Bai Muchen surveyed the ingredients on the floor, first washing the remaining glutinous rice before placing it in the pot to steam. as the rice cooked. He took the opportunity to fry the pine nuts in a pan until they turned a delicate golden hue. He then meticulously diced the cherries and peaches into small pieces, combining them with the pine nuts, red dates, and peanuts. Meanwhile, the glutinous rice had finished steaming. Bai Muchen lifted the lid of the pot, added a generous amount of lard and sugar while it was still warm, and gently stirred the mixture. Finally, he layered the fruits and pine nuts in the steamer, allowing them to cook slowly over low heat. Before long, the fragrant aroma of the fruits melded beautifully with the glutinous rice and the scent of pine, wafting through the air in an enticing manner. It should be nearly done, he thought. Observing the scene, Bai Muchen carefully lifted the steamer lid and, after drizzling a bowl of freshly prepared sauce over the dish, he gazed at the alluring, fragrant pine nut fruit 8 treasure rice, a slight smile gracing his lips. All done. D-class cuisine, pine nut fruit 8 treasure rice. The tender glutinous rice harmonizes with the sweetness of the fruits, enhanced by the unique aroma of the pine nuts, creating an irresistible dish. Culinary effect. Consuming this dish grants Pokémon immunity from paralysis and poison status inflicted by Pokémon below level 30 for 2 hours, and slightly accelerates stamina recovery. Quite impressive. This should surely satisfy the Snivy, though I didn't expect there to be additional effects. Glancing at the final note on the culinary effect, Bai Muchen stroked his chin. Perhaps I could use the pine nut fruit 8 treasure rice to lure a Pachirisu. Snivy. Delicious. Before Bai Muchen could serve the 8 treasure rice, the waiting Snivy had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. With a swift leap, it dashed into the kitchen, nearly jumping straight into the steamer had Bai Muchen not caught it just in time. Hold on. Careful not to turn into steamed bear cub, Bai Muchen admonished gently, while deftly scooping a generous bowl of 8 treasure rice and presenting it to Snivy. Without a moment's hesitation, Snivy took a huge bite, the rich flavors of the food sending a thrill through its taste buds, causing its eyes to widen in surprise. Take your time, no one is competing with you. Bai Muchen watched the little creature burying its face in the bowl, rice grains adorning its face, a fond smile spreading across his own. Well, looks like I'll have to give it another bath soon. While Snivy indulged in its feast, outside, a Pokémon resembling a white squirrel with blue patterns joyfully approached the farm, cradling several berries. La la la, I found 3 berries today, how delightful. Humming a cheerful tune, she gently set the berries down and began to dig excitedly into her treasure hole. In no time, she successfully excavated a small burrow. However, at that very moment, Pachirisu's previously jubilant actions suddenly froze. An expression of disbelief washed over her adorable face as her round eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Then, a sharp scream pierced the air. Pause. Where did all my stored food go? It's gone. Chapter 7. The Weeping Pachirisu. Ding. Congratulations, host, for creating and consuming D-class cuisine for the first time, achieving the hidden achievement, Culinary Pioneer. Achievement reward granted, 50 life energy, 5 lottery tickets. And the Fate Roulette feature is now unlocked. Lottery tickets? Fate Roulette? What are those? As Bai Muchen savored the 8 treasure rice, he paused at the system's notification, curiosity piquing his interest. Snivy. The Snivy, engrossed in its meal, lifted its head in confusion upon hearing its trainer's query. Noticing that Bai Muchen seemed to be talking to himself rather than addressing it, Snivy blinked a few times before returning to its feast. Pondering, this trainer seems to enjoy conversing with himself. He doesn't seem very bright. But who cares? A good cook is a good master. Replying to the host, you can use lottery tickets or life energy in the Fate Roulette to draw rewards from thousands of items. Drawing cards? That sounds intriguing. Bai Muchen slapped his forehead. Suddenly intrigued, he set down his spoon, wiped his mouth, and prepared to delve into this so-called Fate Roulette. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to take action, an unexpected and rapid knocking on the kitchen window startled him. Bai Muchen turned in bewilderment, only to find a Pachirisu pressed against the glass, baring its teeth in anger. Whoa, that gave me quite a fright. The sudden appearance of a ghostly face in the middle of the night startled Bai Muchen greatly, and he thought to himself, what is going on? Is this a wild Pokémon attacking a trainer? Pokémon, Pachirisu. Gender, female. Type, electric. Nature, timid. Ability, pickup. Potential, blue. Level, 9. Skills, endure, growl, quick attack, charm. Friendship, 20. Description, a Pachirisu who enjoys storing food but has had her stash stolen, now feeling exceedingly angry. Stolen? Then go find the thief. Why come to me? Bai Muchen was utterly perplexed upon reading this description. Wait a moment. He glanced at the berry Snivy had brought back. His heart skipped a beat as a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that the food Snivy brought back actually belonged to Pachirisu? Before Bai Muchen could ponder further, A sharp crack echoed from the window. Seeing that Bai Muchen was reluctant to return her food, Pachirisu, in her fury, unleashed quick attack, ramming her little head against the window, causing cracks to splinter across the glass as she prepared to burst through. Stop! Replacing that glass is expensive. Bai Muchen realized the urgency of the situation. Without a moment's delay, he scooped up Snivy and dashed outside. Snivy, stop eating. We need to get out of here quickly. Bai Muchen held Snivy in his arms, feeling a sense of desperation. He wanted to explain that this was all a misunderstanding, but with evidence against him. It was unlikely Pachirisu would believe him. While a small squirrel posed no real threat, if a battle turned his kitchen into chaos, he would truly be at a loss. Having to spend money on new kitchenware. Pachirisu, calm down. We didn't mean to steal your food. Just as Pachirisu was about to shatter the glass, Bai Muchen's voice reached her from behind. As she began to turn towards him, Bai Muchen gently set Snivy down, softening his tone in an attempt to reason with her. This is a misunderstanding. Don't act rashly. I can return the remaining food. But, as it turned out, the ability to negotiate is not something everyone possesses. Before Bai Muchen could finish his sentence, the enraged Pachirisu charged at him once more with quick attack. Quick attack, power 40 priority 1, lunging toward the opponent with lightning speed. If reasoning 1T work, then Snivy, use quick attack to intercept her. Bai Muchen had no choice but to think of a way to calm Pachirisu down. Swift strike, power 80 priority 2, with a speed that is nothing short of breathtaking. The attacker strikes first. The prepared Snivy, upon hearing its trainer's command, darted forward and collided forcefully with the Pachirisu before it. Observing Snivy standing defiantly in front of Bai Muchen, Pachirisu scrunched its nose in dissatisfaction but showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its advance. How dare this diminutive Snivy obstruct her path? Soon after, with a dull thud, the two Pokémon were forced apart by the impact of their moves. To Pachirisu's surprise, Snivy merely staggered slightly, while she was knocked back several steps from the collision. Confused, Pachirisu stared at Snivy, which seemed unaffected, pondering the extraordinary speed and strength it possessed. Not far away, Bai Muchen nodded silently, recognizing that despite Pachirisu's slightly higher level, Snivy, with its superior quality and the move's swift strike, had clearly gained the upper hand. Indeed, even if it could not unleash its full potential, for most Pokémon, a move of this caliber at this level represents a significant disadvantage. Use sand attack, he instructed. Without waiting for Pachirisu to regain its composure, Snivy scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it towards Pachirisu's face. Under the cover of night, in the pitch-black surroundings, Pachirisu was momentarily blinded by the dust, unable to see Snivy's movements. Snivy, this is your final strike. Use swift. Hearing Bai Muchen's command, Pachirisu, still rubbing its eyes in a flustered attempt to evade, was caught off guard as a powerful force struck her, sending her flying and enveloped in pain. This is too much. Not only did you steal my food, but you also attacked me. What a villain. Tears streamed down Pachirisu's face as it lay injured on the ground. After glaring at Bai Muchen in frustration, it tilted its head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Why has the battle ceased? I wanted to continue. Snivy, seeing its opponent down and out, strutted over to the unconscious Pachirisu and circled her proudly. However, after a considerable time passed with Pachirisu remaining utterly still and unresponsive, Snivy began to feel anxious, glancing helplessly at Bai Muchen. Snivy, have I been too harsh? Bai Muchen, noticing the situation, quickly approached and utilized his insight eye to assess Pachirisu's condition. After a thorough examination, he gently patted Snivy's head, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. She merely fainted from hunger." Upon hearing this, Snivy's worried heart settled somewhat. Seeing Pachirisu in a state of unconsciousness, Bai Muchen took out a pokeball, aiming it at Pachirisu. However, just as he was about to throw it, he paused, lost in thought. Reality is, after all, not a game. Forcibly capturing a Pokémon might lead to resentment later on, especially considering the closeness mentioned by the inside eye. His concerns deepened. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Muchen ultimately decided to slowly lower the pokeball he had tightly grasped. Never mind. It's more important to find you some food to fill your belly. As for everything else, we can ponder later. With that, Bai Muchen carefully bent down, gently lifting Pachirisu into his arms, and proceeded to walk towards the room. Pachirisu? This smells so delightful, like my mother's cooking. Am I in paradise? The enticing aroma stirred Pachirisu's senses, causing her small nose to twitch as she gradually opened her eyes. As she looked around in confusion, her vigilance heightened upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar setting. Strangely, there was no one around. Only a bowl of fragrant dish adorned with various berries and pine nuts placed before her. Is this the home of that villain? Humph. Trying to win me over with a simple dinner? How naive. Recalling the scene of her recent thrashing, anger surged within Pachirisu. Just watch, I'll tear this place apart. Yet, as she muttered to herself, her mouth watered at the enticing aroma. Perhaps just a tiny taste. Seeing no one around, Pachirisu cautiously extended her small paw, scooping up a small handful of the delightful rice. Bringing it to her mouth, she inhaled the sweet, soft fragrance that enveloped her senses, causing her eyes to narrow in delight. Tentatively, her tongue darted out, taking a gentle lick, and the soft, sweet grains mingled with the succulent red dates and fragrant pine nuts burst forth on her palate. Delicious. Unable to contain herself any longer, Pachirisu grasped the plate with both paws and buried her head in it, devouring the food eagerly, her cheeks puffing out, completely oblivious to the two pairs of small eyes watching her every move from a distance. Snivy, that's my dinner. Snivy gazed longingly at Pachirisu, who was clinging to its bowl, mumbling pitifully as tears welled up in its eyes, looking utterly dejected. Snivy sniffled while wiping away non-existent tears with its paw, occasionally stealing glances at Bai Muchen, hoping he would feel some compassion and provide more food. If you hadn't stolen her food, she wouldn't have come looking for you. Bai Muchen, observing Snivy's pitiful demeanor, found it both amusing and exasperating. He flicked Snivy gently on the head, saying, "Be good. I'll prepare something for you next time." Watching as Pachirisu finished her meal and licked the edges of her plate with lingering satisfaction, Bai Muchen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Pachirisu, did you enjoy the pine nut berry rice I made? I have plenty more. Chapter 8. The Eternal Flower Petal. Pachirisu, the matter of the berries was indeed a misunderstanding. I can explain. Bai Muchen spoke softly as he approached Pachirisu, his tone filled with sincerity. Consider this. If I were a villain, would I have prepared such a delicious dinner for you? Pachirisu, watching Bai Muchen approach, tensed her body, clearly displaying her wariness. However, upon hearing his words, she glanced down at the bowl tightly gripped in her paws, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from attacking, her tense body relaxing slightly. Seeing this, Bai Muchen quickly retrieved a bag from his pocket and cautiously handed it to Pachirisu, softly saying, "We didn't know this was your hidden food, and taking your belongings was indeed wrong. How about this? I'll return all the food to you, and I'll pack you a generous portion of the pine nut berry rice you have. Consider it an apology. Does that sound acceptable?" Pachirisu first cast a skeptical glance at the bulging bag in Bai Muchen's hands, then raised her gaze to meet his earnest and kind eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded gently. "All right then, since I can't possibly defeat that bear, I shall acquiesce to whatever this human says." With the items secured and the rice delicacy consumed, Pachirisu had no intention of lingering any longer. She struggled to drag the heavy bag with her tiny paws, inching her way toward the door. "Oh, and if you ever finish the rice delicacy, feel free to come back for another taste. However, you will need to provide something in exchange," Bai Muchen added. At this, Pachirisu scoffed and turned her head away. "Humph, as if I care. You wicked creatures will never get your hands on my food." Observing Pachirisu's retreating figure, the snake-patterned bear looked quizzically at Bai Muchen. "Are we just letting her go? Was that all for naught?" Yet, in response to the bear's question, Bai Muchen remained remarkably calm. He smiled gently, ruffling the bear's head in a comforting gesture. "Patience, my friend. Just wait and see. I wager it won't be long before that little one returns on her own." Recalling how Pachirisu's affection had spiked from 20 to 10 due to the rice delicacy, Bai Muchen's lips curled into a faint smile. With Pachirisu settled, Bai Muchen finally had the opportunity to delve into the so-called Fate Wheel system. Please elaborate on the Fate Wheel's details. The Fate Wheel contains nearly 1,000 items, including Pokemon eggs, life energy, combat items, everyday items, cooking ingredients, and special abilities. One might even draw a manifestation of Arceus. As the system provided this information, it presented the Fate Wheel before Bai Muchen. A massive wheel, radiating a dazzling golden light, stood majestically before him, adorned with countless rewards that dazzled the eyes. At the very center of the wheel lay a small orb, also shimmering with golden brilliance. "What is the least desirable item?" Bai Muchen inquired, glancing over the wheel. He was not particularly concerned about the grand prize. After all, lottery jackpots often claimed to reach billions, but how likely was it for an ordinary person to win? "The least desirable item is a cater pie." "Well, it could be worse. At least it's a Pokemon." Bai Muchen sighed in relief, reassured by the system's apparent fairness. "And a leftover leaf from a tree." Bai Muchen rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperated. "Forget I even mentioned that." He sighed, deciding to proceed with the draw. Could my luck truly be so abysmal as to result in a mere chewed-up leaf? With a resigned breath, he forcefully pressed the gleaming lottery button. Opting for a trial draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a leftover maple leaf from a Caterpie X1. Leftover maple leaf from a Caterpie, F-grade quality. One of the foods favored by Caterpie. The leaf is soft, tender, and juicy, offering an excellent taste. Item effect. Slightly increases Caterpie's satiety and affection. System. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Muchen waved the leaf with a bite taken out of it in front of him before tossing it aside. Noticing the system remained silent, he sighed once more in resignation. He fixated on the remaining 4 lottery tickets in his possession. Determined, he gritted his teeth and pressed the single draw button 4 times consecutively. Where do you find a child that cries every day? Where do you find a gambler that loses every day? Come on, let us see what peculiar items I can draw. Bai Muchen's gaze was locked onto the screen, his heart racing with anticipation for the next round of results. Suddenly, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a leftover leaf from an orange tree X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a basic golden fertilizer X2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a basic golden fertilizer X3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a wilted petal from the eternal flower X1. What an odd item seems to have snuck in here. Just as he was about to complain about the low draw rates of the fate wheel, Bai Muchen's attention was suddenly captured by the last prize in the system space. Withered petal from the eternal flower, S-grade quality. A petal left behind by King Az of the Kalos region 3,000 years ago before its disappearance. Having endured the passage of time, the petal is now completely withered. Yet it still harbors a powerful energy. Item effects. 1. When used during Flababy's evolution, Flababy will have a quality of 1 and level of 5, with a 5 chance of evolving into Florge's eternal flower form and gaining a unique skill. 2. The petal possesses a faint energy from Xerneas, the deity of life. When buried in soil, all plants within a radius of 2 kilometers will experience a 10 increase in growth speed. 3. When held by a grass or fairy-type Pokémon, the power of its special attack moves will increase by 20, and it will regain a small amount of health each turn, 116. Is that truly the eternal flower? Bai Muchen gazed in astonishment at the yellowed petal in his hand. Despite its faded color, upon closer inspection, he could still discern the mysterious black-red patterns that once adorned it. He recalled that Flababy, in the game, was a Pokémon with various forms, each corresponding to the flowers they cohabited with, leading to differences in the bouquet colors of the evolved Florges. The eternal flower form of Florges was classified as a legendary Pokémon, distinct from ordinary Florges, and was the unique entity resurrected by King Az using the powers of Xerneas and Yveltal after Florges' sacrifice. It was known that even in the virtual realm of his previous life, obtaining an eternal flower form of Florges was nearly impossible, underscoring its rarity. However, Bai Muchen mused over the system's notification, stroking his chin. If I truly possessed an eternal flower form of Florges, would that somewhat obsessive Az come swinging a 40-meter sword to take me down? Is it already 10 p.m.? Forget it. I shan't dwell on this any longer. Let us just plan it for now. After deliberating, Bai Muchen, noting the late hour, casually returned the petal to the system space. He then turned his gaze toward the living room, where he found the snake-patterned bear curled up in a ball, peacefully asleep on the sofa. Eat and sleep well. It seems Pokémon are no different from children. Watching the little creature's adorable demeanor, Bai Muchen couldn't help but smile. He tiptoed to the door, gently pressed the switch, and instantly plunged the entire room into darkness. The following morning, Bai Muchen, having toiled throughout the day prior, was lost in a deep slumber, completely oblivious to a shadow that had stealthily climbed onto the bed. Bai Muchen instinctively let out a muffled grunt, promptly furrowing his brow. He felt as though a damp, lengthy tongue was sliding back and forth across his cheek, accompanied by a ticklish sensation. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he groggily glanced at the time, then resignedly grasped the snake-patterned bear before him. It's barely 8 a.m. Why are you up so early? Bai Muchen, though grumbling, ultimately mustered the will to rise from his bed. After all, with the saliva of the snake-patterned bear smeared across his face, sleep was a luxury he could scarcely afford. He swiftly dressed, attended to his morning hygiene, and prepared a meal, completing this series of morning rituals with remarkable efficiency. He then stepped out of his home, hoisting a hoe over his shoulder, and proceeded steadily towards the fields. Upon reaching the farmland, he retrieved the primary golden fertilizer awarded by the system. Following the usage instructions meticulously, he evenly scattered 5 bags across the furrows before turning the soil and watering it, ensuring the fertilizer would thoroughly permeate the earth. After completing these tasks, Bai Muchen ambled closer to his door, where he carefully excavated a small hole with a trowel. With great caution, he placed the petals of the eternal flower within. Unbeknownst to him, as the soil enveloped the petals, they began to emit a soft pink glow that gradually spread through the earth, enveloping the entire farm in its luminescence. Simultaneously, the seeds in the field seemed to sense a mysterious force, emitting faint white glimmers as if responding to the call of the eternal flower. This should suffice, he mused. After finishing all his endeavors, Bai Muchen straightened up and let out a long sigh of relief. He seated himself on the steps at his door, quietly gazing at the vibrant farmland before him, momentarily lost in thought. With the assistance of the golden fertilizer and the eternal flower, the fragrant honey fruit ought to ripen soon, a prospect that was indeed exciting. Chapter 9. The Treasure-Seeking Snake-Patterned Bear. After scattering the golden fertilizer, Bai Muchen prepared to take a moment's respite. However, before he could settle in, the cheerful cries of the snake-patterned bear reached his ears. SSSSS. Bai Muchen, let us go out to play. The bear chirped joyfully, its fluffy little paws playfully nudging Bai Muchen. Looking at this lively little creature, Bai Muchen could only manage a wry smile. The juvenile Pokémon was indeed brimming with energy. Despite his desire for a brief rest, he found it difficult to decline the bear's enthusiastic invitation. Well then, he thought, I might as well accompany the snake-patterned bear for a bit of fun, and perhaps see if I can locate some wild berries. After all, Pachirisu had taken most of their food yesterday, and if he didn't find a way to replenish their supplies soon, they would face a food shortage. Moreover, with limited funds remaining, foregoing the grocery store in favor of searching for natural ingredients in the forest seemed far more economical. At that moment, memories of yesterday's experience in the forest and Li Yuntao's words flickered in Bai Muchen's mind, causing him to hesitate. Surely, a stroll along the forest's edge wouldn't pose any significant danger? Wait a moment, snake-patterned bear. For safety's sake, he filled a pouch with insect repellent. To be even more cautious, he called out to the bear, which had started to scamper ahead, and retrieved the reward learning machine for the digging skill from the system space. Dig, power 80 in the first turn, burrow underground to charge in the second turn. Attack the opponent. This is how it works, right? Bai Muchen squatted down, uncertainly pressing the disc-shaped learning machine against the bear's head. After flickering twice, the machine began to crack, and within moments, it shattered completely, scattering fragments across the ground. Simultaneously, a new skill, dig, appeared on the snake-patterned bear's skill panel. Is that it? Do you feel anything, snake-patterned bear? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, the bear tilted its head, blinking in confusion. After a moment's contemplation, it rubbed its round belly with its little paw and shyly muttered, SSSSS. I think I ate too much this morning. I'm feeling a bit stuffed. Bai Muchen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. That wasn't what he meant. Did you not feel that you learned a new skill? The one that allows you to dig deep holes and burrow underground. As he spoke, he demonstrated a rapid, digging motion with his hands to aid the snake-patterned bear's understanding. Oh, you mean that? With Bai Muchen's gestures, the snake-patterned bear quickly grasped its trainer's intent. Nodding, it took a deep breath, focusing to channel its inner energy. Soon, the bear's forepaws began to shimmer with yellow energy points. Without hesitation, it plunged its paws into the ground, and with a slight tremor, a hole appeared before Bai Muchen. That was quick. Bai Muchen nodded in approval. At that moment, the snake-patterned bear poked its head out of the hole, gazing in wonder at the burrow it had just dug. SSSSS. Wow, this makes it even easier to snatch food from that squirrel. Meanwhile, in the forest, Pachirisu, clutching an orange fruit, suddenly sneezed. The unexpected sneeze startled her, and she quickly extended her tiny paw to rub her delicate pink nose, wearing a perplexed expression. Strange. Is someone talking about me? Pachirisu wondered. However, since she could not discern the reason, she soon dismissed the thought and returned her focus to the enticing orange fruit in her grasp. As she continued to nibble on the fruit, it seemed to lack the delightful flavor of days past, and her mind drifted back to the 8 treasure rice she had enjoyed the night before, leaving her somewhat troubled. How peculiar. Why does it seem less tasty than before? On the eastern outskirts of the forest, numerous lush trees stood tall and proud, while some timid Pokémon hid within the grass, curiously observing the figure walking nearby. Having departed in haste yesterday, Bai Muchen was finally able to take in the beauty of the forest today. He gazed curiously at the small figures concealed around him, murmuring to himself. Though only a day had passed since he last left the forest, returning now felt distinctly different. While the terrifying Ariados had left him with a psychological scar, his encounters with the snake-patterned bear and Pachirisu had taught him that ferocious carnivorous Pokémon were merely the exception, typically residing deep within the forest. Li Yuntao had also mentioned casually during their shopping expedition that most wild Pokémon living near the forest's edge were quite docile, with some even willing to trade with humans for food or items. Given that he had brought insect repellent and was accompanied by the reliable snake-patterned bear, he felt assured that merely wandering around the outskirts would be safe. Wait, where's the snake-patterned bear? Just as Bai Muchen was lost in thought, he suddenly realized that the bear, which had been closely following him, had vanished without a trace. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on a dark hole in the ground behind him. Come on, at least say goodbye before you dive in. Noticing that no Pokémon were nearby, he leaned over to peer into the hole, softly calling for the snake-patterned bear. So focused was he on searching for the bear that he failed to notice the subtle rustling in the grass not far behind him. Suddenly, the grass quivered a few times, and the snake-patterned bear sprang out, looking quizzically at Bai Muchen, who had his head stuck in the hole, his rear end sticking up in the air. Master, is this some form of performance art? Snakey? Upon hearing the call of the Snivy bear, Bai Muchen exhaled in relief, emerging his head from the burrow and turning to look. Next time, without my permission, you must refrain from digging. Bai Muchen feigned a serious expression, preparing to impart a lesson to the Snivy bear. However, upon noticing the two muddy plants beside it, his words were abruptly swallowed. D-grade ingredient sweet mushroom. Immature, a rare plant growing in the wild, rich in nutrients, possessing a unique sweet aroma. It is a delightful delicacy and seasoning. Ingredient effects. 1. Nutrient-rich. When consumed directly by a Pokémon, it can enhance the energy intensity within. 2. When used as a seasoning in cooking, the original enhancement effect dissipates, but it can moderately improve the dish's efficacy. Bai Muchen inhaled sharply. Had the Snivy bear truly maxed out its treasure hunting talent? They had scarcely entered the forest, and yet it had effortlessly uncovered a D-grade ingredient. While Bai Muchen was lost in thought, the Snivy bear stood timidly to the side, lowering its head and emitting a low murmur. Snivy? Did I do something wrong? After a moment, Bai Muchen glanced at the enticing sweet mushroom on the ground, then shifted his gaze to the Snivy bear, momentarily at a loss for words. After a sigh, he gently spoke. No, you did splendidly. The Snivy bear, with its head bowed, suddenly felt a warm hand resting on its crown, gently stroking it. Lifting its gaze, it was met with Bai Muchen's warm smile. Bai Muchen continued softly. If you wish to play, then go ahead, but remember not to stray too far from me. If I call your name, you must return to my side at once. Can you do that? Snivy? The Snivy bear nodded happily, nuzzling the sweet mushroom forward with its small nose before once again disappearing from Bai Muchen's view with a digging move. What a little child indeed. Bai Muchen watched the Snivy bear's vanishing figure, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of affection. In truth, while he appreciated the Snivy bear's knack for fortuitously discovering valuable items, its tendency to unwittingly place itself in potential danger was, in any case, rather concerning. However, Bai Muchen retrieved some insect repellent from his backpack, spraying it around before plopping down, resting his head on his arm, gazing at the burrow with the eyes of a weary father. For a young creature like the Snivy bear, which had recently arrived in this world, now was the time to explore freely and unleash its innate nature. These trivial matters could be taught gradually. After all, children must be granted some freedom to express their nature, should they not? Chapter 10. Snivy Treasure Hunting Radar Bear. A Pokeball, 3 sweet mushrooms, 6 orange berries, and a firestone? Bai Muchen noted the Snivy bear's spoils, his lips twitching. Have you installed a treasure hunting radar on your head? He looked at the eager Snivy bear and hesitantly suggested, Snivy bear, I think we should head back. If you stay a bit longer, I have a feeling that our pursuers will not be limited to just Pachirisu. Snivy, just a little longer. I saw a big fellow with good treasures nearby. Once it sleeps, The Snivy bear shook its head, ready to continue its treasure hunt, when Bai Muchen grasped its tail firmly. Let us depart first. Next time, I promise to bring you out to play. Muchen, are you back in the mountains again? Just as Bai Muchen prepared to leave, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Brother Yuntao? What a coincidence. Bai Muchen turned to see Li Yuntao, his expression one of surprise, and greeted him. Muchen, why have you ventured into the forest again? Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Li Yuntao sighed, realizing that the words from yesterday had fallen on deaf ears. Brother Yuntao, rest assured, I'm merely skirting the edge, I won't go deeper. Bai Muchen chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Brother Yuntao, what brings you to the forest? Alas, the supplier has delayed delivery due to the weather, so I'm planning to gather some fruit from the mountains to tide us over for a few days. Li Yuntao sighed, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the pile of spoils beside Bai Muchen, his pupils dilating in astonishment. He quickly crouched down, picking up a sweet mushroom and examining it closely. Indeed, it is a sweet mushroom, Li Yuntao exclaimed. It is said that sweet mushrooms possess the abilities to prolong life and enhance Pokemon strength. They are in high demand in the market, yet wild specimens are exceedingly rare. I cannot believe you actually found some. Muchen, I require sweet mushrooms as well. Would you consider selling a portion? At his words, Bai Muchen felt a spark of interest. What prices could these items fetch if sold? Li Yuntao pondered the weight of the orange berries and sweet mushrooms, calculating in his mind before responding. According to market rates, orange berries are valued at 80 poke dollars per pound and sweet mushrooms at 400 poke dollars per pound. However, these sweet mushrooms are somewhat underdeveloped. Early harvesting results in some nutrient loss, so they can only be priced at 300 poke dollars per pound. What about the firestone? This firestone is of average quality. Let's value it at 1,000 poke dollars. If you take it to the market, while there may be some discrepancies in price, it shouldn't deviate too far. Though it's not a fortune, at least it will allow for some replenishment, improving the Snivy bear's diet. Bai Muchen contemplated seriously, leaving one sweet mushroom behind and deciding to trade the rest of the items. All right, let me calculate. It totals 1,200 poke dollars. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your first goods transaction, achieving the hidden accomplishment money bag. Reward, 5 lottery tickets, 100 life energy points. Oh, this can also unlock an achievement? Bai Muchen exclaimed in delight, realizing that acquiring life energy wasn't as challenging as he thought. Li Yuntao nodded in satisfaction. This would help bolster the store's inventory for a few more days. Although Bai Muchen had provided Li Yuntao with an unexpected surprise. To increase the stock of the general store, he needed to continue venturing into the forest. Before departing, he contemplated and looked towards Bai Muchen. I still need to go further in. If you truly wish to enter the forest, would you care to join me? With me as an elite trainer. You'll be quite safe. That sounds splendid. Hearing that Li Yuntao was an elite trainer filled Bai Muchen with joy, based on his previous studies at school. He understood that in this world, Pokemon are roughly categorized into 7 tiers based on strength. Novice, levels 0 to 20. Intermediate, levels 21 to 40. Elite, levels 41 to 50. Gym Leader, levels 51 to 60. Champion, levels 61 to 70. And Master, level 81 and above. Among these, elite level strength is an absolute backbone in any region, especially in this small forest, akin to a boss level presence. If luck permits, perhaps he might even encounter the Aritos from yesterday. Bai Muchen was lost in thought when a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ding. New mission released. Eliminate the threat to the farm. Mission details, a gentleman seeks revenge. A day late is too late. For the safety of the farm, please eradicate the Alitos that once pursued the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback. Then a subtle smile graced his lips. Ha ha ha. Since the system has spoken, it seems we must settle the score with Alitos from yesterday. Brother Yuntao, with your prowess, wouldn't it be a breeze for you to become a major tycoon in the big city, winning the affection of a wealthy beauty? Being a mere grocer in a small town seems rather beneath your talents, doesn't it? In the forest, Bai Muchen followed behind Li Yuntao, engaging in light-hearted banter. The big city, huh? Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao's gaze grew somewhat distant. After a few moments, he snapped back to reality and shook his head slightly. The big city isn't as wonderful as you might think. To me, this place provides a greater sense of belonging. By the way, Brother Yuntao, what Pokemon do you have? I would love to see it. Bai Muchen, having walked for quite some time without catching a glimpse of Li Yuntao's Pokemon, grew curious. In response, Li Yuntao shook his head. For the safety of the town, I left my other Pokemon with the mayor. Today, I've only brought one Pokemon with me. He's currently sleeping soundly in my shadow, so I won't disturb him. But rest assured, he will appear at the first sign of danger. A shadow? Could it be Gungue? Upon hearing Li Yuntao's words, Bai Muchen activated his inside eye, peering curiously at Li Yuntao's shadow. Pokemon, Gungue. Gender, male. Type, ghost poison. Nature, bold. Ability, cursed body. Potential, orange. Level, 56. Real combat power, 43. Skills, ambush, dark pulse, shadow ball, hypnosis, dream eater, destiny bond. Affection, 0. Description, a Gungue that has suffered severe burns from flames, leaving it with irremediable scars. Although it harbors powerful energy fluctuations within, it can currently only muster up mid-tier elite strength. Furthermore, due to sunlight aggravating its wounds, if it battles for more than 3 minutes during the day, its injuries will worsen. What in the world? Brother Yuntao, this is no ordinary elite trainer. He is nearly a champion. Bai Muchen rubbed his eyes, staring incredulously at Gungue's stats. Even though he could only exhibit mid-tier elite strength due to his injuries, in this small town, that distinction hardly mattered. He could still easily dispatch a child with a single blow. However, the 3-minute battle time limitation brought to mind a well-known character from his past Life S films. Perhaps Brother Yuntao once had a glorious past. Watching Li Yuntao's silhouette, Bai Muchen recalled the system mission he had just triggered and fell into a momentary silence. Well, since Gung Gui is injured, I won't trouble Brother Yuntao to help me deal with the small monsters. Latios. I think I shall set this mission aside for now. Just as Bai Muchen contemplated abandoning the task, unbeknownst to them, deep within the jungle, a large spider with red and black patterns stealthily approached, its eyes glinting with a cruel light. Kid, I found you. Chapter 11. Are you courting death? Latios' pupils constricted slightly as he fixated on Bai Muchen, who had escaped from his grasp the previous day, the restlessness in his heart becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. As a well-renowned hunter of the forest, to have his lunch kicked in the face, leaving a large shoe print, was an utter disgrace. Initially, he had thought to let the matter slide since he couldn't find the boy. Yet, to his astonishment, fate had favored him. Just one day later, this young man reappeared before him. Although the man beside him appeared to be a trainer, he looked frail and defenseless, seemingly unprepared to release his Pokémon, suggesting he possessed little combat prowess. He was utterly confident that he could eliminate Bai Muchen before the latter even reacted. Ha ha ha, little fellow, savor despair. Latios moved silently, and as Bai Muchen stepped into the attack range, his eyes sharpened. He swiftly concentrated his inner strength and unleashed the deadly spike attack. In an instant, several emerald-colored needles sliced through the air, aiming viciously at the nape of Bai Muchen's neck. Got him! Latios beamed with delight as the needles neared Bai Muchen's neck. But that joy instantly froze on his face. Just a short distance away, a cloud of black mist surged around Bai Muchen's nape. The moment those green needles made contact with the black mist, their speed began to wane, eventually becoming suspended in midair. The black mist churned violently, slowly forming a pitch-black hand. With a gentle wave of that hand, several green needles swiftly reversed direction, plunging deeply into the trunk of a tree beside Latios, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. This is bad. It seems I've encountered a formidable opponent. Oh, it appears we have company. At that moment, Li Yuntao also turned around. He casually glanced at Latios' hiding spot, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gung Gui, please entertain our guest. Haha. In response, the black mist began to shift and morph in the air, materializing into a deep purple Pokémon with blood-red eyes and a wide, grinning mouth. It was none other than Gung Gui, known as the Ghost King. However, unlike other Gung Gui, this one bore a distinct flame-shaped scar on its chest. Before Latios could even attempt to flee, Gung Gui's right hand clenched tightly, and an invisible force instantly bound his body, dragging him forcefully to the front of Bai Muchen and Li Yuntao. This Latios has a rather familiar shoe print on its face. Isn't this the one that chased me yesterday? Bai Muchen gazed at the struggling Latios before him, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Initially considering Gung Gui's condition and pondering whether to let you off the hook, who would have thought you would come out on your own? This truly is courting death. Just as Bai Muchen intended to check Latios' stats, Li Yuntao's voice interjected. Just a level 23 Latios, yet it has quite the audacity. Gung Gui, use Shadow Ball and finish it off. Gung Gui acknowledged, gathering ghostly energy before him. In the next instant, a black-purple orb exuding an ominous aura rapidly took shape in his hands and hurled toward Latios with great force. Boom! The orb collided with Latios, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air, amidst which faint cries of despair from Latios could be heard. Hearing the sounds emanating from the dust cloud, Bai Muchen raised an eyebrow. The voice remains so robust, Brother Yuntao. Why not let Gung Gui deliver a couple more blows? After all, if this fellow manages to escape, we might face retaliation in the future. Is it really necessary? Latios, battered and sprawled on the ground, was incensed by Bai Muchen's words and unleashed a torrent of curses. Outside, Bai Muchen winced at the shrill howls, instinctively covering his ears. Though he could not comprehend the specifics of the insults, he speculated they were rather vulgar. However, it wasn't long before Latios fell silent. Witnessing the enormous spider still cursing despite being struck by Shadow Ball, Gung Gui hastily conjured several more Shadow Balls, hurling them successively into the cloud of dust, which erupted with thunderous booms. As the moans grew increasingly feeble, Bai Muchen diverted his gaze from Latios, suddenly recalling Li Yuntao's earlier comment. By the way, Brother Yuntao, can you see his level? He could perceive the Pokémon's level due to the system, but why could Li Yuntao also see their levels? You're referring to this. I can see the levels thanks to it. In response to Bai Muchen's query, Li Yuntao cheerfully handed over a device resembling a mobile phone, explaining, "This is a battle level assessment device, which we typically refer to as the battle device. It scans the energy density within Pokémon to analyze their names and specific levels. Elite trainers possess it, so think of it as a more advanced Pokédex. Is that true?" Bai Muchen accepted the battle device, his curiosity piqued. Under Li Yuntao's guidance, he pressed the red button beside Gingguei, and within mere seconds, the device's screen displayed a line of numbers accompanied by a mechanical voice. Gingguei, energy fluctuation level 45. Battle power elite mid-tier. Impressive, Bai Muchen exclaimed, marveling at the device's capabilities, which seemed to rival some of his own abilities. He wondered who the brilliant mind behind its invention might be. Gingguei, having concluded the battle, stretched languidly before retreating back into Li Yuntao's shadow. Observing this, Li Yuntao patted Bai Muchen and remarked, "All right, the threat has been neutralized. Let us depart." Bai Muchen lifted his head, noticing the dissipating smoke revealing Eridos's charred body. Clearly lifeless. Ding. System task completed. Task rewards issued. 2 bags of orange fruit seeds, 5 Pokeballs, C-grade item Poison Needle. Poison Needle, a small needle imbued with toxins. When carried, it enhances the power of poison-type moves. The rewards seem a tad meager. Could it be because I didn't participate at all? Oh well, something is better than nothing, I suppose. Muchen, why are you dawdling? Let us go. All right. Bai Muchen called out, hastening to follow, casting one last glance at Eridos. Sigh, I was actually inclined to let you off, but you insisted on provoking trouble. Perhaps in your next life, you might be reborn as a good spider. Chapter 12, Snivy vs. Rockruff. Caterpie, energy fluctuation level 3, battle power novice tier early stage. Bounsweet. Energy fluctuation level 6, battle power novice tier early stage. Acorn. Muchen, is the battle device truly that entertaining? As they traversed the forest path, Li Yuntao observed Bai Muchen, who was still engrossed in fiddling with the device, and smiled gently. Hee, I've never seen one before, and I'm a bit curious. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen realized he had been preoccupied for far too long. He sheepishly scratched his head and returned the device. Were it not for the absence of such an instrument in Grandpa Bai's possession and the lack of exposure to it in school, he wouldn't have been so intrigued. By the way, Brother Yuntao, is this device expensive? I wish to purchase one so I can constantly monitor Snivy's level. It would also serve to obscure my insight during battles with trainers, Bai Muchen silently added to himself. Not at all. The battle device that can ascertain the levels of Pokemon below level 60 typically costs around 10,000 Poke dollars. Quite affordable, really. However, only elite trainers and above possess the purchasing rights. Setting aside the level restrictions, I can't even afford that with all my savings combined. Noticing Bai Muchen's expression that screamed desire, Yuntao continued, in truth, while the battle device is convenient, it is not essential for you at this stage. The data it provides should merely serve as reference. There are numerous factors to consider during battles, such as Pokemon types, skills, abilities, and held items. Listening to Li Yuntao's words, Bai Muchen nodded in agreement. These elements are indeed significant. In the previous life's Pokemon battle games, even a level 1 Caterpie could annihilate a level 100 Mutwo with the right move. While such scenarios are unlikely in the real world, the level values of Pokemon are certainly not the sole determinant of victory. Otherwise, it would simply be a matter of revealing levels during battles, with the higher level automatically winning. Even disregarding attributes, factors such as a Pokemon's performance in battle, willpower, and the trainer's foresight and command abilities can all turn the tide of a match. On another note, Li Yuntao pondered briefly before asking, by the way, Muchen, do you intend to continue managing the farm, or do you have aspirations of becoming a trainer? A trainer? Bai Muchen hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I think I'll put that on hold for now. My current focus is solely on running the farm well and living up to Grandpa's expectations. Other matters can wait. Very well. This lad is truly unyielding. Li Yuntao felt a slight headache coming on, recalling his father's admonition from the day before. He scratched his head, formulating a reason before adding, however, even if you choose not to become a trainer, you should at least possess the means to protect yourself. Whether venturing into the forest or simply delivering goods, a Pokemon needs to have a certain level of strength. Here, take that Rockruff. Since you haven't engaged in battles yet, consider it your opponent. I will provide guidance from the sidelines. Following Li Yuntao's pointing finger, Bai Muchen's gaze landed on the Rockruff nearby, who was nibbling on an apple. Rockruff, sensing their presence, felt perplexed as he noticed the tall human pointing at him with what seemed like ill intent. What are you looking at? Do you intend to snatch my fruit? Bai Muchen, observing the apple-grasping Rockruff, felt a twinge of conflict. Rockruff is merely passing by before Bai Muchen could finish. Li Yuntao interjected, by the way, didn't you want a battle device? Here's the deal. If you win this battle, I'll gift you one. I have a surplus. Gazing at the battle device in Li Yuntao's hand, Bai Muchen couldn't suppress a swallow, then shifted his focus back to the Rockruff glaring at him. Still daring to glare at me? Congratulations, you have unwittingly chosen your demise. It seems I truly must exert myself a little. Go, Snivy. A flash of crimson light surged forth, and Snivy materialized upon the verdant grass. Having overheard the conversation between the two trainers while confined within its pokeball, it now fixed its predatory gaze upon the opposing herdier, swiftly adopting a battle stance. Pokemon, herdier, gender, male, type, dark, nature, jolly, ability, quick feet. Potential, green, level, 12, moves, tackle, howl, sand attack, bite, friendship, 30, description, an enraged herdier. Believing you intend to snatch its berries. Though it boasts a slightly higher level, it poses no significant challenge. Muchen, facing an adversary of uncertain level, contemplated employing moves like sand attack to probe and disrupt its actions. Beside him, Li Yuntao was eager to offer guidance, yet Bai Muchen, wholly engrossed in assessing his opponent, failed to hear his words. After a moment's reflection, Bai Muchen swiftly commanded, Snivy, use growl. Growl, a charming sound that diverts the opponent's attention, causing them to lower their attack. With a subtle blink and a slight twitch of its lips, Snivy emitted a series of gentle sounds that spread into the surroundings, momentarily halting the herdier, who had intended to charge forward and strike. This creature doesn't appear malicious. Perhaps I should temper my approach. Under the influence of Snivy's growl, herdier instinctively lessened the ferocity of its assault, its thoughts beginning to spiral into confusion. Since I've successfully distracted my opponent, I can employ tackle for a roundabout offensive. Quick attack, aim for herdier's flank. What on earth? Quick attack? Li Yuntao's lips twitched in disbelief. Snivy had inherited the quick attack move? According to the League database, fewer than one Snivy in the entire Hoenn region possessed this move. Was it mere luck that this one had it? How extraordinary. Furthermore, how could a newcomer display such adeptness in battle? Boom. Just as Bai Muchen's command echoed, Snivy dashed forward with remarkable speed, colliding squarely with the unsuspecting herdier's abdomen. Bai Muchen was convinced, for any wolf, the midsection is undoubtedly their Achilles heel. A woof. As expected, the vital blow left herdier weakened, its legs buckling beneath it as it emitted a pitiful whine, nearly collapsing. Snivy, tackle. With determination, Snivy continued its assault upon the reeling herdier. In response, the injured herdier, now fueled by anger, lunged forward, baring its sharp teeth and aiming to bite Snivy fiercely. Thus, the two Pokemon became entangled in a fierce struggle once more. Though both attacks landed, the already weary herdier stood no chance. Just as it clamped its jaws around Snivy, it was forced to release its grip due to the subsequent blow. Ultimately, after another decisive tackle from Snivy, herdier fell, rolling its eyes back in defeat, utterly incapacitated. Snivy, return. Observing Snivy's eagerness to continue the fray, Bai Muchen promptly intervened, offering words of encouragement before recalling it into its pokeball. Subsequently, he retrieved a healing spray from his backpack and applied it to the unconscious herdier. After all, it was he who had instigated this confrontation, and he felt a pang of guilt for having knocked it out. Having completed this act of kindness, he turned to Li Yuntao with a smile, discreetly glancing at the battle device in his hand. Brother Yuntao, I believe I've emerged victorious, haven't I? Li Yuntao, still in a daze, blinked as he mulled over the recent skirmish. But this was an uneven match. I hadn't even begun to offer guidance, and yet you concluded it so swiftly? Although Bai Muchen had merely displayed fundamental battle techniques, it was remarkable for a novice who had just received a Pokemon to execute such maneuvers. In the face of an unknown opponent's level, he had first cautiously disrupted its actions, launching a critical hit. Then, during the close combat, he utilized minor moves to maintain pressure while thwarting herdier's attempts to call for assistance with Howl. How can a newcomer, who just received their Pokemon a day ago, be so adept? After much contemplation, Li Yuntao could only attribute this proficiency to Bai Muchen's exceptional talent. He gazed at Bai Muchen's innocent and earnest eyes, shaking his head in resignation. It was indeed a pity that someone with such innate ability did not aspire to become a trainer. As dusk fell, thank you, Brother Yuntao. At the crossroads of the town, Bai Muchen waved goodbye to Li Yuntao's retreating figure. He waited until Li Yuntao's silhouette had entirely vanished from view before contentedly tapping on his battle device and turning towards the direction of the farm. After the encounter with herdier, not only had he acquired a battle device, but Snivy had also leveled up to level 10. Following this, with Snivy's assistance. He gathered an assortment of berries and stumbled upon various items and equipment left behind by other trainers. Li Yuntao welcomed these finds with open arms after selling them. Bai Muchen now possessed 2,500 poke dollars, ready to indulge in some shopping. Hee, what a bountiful day. Chapter 13. Are you here to cause trouble? The next morning, Snivy excitedly wielded a broom, energetically sweeping the farm. Prompted by the Snivy-themed alarm clock, Bai Muchen willingly rose early once more, now standing sleepily in the fields, yawning as he watered the crops with a hose. How can you possess such boundless energy? Bai Muchen murmured, turning on the faucet. Clear water gushed forth from the hose, elegantly arcing through the air before showering down uniformly upon the tender green leaves of the sweet honey fruit plants. Thanks to the miraculous effects of golden fertilizer and eternal flower, the sweet honey fruit seeds had sprouted overnight, with some branches even bearing unripe fruits. The entire farmland brimmed with life, presenting a vibrant and lush tableau. This golden fertilizer works wonders, but alas, supplies are scarce. I must use it sparingly. Bai Muchen gazed at the mere 10 remaining packets of basic golden fertilizer and the orange fruit seeds in his system inventory, shaking his head with a hint of regret. If only I had the recipe, perhaps I could produce it myself. After finishing his watering, he leisurely turned his gaze towards an untouched patch of land nearby. Next, I might as well plant the orange fruit seeds as well. Knock, knock. Just as Bai Muchen retrieved the orange fruit seeds, a lively knocking resonated at the door. So early? Could it be Brother Yuntao? One moment, I'll open the door. Bai Muchen set his curiosity aside, turning to head towards the entrance. However, at that moment, he was startled by a cacophony of noise erupting from the doorway. Oh, Chikorita, no? Chirp. Boom. With a resounding crash, the already dilapidated wooden door of Bai's farm collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air, and several green leaf blades were visibly embedded in the door. Behind the wooden door stood a strikingly beautiful girl, tightly clutching a Chikorita. Alongside a Chikorita that bore a perplexed expression, Bai Muchen's steps faltered as he beheld this scene, his eyes widening in astonishment, mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this a disruption? Should I call the authorities? After a brief moment, Bai Muchen inhaled deeply, massaging his temples as he lamented, Xiaoxian. Have you joined a demolition crew? You've come in and wrecked my door. The girl before him was named Xiaoxian, a year his junior, and his first friend since arriving in the town, akin to a childhood sweetheart. They had grown up together in the town and both attended Orange Blossom City No. 1 high school, maintaining a good relationship. However, after Bai Muchen dropped out, their opportunities to meet diminished significantly due to Xiaoxuan's boarding school commitments. Nevertheless, she would still come to the farm on weekends, attempting to assist Bai Muchen, though her well-meaning efforts often resulted in more trouble than help. Chikorita didn't mean to cause any trouble. She just saw some cobwebs by the door and thought to use her vine whip skill to clean them up, but accidentally used leaf blade instead, and while the girl approached Bai Muchen, a look of guilt plastered across her face. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. I'll make it up to you. Let us not tell my dad about this. He'll start lecturing me again if he finds out. Oh, what kind of compensation are we talking about? Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen's eyes sparkled with interest, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized her. Perhaps out of guilt, her ruby-like eyes flickered, unable to meet his steady gaze. As Bai Muchen's eyes drifted downward, he was captivated by the elegant curvature of her neck, the exposed skin glowing with a soft blush, emanating a warm, alluring sheen. On this delicate skin, there seemed to linger a faint, sweet fragrance. Further down, her bare, delicate feet lightly tapped the ground, seemingly to mask her anxiety and unease. Chingu, what do you intend to do with that look you are giving Chikorita? Noticing Bai Muchen's somewhat improper gaze, Xiaoxian hurriedly embraced Chikorita, stepping back warily. Simultaneously, her mind raced with thoughts. Surely Chingu doesn't want me to compensate him with Chikorita, does he? Ahem, it's nothing. Your Chikorita is simply too adorable. I couldn't help but glance at her a few times. Bai Muchen finally snapped back to reality, hastily averting his gaze and smiling as he inquired, Xiaoxian, is this the Pokemon your school provided? They're handing out starters so casually. How generous. It was common knowledge that while artificially bred Pokemon are not overly expensive, they are akin to vehicles from a past life, certainly not something one could purchase on a whim. Ordinary Pokemon like Caterpie or Rockruff with slightly better qualifications still cost several thousand poke dollars, while the rarer starters would set one back at least 50,000. Equivalent to a year's wages for an average worker, often in high demand. Moreover, Xiaoxuan's family was quite ordinary. Her parents were merely average trainers working at a regular company in Orange Blossom City. Given her family's financial situation, it seemed implausible for them to splurge on a rare starter from the Johto region. Well, not exactly. The school recently distributed Pokemon eggs, and I randomly selected one. I never expected it would hatch into this little one. I initially planned to show it to you during the holidays, but I accidentally broke your door instead. Xiaoxian shook her head, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Gambling on an egg to get a Chikorita? Your luck could win you a lottery. Bai Muchen chuckled, then turned his gaze back to the Chikorita nestled in Xiaoxuan's arms. Pokemon. Chikorita. Gender. Female. Type. Grass. Nature. Shy. Ability. Overgrow. Potential. Blue. Level. 6. Moves. Tackle. Growl. Leaf Blade. Vine Whip. Friendship. 5. Description. A leaf-type Pokemon. It emits a faint sweet fragrance from the leaf atop its head, due to accidentally damaging the door. It is currently quite anxious and feels very guilty towards you. Though Chikorita's ability and potential might be considered average, and it is widely regarded as one of the weaker starters, its beauty is undeniable. With such an adorable companion snuggling close, who needs a bicycle? Bai Muchen found himself increasingly fond of Chikorita, a smile creeping onto his lips. This charming little creature would surely make for a delightful helper, wouldn't he? Chapter 14. Extracting wool from the girl. Hey, Chingu, is that your Pokemon? Xiaoxian perked up at the sounds emanating from the yard, standing on her tiptoes to peer into the distance, quickly spotting the Scrafty, whose sweeping motion was almost sparking flames. Is it sweeping? Xiaoxian inquired uncertainly, watching the Scrafty as it appeared to be engaged in an act of performance art. Yes, indeed. Scrafty noticed I was struggling to tidy up the farm alone and decided to lend a hand. Bai Muchen replied with a smile, waving to summon Scrafty over. Scrafty, allow me to introduce you to my friend Xiaoxian and her Pokemon Chikorita. Let us all get along well. Scrafty dashed over with astonishing speed, glancing at Bai Muchen and then at Xiaoxian, stealing a few extra glances at Chikorita. What an adorable Pokemon! Xiaoxian exclaimed as Scrafty, in the blink of an eye, stood before them. Chingu, your Scrafty is so fast. Is that the Quick Attack skill? No, it's the upgraded version of Quick Attack, known as Agility. Seeing Xiaoxian bring up the topic of Pokemon skills, Bai Muchen felt a spark of interest and took the initiative to speak. By the way, Xiaoxian, you mentioned that your Chikorita mastered Vine Whip and Leaf Blade, but occasionally misuses skills, correct? Ah, yes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian cast a glance at Chikorita, nodding with resignation. Previously, let us wait a moment. Noticing Chikorita growing increasingly anxious, Bai Muchen gently interrupted Xiaoxian, turning his attention to Chikorita and speaking softly. Chikorita, would you like to play with Scrafty? There are plenty of tasty treats and fun things over there. Scrafty, hearing Bai Muchen's words, Chikorita felt a twinge of eagerness but timidly looked towards Xiaoxian for approval. Can I go? Go have fun. I'll call you back later. Xiaoxian affectionately ruffled Chikorita's head, placing her back on the ground, smiling as she watched the two Pokemon scamper away. Once the two Pokemon had ventured off, Xiaoxian shyly turned her gaze back to Bai Muchen. Chun, you indeed possess a remarkable foresight. Jutsu Ye's emotions are rather delicate. Had we discussed her matters in her presence, it might have led her to overthink. Haha, it's no big deal. After all, children can be like that, much like the superior. Bai Muchen humbly shook his head, encouraging you to continue. Does Jutsu Ye frequently misfire her skills? Indeed, it remains a mystery. She seems to have mastered those two skills quite well in training. Yet during battles, she invariably misuses them. When I intend for her to employ Leaf Blade, she resorts to using Vine Whip instead, resulting in her constantly missing the opponent. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen nodded. From what I gather, misusing skills typically arises from two scenarios. Either the skill proficiency is inadequate, or the Pokemon is disinclined to heed the trainer's commands. However, since Jutsu Ye does not fall into either category, he stroked his chin. Recalling the data panel he just observed, and boldly speculated. Could it be that her nerves during battles cause her to subconsciously misfire her skills? I sense that Jutsu Ye is somewhat shy. In crowded settings, she may struggle to perform at her usual capacity due to overwhelming anxiety. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's insight, Xiaoxian fell into contemplation, reminiscing about the previous battles. Reflecting on it, it seems her skills only falter in the bustling school battles or when she issues commands too hastily, and this occurrence has become increasingly frequent. With this thought, Xiaoxian turned to Bai Muchen for assistance. Do you have any swift solutions, Chin? There's a battle test at school next week. Before dropping out, Bai Muchen had always excelled academically, consistently ranking first in his class, even managing to sleep through lessons with the homeroom teacher turning a blind eye. She believed he must possess a way to assist Jutsu Ye. Overcoming inherent personality flaws is not easily achieved. Bai Muchen shook his head, asserting that transforming Zhu Yi's disposition within a week was beyond his capabilities. Yet, noticing Xiaoshuan's disappointed expression, he shifted his tone. However, there are indeed two methods to help you succeed in the test. The simplest approach would be for you to alter the commands you issue. When you wish for Zhu Yi to use Leaf Blade, simply call out Vine Whip. This way, she is likely to miscast her skill and simultaneously confuse her opponent. Yet, Bai Muchen refrained from mentioning that this solution merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. As Zhu Yi acquires more skills, the likelihood of errors in battles may actually increase. That makes sense. Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. What about the other method? The other method, Bai Muchen said with a slight smile, is to encourage Zhu Yi to interact more with spirited Pokémon. Over time, her nervousness should diminish. He added, for emphasis, for instance, my superior is quite lively. Having Zhu Yi come and play here frequently would be a delightful option. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian eyed Bai Muchen with suspicion. Why does it feel like he harbors ulterior motives regarding Zhu Yi? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoxian nodded, deciding to give it a try since you suggested it. Chun, why run so fast? No one is chasing you. After agreeing that Zhu Yi would visit Bai's farm for half a day every Saturday and Sunday, Xiaoxian departed with Zhu Yi. Bai Muchen stood at the doorway, observing Xiaoxian's retreating figure, puzzled by her hurriedness. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had successfully persuaded Zhu Yi to come over. Currently, the farm still had ample space. And if he had to rely solely on himself and superior for the planting of the orange berries, the workload would be overwhelming. Once Zhu Yi arrives, superior could handle the tilling. Zhu Yi could manage the planting, while he would oversee the watering and fertilization. This would not only alleviate his burden significantly, but perhaps he could also take the opportunity to bond with Zhu Yi, which would be quite delightful. Indeed, regarding the resolution of Zhu Yi's personality issues, he wasn't being deceitful. There were indeed solutions available. For instance, the summer breeze tree juice mentioned in Superior's exclusive recipe. Summer breeze, a D-grade dish, celebrated for its rainbow-like colors and rich textures, providing Pokémon a refreshing solace during the sweltering summer. Required ingredients: cherry berries, raspberries, wakan berries, citrus berries, orange berries, pecha berries, moo milk. Culinary effects: when consumed by a superior below level 20, it grants a level increase of 1, limited to 5 times, and additionally provides a boost to fighting spirit and focus, increasing attack by 20 and focus by 100. Lasting for 2 hours. Prolonged consumption accelerates growth and enhances focus. Other Pokémon will experience half the effects and duration of the fighting spirit and focus boosts, with no additional benefits. Although the effects for Zhu Yi would be significantly diminished, the focus buff would still aid her in minimizing external distractions. If she were to win a few more battles, her confidence would surely improve, alleviating her anxiety. Furthermore, given his current financial situation, acquiring a few ingredients would not be a burden, so why not attempt to create it? In that case, with Zhu Yi assisting him in the fields, and he helping her overcome her nervousness, it would be a win-win scenario. After retrieving the exclusive recipe for Superior into his system space, Bai Muchen nodded with satisfaction. He then turned around, casually reaching for the doorknob, only to grasp nothing but air. Oh dear, in my eagerness to consider Zhu Yi, I forgot to ask Xiaoxian to fix the door for me. Chapter 15, the DIY Culinary Contest of the Fairy EV. In Changhua City, at the Happiness Egg Shopping Plaza. As the largest shopping center in Changhua City, it encompasses a Pokémon breeding house, large supermarkets, dining establishments, cinemas, and battle arenas, catering to the diverse needs of the citizens. Currently, it is the weekend, and a multitude of parents are accompanied by their children, enjoying a delightful shopping experience. There are so many people, the queue is exceptionally long. At this moment, Bai Muchen emerged from the shopping mall, holding a bag full of berries, gazing at the crowded plaza with a resigned shrug. If it weren't for the fact that the specific berries needed for my culinary creations were unavailable in the surrounding towns, I wouldn't have ventured all the way to Changhua City. After finally managing to secure the farm's entrance, Bai Muchen headed to Li Yuntao's grocery store to purchase berries. Unfortunately, several of the berries he required were marked as out of stock, compelling him to travel to Changhua City. However, since he was already there, he might as well take the opportunity to explore. The journey from Bai Town to Changhua City is not short. A round trip takes nearly 2 hours just on the bus, so it would be a shame to return without exploring a bit. After storing the berries in a locker at the entrance, Bai Muchen began to wander aimlessly. Since his grandfather fell ill, and he dropped out of Changhua City No. 1 high school, it had been several months since he last visited. Comparing it to before, the changes in the shopping plaza were quite significant. Numerous newly opened establishments, such as food courts, arcades, and breeding houses, boasted long queues, and the foot traffic was incessant. On either side of the shopping plaza, numerous vendors vociferously hawked a diverse array of merchandise, ranging from Pokémon battle items to an assortment of snacks and beverages, creating an atmosphere teeming with vibrancy. As Bai Muchen strolled along, he gazed with keen interest at the surrounding sights. It was only 5 p.m. What else could he possibly engage in? Hey there, how about a visit to the Sylvian Cafe? Just as Bai Muchen pondered his next move, a slender girl on roller skates zipped past him, and before he could react, a beautifully adorned flyer was thrust into his hands. He barely lifted his gaze when he noticed that, in the span of mere seconds, several passers-by had also received similar flyers, while the girl who distributed them had already darted away. Even if he wished to return the flyer now, it was evidently too late. He couldn't help but silently scoff. What a crude method of distributing flyers. It's rather brazen, I see it. Surely, they won't face any legal repercussions? Ding. A specific scenario has been detected. A time-limited mission has been issued. Please choose whether to participate in the Sylvian Cafe's DIY culinary competition. Different rewards will be granted based on your final ranking. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Muchen halted his initial intention to discard the flyer. His gaze fell upon the printed material, and he casually flipped it over. Well, since the system has issued a task, I might as well take a look. It could prove entertaining. The flyer proclaimed the grand opening of the Sylvian Cafe, expressing gratitude to the local residents by hosting a DIY culinary competition for young people aged 16 to 25. Participants would not only have the opportunity to unleash their creativity in the culinary realm and revel in the joys of cooking, but also stand a chance to win generous prizes. The Sylvian Cafe eagerly awaited your arrival. On the reverse side of the flyer, there was an adorable animated sticker depicting a Sylvian playfully forming a heart shape with its paws and a ribbon. What a charming little creature. If one could interact with a Sylvian, the cafe's business would surely thrive. Bai Muchen found himself gazing at the Sylvian for a while longer. However, compared to petting a cat, or rather, a Sylvian, what intrigued him more was the competition's enticing prizes. First prize, a 1-year free dining voucher at the Sylvian Cafe. A shopping card worth $38,888 Poke dollars at the Happy Egg Shopping Plaza, and a guessing opportunity at the headquarters of the EV Breeding House in Lily City. Second prize, a shopping card worth $18,888 Poke dollars at the Happy Egg Shopping Plaza, and a guessing opportunity at the headquarters of the EV Breeding House. Third prize, a shopping card worth $666 Poke dollars at the Happy Egg Shopping Plaza. Participation prize, a bag of Sylvian-themed cookies, for merely 100 Poke dollars. Not only could one create and enjoy delicious dishes for free, but there were also prizes to be won. Bai Muchen scrutinized the competition details on the flyer, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although the cafe did not offer particularly rare ingredients, coincidentally, the materials required for his summer breeze dish were all included. Even if he did not secure a top position, being able to create a dish worth 300 to 400 Poke dollars for only 100 seemed like a surefire profit. He had to admit, this culinary event piqued his interest. Why not go take a look? At the entrance of the Sylvian Cafe, Bai Muchen filled out his personal information and submitted the 100 Poke dollars entry fee, receiving a participant badge before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The cafe was quite expansive, spanning 5 floors in total. From top to bottom, the rooftop featured a leisure battle area. The 5th floor housed the EV Paradise. The 3rd and 4th floors comprised the Pokémon restaurant. The 1st and 2nd floors were designated as the visitors' dining area. And the small window at the entrance sold various energy cubes and desserts. The entertainment competition was set to take place on the 3rd and 4th floors. Despite each floor being capable of accommodating 500 to 600 guests, combined with the significant influx of visitors drawn by the competition, the 1st floor restaurant appeared to be bursting at the seams with patrons. Many guests had even resorted to claiming random chairs in the corners, indulging in the delectable offerings before them. Among them was an elderly man, his hair almost entirely white, stubbornly gnawing on a pig's trotter with only a few remaining teeth. Nearby, a long-haired dog watched its owner with eager eyes, nearly ready to speak out in anticipation. The warm waves of heat in the restaurant, the cacophony of the crowd, and the enticing aromas of caramelized milk tea and cakes, alongside the sweet, rich scent of braised pork, imbued the cafe with a profound sense of earthly delights. Such a bustling business. Perhaps after the competition concludes, I shall treat myself to some culinary delights. Bai Muchen withdrew his gaze, focusing on the red arrows painted on the wall directing him towards the competition area. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, a muffled voice called out from the side. Mouth full. Chun, gee, what brings you here? Xiaoxian, what are you doing here? Bai Muchen queried, turning to see Xiao Xian, her mouth stuffed with chicken leg, looking utterly unrefined. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's question, Xiao Xian rolled her eyes, hastily swallowing her food before deftly pulling out a napkin to dab at her mouth. Shinji, why do you ask? Of course, I came to the restaurant to eat. Am I supposed to admire handsome fellows instead? Did you consume all of this by yourself? Bai Muchen's eyes widened as he surveyed the empty plates strewn across the table, then glanced at the petite Xiao Xian, unable to suppress a smirk. He mused internally, how on earth does this little girl manage to fit so much food? I'm still growing. What's wrong with eating a bit more? Xiao Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice carrying a hint of indignation. But honestly, this restaurant's dishes are exceptionally delightful. The rainbow tofu, flowing cloud pudding, magical chocolate balls. There's just too much deliciousness. If I weren't so stuffed, I would want to eat even more. She rubbed her slightly bulging stomach, murmuring wistfully. Bai Muchen shrugged nonchalantly. All right then, take your time. I'm off to the competition upstairs. Shinji, are you participating in that entertainment competition? Let's go together. Xiao Xian's interest peaked at the mention of the DIY culinary event, sensing it would be quite entertaining to watch. Upon reaching the third floor, Bai Muchen found the event venue already bustling with activity. Numerous participants were animatedly discussing amongst themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Given the age restrictions for this competition, most attendees appeared to be young individuals around Bai Muchen's age, lacking the presence of professional chefs. It was likely that many competitors were students simply looking to seize the opportunity for a fun experience. Noticing there was still some time before the event commenced, Bai Muchen decided to pass the time by strolling to the side and examining the detailed competition rules posted on the wall. In summary, the Sylvian Café's DIY culinary competition was divided into two segments: the Sylvian Flavor Creative Workshop and the Taste Bud Feast Hall. In the enchanting realm of the Fairy Cuisine Workshop, contestants are required to craft at least one Pokémon dish using the ingredients provided by the culinary establishment within a stipulated time frame. Subsequently, their creations are presented for evaluation and scoring by three esteemed Pokémon: Snorlax, Sylveon, and Pachirisu. The gourmet gala mandates participants to randomly select three innovative dishes introduced by the culinary house for tasting and critique, while also guessing the ingredients utilized in their preparation. Ultimately, the total scores from both competitions will be aggregated, and the contestant with the highest score shall be crowned the victor, receiving accolades from the proprietor of the culinary house and a distinguished guest. The proprietor of the culinary establishment appears to be quite shrewd in their business dealings. Bai Muchen, upon reading the fine print stating that the final interpretation rights of the event belong to the establishment, couldn't help but chuckle. The bustling crowd is a given, but the first segment effectively allows contestants to provide the culinary house with free creative recipes. After all, the ingredients are supplied by the establishment, and with the entire process being recorded, replicating those dishes would pose no challenge for them. As for the second segment, it essentially serves as an advertisement for the culinary house, requiring no monetary expenditure whatsoever, even accounting for the final rewards and the expenses incurred by hosting the event. The Sylvian Gourmet House stands to benefit tremendously from this endeavor. However, the content of the competition seems to be quite advantageous for me. Could this be the fabled aura of a protagonist? As Bai Muchen indulged in his musings, a girl clad in Sylvian cosplay gracefully stepped into the center of the arena, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Greetings to all the esteemed guests and viewers at home. Welcome to the inaugural Sylvian Gourmet DIY Entertainment Competition in Changhua City, exclusively sponsored by the Sylvian Gourmet House. I am your host, Yao Yao. In this sweltering summer, let us skip over 1,000 words of pleasantries. Now, I officially declare the Sylvian Gourmet DIY Entertainment Competition to be underway. Contestants, please take your places. Finally, the event had commenced. Bai Muchen let out a sigh of relief. He feared he might doze off if he continued to listen. After selecting his ingredients from the host, he approached his workstation. He quickly assessed the time before diving into his culinary endeavor without hesitation. First, he picked several cherry fruits, skillfully chopping them into small pieces, then diligently mashing them with a pestle. Soon, the crimson juice began to flow, exuding a delicate fragrance. Next, Bai Muchen processed the remaining fruits, pouring 7 different juices into 7 glass cups, which he arranged in order. Under the illumination, the 7 colored juices twinkled like radiant gemstones. Next, he retrieved a bottle of moo milk, gently unscrewing the cap, releasing an enticing dairy aroma. He poured the moo milk into a pot, added baking soda, and then proceeded to heat it slowly over low flame. As the temperature rose, the milk began to emanate a delightful fragrance, its pure white hue deepening in richness. While waiting for the moo milk to heat, Bai Muchen prepared to create a fragrant 8-treasure rice dish. As Bai Muchen fervently crafted his culinary creations, the host Yao Yao was equally engaged, roaming the venue alongside Sylvian. Dear viewers, we appreciate your enthusiastic support. The competition has now been underway for 20 minutes. Let us take a moment to witness the remarkable performances of our contestants. As she spoke, Yao Yao approached the pensive first contestant, continuing. Let us observe the splendid display of Mr. Laryngia from the Paldea region, who has chosen bread slices, small chili peppers, mustard sauce, and devil's pepper, along with bitter melon sauce. What an intriguing combination. Suddenly, her brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth is this spicy and bitter concoction? Host, this is a specially crafted sandwich from our Paldea region, Laryngia quickly explained. Fairy-type Pokémon, upon consuming it, not only experience accelerated growth, but also enhanced charm. I've substituted devil's pepper and bitter melon sauce for the original secret ingredient, so the effect should be similar, right? As he spoke, a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice. Sylvian eyed the colorful mishmash with trepidation, nervously swallowing. Will this truly not cause food poisoning? Haha, I wish you success. Yao Yao managed a strained yet polite smile before hastily moving to the second contestant's table. The second contestant, hailing from Pallet Town, was in the midst of an alarming act. What are you doing? Why are you boiling a half-used kitchen knife in the pot? Oh, this? The second contestant, too fading, casually snapped the remaining half of the knife in two and tossed it into the frying pan. After completing this peculiar task, he wiped the sweat from his brow and began to explain, this is my invention, a steel-type culinary creation, deep-fried iron balls. As long as, hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Before Too Fading could continue, Yao Yao rolled her eyes and found an excuse to escape. Deep-fried iron balls. Don't even mention Sylvian. Are you sure Snorlax could even bite into that? And who can break a kitchen knife by hand? Is that something a sane person would do? She hoped the subsequent contestants would present something more conventional. She had seen quite enough bizarre dishes. However, her hope proved to be in vain. The fourth contestant presented a dish resembling a white skull, oozing a viscous purple slime that bubbled ominously, an abominable dish. The seventh contestant showcased red eyeballs swimming in a green broth, accompanied by a plethora of tentacle-like objects, a Cthulhu seafood stew. The 11th contestant stirred a dark broth containing a massive red heart, pulsating rhythmically, with pipes spraying a gray mist, konjac heart stew. Yao Yao, observing Sylvian having long since fled in terror, leaned helplessly against the wall, on the verge of collapse. Is there not a single sensible individual in this venue? Meanwhile, Bai Muchen adeptly ladled his completed 8-treasure rice into a bowl, carefully covering it before checking the pot of moo milk, which had cooled slightly and thickened. Satisfied, he nodded. It was time for the final step. Now, Sylvian, he declared, reaching for several glass cups, he meticulously began to blend the 7 fruit juices in the predetermined order. Soon, the hues intertwined beautifully in the cup, cascading from red to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, forming a vibrant rainbow. Next, Bai Muchen extended his left hand, gently stirring the now semi-solid moo milk in the pot, creating a whirlpool effect. Meanwhile, his right hand skillfully controlled the flow, coaxing the milk into fine threads that cascaded evenly into the fruit juices below. The milk, as it descended into the fruit juices, gradually solidified into striped patterns, reminiscent of gentle breezes weaving through the air, evoking a refreshing sensation. At last, Bai Muchen added a few ice cubes to the juice, thus completing his meticulously crafted summer breeze fruit juice. The flavor was quite delightful. Bai Muchen gently sipped his proud creation, a faint smile gracing his lips, and satisfaction illuminated his face. He had anticipated that utilizing the C-grade fruit provided by the Fairy EVS Culinary House would elevate the dish's quality. Congratulations to the host for creating and consuming C-grade cuisine for the first time, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Culinary Explorer. Achievement rewards, 100 points of life energy, 10 lottery tickets, and 3 B-grade moo moo milk. Summer Breeze, C-grade cuisine, with its rainbow-like colors and rich layers of flavor, serves as a refreshing solace for Pokémon during the sweltering summer. Culinary effect, when consumed by a Snivy under level 25. It increases their level by 2, up to 5 times, and additionally grants a will and focus buff, increasing attack power by 20 and concentration by 100. Lasting for 4 hours. Long-term consumption accelerates Snivy's growth and enhances focus. For other Pokémon, the duration of the will and focus buff is halved, and long-term consumption increases concentration without any additional effects. Pachirisu? What is that delightful aroma? Pachirisu, who had been squinting from the judge's seat and idly nibbling on a pine cone, suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing scent. Her petite nose twitched with curiosity, and she opened her eyes. Before her was Bai Muchen's warm smile. Bai Muchen, with a gentle motion, presented 3 portions of his carefully crafted 8 treasure rice and fruit juice in front of Pachirisu, Fairy EV, and Snorlax. Now, please enjoy your tasting, dear judges. No sooner had he finished speaking than Pachirisu eagerly began to indulge. As soon as the 8 treasure rice touched her tongue, the crispy pine nuts, the sweet and sour fruits, and the rich, sticky rice, combined with various soft and crunchy textures, instantly captivated Pachirisu, rendering her unable to extricate herself from the experience. This dish is so delicious. I want more. 100 points. In stark contrast to Pachirisu's enthusiastic response, Snorlax approached with a more laid-back demeanor. He casually glanced at the 8 treasure rice and fruit juice on the table, then unceremoniously stuffed all the food into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing it whole. He then gently rubbed his belly and tilted his head toward Bai Muchen. The flavor is decent, but it's not quite enough. Is there more? 85 points. With that, both judges had completed their scoring, leaving only the Fairy EV in the center yet to provide her evaluation. However, upon seeing the colorful fruit juice before her, she hesitated, gently tapping it with her ribbon, feeling somewhat apprehensive about trying it. But will this make me sick? After all, having just traversed the competition with Yao Yao, she had indeed been left with a psychological shadow from the bizarre dishes prepared by the contestants. While some competitors had presented relatively normal-looking food, others had merely relied on visual appeal, like that previous braised carp that had backfired spectacularly on itself. Little EV, rest assured and give it a try. Just look at Snorlax and Pachirisu, it's quite tasty. Bai Muchen, sensing the Fairy EV's hesitation, pointed to the 2 Pokémon devouring their portions and reassured her. After several assurances from Bai Muchen, the Fairy EV tentatively took a bite of the 8 treasure rice. It is indeed quite good. And there are no signs of food poisoning. With that, she relaxed and leaned in, delicately sipping from the straw to sample the summer breeze juice that piqued her interest more. It's just a blend of some fruits I'm tired of. Aside from its appealing appearance, what else could be remarkable? She had tried countless dishes from this culinary house and certainly wouldn't be as naive as the 2 beside her, who were nearly swallowing their plates whole. The Fairy EV casually took a couple of sips, but in the next moment, the wondrous texture and unique flavor shattered her preconceived notions about the fruit juice. With the moo moo milk perfectly balancing the flavors, the 7 types of fruits exploded on her palate like fireworks. First, the crispness of the cherry fruit, followed by the sweet and spicy notes of the cranberry, then the fragrant sweetness of the pomelo, and finally, the refreshing hint brought by the zero fruit. Upon swallowing, the Fairy EV instinctively inhaled deeply. In an instant, a cool breeze seemed to unfurl from within her, as if countless gentle gusts were tenderly enveloping her, caressing her softly. The sensation was utterly delightful. Regrettably, this feeling was ephemeral, prompting the Fairy EV to furrow her brow slightly, wishing to savor it longer. But is there more? With the straw in her mouth, she looked at Bai Muchen with hopeful eyes, softly calling out. Unfortunately for her, Bai Muchen responded with a gentle shake of his head. I'm sorry, I saved some for Snivy. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's refusal, the Fairy EV felt a twinge of disappointment and reluctantly withdrew the straw. You must have more. If you want to share, then so be it. The more she thought about it, the more irked she became. 1 point off, 99 points. After the Fairy EV finalized her score, the scoring machine whirred into action, swiftly calculating Bai Muchen's total score to be 284 points, the highest in the competition. 284 points? That's rather mediocre. Bai Muchen shrugged indifferently, continuing to tidy his belongings. However, in stark contrast to his nonchalance, the remaining contestants were left astounded, halting their tasks with wide eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. The highest score previously awarded had been merely 222 points. 284 points? Surely, that established him as the clear frontrunner. What was the point of their efforts now? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Contestant number 2, Tu Fei, was particularly agitated, slamming his hands down on the table with a loud bang, splitting it in 2, and protesting vehemently. My fried iron balls only received 5 points. How can this contestant 22 achieve such a high score? There must be foul play. Upon hearing this, the other contestants, who had been contemplating supporting him, collectively rolled their eyes in disbelief. Seriously? You dare to complain? Your iron balls were tough as nails. Even Snorlax couldn't bite into them, and he kicked them away in frustration. Getting any score at all for that dish is already generous, and you're here whining about foul play? How embarrassing. Contestant number 2, Please exit in an orderly fashion and compensate for the damage to the table at full price. Before Tu Fei could protest further, two staff members in black suits promptly lifted him away. Witnessing this scene, those contestants who had initially harbored thoughts of dissent quickly lost their resolve to protest, returning to their cooking with renewed focus. All right. Even if we can't secure first place, second will suffice, especially with Tu Fei at the bottom. Contestants who have completed their scoring, please proceed to the fourth floor for the second segment of the activity. Contestant number 22, please come this way. Yao Yao glanced at Bai Muchen, her signature smile gracing her face, as she gestured invitingly toward the staircase. Very well. Bai Muchen nodded and ascended the stairs. My turn is almost over, he thought. Just moments after Bai Muchen departed, a girl wearing a mask approached the judging table with light, graceful steps, casually offering a few cookies. Half a minute later, the scoring machine began its operation, and soon, her final score was revealed, 284 points. The crowd erupted into another round of astonished murmurs. Chapter 18, The Young Master from the Devon Company. Grandfather, couldn't you just send anyone to this event? Why must it be me? Outside the entrance of the Elfin EV Culinary House, a handsome young man with striking azure hair, clad in a black suit, was on the phone, his tone betraying a hint of reluctance. I have so much to do. Cut the excuses. What else do you do all day besides digging up that pile of worthless stones? Came the irritable retort from the other end of the line. You and your father keep bringing home all sorts of odd rocks. Are you planning to gather enough to summon a legendary Pokémon? Grandfather, I genuinely have important matters to attend to, particularly in Chengdu. Daegu hastily attempted to explain, but he was mercilessly interrupted before he could finish. I don't care. You either participate in this culinary house's grand opening event, or I'll toss out that pile of stones at home. Choose one. With that, the call ended abruptly. Sighing, Daegu resigned himself to the situation. It shouldn't take too long to attend an event, right? He set down the phone, exhaling a weary breath. He was on the brink of becoming the champion of the Hoenn region, and if it weren't for his father's erratic behavior, his grandfather wouldn't be so concerned, solely wishing for him to take over the family business at Devon Corporation. Fine, let us get this over with. Daegu shook his head slightly, adjusted his suit, and stepped into the culinary house. On the fourth floor of the culinary house, when Bai Muchen arrived at the venue for the second round of competition, numerous contestants and spectators were already savoring the creative dishes provided by the culinary house. To his surprise, he spotted Xiaoxian, who had mysteriously vanished from the third floor. Among the crowd, Bai Muchen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xiaoxian with cream smeared on the corner of her mouth. This little foodie had confidently declared her intention to cheer him on, yet here she was, already indulging in food on the fourth floor. Just as Bai Muchen was about to greet Xiaoxian, a staff member approached him, politely blocking his path and kindly advising, Mr. Bai Muchen, this area is designated for audience tasting. Contestants cannot enter before the event concludes. The contestant area is to your left. Allow me to guide you there. All right, Bai Muchen replied, following the staff member toward the contestant area. As they walked, the staff member gestured toward the competition zone, elaborating on the rules, Mr. Bai. This is the second segment of our event, the Feast of Flavors Hall. I am in charge of this section. You may call me Xiaoli. The rules are quite simple. You are free to taste the dishes. In this competition venue, we have 300 unique dishes provided by the culinary house, hailing from 9 major regions including Hoenn, Chengdu, and Kalos. Within the hour of the event, you may select 3 unopened dishes to taste, after which you will simply note the main ingredients of each dish and provide your evaluation. We will score based on your responses. Do you have any other questions? Listening to Xiao Li's introduction, Bai Muchen casually shook his head and shifted his gaze toward the competition area. It was evident that the Elfin EV Culinary House had invested heavily in this event. Compared to the spectator area, the offerings in the competition zone were far more abundant in both quantity and variety. 3 long banquet tables were neatly arranged in a row, adorned with hundreds of glass displays brimming with an array of dazzling delicacies. Dishes such as the Angerbun from the Jiado region, the Forest Yokon from the Sinnoh region, and the Mailager pie from the Kalos region were all present, even including traditional recipes from the Paldea region. However, wouldn't it be rather straightforward to guess the ingredients of these distinctly regional dishes? As he pondered this, a sudden commotion broke out nearby. That's impossible. I'm from the Jiado region, and the ingredient list for the Angerbun clearly states wheat, flamegrass, and devil-esque pepper leaves. A man exclaimed, visibly agitated as he argued over his score of merely 80 points for 3 dishes. Bai Muchen, overhearing the exchange, discreetly activated his inside eye and glanced at the bun before the man, shaking his head slightly. The Elfin EV Culinary House had ingeniously substituted potatoes and moo milk for wheat, and used hot pepper's fangs to replace the devil's pepper leaves. It seemed that while these local specialties bore a resemblance in appearance, their true nature was vastly different. Bai Muchen's gaze continued to wander across the banquet tables, laden with an array of culinary delights, until it abruptly halted on a particular dish, his brow arching slightly. Wait, may I inquire if the dishes I select can be packed and taken home after the event concludes? Certainly. That is one of the perks for participating contestants. Xiaoli replied with a smile, turning back to him. Understood. You may carry on with your duties. I'll browse on my own. With Xiaoli's affirmative response, Bai Muchen wasted no time and directly retrieved a dish labeled braised pig's head from the glass display before him. The platter showcased the distinct marbling of the pork, its firm texture retaining a certain elasticity despite being stewed. The red skin glistened with a subtle sheen, immediately enticing one's appetite. Bai Muchen delicately lifted a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, first feeling the slight springiness of the pork against his teeth, followed by the rich, savory flavor of the braise unfurling on his palate. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary white radish tasted just like genuine pork, and it even boasted special properties. The owner of this culinary house indeed possessed remarkable skill. Bai Muchen set down his chopsticks, his eyes filled with admiration for the braised pig's head before him. Braised pig's head, modified version, C-rank dish. The skin is tender yet not greasy, each fiber infused with rich sauce, perfectly seasoned, and leaving a lingering aftertaste. Ingredients: white radish, old tofu, fresh cream from frosted milk fairy, caramel form, potatoes, dark soy sauce. Culinary effect: restores full stamina to Pokemon below level 130 in a very short time. Increases the intimacy between Pokemon and trainers by 10 points, maximum limit of 80 points. Although the culinary effect of this braised pig's head was relatively modest, the fact that it could benefit Pokemon was already commendable. It was noteworthy that as he scanned the entire venue, the vast majority of the dishes were of D-rank quality, with only a scant few reaching C-rank, and even fewer effective for Pokemon. Quickly jotting down the ingredients and a brief review of the braised pig's head on paper, Bai Muchen continued to meander through the venue, soon discovering 2 more dishes that would be advantageous for his Snivy. The delicacies in question are the enlightened fried rice, which can slightly enhance the effects of Pokemon attributes, and the chocolate steak, which can elevate the power of ordinary attribute skills by 10 points. Bai Muchen gazed contentedly at the 3 exquisite dishes before him, nodding in approval. Waiter, please pack these. Chapter 19. What on earth? Li, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. After packing up the remaining dishes for Bai Muchen, he reached for the slip of paper detailing the ingredients and brief comments on the 3 culinary creations. However, a mere glance at the paper left him astounded, causing his hands to tremble and his mouth to drop open in disbelief. Had it not been for Bai Muchen's swift reflexes, the carefully packed food in Li's hands would have tumbled to the floor. Be careful, Bai Muchen remarked, relieved to see the packed box steady in Li's grasp. Yet, Li offered no response. His gaze remained fixed on the text, utterly absorbed in shock, oblivious to his recent blunder. Internally, he wrestled with his thoughts. Could this contestant possibly be cheating? To perfectly list the ingredients of 3 dishes from different regions was simply too remarkable. It was crucial to note that these 300 dishes had been meticulously crafted over an entire year by the culinary establishments across the 9 major regions, known collectively as the Sylvian Culinary House. Most of these recipes were yet to be made available for sale. Not even the chefs from the Hoenn region's Sylvian Culinary House, with their profound expertise, could flawlessly replicate the ingredients of dishes developed by other regions. This lad, could he truly have not cheated? Is something amiss? No. Well, yes. Li, with a skeptical expression, cast a glance at Bai Muchen, hesitating before voicing his doubts. Mr. Bai, may I ask if you have previously tasted these dishes? Or have you had any interactions with our chefs? No, this is my first time trying them. Bai Muchen replied, shaking his head and dismissing Li's suspicions. The way he phrased the question felt as though he were insinuating that Bai Muchen had cheated. Very well. In that case, please await the conclusion of all contestants' performances, after which the final results will be announced. During this period, you are free to move about, as long as you do not interfere with the other contestants. Although Li spoke these words politely, his lingering doubts about Bai Muchen were far from dispelled. After offering a few courteous reminders, he hastily departed. Bai Muchen stood still, observing Li's furrowed brow as he walked away, clearly still deep in thought, and shrugged helplessly. As if I've even revealed the effects and complete ingredients of the 3 dishes yet. Meanwhile, in the competition area, a young girl was relishing a rare moment of culinary delight. With her playful short ponytail and bright, lively eyes, she was intently focused on the cream-filled donut before her. her gaze brimming with affection. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with dark sports pants, her unpretentious attire perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, exuding the unique vibrance and energy of youth. The girl was named Lin Yao. Had Bai Muchen still been present, he might have recognized her as the very salesperson who had earlier handed him flyers for the culinary house. However, Lin Yao possessed another identity. She was the mastermind behind the global chain of Sylvian culinary houses, celebrated as a prodigy in the culinary world. Nearly 13 new dishes featured in this event were the fruits of her creativity. As for distributing flyers and participating in her own event, those were mere distractions to alleviate her boredom. She was confident that her talent would secure her the top position regardless. With a delicate fork, Lin Yao gingerly took a bite of the donut. The richness of the cream intertwined with the soft donut, and the exquisite flavor made her eyes sparkle. Forgetting to wipe the white cream smudged at the corner of her mouth, she prepared to savor another bite when an abrupt ring from her phone interrupted her, causing her to pause. "Hello, Li? Why are you calling me at this hour?" Lin Yao answered, her tone tinged with annoyance, as anyone would be displeased to have their delightful culinary experience disrupted. "What? Someone has perfectly replicated my recipe ingredients and scored 300 points? All right, I understand." After hearing Li's report, Lin Yao furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She glanced at her own score of 295 points from this round and, deep in thought, hung up the phone. At that moment, her right hand instinctively clutched her fork, twirling it idly in the air as she pondered, murmuring softly to herself. "Is it that Bai Muchen again? Not only does he share my score in the first round, but he even surpassed me in the second round. Quite intriguing." 10 minutes later, having completed his competition tasks, Bai Muchen found himself in the tasting area, eagerly devouring a variety of dishes alongside Xiaoxian. Just moments ago, he had descended to observe the pricing of the culinary house's offerings, and to his astonishment, none were priced below 3 digits. Since he had some leisure time, he figured he might as well indulge and save on dinner. Xiaoxian, watching Bai Muchen's voracious appetite, was left speechless and couldn't help but jest. "Brother Chun, are you planning to evolve into a human form Snorlax with how much you're eating? As the saying goes, eating is earning. Have you had enough? Or shall we get you some more?" As he spoke, he took a few steps toward a donut he had been eyeing, but in his eagerness, he inadvertently stepped on a slick spot of oil. In that instant, Bai Muchen lost his balance and was about to fall when a hand gracefully reached out, catching him in a gentlemanly embrace. "Sir, are you all right?" A gentle voice inquired, warming his heart. "Thank you. I apologize for not being more careful," Bai Muchen replied, hastily expressing his gratitude. However, when he looked up to see his rescuer, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him stood a man with silver-blue hair, wearing a mask and gazing at him with kindness, while his other hand held a cup of rich coffee. "Wait a moment, that hair. Do be cautious. The crowd is quite dense. Mind your step." The man smiled gently, helping Bai Muchen to his feet before gesturing for him to proceed, preparing to depart. "Are you Dawu?" Bai Muchen inquired, recognizing the distinctive silver-blue hair, the elegant black suit reminiscent of a gentleman, and the company pin of Devante on his chest. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Dawu, the son of the president of Devante's civic branch. "Am I really that well known? I had thought my mask would keep me incognito," Dawu replied, momentarily taken aback by Bai Muchen's recognition, then chuckled wryly, his reaction indirectly confirming his identity. To his astonishment, it truly was Stephen. Finally witnessing him in the flesh, Bai Muchen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Stephen's own admission. His unique colored Metagross had been the cherished dream of countless players in his previous life. However, within the current timeline, Stephen was merely a pinnacle gym leader, and the general public's primary awareness of him was as the young heir of the Devon Corporation. Coupled with his preference for staying out of the limelight and his fondness for mining in caves, his reputation remained relatively obscure. This obscurity was merely a reflection of his youth. It would not be long before Stephen emerged as a formidable figure in the Hoenn region. Champion of Hoenn, the foremost Mega Evolution trainer, a solitary combatant against the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, and an 8-time master at the World Championships. His titles were innumerable. In the realm of Pokémon, a saying circulated, "No one surpasses Stephen in wealth, and no one richer than him can rival his charm. Those more handsome than him have yet to be born." Encountering this immensely popular figure, destined for extraordinary achievements as a future champion, how could one resist asking for an autograph or perhaps even a battle? Bai Muchen recalled that, according to the anime narrative, Stephen should currently possess a low-level errand. Furthermore, it was certain that his future farm would sell various products after the battle. Obtaining a signature and replicating thousands of copies once Stephen gained fame would undoubtedly attract a considerable clientele. With this thought in mind, Bai Muchen gazed eagerly at Stephen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Mr. Stephen, I have long heard of your esteemed name. May I request a guidance match with you? Chapter 20, 1 against 2. Stephen's guidance battle. After witnessing Bai Muchen's fervor, Stephen hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement after a moment's contemplation. Very well, we have time. Let us head to the rooftop. There should be a suitable battle arena there. With that, Stephen strode towards the rooftop, Bai Muchen hastily following behind, his excitement palpable. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiaoxian reluctantly ceased her covert operation of capturing handsome moments. Wait, Stephen? The one who is poised to become the youngest champion? The name she had just overheard flashed through her mind, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait for me, I want to join too. On the rooftop of the food court. Upon learning that Xiaoxian also wished to participate in the battle, Stephen did not refuse. After all, it was merely a guidance match, and having more participants posed no significant issue. After briefly assessing the strengths of their respective Pokémon, he suggested that they battle together. Since you are both novice trainers, I shall use this Pokémon. I kindly ask for your guidance. Stephen wore a gentle and polite smile, gracefully bowing in a standard gesture of respect, exuding gentlemanly charm in every movement. He then slowly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, raising his arm to toss it steadily into the air. Aaron, a Pokémon, adorned with a white helmet and a notably large head, materialized in the center of the arena. Indeed, it was Aaron. Bai Muchen recognized the Pokémon immediately. Pokémon, Aaron, gender, male, type, steel rock, nature, sturdy, ability, sturdy, potential, purple, level, 10th moves, tackle, harden, mud slap, headbutt, metal claw, takedown, friendship, 5. Description, the iron armor Pokémon. It delights in mining and is disinterested in battles, dreaming of collecting all the rare ores in the world. Upon seeing Aaron, Bai Muchen exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoxian, and they promptly produced their Pokeballs. In the next moment, a flash of red light revealed their Pokémon, Snivy and Teddiursa, on the battlefield. Teddiursa, our opponent is formidable. Give it your all. Bai Muchen's gaze was resolute as he offered an encouraging look to Snivy, excitement evident in his eyes. After all, battling against a future champion of Hoenn was an exceptionally rare opportunity, and merely contemplating it sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. Though both sides were of equal level, the 2-against-1 scenario meant that with Stephen's renowned prowess in training Pokémon, Aaron would undoubtedly be a challenging adversary. Typically, Pokémon battles do not exceed 10 minutes. Thus, when facing opponents of relatively equal levels, the fundamental strategy is to seize the initiative and strike swiftly. Observing the two ready Pokémon in the arena, a mild smile graced Stephen's face as he gently declared, "You may attack first. Then I shall not hold back. Teddiursa, quick attack. Snivy, leaf tornado." Without hesitation, Bai Muchen commanded Teddiursa to unleash its strongest move, while Xiaoxian hurriedly followed suit. A blur and a whip of green vines surged toward Aaron. Witnessing the swift actions of the two Pokémon, a flicker of surprise crossed Stephen's eyes. This Teddiursa can indeed use quick attack? However, as the opposing team approached with fervor, Stephen's calm voice resonated. Many Pokémon inherently lack speed in their stats. In actual combat, they must confront the reality of being besieged or forced to endure multiple attacks. In such situations, it is crucial to leverage the moves of both sides and capitalize on one's own advantages to turn the tide. Curl up and use headbutt. On the battlefield, understanding the imminent onslaught from Teddiursa, Aaron recognized that evasion was futile in its current state. Without hesitation, it tightly curled its body into a ball, positioning its large, gleaming head at the forefront, awaiting the impending strike. Bang! With a resounding crash, the speeding Teddiursa collided squarely with Aaron's glowing head. The fierce recoil sent Teddiursa reeling, its head buzzing and eyes swirling with stars, momentarily incapacitated. In contrast, Aaron, fortified by its robust defense and the headbutt absorbing part of the impact, merely shook its head after the encounter, suffering minimal damage. Additionally, Snivy's vine whip failed to reach Aaron due to its insufficient length. After the first exchange, Aaron surprisingly held a slight advantage. Could offensive moves be utilized in such a defensive manner? Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback by Aaron's headbutt defense. As Teddiursa found itself momentarily paralyzed with fright and unable to act, Stephen's commands swiftly followed. Takedown, mud slap. Takedown, power 65, a heavy foot stomp against the opponent, which may sometimes induce flinching. Observing the incapacitated Teddiursa, Aaron lifted its foot and came crashing down, but struck only air, landing squarely on the arena floor. A closer look revealed that Teddy Ursa was entangled by several green vines, having narrowly evaded Aaron's fierce attack with Snivy's diligent tugging. However, the assault from Cocodora was far from over. The moment his feet made contact with the ground, he harnessed the momentum to abruptly launch several clods of earth, seamlessly transitioning into his mud-throwing technique. The Superior had just regained its ability to move when it was struck by a barrage of dirt, causing its vision to blur instantaneously. While the strategic use of transformation techniques could indeed alter the tide of battle, such maneuvers were not guaranteed to hit. Should the opponent evade, it could result in a disadvantageous position. Daigo tapped his forehead and remarked with a smile, "At this moment, one must learn to employ feints to enhance the accuracy of one's attacks." Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen nodded, his mind racing with newfound understanding. "Now I see. No wonder Daigo opted to use the stomp technique. Although the interference from the Chikorita makes it difficult to land, the resulting spray of mud allows for a direct execution of the mud-throwing move, making it challenging for Superior to evade. Furthermore, even if Chikorita fails to react in time to assist Superior in dodging the stomp, the ensuing pain from the impact would hinder Superior's ability to evade the subsequent mud-throwing attack. Though this seemed like a deceptively simple combination, such a clever arrangement rendered the Superior, which posed the greatest threat to Cocodora, unable to mount a successful offensive, thrusting them into a position of vulnerability. Compared to his previous straightforward approach to defeating Pachirisu and Sandshrew, Daigo's tactical layout was evidently more sophisticated. Was this the distinction between reality and the virtual realm? Nevertheless, thanks to your guidance, I now understand how to proceed in the upcoming battle. I shall accept this victory. Chapter 21. Truly a gentleman. Bai Muchen's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly commanded the flustered Superior, still struggling to clear its vision. "Superior, dig underground and await my command." "Xiaoxian, do you recall the battle strategy one mentioned this morning? This rare opportunity beckons. Let us put it to the test." Earlier that morning, Xiaoxian, who had been troubled by Chikorita's disobedience, hurriedly recalled Bai Muchen's words. "Oh, I understand. Chikorita, use Vine Whip." The sudden directive startled Chikorita, causing a disruption in its energy flow, resulting in an uncontrollable execution of Leaf Blade, with numerous razor-sharp leaves hurtling towards Cocodora's direction. "Have you devised a countermeasure, Cocodora?" Headbutt. Daigo observed the now invisible Superior and the barrage of sharp leaves approaching, nodding slightly in approval as he quietly praised, "Your comprehension is commendable." In the face of such a fierce Leaf Blade attack, Cocodora remained unperturbed, intending to curl up as before, ready to repeat his tactic with a headbutt to absorb the damage. Alas, his plans were thwarted. Superior now? With a resounding thud. Just as Cocodora concentrated energy for his headbutt, Superior erupted from the ground at an astonishing speed, crashing into Cocodora's abdomen. Although the damage was minimal, Bai Muchen's objective had been achieved. This dig not only slightly altered Cocodora's position, but also interrupted its headbutt technique. At this moment, the previously composed Cocodora found itself caught off guard, helplessly watching the sharp leaves grow larger in its vision. Cocodora. With a pained groan, Cocodora ultimately failed to evade, and the Leaf Blade struck true. The impact caused it to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground, taking some time to regain its balance. Yet, before it could fully stabilize, an even fiercer onslaught was already upon it. Leaf Blade, Sand Attack, Vine Whip, Quick Attack. With Chikorita's cover, Superior's subsequent moves landed in quick succession, and soon Cocodora could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Daigo watched the scene unfold before him, his expression devoid of any frustration or displeasure. Instead, he gently applauded while approaching the two. "Bai Muchen, Xiaoxian, your ability to promptly adjust your strategic deployment in this battle is quite impressive. I have no doubt you will become exceptional trainers in the future. Hehe, we owe it all to your guidance." Hearing Daigo's praise, Bai Muchen and Xiaoxian exchanged shy smiles. "Well, the time is nearly up. I must take my leave, and I look forward to our next battle." Daigo glanced at his watch, then bowed slightly to the two before turning to descend the stairs. Once Daigo's figure vanished from sight, Bai Muchen reached out to gently tap Xiaoxuan's forehead. "Hey, don't space out. We should head back. The event is likely nearing its conclusion." "That hurts." Xiaoxian clutched her slightly stinging forehead, snapping back to reality as she murmured, "Did we really win? Did we defeat that quasi-champion? What a delightful thought." Bai Muchen rolled his eyes at Xiaoxuan's words, responding with mild irritation. "It was merely a practice battle, intended to familiarize us with combat. Besides, even with the same level Cocodora, Mr. Daigo allowed us several advantages during the fight. I suspect Cocodora possesses skills like Harden and Metal Claw. If Daigo had truly engaged earnestly, our Pokemon would have been unable to inflict any significant damage. For instance, he could have easily used Harden to withstand our attacks, or employed Metal Claw to counter Chikorita's Leaf Blade. It seems Daigo never intended to win this match. At this point, Bai Muchen paused, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he softly reflected. He would rather relinquish victory to bolster the confidence of novice trainers. Daigo is indeed a gentle nobleman. In front of the Sylvian Bistro. At this moment, the DIY culinary competition was drawing to a close, with all participants gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the final results of the event. Upon Bai Muchen's arrival, the host finally took the stage, delivering a brief introduction before announcing the final scores with great enthusiasm. As anticipated, Bai Muchen, with near-perfect scores in both rounds, secured first place without a hint of doubt. Upon the announcement of this result, the other competitors were momentarily taken aback, their faces briefly flashing with disappointment, but they soon reconciled themselves with the outcome. Fortune favors the bold, loss is but fate, they thought, acknowledging their own skill levels and participating in the event with a mindset of merely giving it a try and enjoying themselves. Thus, while they felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the results, they could accept it with grace. As Bai Muchen took the stage, a few reporters arranged by the bistro surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. They inquired about the inspiration behind his summer breeze-like ideas, the secrets to achieving high scores in the second round, and his thoughts on the event. Naturally, most of the questions aimed to use Bai Muchen's words to promote the bistro's delectable dishes and increase its popularity. After an exuberant celebration, Bai Muchen finally reached the concluding award ceremony. Next, let us invite Miss Lin Yao, the owner of the gourmet house, and Mr. De Wu, a representative from Du & Company, to present the awards. As the host's voice echoed, De Wu and Lin Yao, both wearing warm smiles, approached Bai Muchen. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback. This girl appeared to be the one who had handed him a flyer. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary girl was indeed the proprietor of the gourmet house. Observing Lin Yao's sweet smile, Bai Muchen felt a twinge of curiosity, but before he could speak, De Wu stepped forward. Mr. Bai Muchen, congratulations on winning the first prize in this event. It's quite unexpected to see your culinary prowess alongside your combat skills. De Wu said kindly, his gentle smile illuminating his face as he handed the intricately designed, rainbow-hued trophy featuring a fairy-like Eevee to Bai Muchen. Thank you for your kind words, Bai Muchen replied with a slight bow, accepting the trophy from De Wu and the dining vouchers and shopping card from Lin Yao. Noticing that the host was set to continue with the next segment of the event, he momentarily set aside his curiosity and gracefully left the stage. Lin Yao remained on stage, her gaze lingering on Bai Muchen's retreating figure, not uttering a word, but wearing a subtle smile that hinted at her intrigue. I never would have imagined, apart from myself, there exists someone of my age capable of crafting extraordinary dishes with miraculous effects tailored for specific Pokemon. He truly is an interesting young man. I look forward to our next encounter. Bai Muchen stood to the side of the venue, observing that De Wu and Lin Yao were to continue promoting the gourmet house, uncertain of how long he would have to wait for their activity to conclude. The sky had begun to darken, and having already received his prize, he felt little reason to linger. He gestured to Xiaoxian, who was not far off, and then walked briskly towards the exit of the plaza. However, he had another significant reason for his haste to leave the venue. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving first place in the Fairy Eevee Gourmet House's DIY culinary contest. The time-limited task has been completed. Task rewards granted. 500 life energy points, quality enhancement candy X1, substitute TM X1, luxury ball X5. The system had been exceptionally generous this time, rewarding him with 500 life energy points and a substitute TM. As he gazed at the items in his system inventory and the packaged delicacies from the gourmet house alongside the event prizes in his bag, his satisfaction grew. The Fairy Eevee Gourmet House truly was a delightful establishment. Chapter 22. The Chikorita Will Never Be a Slave. On May 18th, at the Bai family farm, another day had passed, and the fragrant honey fruits in the fields were now fully ripe, with large, luscious fruits hanging from the verdant branches. These honey fruits were vibrant, displaying a delicate pink hue, shimmering enticingly under the sunlight. Honey fruit, E-grade quality, sweet and refreshing, quenching thirst, and long-term consumption promotes beauty and vitality. Amidst the lush grove of fruits, one person and one Pokemon were busily engaged in work. Slow down, slow down. Your leaf blade is about to slice off my fruits. Bai Muchen urged. Vine Whip, keep up with my pace. We still have plenty of honey fruits to harvest. Got it, got it. Stop rushing me. Chikorita replied, her expression one of disgruntlement. While using Leaf Blade to clear weeds from other areas, she lethargically followed Bai Muchen, wielding her vine whip to gather the honey fruits he had picked. Watching Bai Muchen's back, Chikorita felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could unleash a couple of leaf blades directly at him. Earlier that morning, her trainer had assured her that she had found an exceptional teacher for her. This teacher was said to be quite capable and would undoubtedly help her resolve her issues with skill execution, promising to teach her thoroughly. Given Xiaoshuan's dedication, Chikorita did not want to disappoint her trainer and readily agreed to the arrangement. Initially, she was quite pleased to see that it was the same Snivy and its trainer that she had battled with the previous day. The trainer had managed to train Snivy so well and didn't blame her for the door incident. Clearly a good person. However, at this moment, Chikorita's resentment towards Bai Muchen was escalating, nearing a boiling point. This was not helping her resolve her skill execution problems. It was merely making her assist him in weeding and fruit picking. Clearly, this bad guy is still holding a grudge over the door incident and is seeking revenge. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Woo-woo, master, when are you coming? If you don't show up soon, this bad guy is going to drain me dry. Half an hour later, they finally finished half of the harvest. Chikorita, thank you for your hard work today, Bai Muchen said while struggling to stack several bags full of honey fruits in the corner and calling back Snivy, who was joyfully digging holes in the field. Once he completed his tasks, he approached Chikorita, gently patting her with a hint of apology. Before him, Chikorita looked utterly exhausted, slumped against the edge of the field. Her face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she gasped for breath. Her once agile vine whips lay limply at her sides, as if all her strength had been drained away. Hearing Bai Muchen's words, Chikorita shot him a fierce glare, then weakly swung her vine whip in his direction. Chica, next time, I absolutely will never come again. Chikorita's intimacy level is now 25, current intimacy level 20. She seriously suspects you are a bad person tricking children into labor. Have I gone a bit too far? Bai Muchen thought, retracting his insight and awkwardly scratching his head as he grasped the vine whip that had swung at him. Although he did have some intentions of coaxing Chikorita into helping him with his tasks, his aim in having her consistently execute vine whip and leaf blade was to assist her in resolving her skill execution issues. The summer breeze could help Chikorita concentrate, but that was merely an external factor she couldn't carry with her at all times. Hence, the crux remained in daily training. If Chikorita could master multitasking through hard work, she wouldn't have to worry about misusing her skills, and her combat capabilities would significantly improve. After all, she had accurately utilized her vine whip to strike him. All right. If you don't want to come, then don't, Bai Muchen said softly to the still pouting Chikorita. You must be exhausted. Here, have something to eat and take a break. With that, Bai Muchen produced 2 servings of C-grade cuisine, dividing them into portions and placing them in front of Chikorita and Snivy. The delectable braised pig's head, which rapidly restores stamina, and the refreshing summer breeze, which enhances focus, both stand as exquisite culinary delights. According to the pricing at the Fairy EV Bistro, each dish is valued at over 100 poke dollars, rich in nutrition and worth its weight in gold. Moreover, the summer breeze is his exclusive dish, unavailable for purchase even to the wealthiest patrons. However, for Bai Muchen, such considerations were trivial. With the Chikorita and the Snivy diligently toiling alongside him, exhausted from their efforts, he could scarcely afford to be stingy regarding their nourishment. As long as they could relish their meal and swiftly regain their vigor, that was of utmost importance. Yet, to Bai Muchen's surprise, Chikorita was utterly disinterested. Chica, you shall not sway me. Chikorita shall never be enslaved. I would rather starve or toil endlessly than partake of your food. With her eyes tightly shut, Chikorita disdainfully turned her head aside, clearly unwilling to engage with Bai Muchen. Snivy, you aren't eating? Then I shall indulge myself. Before Bai Muchen could utter a word, the Snivy, observing the scene, called out softly and immediately began devouring his own portion with fervor. The Snivy relished the meal, devouring it voraciously while casting puzzled glances at Chikorita, internally musing how a Pokémon could possibly turn its nose up at food. As the sounds of munching echoed in Chikorita's ears, the very Pokémon who had so defiantly vowed to abstain from eating was ultimately unable to resist. She stealthily opened her eyes, casting a furtive glance at the Snivy, who was enthusiastically gorging himself, and swallowed hard. In truth, after a morning of labor, her stomach had long been yearning for sustenance. Yet, having spoken so resolutely, she felt she could not back down without losing face. Just as Chikorita was embroiled in her internal conflict, her gaze suddenly sharpened. It appeared that the energy fluctuations within the Snivy had intensified. Had he just leveled up by 2? Moreover, There were no apparent side effects, truly a testament to the quality of the Snivy's exclusive dish. At that moment, Bai Muchen, maintaining his inside eye, noted that aside from the Snivy's level increase, there were 2 additional buffs in its status bar and no signs of discomfort whatsoever. He nodded appreciatively. In high spirits, he turned to Chikorita, who remained obstinately proud, unwilling to partake in the meal. An idea to tease the little creature bubbled up in his mind. Chikorita, these dishes have been meticulously prepared by me. Consuming them will surely enhance your strength. While your refusal means little to me, I trust you wouldn't T1 your trainer. Xiaoxian, to face repeated defeats in future battles, would you? Chica, if it's for Xiaoxian, I suppose I can reluctantly eat a little. Upon hearing Bai Muchen mention her trainer, Chikorita's demeanor brightened instantly. Adopting a facade of reluctance, she shifted her gaze toward the food before her and took a bite. In an instant, a sweet and tender sensation exploded in her mouth. The once dull and weary gleam in Chikorita's big, bright eyes was now ignited with life. This is delicious. Chapter 23, The First Pot of Gold. Noticing that the 2 Pokémon were thoroughly enjoying their meal, Bai Muchen strolled to the edge of the field and dialed Ninetales' number, expressing his intention to sell a batch of honey fruits. Upon receiving the call, Ninetales promptly made his way to Bai Muchen's farm. Muchen, did you grow all of these? Upon arriving at Bai's farm and witnessing the lush spectacle before him, Ninetales was taken aback and could not help but inquire. He had anticipated that Bai Muchen had merely dabbled in planting a few seeds for fun, approaching with a mindset of mere curiosity. However, gazing at the flourishing honey fruit trees, their branches bending under the weight of their bountiful harvest, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Brother Ninetales, would you care to try one? They taste rather delightful. Bai Muchen sent Chikorita and Snivy aside, plucking a honey fruit and cheerfully offering it to Ninetales. Ninetales instinctively accepted the honey fruit, examining it closely before taking a bite. Instantly, the sweet juice exploded in his mouth, and the rich aroma of the fruit enveloped his palate, revitalizing his previously weary demeanor. He gazed intently at the remaining half of the honey fruit in his hand, pondering deeply. The quality of this honey fruit was astonishingly exceptional. Its skin was perfectly thin, the flesh a harmonious balance of tenderness and firmness, and the sweetness of the juice melded seamlessly with the fruit's rich fragrance. Overall, the quality surpassed that of any suppliers he had previously collaborated with, and to call it perfect would not be an exaggeration. If all the fruits possessed such quality, recalling the recent fruit shortages at his grocery store, Ninetales eagerly turned to Bai Muchen. May I pick a few more? Of course, Brother Ninetales, feel free. After receiving Bai Muchen's consent, Ninetales ventured into the grove, randomly picking several honey fruits to taste. Moments later, he nodded vigorously. Having arrived at a conclusion, Bai Muchen approached Ninetales, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Brother Ninetales, how does it taste? Is it suitable for purchase? Absolutely. Muchen, the quality of your honey fruits is outstanding. I will take the entire batch at the market's highest price, 80 Poké per pound. What do you say? Ninetales responded without hesitation. Though Bai Muchen's farm produced a modest quantity of honey fruits, preliminary estimates suggested at least 300 pounds, more than sufficient to sustain the daily sales of his grocery store. It was essential to note that the town was home to many elderly residents. While their purchasing power was limited, it was impractical for them to travel several hours to Changhua City for their supplies. To resolve the town's fruit shortage had been a source of considerable stress, and the relief was palpable. However, Bai Muchen gently shook his head, directly declining Ninetales' earnest offer. Brother Ninetales, what was the purchase price you offered to your previous suppliers? Ninetales paused, momentarily stunned, pondering whether he had undervalued the price. The thought flitted through his mind before he quickly replied, 60 Poké per pound. Muchen, if you feel that is insufficient, I can certainly increase it. Brother Ninetales, Bai Muchen interrupted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Let us settle on 60 Poké. After all, I plan to cultivate more varieties in the future, and I will need your support then. Are you certain? Ninetales asked, somewhat taken aback. You must realize that this batch of honey fruits is approximately over 300 pounds, meaning you would be losing out on over 6,000 Poké. 300 pounds? That means I would still profit nearly 20,000 Poké, which is ample, Bai Muchen replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression resolute and unwavering. Since clinching the championship in the entertainment competition and receiving the shopping card for the Happiness Egg Shopping Plaza, he had been considerably more financially comfortable, easily managing his daily needs there. With the over 10,000 Poké earned from selling honey fruits, he could comfortably cover his other daily expenses as well. Moreover, the Li family had always been exceptionally considerate towards him. In his eyes, This matter was nothing more than a trifling issue. Muchen, thank you, he expressed. Observing Bai Muchen's insistence, Ninetales refrained from further discussion. He proceeded to weigh the fragrant honey fruits that Bai Muchen had previously harvested, loading them onto the truck with alacrity, and promptly paid him 13,000 elf coins. As for the remaining unharvested fruits, he and Bai Muchen arranged for him to return in a couple of days to collect them. Before departing, Ninetales surveyed the entire farm, contemplated for a moment, then turned to Bai Muchen and suggested, Muchen, if you wish to earn more money and enhance your farm's reputation, you might consider raising Pokémon, or perhaps fishing, brewing, or selling various goods. These ventures are both leisurely and enjoyable, and who knows, they may yield greater profits than mere farming. All right, I will consider it, Bai Muchen nodded. In truth, with the assistance of the golden fertilizer, the crop maturation period was remarkably brief, and with the presence of his Snivy, farming was not particularly arduous. Keep it up. I am confident that before long, you will restore the former prosperity of the Bai family farm. Having said that, Ninetales bid farewell to Bai Muchen and drove his truck towards the general store. To think he had earned over 10,000 in one go. After seeing off Ninetales, Bai Muchen gazed at his phone balance, his face lighting up with excitement. Presently, he was merely selling the most commonplace honey fruits. Once he cultivated higher quality fruits such as orange fruits, he was certain that wealth would soon follow. Lost in thought, he scooped up his Snivy, who had been frolicking with the grass-type Pokémon, and planted a kiss on its cheek. Snivy, we are about to be wealthy. Feel free to ask for anything you desire. Money will no longer be a concern. Startled by Bai Muchen's sudden exuberance, the Snivy darted to a corner, curling into a ball, fearful of any peculiar actions that Bai Muchen might undertake. Oh, Snivy, do you sense an unexpected delight? Just as Bai Muchen was about to seek out the Snivy, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden accomplishment of commercial connection by selling farm produce on a large scale for the first time. All primary achievements have been completed. Achievement rewards: 100 life energy points, 10 bags of primary golden fertilizer, and the unlocking of the mysterious shop function. Mysterious shop. The shop includes hundreds of items for humans and Pokémon, such as daily necessities and battle items, which can be purchased with life energy. Note: the shop refreshes its inventory automatically each month, and hosts can also refresh it actively with 50 life energy points. A shop? Let me take a look. This seems rather exorbitant. Is it true that I am this impoverished? Snivy. The Snivy, still cradled in Bai Muchen's arms, expressed its confusion with a puzzled sound. It stared blankly at its master, who had just been jubilant, showering it with affection, and was now lost in self-reflection, sighing towards the sky while wiping drool from its face. What on earth is happening with the master? Has he lost his mind again? Chapter 24, The Bullied Ugly Fish. A bag of primary golden fertilizer costs 100 life energy points, while a C-grade item, the mysterious water droplet, costs 200 points. And a B-grade quality beautiful scale astonishingly prices at 500. The pricing in this shop is utterly outrageous. Why not just rob it? Bai Muchen set down the Snivy, fixating intently on the price tags of various products in the mysterious shop, unable to suppress his complaints. Currently, he had accumulated less than 6,000 life energy points, most of which were obtained from achievement rewards, with only about 200 points resulting from his labor over the past 3 days. So, after toiling tirelessly for several days, if he were to casually purchase something from the shop, it would all be in vain? No wonder the system has been so stingy with the rewards for the primary golden fertilizer. It turns out it is priced so dearly. Bai Muchen glanced at the 20-odd bags of primary golden fertilizer stored in the system space, scratching his head as the initial excitement from earning money began to fade. He realized he lacked Pokémon capable of accelerating crop growth. Thus, if he aimed to earn money swiftly through farming, he would have to rely solely on golden fertilizer. However, given his current supply of primary golden fertilizer, even with the most frugal usage, it would only last about a month. After that, the crop growth rate would inevitably slow significantly, stalling the farm's development. Yet, purchasing golden fertilizer outright seemed excessively wasteful. The life energy he earned daily would hardly suffice after buying a single bag of primary golden fertilizer. Moreover, the system had just indicated that all primary achievements had been accomplished, which likely meant that the primary source of life energy would henceforth be farming. If he spent a substantial amount of life energy daily on purchasing primary golden fertilizer, how long would it take for the egg in his system space, which had barely reached 110 in hatching progress, to hatch? Furthermore, he also wished to use life energy to acquire other items from the shop. It seems that Brother Ninetales was right. Developing the farm cannot rely solely on farming. Bai Muchen furrowed his brows, repeatedly contemplating the additional methods for farm development that Ninetales had mentioned earlier. If he were to raise Pokémon, his current stock of elf coins would likely be insufficient, as a large milk can would cost at least 50,000 elf coins. As for brewing or preparing dishes for sale, not only did he lack the necessary equipment, but his efficiency alone was also not very high. However, fishing should not be too difficult, right? Low cost, high yield. It might even refine his temperament. After serious consideration, Bai Muchen concluded that fishing was indeed the only feasible option for him at present and decided to head to the small creek by the edge of the forest to test his luck. However, before that, he should first return the Snivy. Half an hour later, at Xiao Xian's doorstep. Chingu, could you please make a trip yourself? How did it go? The Snivy didn't cause you any trouble, did it? After a series of knocks, Xiao Xian opened the door, accepting the Snivy from Bai Muchen and thanking him. Not at all. The little one trained very diligently, didn't you, Snivy? Looking at Bai Muchen's smiling face, the Snivy, nestled in Xiao Xian's arms, rolled its eyes. What training? You just tricked me into working. However, it seemed to have had some effect. At least the work meal was quite tasty. And I would love to have it again. So, Snivy, we shall meet again next week. Upon hearing this, the Snivy, still lost in thought, proudly turned its head away. Humph, I haven't agreed to go again. In the afternoon, after seeing off the Snivy, Bai Muchen followed Ninetales' suggestion, crossing two intersections to enter a fishing tackle shop adorned with a logo of a chubby fish. Perhaps the townspeople were not particularly enthusiastic about fishing, despite the early hour. The shop contained only an elderly man with gray hair, diligently polishing a fishing rod. Shopkeeper, I would like to purchase a fishing rod. Do you have any good recommendations? Bai Muchen surveyed the surroundings before inquiring. Looking to buy a fishing rod? You've come to the right place. Upon hearing this, the elderly man suddenly perked up. He slowly set down the rod he was holding and approached Bai Muchen with enthusiasm, saying, I have a wide variety of fishing rods available. It all depends on what you need. Young man, do you have any specific requirements? Is there a fishing rod made from high-quality materials that doesn't require bait and can automatically reel in the line once a fish bites? After voicing this rather ambitious request, Bai Muchen felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if the shopkeeper might think he was jesting. Well, you'd be surprised, but I actually have just the thing. To Bai Muchen's astonishment, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than irritation upon hearing the request. He promptly ventured into the warehouse and returned with a fishing rod, presenting it before Bai Muchen. Here it is, the fully automatic fish-catching marvel, crafted from the finest materials available on the market. This rod features a specially designed lure ball at the tip of the fishing line that attracts fish, and it is equipped with a unique sensor that automatically reels in the line. And right now, it's part of our summer sale for just 5,000 spirit coins. Bai Muchen, taken aback, replied, I apologize, but that seems rather steep. I think I'll pass. The shopkeeper, sensing the impending loss of a potential customer, became anxious. With fewer individuals taking up fishing these days, his shop had seen little business, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Hey, wait, let's talk about the price. How about 2,000? 4,500? 3,000? That's my final offer. After a spirited negotiation, they settled on a price of 3,500 spirit coins, with the shopkeeper graciously including a complete set of fishing gear, including line sets, a fish bucket, and a rod bag. As Bai Muchen left the tackle shop with his newly acquired equipment, he checked the time and found he still had some leisure. Spraying himself with insect repellent, he headed to the nearby creek to try his hand at fishing. According to the shopkeeper, this rod was designed to automatically attract fish, making it easy even for novices like him to catch something. Before long, he arrived at the creek, the water crystal clear, with the occasional koi leaping gracefully from the surface. Choosing a spot at random, he took out his fishing rod, cast the line with vigor, and patiently awaited his quarry. During the wait, he released his Snivy, cautioning it, stay close and play nearby, but don't wander too far. The creek is close to the forest's edge, and there could be danger. Snivy nodded in understanding and, with its owner's permission, swiftly darted off, leaving Bai Muchen to pass the time idly scrolling through his phone. In summer, the forest foliage thrived abundantly, with wildflowers blooming and butterflies fluttering, captivating Snivy's attention. It began chasing the delicate butterflies, leaping and bounding through the grass, until it stumbled and fell into a heap. Once it regained its footing, the butterflies had already flown away. As Snivy prepared to continue its pursuit, it recalled Bai Muchen's earlier warning. Reluctantly, it cast a wistful glance at the beautiful butterflies but ultimately decided to halt its chase, only turning back once they were out of sight. However, After a few steps, Snivy's attention was drawn to a dandelion in the grass. It approached the fluffy flower and gently blew on it, watching as the white tufts danced into the air. Excitedly, Snivy chased after the drifting tufts, completely forgetting about the butterflies. The tufts, carried by the wind, floated downstream towards the creek, with Snivy closely in pursuit until they hovered over the water's surface. Standing at the riverbank, Snivy gazed longingly as the dandelion's fluff drifted across to the opposite shore, feeling a sense of unfulfilled joy. This is so much fun. I must find more of those fluffy flowers. Determined, Snivy was about to search for more dandelions when it noticed a muddy puddle nearby, piquing its curiosity. Could there be something fun here too? Curious, Snivy approached the puddle, dipping its small paw into the cool, soft mud, experiencing a refreshing sensation unlike any it had felt before. Just as it was about to plunge into the mud to revel in the experience, a faint cry for help emerged from within the puddle. Is there something intriguing? Following the sound, Snivy looked around only to have its pupils dilate in shock. At the center of the puddle lay a wounded, bloodied, ugly fish, weakly calling for help. Snake! Snivy exclaimed, seeing the fish in dire condition. Without a moment's hesitation, it prepared to leap into the puddle to assist. However, just as it was about to jump, a thought struck, and it abruptly halted. In an instant, Snivy vanished from the ugly fish's view. As Snivy departed, the fish felt its last traces of vitality slipping away, despair washing over it as it relinquished the struggle. It stared blankly at the small, foul-smelling puddle, letting out a heavy sigh of resignation as its life flashed before its eyes in a montage of memories. Despite the ugly fish's lineage often facing scorn and mistreatment from other Pokémon due to their unsightly appearance, their harsh circumstances had fostered a strong sense of unity among them, especially towards the weaker members, who were given utmost care and protection. Yet, this particular fish was an exception. Born with dark purple skin, rough, dull gray fins adorned with wrinkles, and a smattering of black freckles, it was considered the epitome of ugliness even among its own kind. Its exceedingly unattractive appearance led even other ugly fish to shun it, and some of its peers would deliberately bully it, seeking to derive a sense of superiority from their actions. Once, under the protective wing of its parents, it had enjoyed a carefree, happy existence. But after losing them, the bullying from its peers intensified. They not only beat it without reason but also withheld food during meals, even snatching away whatever it found, all under the pretext of sharing the good things. Even the older ugly fish would turn a blind eye to its plight, silently walking away when they witnessed the bullying. If this were all, it could have gritted its teeth and endured. After all, an ugly fish that strayed from its group would find it challenging to survive alone in the wild. However, 2 days prior, the group was suddenly attacked by a hungry seagull. In a moment of panic, the other ugly fish pushed it forward in a bid to distract the predator. This tactic succeeded, as the unique coloring of the fish captured the seagull's attention, allowing the others to escape. But it was left battered and bruised by the seagull's relentless pecking, had it not summoned its last ounce of strength to jump into the muddy creek. Coating itself in muck and rendering itself unappetizing, it would not have survived the ordeal. However, after several days of abstaining from food and water, compounded by the relentless deterioration of her injuries, she had reached her limit. A cry of despair echoed within her. The eyes of the ugly fish had become vacant, and she emitted one final mournful wail before slowly, weakly closing her eyes. Yet, in the fleeting moment before her life was utterly extinguished, a distant sound of hurried footsteps faintly reached her nearly fading senses. Was this the ugly fish? Just 5 minutes prior, the proprietor had indeed spoken the truth. This fishing rod was quite commendable. Bai Muchen gazed at the 2 substantial carp, each nearly weighing 10 pounds, freshly caught in his bucket, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He chuckled, envisioning how even seasoned anglers would envy such sizable fish. As he took out his phone, preparing to capture a photo with the 2 carp for his social media, the snake-patterned bear came barreling towards him from afar. Before he could react, the bear crashed into the bucket, toppling it over, and the 2 large carp, casting a grateful glance at the bear, flicked their tails and leaped into the river. Vanishing from sight, Bai Muchen. He stood there, phone in hand, utterly stunned for a considerable time, until the snake-patterned bear, in a state of frantic urgency, tugged at his pant leg, pulling him towards the riverbank, jolting him from his stupor. My fish. Bai Muchen inhaled deeply, his anger evident as veins bulged on his forehead. He fixed a dangerous smile upon the snake-patterned bear, saying, "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation." Snake. There's a Pokémon in dire straits. Snake. Master, you must come with me. Bai Muchen's words were abruptly interrupted by the bear's frantic demeanor. Its pleading gaze and nearly frenzied tugging stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Had something transpired ahead? Without further deliberation, Bai Muchen hastened to follow the snake-patterned bear, racing along the creek's edge. Soon, the muddy pit where the ugly fish resided came into view. Snake, this fish is on the brink of death. Please save her. Is this the ugly fish? Upon witnessing the pitiful state of the ugly fish, Bai Muchen's brow furrowed sharply, and he activated his insight ability. Current status: near death. Medication ineffective. Life countdown: 3 minutes 57 seconds, 56 seconds. The information displayed in the status bar felt akin to a death sentence for the ugly fish. Bai Muchen understood that the ugly fish was beyond salvation, yet seeing the pleading eyes of the snake-patterned bear tugged at his heartstrings. He softly reassured, "I will do my utmost, but ultimately, her fate lies in her own hands." With that, Bai Muchen stepped into the mire, carefully cradling the ugly fish and bringing her back to the clear waters of the stream, washing away the mud that clung to her. He then hastily unzipped his backpack, clumsily retrieving the Pokémon healing spray, dousing the ugly fish with a generous layer as if it were of no consequence. Yet, witnessing the countdown on the ugly fish's status bar continue unabated, Bai Muchen rummaged through his backpack again, extracting the last piece of braised pig head prepared for the snake-patterned bear, crumbling it into small bits and feeding them to the ugly fish. Regrettably, the countdown persisted. Only a minute remained. With all healing items expended, Bai Muchen gazed at the ugly fish's status bar, urgently accessing the system's mysterious store, desperately searching for usable healing items. Yet seconds ticked away, and he found nothing within the store. Damn it, what a wretched shop. He had such an abundance of life energy, yet at this critical moment, he could not utilize it. Wait, why is it called life energy? Life energy, a miraculous energy with diverse applications, convertible into the host's lifespan, system upgrades, etc. Other functionalities are left for the host to explore. Bai Muchen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the nearly 6,000 life energy within the system space, his mind racing with the system's earlier words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Other functionalities? Could it replenish a Pokémon's vitality? No time to waste. There was no other option left. He would gamble on this lifeline. Watching the countdown dwindle to under 30 seconds, Bai Muchen pressed his hands against the ugly fish. In an instant, a warm, green light radiated from his palms, enveloping the ugly fish. The next moment, the countdown on her status bar began to reverse. The gruesome wounds on her back visibly healing, her once labored breaths gradually stabilizing. 1 minute later, notice, 500 points of life energy deducted, current life energy, 5,371 points. Current status of the ugly fish, normal. Congratulations, host, for achieving the rescue from death accomplishment for the second time. Achievement rewards, 5,000 points of life energy, C-grade item charcoal, mysterious droplet, miracle seed, and 10 lottery tickets. Chapter 26, Farm Members 1. Seeing that the ugly fish had escaped danger, Bai Muchen, covered in mud and looking quite disheveled alongside the equally filthy snake-patterned bear, finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness I arrived in time. I managed to save her. As he spoke, he wiped the mud from his face. A sense of exhaustion mingled with satisfaction. Snake. The snake-patterned bear, observing its weary master, felt a twinge of guilt, quickly extending its little paw to nuzzle and shake, entering full-on cuteness mode. Spare me the theatrics. Bai Muchen vigorously shook off the sticky mud from his hands, casting an irritated glare at the bear before delivering a playful bop on its head. You still owe me 2 large carp. Tomorrow, you'll have to dive in and fetch them yourself. If you can't, prepare to go hungry tonight. No, please. The snake-patterned bear whimpered, rolling on the ground in a display of dramatic despair. Bai Muchen, unfazed, slowly extended his hand, gazing at the flickering green light in his palm, lost in contemplation. No wonder it's called life energy. It truly possesses the power of resurrection. However, the cost was excessively steep. Merely saving a level 12 ugly fish had consumed a full 500 points. At this rate, if he wished to heal Brother Yuntao's Jengar, given Jengar's strength and the severity of its injuries, it was likely that his original 6,000 points of life energy would be insufficient. Bai Muchen gently closed his hand, retracting the life energy, his gaze shifting to the now safe, yet weakened ugly fish, and he shrugged in resignation. Oh well, that was a distant concern. He would first need to figure out how to accommodate this ugly fish. Pokemon, ugly fish, shiny. Gender, female. Type, water. Nature, slowpoke. Ability, swift swim. Potential, blue. Level, 12. Skill, splash. Affection, 80. Is this kind-hearted person my savior? Beauty, 50. Description: a fish so ugly that even other ugly fish disdain it, leading to frequent bullying by its peers. Bullying? Because of its appearance? Upon witnessing this, Bai Muchen let out a cold smile. The notion that violence is inflicted upon others due to disdain for their appearance is merely a manifestation of those individuals attempting to alleviate their own insecurities through brutal means, in a bid to satiate their twisted and laughable inner selves. Chirp! A soft sound interrupted Bai Muchen's thoughts. He lowered his gaze to find the ugly fish had awakened from its stupor, its round eyes wide with curiosity as it regarded him. Ugly fish. No longer pretending to be asleep, Bai Muchen slowly approached the stream's edge, a gentle smile gracing his features as he softly inquired. Given the intimacy level displayed by the system moments ago, it was likely that the ugly fish had long since regained consciousness, merely feigning slumber to observe him discreetly. Chirp chirp. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, the ugly fish felt a twinge of embarrassment, gently swaying its tail, gazing at Bai Muchen's tender smile. It couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. This human is so gentle, I truly adore him. If only I could remain by his side forever, but alas, I am so ugly and feeble. At this thought, the once bright eyes of the ugly fish dimmed, filled with despondency and self-doubt. However, at that moment, a warm and gentle hand softly caressed its head, accompanied by Bai Muchen's voice, brimming with concern. Ugly fish, seeing how gravely you are injured. Life here must be quite arduous for you. Would you like to come home with me? I will take good care of you, as long as I am here. No one shall ever bully you again. Snake, come along. Though this fellow may not be the brightest, he certainly cooks well. The snake-patterned bear, who had been rolling about playfully nearby, hurried to the stream's edge, earnestly encouraging the ugly fish. Home. Stunned by the suggestion, the ugly fish gazed blankly at Bai Muchen. Can I really? You can. Bai Muchen seemed to have heard the ugly fish's internal doubts, his face adorned with a warm and resolute smile as he softly reassured it. Chirp! Bai Muchen's words provided a significant boost of encouragement. The ugly fish leaped gently, colliding with the luxury ball in Bai Muchen's hand. A flash of red light enveloped the scene, and the luxury ball steadied in Bai Muchen's grasp, remaining perfectly still, quietly resting there. Ugly fish intimacy level, 100. Congratulations, host. The intimacy level of the ugly fish has reached 100. Reward, 500 life energy points. Water wave learning machine. Exclusive recipe for the ugly fish X1. Ugly fish. Welcome to your new family. Bai Muchen smiled gently at the luxury ball in his hand. After departing from the forest, Bai Muchen made his way directly to the local renovation shop. He politely knocked on the door, then pushed open the gate and called out loudly, Uncle Li. Are you home? Uncle Li was the proprietor of this renovation shop, and long ago, whenever Bai Muchen's grandfather required repairs on the farm, he would seek Uncle Li's assistance. Over time, their relationship had grown quite close. Ah, young Bai has come. My, it has been quite a while. You've grown even more handsome, Uncle Li exclaimed, setting aside his work, wiping the sweat from his brow, and approaching Bai Muchen with a beaming smile. I heard you started managing a farm? Quite impressive. What brings you to find Uncle Li today? Bai Muchen quickly replied, Well, Uncle Li, I would like to build a pond on the farm. Could you assist me? A pond? How large are you envisioning? With a radius of over 3 meters, I suppose. Bai Muchen responded, slightly uncertain after some contemplation. After all, given that the average length of a milotic is around 6 meters, creating a sufficiently spacious pond for the ugly fish's comfort was essential. 3 meters? Uncle Li's expression shifted to one of slight astonishment. He then kindly advised, Young Bai, constructing a pond with a radius of 3 meters would cost around 10,000 Pokémon coins. Your farm is just getting started. There's no need for such an extensive pond. It would be quite wasteful. 10,000. Bai Muchen mentally calculated. After subtracting the amount spent on his fishing rod, he realized that he could gather approximately 12,000 coins from his savings, which would indeed cover the expense. It's all right. Uncle Li, I can manage this amount. I'm just quite eager for this to be completed today. I hope that is feasible. Seeing Bai Muchen's determination, Uncle Li refrained from further persuasion. After Bai Muchen settled the payment, Uncle Li, accompanied by his construction crew, 3 strong Machamps and 2 digging expert Onyxes, followed Bai Muchen to the Bai family farm. Uncle Li meticulously surveyed the terrain before accurately marking the location for the pond on the eastern side of the farm, as per Bai Muchen's request. Soon, with the help of the Onyxes, a sizable deep pit was swiftly excavated. Following this, the Machamps promptly produced pre-prepared bricks and stones, working alongside Uncle Li to skillfully lay the pond's walls and bottom. Within an hour, the pond was meticulously constructed. Noticing that the farm's original gate appeared rather worn, Uncle Lee kindly replaced it with a sturdy new one free of charge. By the time they filled the pond with water, it was already past 10 p.m. Oh, young Bai, the pond is finally completed. If you have any more work for Uncle Lee in the future, do try to reach out earlier. These old bones of mine can't withstand late nights, haha. Uncle Lee stretched, jokingly bidding farewell to Bai Muchen as he and his crew leisurely departed from the Bai family farm. Bai Muchen watched them leave before retrieving the luxury ball from his pocket. With a flash of red light, the ugly fish materialized in the newly constructed pond. Observing the now slumbering, ugly fish, Bai Muchen's gaze softened as he gently stroked its head, lowering his voice to whisper, "Ugly fish. This will be your new home from now on. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. Good night." Chapter 27. Are you going to blow up the kitchen? In the days that followed, Bai Muchen's life was exceptionally fulfilling. He sold the last batch of fragrant sweet fruits, effortlessly earning over 10,000 Pokémon coins. With this newfound wealth, he promptly procured another batch of orange fruits, ensuring he was well prepared for future agricultural endeavors. Each morning, he would take the snake-patterned bear to water and weed the fields, diligently tending to every inch of land. In the afternoons, he would venture with the snake-patterned bear to the stream in the forest for fishing, although the catch was modest. Selling the fish yielded a few hundred Pokémon coins by the end of the day. As night fell, he would spend quality time at the pond with the snake-patterned bear and the ugly fish, enjoying warm dinners together. Over the course of several days, Bai Muchen's accumulated farmer energy successfully transformed into hundreds of life energy points. Not only that, but under the nurturing summer breeze and delightful meals, the snake-patterned bear reached level 15, its intimacy level soaring to 80, while the ugly fish also gained 2 levels. Regrettably, although Bai Muchen had promptly utilized a substitute learning machine for the striped bear, he soon discovered that employing a substitute for labor provided no vitality to the farmer. It appeared that hatching the egg would necessitate the arduous efforts of the original. Thus, the tranquil days continued for several days, until an unexpected visitor made a reappearance. Late at night, Bai Muchen bid goodnight to his 2 Pokémon, the striped bear and the chinchou, urging them to rest and avoid staying up late. Following their usual routine, he turned off the lights and comfortably settled onto his bed, perusing his phone. Well, while he discouraged his Pokémon from staying awake, he never mentioned that he himself could not indulge in a late-night scroll. As a former university student, a pre-sleep session of phone browsing was practically a rite of passage. Meanwhile, not far outside his window, perched upon a pine tree, Pachirisu was intently gazing at the Bai family farm. Upon noticing that the farm had finally succumbed to darkness, her eyes twinkled with mischief, and she concocted a plan. In the next moment, she leapt down from the tree and stealthily made her way toward the farm. The time had come. It was time to steal. Evading the gaze of the chinchou in the yard, Pachirisu tiptoed to the kitchen window, gently nudging it open with her tiny paw. The window, not securely fastened, creaked open with ease. Swiftly, Pachirisu slipped into the kitchen, her petite nose eagerly sniffing the air, desperately searching for the elusive scent of the pine nut rice pudding. Ever since she had savored the delectable dish crafted by that bad person, she found that nothing else tasted quite as delightful, her mind perpetually drifting back to the exquisite flavor of the pudding. However, the bad person had previously mentioned that in order to partake in the pine nut rice pudding, she would need something of value to exchange. Initially, Pachirisu had contemplated this notion. Yet, after so many days, aside from a few broken stones, she had found nothing of worth, and parting with her cherished food was simply out of the question. Thus, she remained perched on her tree day after day, gazing longingly at Bai Muchen's home, her heart tortured by longing. By chance, today she observed that Bai Muchen had once again prepared pine nut rice pudding. The enticing aroma seemed to waft through the window, and having gone days without a satisfying meal, Pachirisu could no longer resist the temptation to sneak in for a taste. She repeatedly reassured herself, "This is merely borrowing. I'll surely repay him later." Pine nut rice pudding. Oh, how fragrant, sweet, and glutinous it is. As she fantasized about the dish, drool began to pool at her feet, and she suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh dear. Blushing, Pachirisu hastily wiped her mouth with her tiny paw, shook her head vigorously, and resumed her earnest search in the kitchen. Before long, after attempting to open the refrigerator, she finally discovered the pine nut rice pudding she had been longing for. It's a bit cold," she muttered, carefully retrieving the dish and eagerly taking a bite. However, upon tasting it, her brow furrowed slightly. Although the flavor remained familiar, the chill of the pudding left much to be desired. Blinking her large eyes, she scanned the kitchen until her gaze settled upon the stove. I remember that bad person used that large black pot to create the delectable food. With that thought, Pachirisu clutched the dish and nimbly hopped onto the stove. She strained to recall the cooking process Bai Muchen had employed, and emulating his actions, she dumped the pine nut rice putting into the pot, then quickly twisted the ignition switch. With a crisp snap, the sound resonated, yet strangely, no flames emerged, leaving Pachirisu bewildered. Huh, but that bad person operated it just like this. Tilting her head in confusion, she scratched her head. After pondering for a moment, she gazed at the stove and slowly extended her tiny paw, a spark of electricity rapidly coalescing at her fingertips. Wait, Pachirisu, stop. Bai Muchen, having heard a commotion from the kitchen, curiously entered. However, upon witnessing Pachirisu poised to unleash an electric attack on the stove, he was instantly taken aback. What grudge do you hold against me to set my kitchen ablaze? Startled by his voice, the already timid Pachirisu lost her balance, tumbling off the stove, the electric charge slipping from her grasp and soaring towards the ceiling. It struck the old chandelier with precision. Boom. With that impact, the aging chandelier, already on the verge of collapse, could no longer withstand the force and plummeted into the basin below, splashing water everywhere. A metal basin resting by the sink was jolted off the stove by the force, landing squarely on Pachirisu's head. Pachirisu. She was engulfed in darkness for a moment, thrown into a panic, and darted away in a frenzy. Yet, after only a few steps, she tripped over a chair, rolling like a ball right in front of Bai Muchen. This entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Bai Muchen with no time to react. The once tidy kitchen was now a chaotic mess, pots and pans scattered everywhere, water pooling on the floor. Fortunately, his timely intervention spared the kitchen from an actual fire. The striped bear, blissfully slumbering in the living room, was abruptly awakened by the cacophony from the kitchen. With sleepy eyes, it yawned and trotted into the kitchen, only to be met with a scene of utter disarray, its eyes widening in shock as it froze in place. What on earth happened? Was there a terrorist attack? At that moment, the metal basin atop Pachirisu's head clattered to the ground, causing her to instinctively look up and lock eyes with Bai Muchen's astonished gaze. The atmosphere grew awkward as they exchanged glances. Sighing, Bai Muchen finally regained his composure, dragging a stool over to sit down, resting his forehead in his hand. His expression one of exasperation. Pachirisu, did you intend to blow up my kitchen? I truly didn't mean to. Pachirisu hung her head low, taking in the tragic state of the kitchen and realizing the gravity of her blunder, her eyes welling with tears. She felt immensely wronged. All she had wanted was a taste of the pine nut rice pudding, yet she had unwittingly created such chaos. I'll offer all the food I've saved this year in compensation. Would that suffice? Pachirisu bit her lip, though she was reluctant to part with her precious hoard. She found herself willing to sacrifice it all to atone for her mistake. All she desired now was to use her most treasured collection to earn Bai Muchen's forgiveness. In a state of apprehension, she feared that Bai Muchen might not comprehend her intentions. Hastily, she retrieved a handful of pine nuts from her fluffy tail and cautiously extended them towards Bai Muchen. Are you suggesting that you wish to offer me all your food? Bai Muchen pondered for a considerable time before finally grasping Pachirisu's meaning. No, he responded, furrowing his brow, his tone grave. You trespassed into my home to pilfer, leaving my kitchen in this disarray. Such actions cannot go unpunished. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's unyielding rejection, Pachirisu's small head drooped even lower, her ears sagging listlessly. However, at that moment, Bai Muchen shifted his tone. How about this? I've been quite concerned that Cho-Cho you might feel lonely all by itself. If you genuinely wish to make amends, then stay at my farm and assist me in caring for Cho-Cho you. What do you think? Chapter 28, Starry Sky Ice Cream. Of course, I will not restrict your freedom. If, after a month, you truly wish to leave, I will not impede you. You may come and go as you please, Bai Muchen added with a smile, his expression sincere. Hearing this, Pachirisu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the terms for her recompense would be so straightforward. Initially, she feared Bai Muchen would take the opportunity to claim her as his own. Yet he had entrusted her with the choice. Upon reflection, this person did not seem so bad, and the prospect of staying at the farm appeared increasingly acceptable. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated for a moment before pointing to the scattered 8 treasure rice on the ground and weakly inquiring, Pa? Does that mean I can eat the 8 treasure rice? Bai Muchen chuckled at Pachirisu's cautious demeanor, assuring her, of course, you can. Here, meals and lodging are provided. Elated by Bai Muchen's affirmative response, Pachirisu leaped with joy, nodding vigorously, as if fearful that he might suddenly retract his offer. Then, Pachirisu, I look forward to your assistance. Bai Muchen said, extending his hand to grasp her tiny paw. Pa, since you've agreed to stay at the farm, let us first tidy up the kitchen together. The following morning, a sudden, uncontrollable stream of water surged through the farmland, drenching Bai Muchen and soaking his clothes, droplets cascading from the hem. Observing this scene, Cho-Cho-Yu's tail drooped, filled with remorse as it lowered its head. Despite having practiced in secret for a considerable time, it still struggled to execute the task correctly. It's all right, Cho-Cho-Yu. Just try to lessen the force of the water flow, Bai Muchen reassured him, showing no signs of reproach as he wiped his face dry and patiently guided him. Now, try again. Make your movements as gentle as possible. And envision the water flow as an extension of your body. Let your heart guide you. Under Bai Muchen's guidance, Cho-Cho-Yu's control over the water flow gradually improved. Watching Cho-Cho-Yu diligently watering the fields, Bai Muchen nodded in approval. Today's Cho-Cho-Yu farmer energy, 36 points. Perhaps due to their bond reaching its zenith. Cho-Cho-Yu was able to provide an impressive amount of farmer energy daily, achieving a rate of 1 point every 2 minutes. 5 times the speed he accumulated with the Snivy. Yet, despite the accelerated accumulation of farmer energy, this was not Bai Muchen's ultimate goal. Were it not for Cho-Cho-Yu's determination, he would have preferred for the once miserable creature to experience joy at the farm. He recalled that on the second day after Cho-Cho-Yu's arrival, she had approached him, offering to share in the workload in the fields. Initially reluctant, he eventually acquiesced to her persistent requests, allowing her to water the crops around the pond during her leisure time. He even provided her with the water pulse TM. However, due to a disparity in comprehension, Cho-Cho-Yu struggled to master the skill as proficiently as Snivy. After several days of diligent instruction, she managed to execute the water pulse skill, albeit with difficulty in controlling the direction of the flow, often accidentally spraying water in Bai Muchen's direction. The lack of skill comprehension could be attributed to innate talent, but if Cho-Cho-Yu's quality were to improve, might it lead to better results? Bai Muchen observed Cho-Cho-Yu, who was still striving to utilize the water pulse skill, and found himself lost in thought. Certainly, enhancing her tier was not a daunting task. A single quality-enhancing candy would suffice. Yet, he sensed that her frequent failures were not solely due to a lack of talent, but also stemmed from her sensitive and proud nature. Having endured countless scorn and bullying, she desperately yearned to prove herself, eager to excel. Cho-Cho-Yu, if you feel tired, take a break. Do not be so hard on yourself, Bai Muchen advised gently. Chirp. Cho-Cho-Yu responded dismissively, nodding slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute, and her hands continued their focused efforts to maintain the water pulse. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Bai Muchen sighed helplessly, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. With a gentle shake of his head, he turned and walked towards the house. He could see that Cho-Cho-Yu's eagerness to assist him, even practicing diligently in the dead of night, stemmed from her desire to demonstrate her worth. She feared that one day, due to her unsightly appearance, she would be cast aside once more. That peculiar exterior, coupled with her long history of bullying, had likely instilled in her a profound sense of inferiority, plunging her into deep self-doubt. Even though she had distanced herself from that malevolent environment, her unattractive appearance loomed like an inescapable shadow, obstructing her path forward. How ironic it was. In the eyes of humans, shiny Pokémon were exceedingly rare and unique, coveted by all. Yet for them, that distinctive coloration might instead feel like divine punishment, a nightmare from which they could never awaken. It seemed that in order to help Cho-Cho-Yu emerge from the shadows of her past, it would be essential for her to genuinely accept her appearance. As Bai Muchen pondered this, he entered the freshly tidied kitchen. He retrieved the exclusive cookbook for Cho-Cho-Yu, gently flipping through its pages until he found a particular entry, reading it with focused intent. Starry Sky Ice Cream, D-grade cuisine, its appearance reminiscent of the vast cosmos. With hues of light purple, icy blue, and silvery gray intertwining and swirling, dazzling like a nebula. A taste will render you the most resplendent star on stage. Culinary effects. 1. Upon consumption by Cho-Cho-Yu, her level will increase by 1, up to 5 times. 2. Ice-type skill power increases by 10, lasting for 2 hours. 3. Effectively removes black spots from Cho-Cho-Yu's skin, whitening her complexion. Starry Sky Ice Cream. It appears to be a dish brimming with hope. Bai Muchen mused as he examined the ingredients and steps for its preparation, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Let us give it a try. The process of crafting Starlit ice cream is remarkably simple, requiring materials that are not as intricate as a gentle summer breeze. Bai Muchen first ventured out to the grocery store to gather the necessary ingredients, then returned to the kitchen to commence his creation. He began by pouring a specific ratio of cream, milk, fine granulated sugar, and fragrant fruit juice into a pot, subsequently igniting a low flame to gently heat the mixture. During the heating process, he diligently stirred with a spoon to ensure that the ingredients melded harmoniously together. Once the mixture was thoroughly blended, He carefully divided the creamy concoction into 3 portions. Next, he mashed purple sweet potatoes and combined them with 1 portion of the cream, resulting in a delicate lavender hue reminiscent of the night sky. For the second portion, he added blueberries, butterfly pea flowers, and a hint of lemon juice, yielding an elegant ice blue color. Subsequently, Bai Muchen poured the meticulously prepared purple, blue, and white mixtures in specially designed molds and placed them into the freezer. In a brief moment, 3 ice cream spheres solidified into shape. He then gently nestled these spheres into cones, evenly sprinkling them with silver sugar crystals, and adorned the creation with 2 chocolate sticks and a dazzling candy for embellishment. Thus, a stunning serving of starlit ice cream was artfully completed. Not to mention, it was visually appealing enough to warrant a photograph for social media. After capturing the image, Bai Muchen gazed contentedly at the photo on his phone. But then his brows furrowed as a thought emerged. Would this entice the ugly fish to feel a bit more confident? Ugly fish, come and have a bite. I've specially made ice cream for you, Bai Muchen called as he stepped into the yard, placing the exquisitely crafted starlit ice cream by the pond and beckoning to the ugly fish. Chirp! The ugly fish, upon hearing the sound, swam over. And upon seeing the dreamlike, nebula-like ice cream, its eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, it looks absolutely beautiful. I love it. Observing the ugly fish enraptured by the starlit ice cream, Bai Muchen discreetly took out his phone, positioned it just right, and stealthily captured a photo of her. Looking at the image of the ugly fish, a gentle smile graced his lips. The plan to enhance the ugly fish's beauty was now set in motion. Chapter 29. Ingenious craftsmanship of the ancestral PS technique. The ugly fish, despite being acknowledged as one of the most unattractive Pokémon, often faced neglect in the Pokémon world. However, its evolved form, Milotic, is frequently adored and sought after by trainers. Milotic not only possesses formidable strength, but also boasts an exquisite appearance, earning the title of the most beautiful Pokémon. Moreover, concerning the evolution conditions, it is not a Herculean task for human trainers to evolve the ugly fish into Milotic. Even if the Pokémon itself has not yet accumulated the requisite beauty points, theoretically, as long as trainers provide ample beautiful scales, the ugly fish can harness the magical powers contained within these scales to evolve with relative ease. Yet, this reliance on external factors, from the ugly fish's perspective, does it truly benefit her? The population of wild Milotic has always been sparse, primarily because the ugly fish harbors a profound disbelief in the tale of the ugly duckling transforming into a beautiful swan. Their overwhelming sense of inferiority serves as an insurmountable barrier. Bai Muchen had also observed some trainers who used Milotic on television. Although their meticulously nurtured Milotic were undoubtedly beautiful and powerful, he occasionally caught glimpses of self-doubt reflected in their eyes. This made him realize that the mere pursuit of external evolution could not genuinely empower the ugly fish with a strong inner self. Therefore, to fundamentally instill confidence in the ugly fish, Bai Muchen believed it was essential to help her recognize that she is, in fact, not ugly. To achieve this goal, he resolved to unleash a super move he had mastered in a past life, the PS technique, one of the 4 great sorceries of Asia. No need to say, even if it were a 60-year-old lady, he could transform her into a fair-skinned, beautiful little girl. Bai Muchen's fingers danced swiftly across the phone screen, executing facial blemish corrections, skin whitening, fine-tuning features, and beautifying actions seamlessly. After a short while, he paused, exhaled deeply, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Okay, done. Well, aside from not resembling the ugly fish much, there are no significant issues. In the image, the ugly fish's skin appeared smooth and delicate like amethyst, with rosy lips that were alluringly vibrant, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with liveliness and playfulness. After admiring the transformation, Bai Muchen pressed the save button with satisfaction. He then approached the pond, holding the phone screen out in front of the ugly fish. Look at this Pokémon. Isn't it beautiful? Chirp. It seems a bit familiar. The ugly fish nodded initially, then called out in confusion. The Pokémon exuded an inexplicable sense of familiarity, stirring thoughts within her. Could this possibly be me? But it doesn't quite look like me. This is you, the beautiful version of yourself. See, your skin issues can be easily resolved. All you need is to become confident, and you will grow increasingly beautiful, even evolving into the most beautiful Pokémon in the world. Milotic. Bai Muchen pulled up a video of the ugly fish evolving into Milotic and continued to gently persuade her. You don't need to exhaust yourself to prove your worth. You must try to let go of the constraints that your appearance imposes on you. Remember, inner strength will always surpass the superficiality of outer beauty. With a series of splashes, The ugly fish gazed at her splendid self in the phone and listened to Bai Muchen's heartfelt words. Her heart was profoundly stirred. She excitedly splashed her tail against the water's surface, sending shimmering droplets flying, and her eyes began to sparkle with a newfound brilliance. I will definitely become a Milotic. In the afternoon, Bai Muchen found himself contemplating the energy cube, which seemed a bit challenging. He rubbed his temples, looking at the two specialized cookbooks laid before him. For some reason, both cookbooks provided sea-level recipes that were predominantly for general and water-type energy cubes. Although the preparation methods were straightforward, with detailed processes outlined in the recipes, he encountered a crucial obstacle. He lacked the necessary equipment to produce energy cubes. While there were energy cube-making devices available on the market at a reasonable price, a significant catch was that purchasers needed to provide proof of being a junior energy cube maker to ensure consumer safety and avoid accidents like explosions or poisoning. However, this introduced a new problem. To obtain the junior energy cube maker certification, one needed a diploma from a Pokemon school, but he had dropped out early. Where could he procure such a diploma? Meanwhile, the oranges in the fields were nearing maturity, yet Brother Yuntao's purchasing capacity was limited, making it impossible to harvest all the fruit. He had initially contemplated crafting some energy cubes for sale, but the first step had already hit a roadblock. Perhaps he should consider obtaining a forged certificate? Just then, as Bai Muchen was deep in thought about where to acquire a fake certificate, a sudden ringing phone interrupted his musings. Hello, this is Yao Yao, a staff member from Fairy EV Food House. May I speak with Mr. Bai Muchen? A sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. This is a special invitation for the winners of the last DIY culinary entertainment competition. Would you be able to join us in 3 days at the Fairy EV's Culinary House for a recording of a gourmet appreciation festival? There will also be generous gifts presented. Ding. A specific scenario detected. A time-limited task has been released for the Fairy EV's Culinary House Gourmet Appreciation event. Task rewards: 200 points of life energy, 10 random B-grade ingredients, a C-grade item, the Aura Cloak, and 5 lottery tickets. The Fairy EV's Culinary House? Hearing the distant voice on the other end of the line and the system's notification, Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback before recalling something. That's right. I remember the Culinary House has its own energy cube for sale, doesn't it? Thus, a bold idea took root in his mind. If I participate in the event, could they possibly gift me an energy cube maker? The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Bai Muchen would suddenly make such a request. After all, although the gift list for this event included many items of equivalent value, it did not encompass the energy cube maker. Consequently, she instinctively glanced at Lin Yao, who was leisurely sipping tea beside her. Sure. After receiving Lin Yao's approval, she nodded and replied to Bai Muchen on the other end of the line. Yes, Mr. Bai, we indeed have it. Really? Is that true? Bai Muchen raised an eyebrow, slightly skeptical and half-jokingly probed. Is there any chance you could send me the energy cube maker first, and then I'd attend the event? Yao. She was momentarily flummoxed by Bai Muchen's audacity. Wait, are you trying to get something for nothing? Helpless, Yao turned back to Lin Yao once more. Just agree to him. Lin Yao took a calm sip of her tea and said nonchalantly, but how can you agree to such an outrageous request? Aren't you afraid he might renege? Yao nodded in resignation and relayed Lin Yao's words to Bai Muchen. Rest assured, I will arrive on time. After finalizing the arrangements regarding the event and the gifts, Bai Muchen hung up the phone, his face a mixture of astonishment. Can they really agree to such an outrageous request? Aren't they worried I might back out? Regardless, he thought, Serpent Pattern Bear, our farm will soon officially open to the public. The issue with the machinery had been resolved so effortlessly by the Culinary House, elevating Bai Muchen's mood to unparalleled heights. He excitedly scooped up a passing Serpent Pattern Bear, lifting it high above his head, and continued to indulge in delightful fantasies. Serpent Pattern Bear. This Culinary House is incredibly generous, providing both cash and equipment. Do you think the owner has taken a liking to me? Oh dear, what should I do? I feel like I no longer want to strive. Listening to Bai Muchen's nonsensical chatter, the Serpent Pattern Bear rolled its eyes in exasperation. Great. The master is off on another wild fantasy. It's best to stop daydreaming and get some rest. Chapter 30. Crafting energy cubes. The efficiency of the Culinary House is truly impressive. The energy cube maker arrived in no time at all. Early the next morning, Bai Muchen received the package from the Culinary House staff and could not help but exclaim in wonder. Upon returning home, he eagerly unboxed it, revealing a brand new energy cube maker before him. The surface of the device was smooth, gleaming with a distinctive metallic luster, and each button and display screen was clearly visible, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship. It had been quite a while since he last crafted energy cubes. he decided to whip up a few to hone his skills. Bai Muchen retrieved 2 cookbooks and perused them briefly. The C-grade energy cube of the normal type primarily serves to enhance a Pokemon's satiety and energy levels. If consumed by a Pokemon of the normal type, the effects could be further amplified by an additional 10. The water-type C-grade energy cube could enhance a Pokemon's beauty and its bond with its trainer, if consumed by a water-type Pokemon. It could also provide a slight resistance to burn damage. The difficulty of crafting these 2 types of energy cubes was not particularly high, and with the detailed steps outlined in the recipes, along with the knowledge he had acquired in school regarding energy cube crafting, Bai Muchen felt confident he could handle it with ease. Without further ado, he selected several plump orange berries, washed them, peeled them, removed the seeds, and extracted their juice to pour into the maker. Following the recipe's proportions, he meticulously added various seasonings and adhesives, skillfully setting parameters such as processing time, temperature, stirring intensity, and cooling duration, while continuously checking and adjusting the mixture throughout the process. After a full hour of diligent work, the machine finally emitted a beep, signifying the completion of his first energy cube. Bai Muchen opened the maker to reveal a dozen translucent white square solids, exuding a faintly sweet aroma. Serpent Pattern Bear. This is the energy cube I just made. Give it a try. Bai Muchen held out a warm energy cube towards the Serpent Pattern Bear. Serpent? Energy cube? Is it even edible? The Serpent Pattern Bear lazily glanced at the energy cube before dismissively shaking its head, noting that it looked similar to the ordinary energy cubes sold at the general store. Having been around Bai Muchen for so long, the bear's tastes had become rather refined. Ordinary energy cubes, which were commonplace, failed to pique its interest. This is my own creation. Will you eat it or not? Bai Muchen sighed, rolling his eyes at the disinterested Serpent Pattern Bear. It was understandable. The bear had grown increasingly picky over the days. In the past, it would have devoured anything offered to it, except for instant noodles. Serpent? Upon hearing that this was an energy cube crafted by Bai Muchen himself, the Serpent Pattern Bear hesitantly accepted it, swallowing it whole. The moment the energy cube touched its tongue, the bear's eyes instantly lit up. The sensation it experienced was entirely different from the mundane products available in stores. It melted in the mouth, with a soft and fluffy texture, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Not only did its energy levels increase significantly after consumption, but its hunger was also nearly extinguished, freeing it from the worry of going hungry. Bai Muchen's energy cube was indeed superior, with 1 cube outperforming 6. Seeing the Serpent Pattern Bear looking unsatisfied, Bai Muchen took out some previously purchased energy cubes and placed them side by side, smiling as he inquired, "How does it taste compared to the ones I used to buy for you? Which do you prefer?" "Serpent. This one. This one. I want only this one." Upon hearing Bai Muchen's question, the Serpent Pattern Bear wasted no time extending its small paw to kick the previously bought energy cube aside, excitedly pointing at the one Bai Muchen had made. "You prefer mine? I see." Observing this scene, Bai Muchen nodded, feeling a surge of confidence. If even the picky Serpent Pattern Bear was so enamored, he was certain his energy cubes would be a hit in the market. As for Brother Yuntao's side, Bai Muchen pondered seriously and decided it should not pose a problem. Although Brother Yuntao also sold energy cubes, they were primarily aimed at the local residents, thus featuring lower prices and efficacy. However, his target clientele encompassed trainers from the entire Hoenn region. Once the energy cubes are successfully popularized, it is inevitable that the number of trainers flocking to the town will surge dramatically. Consequently, this will not only pose no threat to Yuntao's business, but will indeed draw in even greater foot traffic, proving to be undeniably beneficial for him. Resolute in his decision, Bai Muchen commenced the crafting of water-type energy cubes. Although the effects of enhancing beauty and intimacy may appear somewhat abstract, leading to potential lower sales, the mere fact that it could genuinely assist Cho-Cho-Yu was sufficient motivation. An hour later, Bai Muchen, holding an energy cube radiating a brilliant azure glow, arrived at the pond's edge. At that moment, Cho-Cho-Yu was floating at the pond's border, intensely executing the water pulse technique. Though the stream of water it emitted remained slender, it was evenly dispersed over the leaves of the orange fruit, leaving Bai Muchen unable to find any fault. Clearly, even though only half a day had passed, Cho-Cho-Yu had significantly improved its control over the water flow. Whether this was due to the effects of the aptitude enhancement candy or a result of overcoming its psychological barriers remained uncertain. "Cho-Cho-Yu, I have brought you a delicious treat," Bai Muchen called out, extending the energy cube towards it. "Chirp." Upon recognizing Bai Muchen, Cho-Cho-Yu joyfully chirped, nuzzling against his hand before eagerly devouring the offering. "Haha, slow down, you're tickling me." Bai Muchen chuckled lightly, observing with keen interest through his insight eye the changes occurring within Cho-Cho-Yu. Pokemon: Cho-Cho-Yu, shiny. Gender: female. Type: water. Nature: slow. Ability: swift swim. Potential: purple. Level: 15. Moves: bounce, tackle, takedown, water pulse. Friendship: 100. Beauty: 35. To his astonishment, it had learned the moves tackle and takedown autonomously. Tackle: even when subjected to a one-hit KO attack, it will retain at least 1 HP this turn. Observing that Cho-Cho-Yu had mastered a skill typically acquired only through technical machines, Bai Muchen was not overly surprised. In his understanding, technical machines essentially awakened latent abilities within the Pokemon's genes. If a Pokemon lacked the inherent talent for a specific move, no amount of coercion with a technical machine would prove effective. Reflecting on the time when Cho-Cho-Yu had been on the brink of death in the muddy depths, struggling in despair for an unknown duration, its ability to grasp the takedown technique seemed only logical. However, more than its skill acquisition, Bai Muchen was particularly concerned with Cho-Cho-Yu's beauty. After consuming the Starlight Ice Cream and the Energy Cube, its beauty had evidently improved significantly. Even with the naked eye, one could discern that the once coarse skin of Cho-Cho-Yu had become considerably smoother. He believed that with sustained consumption, its beauty would undoubtedly reach perfection. A Cho-Cho-Yu with a beauty score of 100 was indeed something to anticipate. Chapter 31. Live stream? A brilliant idea. Pachirisu. I'm stepping out for a bit. Please keep an eye on things. Bai Muchen said as he recalled the Snivy into its pokeball and slung his backpack over his shoulder, repeatedly advising the remaining Pachirisu. Oh, and don't forget to take good care of Cho-Cho-Yu. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Patch. At the entrance of the Sylvian Cafe, Yao Yao greeted Bai Muchen with a sweet smile, gracefully pushing open the door and gesturing invitingly. Mr. Bai, we are honored to have you amidst your busy schedule for our event. Should you find any aspect of our service lacking, we would greatly appreciate your feedback. Indeed, it has been quite busy. I've had numerous substantial orders delayed. Now that I'm here, perhaps you could compensate me with a few thousand poke dollars for my mental anguish? Bai Muchen quipped, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Yao Yao. At these words, Yao Yao's previously perfect smile faltered. Wait, why aren't you following the script? I was merely being polite. And you truly are asking for a lioness share? Yao Yao, looking at Bai Muchen with an expression of forced politeness, managed to muster an awkward smile. Regardless, I sincerely thank you once again for your presence. Bai Muchen shrugged and stepped into the cafe. In truth, his earlier statement was not entirely without merit. Over the past few days, apart from eating and sleeping, he had devoted nearly all his energy to crafting energy cubes. After depleting nearly 100 pounds of orange fruits and sweet honey fruits, he had finally produced approximately 500 general attribute energy cubes and around 300 water-type energy cubes. Even at an average market price of 50 poke dollars per energy cube, selling them all would yield nearly 40,000 poke dollars, which was considerably more lucrative than merely selling the fruits. Had he not suddenly remembered the event at the Sylvian Cafe, he would likely still be at home crafting energy cubes. Following Yao Yao, Bai Muchen reflected on the event details she had mentioned over the phone, curiosity prompting him to inquire, Miss Yao Yao, what exactly will my role be in this event? Is it simply a matter of savoring the culinary delights? Yes, essentially. Yao Yao replied with a nod, deftly retrieving her phone and opening the Tomato app. During our last entertainment competition, we streamed the entire event, which received tremendous acclaim. Your unique discerning ability regarding food left a profound impression on our viewers. Many expressed their eagerness to see you again. Thus, this return visit is organized in response to our fans' requests, where 10 dishes were selected through voting specifically for you to taste. Naturally, this event will also be streamed live, and we hope you'll share some kind words on our behalf. Am I becoming a web celebrity? Bai Muchen chuckled softly at Yao Yao's explanation. His initial intention had merely been to enjoy the cafe's ingredients without cost, and yet he unexpectedly garnered a following. How amusing. However, he could not deny that the Sylvian Cafe was indeed adept at business, ingeniously opting to enhance its visibility through live streaming. It was likely that this tasting event would attract a plethora of new customers. Wait a moment. At this thought, Bai Muchen abruptly halted. Live stream? Fans? Visibility? I could also live stream my Bai family farm. Previously, he had been fretting about how to attract customers once the farm opened. He had intended to print some promotional flyers in Orange Blossom City after participating in this event, and asked Li Yuntao for assistance in promoting the farm gradually. However, hearing Yao Yao's words, it seemed he had already amassed a following on Tomato. If that were the case, he could simply start a live stream directly. Moreover, Seizing the opportunity presented by this appreciation event, he might just leverage the live broadcast from the culinary house to promote the Bai family farm in advance. He firmly believed that those dashing and astute male fans, along with the beautiful and charming female admirers, would undoubtedly continue to support him. With this thought in mind, Bai Muchen eagerly pulled out his phone and swiftly registered a tomato account named Bai Family Farm. As he gazed at the registration confirmation displayed on his screen, he could almost envision the bustling scene at the farm. "Fairy Evie Culinary House, how I adore you," he exclaimed. "Xiaoyi, how does it taste?" In the office of the Fairy Evie Culinary House, Lin Yao gently caressed the serene Fairy Evie, sipping tree fruit juice beside her, softly inquiring, "How does it compare to what Bai Muchen made?" "Bubby." Upon hearing her question, Fairy Evie shook its ears and then extended 2 pink ribbons, forming an 80 gesture. 80 points? How curious. What could possibly be the issue? Lin Yao furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the cup of tree fruit juice beside Fairy Evie. To her astonishment, the color and aroma of this juice were nearly identical to Bai Muchen's Summer Breeze. The ingredients should consist of cherry fruit, cranberry, pomelo, wood fruit, berry fruit, orange fruit, leftover fruit, and moo milk. My palate cannot be mistaken. Speaking of which, the previous resin tree fruit 8 treasure rice was also not quite satisfactory. Lin Yao found it perplexing. After all, these were merely commonplace ingredients, and the preparation techniques involved no significant difficulty. Yet, why could she, a distinguished culinary genius, never perfectly replicate the dishes crafted by Bai Muchen? Eliminating all other possibilities, it had to be due to that, right? Although Lin Yao was reluctant to accept it. The notion that someone who appeared ordinary could create dishes with extraordinary flavors and possessed a unique discerning ability towards food did indeed suggest a certain possibility. While such individuals were exceedingly rare in this world, and most chose the path of becoming the strongest trainers, exceptions could certainly exist. If Bai Muchen truly possessed such an ability, perhaps the special dish she had been yearning to create could finally come to fruition. Beep, beep, beep. Bai Muchen has arrived? All right, I understand. Lin Yao gradually set down her phone, her face alight with anticipation as she peered through the window at Bai Muchen. Engrossed in his phone in the hall, let me witness the extraordinary abilities you possess once more. Chapter 32. Why do I feel like I've been taken advantage of? Lin Yao, 19 years old, was a recognized prodigy in the Carlos region, an expert in gastronomy and breeding. With unwavering support from her parents, she established the Fairy Evie Culinary House in Muriel City at the age of 17. Who could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, the signature dishes introduced by the culinary house would astonish everyone? These culinary creations not only had unique effects on Pokémon, but also boasted innovative concepts and exquisite flavors, receiving unanimous acclaim upon their launch. Subsequently, Lin Yao showcased extraordinary business acumen, successfully expanding the Fairy Evie Culinary House's brand to all 9 regions within the Pokémon world in just over 2 years. The dishes she crafted by hand were nothing short of miraculous, even proving effective for pinnacle-level Pokémon. However, Lin Yao's identity encompassed much more than this. Under her parents' meticulous guidance, she was also a formidable Pokémon trainer. The seemingly soft and gentle Fairy Evie by her side had already reached level 55. Had she not devoted herself entirely to the art of culinary creation, elevating this Fairy Evie to the champion level would have posed no challenge. Both of Lin Yao's parents were exceptionally powerful trainers, naturally wishing for her to continue along the trainer's path. Unfortunately, Lin Yao had never been particularly interested in Pokémon battles, instead exhibiting a profound passion and remarkable talent for creating Pokémon cuisine. Though the world did not categorize chefs by rank, Lin Yao harbored a dream to become the foremost chef in the world, to conquer even the legendary divine beasts with her meticulously crafted culinary delights, winning their admiration for her culinary skills. However, her journey to culinary greatness had recently encountered significant obstacles. Not wanting to rely on her family, she struggled with limited resources while attempting to create a dish that would be effective for champion-level Pokémon, facing repeated failures despite numerous attempts and various methods. While she was not in a rush to produce this dish immediately, content to spend years slowly perfecting it, she had recently received a message from her father S. Lucario. If she did not succeed soon, she would likely have no choice but to return and inherit the family fortune. In search of relaxation and inspiration, she journeyed to the Hoenn region to attend the grand opening ceremony of the Fairy Evie Culinary House's Changhua branch, where she fortuitously encountered Bai Muchen. Her intuition told her that this young man could assist her in ultimately perfecting the Fire Tree Silverflower dish. The host of the Fairy Evie Culinary House store No. 36 was live streaming. In the hall, Bai Muchen curiously observed as Yao Yao skillfully operated her phone. Before long, their figures synchronized on the live broadcast screen. As the stream officially commenced, countless fans flooded into the room like a tidal wave, and the online viewer count surged to 50,000 in the blink of an eye. Yao Yao flashed a gesture to Bai Muchen, her face radiating with a bright smile as she enthusiastically waved to the audience. "Hello, everyone. Have you missed me? Sister Yao Yao. You finally started the stream. I was waiting so long I thought I'd wither away. Who is today's mysterious guest? Everyone, please rise and welcome today's victim. The bystander's face is blocking my goddess Yao Yao's divine beauty. Bystander's face? Surely they cannot mean me." Observing the rapidly scrolling comments in the chat, Bai Muchen raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. "Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Muchen. I am the champion of the previous culinary DIY entertainment competition, the owner of Bai Family Farm in Bai Town, and a guest at this culinary appreciation event. It is a pleasure to meet you all today." Bai Muchen? So he is the one who took first place last time. I didn't see him during the previous stream, but I finally get to see him in person now. This guy doesn't look so impressive. Trusting him is akin to believing I am the reincarnation of Arceus. Agreed. Although much of the commentary consisted of skepticism regarding Bai Muchen's abilities, the live room's popularity surged, fueled by the controversy. Hee, I could tell everyone was quite curious about Mr. Bai. We especially invited him to showcase his unique culinary tasting skills today. Now, let us invite Mr. Bai to demonstrate for us. Seizing the moment, Yao Yao discreetly signaled to the server, who promptly understood and skillfully brought 10 exquisite dishes to the table. Bai Muchen gazed at the 10 tantalizing delicacies set before him, and following the rehearsed steps, he began to taste them with calm assurance. He leisurely extended his chopsticks, delicately picking up a piece of spicy diced chicken and placing it in his mouth, savoring it thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly and spoke. "This dish of spicy diced chicken is crafted with remarkable finesse. The texture of the chicken is unparalleled, tender and succulent, releasing a burst of juices the moment one bites into it. Upon closer inspection, one can discern 2 distinct, herbaceous flavors of spiciness that intertwine beautifully, each layer delineated with clarity. If I am not mistaken, it seems that 2 varieties of the incendiary chili molecules have been incorporated and then ingeniously balanced with berry essence, resulting in such a unique and lingering taste." Bai Muchen set down his chopsticks and continued to extol its virtues. It is important to note that the spiciness of the incendiary chili molecules exceeds the human threshold for heat, making them previously unsuitable for use as a standalone condiment. The innovative pairing of the berry essence with it by the Fairy Ivui Culinary House not only showcases their culinary prowess and unique creativity, but also highlights the discerning palates and refined tastes of the patrons who frequent this establishment. A wave of compliments ensued, much to the delight of the culinary staff and the fans in the live broadcast. "Wow, can you really taste all that? The master is incredible. What a performance, a true treat." With a chime, the young Ba Qinghua rewarded 3 large tomatoes. Witnessing the surge in popularity within the live stream and the sporadic appearance of donations, Yao Yao felt a surge of joy. Although Bai Muchen enjoyed considerable fame, she had not anticipated the astonishing success of this particular broadcast. Compared to previous appreciation events, this was an entirely different realm. She quietly calculated in her mind, pondering, if the boss were to see the explosive success of this stream, might it delight him enough to double my year-end bonus? Yet, at that moment, Bai Muchen suddenly shifted his tone. While the culinary house's spicy diced chicken is indeed unforgettable, it would be even more magnificent if paired with a glass of our very own Bai Family Farm's meticulously brewed summer breeze tree juice. Upon tasting this juice, one can skillfully alleviate the heat's intensity while adding a refreshing twist to the palate, a perfect match. Yao Yao, lost in daydreams of promotions and pay raises, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Muchen's words. Was this part of the rehearsal earlier? Before she could gather her thoughts, Bai Muchen proceeded with the tasting of the next few dishes. Each dish was accurately described with impeccable detail, receiving high praise for the culinary house. However, curiously, he always concluded his critiques by specifically mentioning the Bai Family Farm. This prismatic pearl dumpling is truly exceptional, presenting us with a dual surprise for the eyes and palate. If paired with the water attribute energy cube from Bai Family Farm, it could even enhance a Pokemon's beauty. The galactic rice crackers, a delightful fusion of crispness and flavor, are a favorite of Snorlax. Such deliciousness reminds me of the general attribute energy cube from Bai Family Farm, whose rich and creamy texture would satisfy even the most voracious appetite of Snorlax. As she listened intently to Bai Muchen's enthusiastic commentary in front of a live stream camera, Yao Yao increasingly felt something was amiss. Was this a promotion for the culinary house? It seemed more like a free advertisement for the Bai family farm. Chapter 33. Is this leading me to meet my ancestors? Wow, Master 666. Bai family farm. What kind of place is that? I have no idea. But since it's recommended by Bai Shan, it should be good. Are there any locals from Waibaizan in the chat? Hey everyone, I happen to be in Gumei Town, just north of Waibaizan. I'll head over in a couple of days to scout the place for you all. Stay tuned for good news. Bai Muchen gently rubbed his slightly protruding belly. Although he had only sampled a few bites of each dish, having tasted 8 dishes in succession, he felt a bit full. Yet, watching the lively discussions about Bai family farm in the live chat, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that his earlier promotional efforts had not been in vain, as the name of Bai family farm had successfully gained recognition. Now that the meal was nearly finished and the promotional objective had largely been achieved, it was time to wrap things up. He still had to return to making energy cubes. Just as Bai Muchen reached for his chopsticks again, directing his gaze toward the last 2 dishes. A look of astonishment crossed his face. These 2 dishes, magical water cabbage, an A-grade dish, prepared using 6 ingredients including sea anemone flowers, long-haired pig hind leg meat, and the tail of a drowsy to create a rich broth, then clarified with sweet matsutake, magical mushrooms, and lion's mane mushrooms to achieve a crystal-clear appearance. After slow cooking with cabbage hearts, the resulting dish is both flavorful and delicately tender. Culinary effect. When consumed by Pokémon below level 160, it increases their base stats by 1 point, limited to once. Each consumption has a 50 chance to learn any available move, and a 50 chance to forget any move the Pokémon already knows. All move power is permanently increased by 10, limited to once. Ultimate dish. Modified an A-grade dish, crafted from lotus slices, lemon, butterfly pea flowers, the sludge of Stunky, and the nectar of Stunky flowers into a dark culinary masterpiece. 1 bite and you will definitely not want a second, yet it seems to possess peculiar effects. Culinary effect. When consumed by Pokémon below level 160, it continuously drains a total of 161 HP per minute for 1 hour, if not attacked. The Pokémon will not enter a fainting state during that hour. Purification, healing, instant death, and curse-type moves are ineffective against this effect. If the Pokémon has negative effects, they will be partially mitigated based on the intensity of the negative effect, while increasing control over the energy attribute causing that negative state. How remarkable it was that these 2 A-grade dishes could affect gym leader-level Pokémon. The culinary house had truly opened his eyes. However, this ultimate dish seemed. Looking at the plate before him, where white skulls floated amid a thick, black-purple slime bubbling ominously and emitting a strange odor. Bai Muchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he dipped the spoon into the broth, stirring it gently, and watched as the spoon rapidly turned black before his eyes. His expression darkened immediately. Was this meant to send him away? Did they truly think he was an absolute novice? Bai Muchen turned to see Yao Yao biting her lip, desperately suppressing laughter, causing his mouth to twitch once more. Miss Yao Yao, must I truly sample this final dish? Upon hearing Bai Muchen's inquiry, Yao Yao immediately composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor and nodding earnestly. Yes, Mr. Bai. This ultimate dish was specifically requested by the fans. They are curious yet reluctant to try it themselves, so they hope for you, the esteemed expert, to take the plunge. Not believing her words, Bai Muchen glanced at the barrage of comments in the live chat urging him to taste it, rolling his eyes in disbelief. I believe you not. You are just trying to set me up. However, this could also present an opportunity. Upon reconsideration, a subtle smirk danced upon Bai Muchen's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. He chuckled softly. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall graciously oblige and indulge in this much-anticipated delicacy. With that, he offered a brief critique of the fantastical dish known as magic water cabbage. Seemingly oblivious to the fervent signals from his companion Yao Yao, he resolutely grasped a spoon, scooping up a generous portion of the viscous purple broth, and without hesitation, brought it to his lips. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. In that instant, Yao Yao, who had been stifling laughter, was rendered speechless, and the viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed. Oh my, Bai Shan actually dared to take a bite. This is wild. God-level performance, 999. Respect. Could this be staged? I've heard there are specialized eaters who fake it. Can someone explain? I understand this. Just do this. Then that, and finally this. To the one above, your explanation is as good as nothing. As the live chat erupted with animated discussion, Bai Muchen remained composed, lightly smacking his lips before addressing the audience. Please refrain from wild speculation. While the taste is indeed peculiar, it is, on the whole, quite acceptable. As for the ingredients and a detailed review of this dish, I will post them on my personal tomato account, Bai Family Farm. Curious fans can simply like and follow to view the details. He concluded, "Thus ends our culinary appreciation event. I look forward to our next meeting." Just as Bai Muchen finished speaking, Yao Yao finally regained her senses. Ignoring the surging popularity of the live stream and Bai Muchen's subtle hints, she anxiously pulled him aside. "Wait, you really ate it? I told you that one dish was meant for a prank. You were supposed to gauge my reactions to liven up the atmosphere, not actually consume it." Noticing her distress, Bai Muchen smiled lightly. "Rest assured, I did not truly eat it. At the moment the broth was about to touch my lips, I discreetly transferred it to the system space. Thank goodness. I was just thinking that if you had actually ingested it, we might need to rush you for a stomach wash," Yao Yao exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. "Honestly, your performance was instrumental in making this live stream a resounding success." "You're welcome. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Feel free to call on me for future events," Bai Muchen replied, pulling out his phone to check his tomato account, which had just gained 10,000 followers. He glanced at the rewards from the system, and his smile deepened. Ding. Time-limited task completed. Rewards granted, 200 points of life energy. B-grade ingredient, Big Geranium Petals X5, Century-Old Ice X5, C-grade item, Momentum Scarf, and Lottery Tickets X5. Big Geranium Petals. Elite-level petals dropped from big geraniums, rich in energy. Capable of healing negative statuses of Pokémon. Century-Old Ice. Naturally formed ice from polar glaciers over a century, when worn or consumed. Nourishes the body and greatly benefits water and ice-type Pokémon. Century-old ice that nourishes the body. Bai Muchen mused, contemplating giving it to his ugly fish. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice called out beside him. "Bai Muchen, may I have a word with you?" Chapter 34, Bai Family Farm. Soon to open. Bai Muchen, I've just followed your account. Your ability to discern the ingredients of the ultimate culinary dish is quite impressive. Lin Yao remarked casually while handing him a cup of tea from her office. "Yao Yao just informed me of your remarkable talent to deduce the composition of dishes without tasting them. Could you share a bit about your skill?" "Oh, it's merely a trivial technique. You, Manager Lin, are the true culinary master, capable of creating such an array of innovative dishes. I still have much to learn from you," Bai Muchen replied, taking a sip of tea and exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yao. "Trivial techniques?" Lin Yao's gaze sharpened, a playful smirk gracing her face. "If I'm not mistaken, your keen intuition regarding culinary matters likely stems from some unique ability you possess, correct? Is it possible she has discerned the existence of the system?" Bai Muchen's heart raced, and his hand momentarily faltered with the teacup. Upon regaining his composure and glancing at the cup in his hand, he silently cursed his misfortune. It seemed his suspicions were indeed accurate. Lin Yao, observing Bai Muchen's reaction, smirked knowingly. "You possess the formidable power of the everlasting force, do you not?" The everlasting force is a natural energy that allows one to accurately identify the ingredients within a dish. It's not surprising. Moreover, I replicated the 2 dishes you showcased in the entertainment competition, yet the flavors always fell short. I suspect the everlasting force plays a role in this as well. Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. Lin Yao's assertion had left him at a loss. The everlasting force, as he understood, was an extraordinary natural energy originating from the everlasting forest. It was said that those who wielded the everlasting force were like favored children of nature, capable of connecting with Pokémon and the world around them, as well as using this energy to heal and enhance Pokémon. To think Lin Yao had mistaken him for a wielder of the everlasting force. This revelation was truly unexpected. The next moment, he decided to play along. "Indeed, you have seen through my secret. Yes, I am indeed a wielder of the everlasting force," Bai Muchen replied with a calm demeanor, nodding earnestly as if convinced of his own fabrication. Although he was not, he figured that since Lin Yao had made her assumption, it would be best to let it stand. After all, he couldn't very well confess to being an exemplary youth raised under the red flag who had inexplicably traversed into this world with a system attached. Could he? Such a confession could lead to him being deemed mentally unstable. Excellent. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement at Bai Muchen's forthright admission. "In that case, I would like to enlist your help in creating a dish." Ding. Task issued. Assist in the creation of the king-level Dishfire Tree Silver Flower. Basic task rewards. 1,000 points of life energy. Advanced energy block crafting knowledge. S-grade item. Unmelting ice crystal. And additional rewards based on the final quality of the dish. This task carries a high degree of difficulty and certain risks. It is recommended that the host possesses Pokémon above level 40 and proficiently utilize water and fire type skills before attempting execution. Risks. Bai Muchen stared at the system prompt in puzzlement. It's merely cooking a dish. How could it entail any danger? While he pondered this, Lin Yao handed him a densely written sheet of paper. Here is the recipe. Take a look. Bai Muchen glanced at it briefly, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he began to comprehend the source of the impending danger. The preliminary steps of the recipe appeared manageable. However, the final step demanded the use of the Earth's core fire, blazing at 1,000 degrees, to ignite the specially crafted ice fruit suspended in the trees. It was essential to condense the ice fruit at the precise moment it burst into a dazzling array of fireworks, thus achieving a harmonious fusion of flames and the fruit's nourishing essence. Yet, any misstep in this delicate process would result in the catastrophic explosion of all the ice fruits. With an explosive force comparable to the full power assault of an elite-level fire-type Pokémon. The system was indeed correct. This task was far beyond his current capabilities. He still wished to live for a couple more years. The power of the evergreen could effectively stabilize the erratic energies of the volatile ice and fire during the cooking process, which was precisely why I sought your assistance. Observing Bai Muchen lost in thought, Lin Yao added, "Of course, should you succeed in crafting this dish, any reward within my means shall be yours." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Muchen slowly shook his head and rose to his feet. "This commission is exceedingly challenging. I need to return and deliberate further." Lin Yao anticipated his reaction entirely. She waved her hand nonchalantly. "No problem. Here is my business card. Feel free to seek me out whenever you have made your decision. I eagerly await your response." As she watched Bai Muchen gradually recede into the distance, Lin Yao maintained her calm demeanor and delicately sipped her tea. "Humph. I am certain that within a day, you will undoubtedly return to seek me out." Meanwhile, upon returning to the farm, Bai Muchen carelessly tossed the business card onto the sofa, dismissing the matter from his mind as he proceeded to amuse the whimsical fish in the yard. After all, there was no point in rushing this task. He would be better off preparing to open his shop and earn some money instead. "Paradox, you've worked hard today as well. Here, to express my gratitude, this vibrant sash is yours now." June 1st, Sunday. "Brother Chen, I'm back." At just 7 a.m., Xian arrived at Bai's farm, bubbling with excitement as she cradled her Chikorita. "Thanks to your advice, my Chikorita finally triumphed in last week's battle test. She wishes to express her gratitude to you." "Chica." Upon hearing Xian's words, Chikorita shyly called out. Although this creature had previously tricked her into working, she had to admit that it seemed to have had some effect. Thus, she reluctantly decided to visit again, hoping to sneak a meal. "Brother Chen, what are you busy with?" Just as Xian spoke with enthusiasm, she suddenly noticed that the farm had undergone considerable changes in just 2 weeks. To the east of the farm, a pond had mysteriously appeared, with a purple whimsical fish spraying water to irrigate the fields. To the west, a snivy and a paddlets busily harvested the freshly ripened orange berries. The space that had once served as a warehouse had been transformed into a charming little shop. At that moment, Bai Muchen stood by the glass counter at the forefront of the shop, meticulously arranging rows of exquisite energy cubes. Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. In just 2 weeks, Brother Chen had managed to capture so many Pokémon? And what exactly was he doing? "Xian, you're here. Perfect timing. Could you please ask Chikorita to relay a message to Brother Yuntao to come collect the berries? I simply can't step away right now." And his phone has been perpetually busy. Bai Muchen gestured towards several bags of orange berries prepared nearby. Before Xian could respond, Chikorita's little face immediately drooped. "I just arrived, and now you want me to work?" However, before she could protest, Xian's voice chimed in. "All right, no problem. The general store isn't far from Bai's farm, and Chikorita knows the way." Compared to the help Brother Chen previously offered Chikorita, this task seems trivial. "No, I haven't agreed yet." Upon hearing this, Chikorita shot a glance at her trainer, sighing in resignation. Reluctantly, she extended her vine, accepting the written note from Bai Muchen's hand, and turned to dash towards the general store. "Sigh, I suppose I'll just consider this extra training." "Brother Chen, are you preparing to open a shop?" After sending Chikorita off, Xian approached the shop with her hands behind her back. Her curiosity piqued as she began to survey her surroundings. Indeed, reviving the former glory of Bai's farm requires more than merely selling berries. I intend to experiment with selling energy cubes and Pokémon cuisine. My little shop will officially open at 9 a.m. today. If you're free, why not stay and help along with Chikorita? I'll pay 500 Poke Dollars for the day. Meals included. Chapter 35. The Hoennian does not deceive a Hoennian. Snivy, go take a look at the shop entrance and see if any customers are arriving. Xian. If any customers show up, I would appreciate it if you could assist with the transactions. Paddlets, Chikorita, and the whimsical fish, you 3 can serve as the shop's mascots. Once all arrangements were in place, Bai Muchen noted that the time was drawing near. He picked up his phone stand and opened the live stream. Ever since participating in the culinary appreciation event at the Fairy Evie's food house, Bai Muchen had been dedicating a portion of his time each day to live streaming, occasionally posting short videos on crafting energy cubes and delectable dishes. Over the past few days, his follower count had surged to over 20,000, with countless netizens expressing keen interest in his culinary creations and energy cubes. Today, in addition to selling 2 types of energy cubes, Summer Breeze Berry Juice and Starry Sky Ice Cream, he had also prepared 2 newly developed dishes. One was a D-rank dish, Volcanic Mushroom Heart, which could enhance the attack power of Pokemon below level 30 by 10 for 1 hour. The other was a C-rank dish, Dreamy Chocolate Beans, which promised a delightful dream to its consumer. With all these preparations, it should suffice for several days. Bai Muchen withdrew his gaze from the counter. Observing the rising number of followers in the live stream, he cleared his throat and began, "Greetings, dear friends. Today marks the grand opening of Bai's farm. I have already placed the farm's address in my profile, and I warmly invite everyone to come and support us. Additionally, to celebrate this auspicious occasion, all products purchased by fans today will enjoy a 20% discount. Wow, Bai is live again. Let us show some love for the master." Sofa. I just saw a shiny, whimsical fish flash across the screen. Is that the host's? I urgently request the host to show it to us again. 1,000 voices plead. Master, are your energy cubes really affordable and filling? My Snorlax is about to bankrupt me. I understand the urgency of those above, but please hold on. I'm already en route to the farm. Everyone await my good news. Bai Muchen observed the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, chuckling as he prepared to respond when Snivy hurriedly rushed in. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of voices could be heard from outside. This must be it, right? The sign clearly reads Bai's farm, so it can't be mistaken. Seriously? In such a remote little town, with such a humble farm, they wouldn't be trying to scam us, would they? Bai Muchen, upon hearing a sound, turned his head towards the source and beheld a group of 7 or 8 young individuals, their faces alight with curiosity as they pushed open the door and entered. Please wait a moment. We have guests arriving, Bai Muchen said, securing his phone steadily. He then greeted the newcomers with warmth. Hello everyone. How may I assist you today? By the way, just to clarify, we do not sell kidneys here. As Bai Muchen's voice reached them, the group hastened towards the shop. Leading the pack was a young man with a buzz cut, who leaned closer to the glass counter, his eyes scanning the merchandise within. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Boss Bai, how much do you sell these general attribute energy blocks for? Is it true that one can fully satisfy a Pokemon's hunger? 100 Pokemon coins each, Bai Muchen replied, calmly retrieving 2 energy blocks from the counter and placing them before the buzzcut youth. While it may be a slight exaggeration to claim that one is sufficient for Pokemon under level 40, aside from those with insatiable appetites like Snorlax, a single block should generally suffice to meet their energy needs for an entire day. 100 Pokemon coins? Quite reasonable. That price is not outrageous, the young man mused. Typically, energy blocks on the market are priced at around 50 Pokemon coins each, and Pokemon usually need to consume 3 to 4 a day to maintain their energy levels. If Bai Muchen's claims hold true, then indeed, this price is quite accessible. I'll take 3, please. As he spoke, the buzzcut boy suddenly pulled out his phone, waving it in front of Bai Muchen with a teasing grin. Boss Bai, let us make one thing clear. Although I am a loyal fan, if the energy blocks do not perform as you claim, do not blame me for exposing your secrets during my live stream. Rest assured, fellow Hoenn resident, I would never deceive a fellow Hoenn resident. Look, I'm currently live streaming, Bai Muchen chuckled in response, gesturing towards the phone broadcasting beside him. All right, I'll trust you this once. After completing his purchase, the buzzcut youth swiftly exited Bai's farm. He recalled seeing energy blocks for sale at a nearby town's general store and was eager to compare their efficacy against those from Bai's establishment. Once the buzzcut boy departed, 2 young women approached the counter, their attention fixated not on the energy blocks, but rather on the fish tank housing the ugly fish. The ugly fish, sensing the fervent gazes of the 2 girls, cast a disdainful glance before languidly turning away. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful fish before? In this moment, the ugly fish brimmed with confidence. After 2 weeks of meticulous training under Bai Muchen, her beauty rating had soared to 40 points. The previously unsightly black spots on her skin had vanished without a trace, and her fins sparkled with a deep blue sheen, resembling something truly exquisite. However, the way she gazed at Bai Muchen seemed to convey more than mere gratitude. There appeared to be a hint of unspoken affection. Boss, how much is this? One of the girls asked eagerly. The ugly fish is not for sale. Bai Muchen interjected. Noticing the girls practically pressing their faces against the fish tank, he quickly moved to take the tank away. No, I meant the water-type energy blocks. One of the girls clarified, snapping back to reality as she pointed at the nearby energy blocks. I also have an ugly fish. If I feed her this, will she become as beautiful as yours? At this, Bai Muchen's lips curled into a smile. She can indeed become more beautiful, but she shall never surpass mine. My ugly fish is the most beautiful in the world, bar none. With a delighted expression, the ugly fish's eyes transformed into heart shapes upon hearing Bai Muchen's praise. She gazed up at him with joy, her little tail splashing against the water's surface, creating ripples of delight. However, if you wish for your ugly fish to truly transform, I recommend pairing it with Starlit ice cream. Generally, within 2 weeks, you will notice significant improvement. The energy block is 100 Pokemon coins, and the Starlit ice cream is also 100 Pokemon coins. I'll give you a discount of 20, making it 160. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? After hearing Bai Muchen's proposal, the speaking girl hesitated. As a student, her monthly allowance was merely 2,000 Pokemon coins, and this purchase would take a significant chunk. I'll start with 3. I'll see how it goes from there. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to proceed with her purchase, recalling her promise to her ugly fish to help fulfill its wish to become beautiful. She had even used her own cosmetics on the fish with no results. As long as the ugly fish was happy, it was worth every coin. She could always mooch meals off her roommate this month. Do not worry. A Hoenn resident would never deceive another, Bai Muchen assured her, handing over the energy blocks and Starlit ice cream. However, to help your ugly fish truly become beautiful, it's essential to nurture her inner self. For true beauty comes from within. Chapter 36. Wait a moment. I believe I've discovered a bug. After the 2 girls departed, the queue in front of the little shop began to swell. However, due to the relatively high pricing and the absence of sample tastings, most patrons merely came to bask in the atmosphere, with few willing to make a purchase. Yet, Bai Muchen understood that this was an unavoidable circumstance. With only a limited quantity of energy blocks and dishes he had crafted alone, offering samples to every Pokemon was simply not feasible. Thus, over an hour passed, and only a mere tenth of the total energy blocks had been sold. Some even came specifically hoping to interact with the Chikorita and Pachirisu. But Bai Muchen and Xiaoxian firmly declined such unreasonable requests. Next, as Bai Muchen glanced at the remaining energy blocks, preparing to call the next customer, he suddenly found the buzzcut boy's face somewhat familiar. Aren't you? The buzzcut boy chuckled shyly. Hey boss Bai, I'm back. This time I want 20 no? 30 of the general attribute energy blocks. Buying so many? Bai Muchen exclaimed, surprised by the boy's request, causing those in line behind him to gasp in astonishment. Hey buddy, why do you need so many? That's quite a sum. Aren't you worried about being swindled? Come on, I personally tried them earlier. Boss Bai's energy blocks are top-notch. If you don't believe me, take a look. I even recorded a video. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and opened a video. In the clip, a well-known streamer, after tasting 2 types of energy blocks, kicked aside the general store's offering. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, what a piece of junk, I'll never eat this again. After watching the video, some remained skeptical, questioning, videos can be edited these days. This guy isn't just a shill for the owner, is he? Wait, isn't this guy the wildly popular survival streamer online? I think his name is Lu E. One customer remarked, increasingly convinced of the buzzcut boy's identity. Indeed, the buzzcut boy was Lu E, a genuine wilderness survival influencer. He thrived on exploring uncharted forests and nameless islands in the deep sea, gathering resources on-site and live streaming his survival experiences in real time, emphasizing authenticity and realism. His adventurous exploits were nothing short of tumultuous, often leading to episodes of food poisoning from mistakenly consuming toxic mushrooms. And he had even been chased through the woods by a particularly irate bear. It had become a commonplace occurrence for him to find himself in the hospital every now and then. As for his rather unremarkable taste buds, they were nonetheless exceptionally sensitive, making him keenly aware of flavors, thus rendering him an excellent companion for Lu Yi's outdoor live streams. Regarding the energy cubes, they had become an indispensable item for Lu Yi's excursions into the wild. After all, for a content creator who spent most of his time in nature, suitable edible materials were not always readily available. In such circumstances, a high-quality energy cube that could swiftly replenish one's stamina was of paramount importance. Since even Lu Yi praised the energy cubes, I might as well purchase some for myself. I'll take 10. No, make that 5. Under the influence of Lu Yi's celebrity effect, Bai Muchen's energy cubes swiftly became highly sought after. In fact, due to a shortage of hands, Pachirisu and Snorlax even took on the role of porters, transporting the spare energy cubes back and forth. Nonetheless, within less than an hour, the 500 energy cubes Bai Muchen had painstakingly prepared over several days were completely sold out, along with all other products. Observing the customers still queuing behind, Bai Muchen could only apologize, saying, "I sincerely apologize, but all the items prepared for today have been sold out. If you wish to purchase more, you will have to wait until next Saturday." Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Next Saturday? If it were tomorrow, that would be one thing. But a whole week? Come on, Boss Bai, that's a bit too long to wait. One customer voiced his protest loudly, though the others remained silent. They nodded in agreement, clearly echoing his sentiment. "I truly apologize. The energy cubes and dishes are all made by me alone. To ensure quality, I simply cannot speed up production, so I hope everyone can understand." Watching the crowd leave with dejected expressions, Bai Muchen felt a twinge of guilt. He had not anticipated such overwhelming demand on the very first day of business. He had originally thought the energy cubes would last 3 or 4 days. Yet they had been snatched up in less than a day. Had he known, he would have imposed a purchase limit. It seemed he would need to put in extra effort this week to prepare more energy cubes. "Xiaoxian, here is your payment." After bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, Bai Muchen took off his phone and casually closed the live stream. He noticed Xiaoxian stretching lazily and, after a moment's thought, transferred 2,000 spirit coins to her. Although they had initially agreed on a payment of 500, he had earned nearly 30,000 spirit coins after deducting costs from today's endeavors, so he felt no need to be stingy in this regard. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian glanced at her account balance on her phone, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Chinching, that's so much." Before she could return the excess spirit coins, Bai Muchen quickly added, "You've worked hard this morning. This is rightfully yours. If you truly feel bad about it, just come help me at the shop every weekend. Don't worry, Chinchum. I promise to be there whenever you call." Xiaoxian exclaimed excitedly, straightening up and saluting with a mock seriousness before bouncing away. Phew, finally a moment to rest. Watching the farm transform from a bustling hive of activity to a tranquil silence, Bai Muchen rubbed his sore arms and then locked the farm gate. Next, he lured the Snorlax and Pachirisu into cleaning up the farm's mess with the promise of a sumptuous feast. By the way, it seemed he hadn't checked the accumulated farmer's energy for his Pokémon in quite some time. "System, please present the total farmer's energy accumulated by all Pokémon this week. I wish to see how much I have." With this thought, Bai Muchen mentally called upon the system, and in an instant, a long string of numbers appeared before his eyes. Snorlax, 706 points. Fiba, 1,252 points. Pachirisu, 324 points. Budu, 24 points. That's approximately over 2,300 points, which can be exchanged for 230 points of life energy. Bai Muchen nodded at the accumulated farmer's energy from the 4 Pokémon. "Wait a minute, Budu. How did this little guy end up in here?" Bai Muchen gazed at Budu's 24 points of farmer's energy, somewhat puzzled. Considering the timing, these 24 points must have been earned today while helping me. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Bai Muchen as he recalled the system's initial message. Only Pokémon with a closeness of over 20 to the host can contribute to the host's farmer's energy when engaged in tasks related to the host. Thus, it seemed that even if it was someone else's Pokémon, as long as their closeness exceeded 20 points, he too could gain farmer's energy. With this thought, Bai Muchen glanced at the 201 points of life energy in the system space, then looked down at his phone, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his mouth. If that's the case, acquiring life energy might not be so difficult after all. Chapter 37. A bug is fun for a moment, but being stuck in a bug is fun forever. After all, from a theoretical standpoint, the concept of labor is extremely broad, not confined merely to physical toil. Any form of diligent effort, such as learning, creating, managing, etc., could arguably fall under this umbrella. Therefore, it stands to reason that as long as various labor activities are conducted under his intervention, they should contribute to his accumulation of farmer's energy, not solely limited to activities within Bai's farm. If that's the case, then the potential for manipulation is immense. All he needs to do is find a way to elevate the closeness of his live stream fans' Pokémon to 20 points, and then somehow intertwine their daily activities with his. And wouldn't farmer's energy soar accordingly? This certainly seemed worth experimenting with. Even if it didn't work, there would be no loss, right? The more Bai Muchen contemplated, the more convinced he became. To accumulate farmer's energy, he decided to publicly share a few of his D-grade recipes and their preparation steps in the live stream. After all, he didn't intend to continue selling dishes, as each preparation took a considerable amount of time, yielding only a few servings. With that time, He might as well produce more energy cubes. Bai Muchen was resolute, planning to procure some materials today and make thorough preparations to experiment in the live stream tomorrow. Pachirisu. Snorlax, you've both worked hard. I'll make you some pineapple rice and berry juice shortly. Patch. Snore. You are now watching the live stream of Bai's farm. Wow, it's live. Far Yuan, who was in her dorm feeding her Fiba, immediately clicked into the live stream upon receiving the notification from the Tomato Live platform. She was the first girl to purchase a water-type energy cube at Bai's farm yesterday, upon returning to her dorm after buying the energy cube and ice cream. She promptly fed them to her Fiba. To her surprise, the effects of the energy cube and dishes were remarkably good, though only a day had passed. The black spots on her Fiba had indeed faded a little. She gently caressed the oddly shaped fish, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked towards the live broadcast room, wondering what delightful surprises Bai Muchen would unveil today. The broadcast is starting. Everyone, get your sunflower seeds and soda ready. The host is somewhat handsome, but the streaming time is far too short. It barely lasts 2 hours each day, leaving us wanting more. Rumor has it, Bai Muchen is quite short in stature. Bai Muchen? What on earth is going on here? Observing the increasingly absurd atmosphere in the chat, Bai Muchen couldn't help but clear his throat lightly, a faint smile gracing his face as he said, My dear fans. You never cease to amuse me with your jokes. But please, refrain from such chatter. If this broadcast were to be suspended because of it, you would miss out on the surprise I have prepared for you today. The mere mention of surprise instantly piqued the interest of the viewers, and the chat was soon flooded with messages urging the host to unveil it promptly. Noticing that the number of viewers had surpassed 20,000, Bai Muchen decided to stop teasing and spoke up. As you all know, my Bai family farm officially opened yesterday. However, due to insufficient preparation, many fans left disappointed. To make amends, I have decided to publicly share an exclusive culinary recipe with you all today. He continued, the method is remarkably simple. Everyone can follow along with their Pokemon, and perhaps, while cooking, you might even strengthen your bond with them. Of course, I will be cooking alongside my Pokemon to demonstrate the process. Now, without further ado, the dish we will be preparing today is called Summer Breeze, and the ingredients required are. As he spoke, Bai Muchen produced a collection of berries he had prepared earlier, explaining the cooking process in detail while addressing questions from the fans in the chat, all the while collaborating with Pachirisu and Snivy in the kitchen. Snivy, hand me the sugar. No, wait, that's salt. Snivy, they look quite similar. Let me taste this. Yikes, it's so salty. Forget it. Pachirisu, pass me the chopsticks. Wait, put down that knife. Patch. Bai Muchen watched as Snivy, panting and searching for water, and Pachirisu, wildly swinging a knife, left him utterly exasperated. In a bid to capture the most authentic live streaming experience, he had not informed Snivy and Pachirisu of the recipe beforehand. As a result, the entire broadcast was fraught with mishaps, with viewers occasionally witnessing the two Pokemon tripping over the berries strewn across the floor, tumbling in all directions. At one point, Pachirisu accidentally sprayed Moo Moo milk all over Bai Muchen's face with a loud splat. Nonetheless, despite the clumsy process, the outcome was quite satisfactory. After approximately an hour, with the assistance of the two Pokemon, Summer Breeze was finally completed. Meanwhile, the numerous viewers in the chat were thoroughly entertained by the delightful and heartwarming cooking antics of Bai Muchen and Pachirisu, and many decided to join in, preparing their own culinary creations alongside him. In front of the camera, the Pokemon mimicked Pachirisu and Snivy's every move, successfully concocting their own berry juice. They joyfully sipped the juice they had made, basking in their trainer's praises, their fondness for Bai Muchen soaring. That fellow named Bai Muchen truly is a good person. Phew. Done. Bai Muchen concluded the live stream, gently rubbing the heads of his two little companions before eagerly opening the system panel. Would this method truly grant him the energy of a farmer? Charmeleon, farmer's energy 12 points. Garchomp, farmer's energy 16 points. Minifu, farmer's energy 8 points. It truly works. Gazing at the clearly displayed data, Bai Muchen could hardly contain his excitement, leaning down to plant a kiss on the heads of Snivy and Pachirisu. Although the individual contributions of each Pokemon in terms of farmer's energy may not seem substantial, the sheer number of Pokemon involved was impressive. He continued to peruse the system statistics, only to find that nearly 10,000 Pokemon had participated in this culinary endeavor, accumulating an astonishing amount of farmer's energy that soared past 80,000 points. Converting this, he had garnered 411 points of life energy from just one live stream. The speed at which this energy was amassed was astonishing. Tasting the sweetness of success, Bai Muchen promptly decided to continue his live broadcasts. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he gathered the requisite 100,000 0.000 points of life energy needed for the ancient Pokemon egg, making it seem almost effortless. The following day. Hello everyone. Today's culinary delight is Starlit ice cream, and the ingredients required are life energy acquired that day, 371 points. The third day. Dear fans, we meet again. Today, I will teach you how to make apple tart pie. Life energy acquired that day, 360 points. The fourth and fifth days continued in the same vein. For 5 consecutive days, Bai Muchen shared delightful recipes without interruption, and his live stream's popularity surged, with his follower count now exceeding 100,000. With this massive fanbase, he also received a plethora of gifts and an abundance of life energy. In addition to what he had accumulated previously, he now possessed a total of 126 points of life energy. At this pace, it would not be long before the ancient Pokemon egg could hatch. Just one final push. And tomorrow he would roll up his sleeves and continue working hard. Chapter 38. I wish you would spend more time with me. The oddly shaped fish had been feeling quite unhappy lately, despite her circumstances improving in recent days, with meals that were better than before, and even special starlit ice cream made for her by Snivy and Pachirisu. She felt an emptiness inside. Her skill, Water Pulse, had also been mastered. She could not only control its direction with finesse, but could also effortlessly alter the flow of water, making it thick or thin, large or small. As for her appearance, which she once held in high regard, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. It seemed inappropriate to still call her the ugly fish. Now, she was enveloped in a layer of scales that resembled intricately carved purple crystal, shimmering with starlight that spilled forth like a night sky adorned with countless stars. Her once imperfect gray fins had been restored to a stunning beauty, the vibrant colors appearing as if delicately dyed by deep-sea sprites, ever more profound and radiant. Akin to deep blue silks swirling in the water, her lively, pure eyes, melodious voice, and slightly pouted rosy lips completed her enchanting appearance. Even Snivy and Pachirisu couldn't help but praise her, declaring her the most beautiful Pokemon in the town and the entire forest. Yet for her, these accolades were not what she truly desired. Ever since Bai Muchen had become overly engrossed in his live streaming, she had scarcely seen him. During mealtimes, when everyone used to gather joyously, now only Snivy and Pachirisu alternated in delivering meals to Bai Muchen. They would soon rush off to tend to the fields, assist with the live broadcasts, and attend to various other tasks. Each time she observed those two, adorned with gifts from Bai Muchen, remaining close to him, sharing laughter and creating surprises on that small screen, she felt a pang of longing. Yet here I am, confined to this secluded corner, silently watching over. Just a step away from the final breakthrough. Tomorrow I shall roll up my sleeves and strive anew. Inside the house, the exuberant voice of Bai Muchen resonated clearly in Cho-Cho-Yu's ears. With a drooping head, Cho-Cho-Yu despondently wagged her tail, glancing at the brightly lit home that echoed with the joyous cries of Pachirisu. Then turning her gaze to the desolate pond surrounding her, her eyes gradually dimmed. The following day. Cho-Cho-Yu, it's time for your meal. Today, I've crafted a new flavor of starlit ice cream just for you. Come and taste it. Bai Muchen rose early with purpose, ensuring not to disturb the slumbering Snivy and Pachirisu. After organizing his things, he hurried to the pond's edge, waving at Cho-Cho-Yu in the water. Pokemon, Cho-Cho-Yu, Shiny. Level, 20. Beauty, 95. Since aiding Cho-Cho-Yu in regaining her confidence, her beauty had soared under the nourishment of culinary delights, reaching a remarkable 95 points. Even her level had risen to 20, matching that of Snivy. Bai Muchen had long anticipated that once Cho-Cho-Yu's beauty reached 100 points, he would assist her in evolving into Milotic. To this end, he had even procured an S-grade beauty scale from the mysterious shop for 3,000 life energy. Beauty scale, S-grade quality, a magical scale blessed by the sea god, radiating a spectrum of colors under sunlight, possessing wondrous effects. However, for reasons unknown, since Cho-Cho-Yu's beauty hit 95, it seemed she had reached a bottleneck. With no further increase, after pondering for several days, Bai Muchen reluctantly concluded that perhaps Cho-Cho-Yu had developed an immunity to the energy cubes and starlit ice cream she had frequently consumed. Consequently, he had been creatively preparing various flavors of ice cream for her, even achieving B-grade culinary status with the addition of sweet matsutake. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's voice, Cho-Cho-Yu flicked her tail and swam to his side. After sampling a few bites, she shook her head, signaling that she was full. Eating so little? Is it unpalatable? Bai Muchen sensed something amiss with Cho-Cho-Yu and decided to taste it himself. The flavor was delightful. Ordinarily, Cho-Cho-Yu relished her meals. If you dislike it, shall I prepare something else? Energy cubes? Hot cocoa. Seaweed soup. He had recently concocted a variety of new dishes. Surely there would be something to her liking. If Snivy were here, he would undoubtedly be drooling over such delicacies. To Bai Muchen's surprise, regardless of his suggestions, Cho-Cho-Yu persistently shook her head, clearly uninterested in any of them. How peculiar. Could it be that she was unwell? Bai Muchen had intended to finish feeding her and return to prepare the energy cubes for sale, but seeing her unusual demeanor left him uneasy. After a thorough examination, he found Cho-Cho-Yu to be in good health, with no apparent issues. If it wasn't a matter of health, could it be something troubling her? Bai Muchen pondered, formulating a hypothesis. Cho-Cho-Yu, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. He bid farewell to her and swiftly entered the shop, calling out to the eager Xiaoxian, who was arriving to assist. Xiaoxian, I apologize, but I must entrust everything in the shop to you today. I have some matters to attend to. I promise to increase your pay later. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Xiaoxian replied with vibrant enthusiasm. Nodding at her spirited demeanor, Bai Muchen then took Snivy, who had just awakened and was yawning, aside. He turned to glance at Cho-Cho-Yu, who had been watching him intently from the pond, and asked, Snivy, may I ask you something? 5 minutes later. I'm back. Bai Muchen returned to the pond, crouching down to gently stroke Cho-Cho-Yu's head. Chirp. Bai Muchen, aren't you supposed to be attending to the shop? Cho-Cho-Yu looked at him, her eyes gleaming with surprise at his return. Oh, that's merely a small matter. Sensing her bewilderment, Bai Muchen shook his head and inquired with concern. Cho-Cho-Yu, have you been troubled by something lately? Is there anything I can assist you with? Upon hearing his words, Cho-Cho-Yu hesitated, her eyes sparkling with hope. She looked at Bai Muchen, one fin pointing to herself, the other to him, and then brought them together, softly calling out. Chirp. Then, could you spend more time with me in the future? Are you suggesting that you wish for me to embrace you? Bai Muchen misinterpreted her intent, causing Cho-Cho-Yu to momentarily dim, unsure of how to respond. However, she soon perked up, nodding. Her master was always so busy, she couldn't be a burden. Being embraced, in her current state, was already a source of immense happiness. You truly are easily satisfied. A gentle smile graced Bai Muchen's lips as he extended his arms, carefully enveloping Cho-Cho-Yu in a warm embrace. Yet, sometimes you might consider learning from Snivy, to indulge in a bit of whimsy now and then. As he tenderly stroked her smooth scales, he softly remarked, What you truly desire is for me to spend more time with you, isn't it? Chirp. Cho-Cho-Yu, lost in the warmth of his embrace, was startled by the sudden inquiry, slowly opening her eyes. Upon realizing that her secret had been unveiled, she was about to offer an explanation when a softly glowing blue ice crystal pendant suddenly appeared before her. This is a pendant I polished for you earlier. Do you like it? Chapter 39. With 100 beauty points, Cho-Cho-Yu evolves. Centennial Ice Pendant. B-grade quality. Crafted from a century-old ice sculpture embedded with a mysterious droplet. Protected by the intertwining energies of water and ice. Even after a century, it remains unmelting. Item effects. 1. Increases the power of water and ice-type skills released by the Pokémon by 20. 2. Grants immunity to burn status effects caused by Pokémon below level 50. 3. Contains various trace elements beneficial to Pokémon. Prolonged work can enhance their physical condition and uplift their spirits. After conversing with Snivy, Bai Muchen realized his previous suspicion was indeed correct. Cho-Cho-Yu appeared gloomy because he had spent too little time with her. After all, a Pokémon's growth is closely tied to the companionship of its trainer. Reflecting on the recent days, he had been so engrossed in streaming and other matters, intending to surprise Cho-Cho-Yu, that he inadvertently neglected her needs. While Snivy was one matter, even Pachirisu, who had recently joined the farm, had received gifts and was able to bask in the warmth of daily companionship. Only Cho-Cho-Yu had remained isolated in her pond. While he had been focused on presenting her with the finest gifts, he failed to realize that what Cho-Cho-Yu truly yearned for was his presence. In truth, when he acquired the Centennial Ice, he had already intended to gift it to her as a token of his affection. However, it was only when he extracted the century-old ice from the system's spatial realm that he realized its size was beyond that of the body of the ugly fish, rendering it impossible to carry. Even placing the ice block in the pond seemed impractical, as not only would the energy dissipate significantly, but the ice would soon melt under the force of the water's current. Thus, he devoted over a week, painstakingly utilizing 2 substantial chunks of century-old ice to meticulously craft a delicate pendant. This was also the primary reason he found himself unable to spare time to accompany the ugly fish each day. At this moment, the ugly fish had completely disregarded the outside world, her eyes wide with fascination, fixated on the pendant before her. The pendant resembled a droplet of water that had just slid off an icicle, emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow, with intricate white frost patterns adorning its surface. At its center, a deep blue, mysterious droplet continuously radiated a unique brilliance. The ugly fish gently waved her fins, carefully touching the pendant, and in an instant, a chill spread through her fins, yet within that coldness lay an indescribable warmth. "Is this for me?" she pondered, realizing that her master had been thinking of her all along. Just as she was relishing the moment and wished to gaze a little longer, she felt a gentle weight around her neck. Before she could fully comprehend, Bai Muchen had delicately fastened the pendant around her neck. In the next moment, a voice filled with remorse reached her ears. "Ugly fish, I'm sorry for being so busy this week and neglecting your company. I promise, no matter how busy I am in the future, I will set aside time to be with you. Even more than the time I spend with the Superior and Pachirisu combined. Please forgive me this once, will you?" The ugly fish lifted her gaze to meet his, and in Bai Muchen's eyes, she saw a profound sincerity. This sincerity shone like a warm light, instantly dispelling the feelings of disappointment that had accumulated in her heart. With a soft chirp, the ugly fish's eyes sparkled anew. Current beauty level of the ugly fish, 100. Could it be that her beauty level had reached a perfect score of 100? Was this final increment of 5 points due to the unburdening of her heart? Or was it a result of her master's companionship? Perhaps it was a combination of both. A faint smile played on Bai Muchen's lips as he bent down to gently return the ugly fish to the water. "By the way, ugly fish, I have another gift for you," he continued, producing an S-rank beautiful scale and placing it tenderly beside her. "This is a beautiful scale. Once you use it, you can evolve into a Milotic. Of course, if you don't wish to." Before he could finish, the ugly fish lazily swayed her tail, resting her head gently against the beautiful scale. "As long as it's from you, I'll cherish it." In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupted from the ugly fish, prompting Bai Muchen to shield his eyes. Enveloped in the light of evolution, the ugly fish's form swiftly transformed. Her sapphire-like eyes grew even more radiant, and 2 purple ribbons gracefully extended from her forehead. Her alluring, milky white body elongated, and in the blink of an eye, her length reached an impressive 7 meters. Finally, her golden yellow tail, seemingly encrusted with rubies, emerged, scattering vibrant hues under the sunlight. What astounded Bai Muchen even further was that, unlike ordinary Milotic, even after the light of evolution faded, she continued to shimmer with bluish-purple starlight, reminiscent of a starry night sky. The Milotic, with her sapphire-like gaze, casually surveyed her surroundings, her cool and regal demeanor leaving Bai Muchen, who had witnessed the entire evolution, utterly mesmerized. Milotic truly lived up to her reputation as the most beautiful Pokémon in existence. Pokémon Milotic Shiny. Gender: female. Type: water. Nature: gentle. Ability: Marvel Scale. Potential: golden. Level: 22. Moves: Splash, Tackle, Hold On, Water Pulse, Bind, Attract, Hurricane, Aqua Ring, Charm, Life Dew. Friendship: 100. Beauty: 100. Special ability: Poseidon's Blessing. Grants the power to manipulate water currents and whirlpools, temporarily increasing all attribute values by 10 while battling in the ocean, no level restriction. Is this the effect of the S-rank beautiful scale? It not only elevated Milotic's potential by 3 levels, but also endowed her with a special ability. Bai Muchen couldn't help but marvel internally. Those 3,000 life energies were indeed well spent. With a joyous chirp, the newly evolved Milotic gazed at her stunning reflection in the water, feeling the abundant energy coursing through her, her eyes narrowing with delight. From now on, she could assist Bai Muchen with even more tasks. In that moment of sheer bliss, she glimpsed Bai Muchen, who was still entranced by her presence. And with a playful flick of her tail, a mischievous thought emerged. "Hey Milotic, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Milotic glided closer, wrapping herself gently yet snugly around him, nuzzling her head against his face in an affectionate manner. Although she controlled her strength well, the softness of her body was quite delightful, yet her sudden boldness left Bai Muchen momentarily flustered. Wasn't it said that Milotic was rather aloof? How was she so different from what the rumors suggested? This evolution seemed to have made her more clingy. Bai Muchen mused inwardly. All right, Milotic, let go of me. The Superior is watching." Seeing no sign of Milotic loosening her grip, Bai Muchen pointed towards the Superior, attempting to coax her gently. Upon hearing his words, Milotic reluctantly released her tail, casting an annoyed glare at the Superior. "Oof, you spoiled my fun." The Superior, having merely been enjoying an ice cream, shrugged off their gaze, finishing off the remaining ice cream by the pond and wandering off to the side. Watching the Superior depart, Bai Muchen raised an eyebrow, suddenly reminded of something. Speaking of which, the superior had also reached level 21. Why hadn't he evolved yet? Chapter 40. This system is rather stingy. At 9 a.m., once the Bai family farm opened, dozens of trainers who had been waiting at the entrance rushed inside. Initially, they had planned to arrive early to purchase several standard attribute energy cubes. However, as soon as they stepped into the farm, their attention was captivated by the stunning Milotic resting by the pond, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a considerable time, someone finally managed to regain their composure. Boss, your ugly fish has evolved. Goodness, she is absolutely breathtaking. I've never seen such a beautiful Milotic. I've made up my mind. I'm going to catch a shiny ugly fish when I get back. Boss, I don't want any standard attribute energy cubes. Give me 10, no. 50 water attribute energy cubes. I want 100. I too desire 100. After one individual took the lead, the remaining trainers snapped back to reality, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they clamored to purchase water-type energy cubes. They had not forgotten that previously, during a live broadcast, Bai Muchen had assured them that pairing Starlit Ice Cream with water-type energy cubes would have an extraordinary effect on the growth of the ugly fish. At that time, many had suspected that Bai Muchen was merely exaggerating to promote the sale of energy cubes. Some even grumbled to themselves, wondering how he could dare to charge 100 Pokemon coins for something that merely enhanced beauty and intimacy. The pricing seemed utterly outrageous. However, witnessing the breathtaking Milotic before them, they now felt that the energy cubes were worth every penny. Sell it to me first. I want more. What do you mean? It's first come, first served. I arrived first. As the trainers grew increasingly heated in their contention over the water-type energy cubes, it appeared that a brawl might erupt at any moment. Alarmed, Xiaoxian hastily instructed her Chikorita to maintain order in the shop while cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, "Everyone, form an orderly line." Moreover, each person is limited to purchasing 10 energy cubes. Yet even so, within a mere 10 minutes, every single water-type energy cube had been snatched from the shelves, leaving not a single one behind. Xiaoxian had managed quite well. Witnessing the fervent demand for the energy cubes, Bai Muchen simply cast a casual glance before returning indoors. He gazed at the languid Snivy sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated the difficulties that lay before him. Two pressing issues confronted him. The foremost was the evolution of Snivy. Typically, Pokemon evolution can be categorized into two methods. One, like Milotic, requires specific items for evolution. The other occurs automatically when a Pokemon reaches a certain level. Ordinarily, Snivy falls into the latter category, capable of evolving into Servine upon reaching level 20. Yet curiously, despite Snivy already being at level 21, there were no signs of evolution whatsoever. Could it be that he had pampered Snivy too much, leading this little fellow to become complacent and reluctant to evolve? Bai Muchen recalled hearing someone mention that Pokemon need to battle to evolve. An overly comfortable environment can hinder their growth. Just like Magikarp, which can easily evolve upon reaching level 20 in the games, in the real world, instances of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the concept of evolution would not exist. Judging by this, even if Snivy had accumulated sufficient energy for evolution, without adequate external stimulation, its potential for evolution would remain dormant. Perhaps he should take Snivy out for a bit of a roughhousing? At that moment, Snivy, basking lazily in the sun, suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon its back. Puzzled, it lifted its head and met Bai Muchen's ambiguous smile, causing it to shudder involuntarily before stealthily edging away. Its master's demeanor suggested he might be plotting something mischievous. Bai Muchen observed Snivy's cautious movements with a faint smile. At that moment, more troubling than Snivy's reaction was the system notification that had sounded just after Milotic's evolution. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a golden quality Pokemon for the first time, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Golden Glory. Achievement rewards granted, 1,000 life energy. A-grade item Sea God S Crown, Intermediate Golden Fertilizer X10, Advanced Insight I function unlocked. Intermediate Golden Fertilizer enhances the fur of special Pokemon when used. It can stimulate crop potential, reducing B-grade crop maturation time by 80, though the effect diminishes with higher quality crops. Sea God S Crown, a crown woven from feathers used by the sea god Ligia a century ago to soothe children, possessing the power to create and quell storms and tsunamis. Item effects. 1. When using the skills Tornado and Surf, the skills undergo mutations. 2. The Pokemon wearing it will gain the ability to sense all marine life. 3. The Pokemon wearing it is protected by the ocean, ensuring all attack moves released in water will hit, and damage from skills will be reduced by 13. advanced inside eye, dispelling illusions and seeing through everything. In addition to its original functions, it can pierce various illusions and discern Pokemon's individual values, providing optimal solutions for healing severe injuries. Although both significant rewards were of a supportive nature, it must be said that the rewards were quite commendable. However, the notifications did not cease there. Another alert followed promptly. Detected that the host has illicitly siphoned a substantial amount of farmers' vitality. Thus, the conditions for obtaining farmers' vitality have been adjusted, prohibiting the host from acquiring workers' vitality through electronic devices. Wait, how can civility be deemed theft? Bai Muchen frowned, his gaze fixated on the system notification, his lips pursing in discontent. I found that bug through my own efforts. Why should I be penalized? The system remained unresponsive, and Bai Muchen paused, still unwilling to give up as he muttered softly. How about a grace period? Don't just shut me down outright. Bai Muchen sighed, rolling his eyes in frustration. Even if we take a step back, the emergence of this bug is your fault, right? I'm the victim here. Fine. If you want to ban me, I'll accept it, but surely you could at least compensate me for my mental anguish? System, you consider yourself a victim? From what I see, you're enjoying this immensely. System, are you still there? Bai Muchen called out, raising his voice as he noticed the system's silence. Beep. To compensate for the victim's losses, the following recompense is provided. 10,000 life energy, 50 lottery tickets. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt as though the system had emphasized the word victim. Regardless, although it was unfortunate that he could no longer exploit the bug, at least he had received some recompense, so it wasn't entirely a loss. Bai Muchen opened the system space and examined his assets. A total of 95, 126 life energy, and 80 lottery tickets. Have I accumulated 80 tickets without realizing it? He paused, surprised. He had not used the lottery tickets, and it was unexpected to have gathered so many. He recalled that in a previous life, a certain game had a guarantee of a draw after 80 tickets. With such a stockpile, surely he could win something good, he thought, anticipation swelling within him. Forget it, let us draw. Chapter 41. The lottery, the little butler arrives. Transforming energy, altering fate. I draw. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have received 10 luxury balls. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have received 2,000 life energy. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have received intermediate golden fertilizer X25. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have received 15 leaves from the orange fruit tree left over by a cater pie. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have received 2 orange quality caretaker Pokemon eggs. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 leaves from the green caterpillar S leftover pomelo tree. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, the power of evergreens. Ah, there truly is a safety net. Bai Muchen's eyes gleamed as he beheld the final reward that sprang forth from the spinning wheel. In the next instant, a gentle green radiance erupted from the wheel, enveloping his entire being. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt something new stirring within him. Power of evergreens. This ability allows for a certain degree of emotional perception of Pokemon, enhancing affinity and enabling the healing of injured Pokemon. With mastery, it may unlock other extraordinary functions. Is it merely affinity and healing effects? Upon reading the system's description, Bai Muchen couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. These capabilities were merely the most rudimentary and foundational aspects of the power of evergreens, seemingly of little significance at his current stage. He vaguely recalled a character from a comic he had read in his previous life. A bearer of the power of evergreens who not only wielded it adeptly to bestow various buffs upon Pokemon, but could also, at critical moments, facilitate their evolution in a single decisive leap. Compared to that individual's prowess, his own abilities felt rather lackluster. However, he soon dismissed his discontent with a wave of nonchalance. How impatient of me! After all, I have only just acquired the power of evergreens. Every journey begins with a single step. I trust that it won't be long before I unearth its true potential. For now, let me first test the perception aspect of the power of evergreens. While reflecting, Bai Muchen slowly directed his gaze toward the nearby snake-patterned bear, blissfully munching on chocolate beans, and quietly activated the power of evergreens. Previously, he had struggled to grasp the bear's words, relying solely on gestures and tone to infer their thoughts. At last, an opportunity had arisen to delve deeper into their inner world. I wonder what image I hold in the snake-patterned bear's mind. The thought fills me with anticipation. In the next moment, a soft green glow emanated from him, forging a connection with the snake-patterned bear. Let me see what this little fellow is contemplating at this moment. Bai Muchen was filled with curiosity. Snake-patterned bear. Has old Bai fallen into his old habits again? Whenever he looks at me with that gaze, it's never for anything good. Yet, I must admit, that vibrant green light emanating from his head is rather impressive. Bai Muchen? Old Bai. Old habits? Green hats? What a jumble of nonsense. Are you feeling lofty, or is it merely that I can't wield a blade? With these thoughts, Bai Muchen leisurely approached the snake-patterned bear, donning a warm and amiable smile. Oh, dear snake-patterned bear, you witnessed the evolution of the ugly fish earlier, didn't you? Wouldn't you want to transform in a similar manner, becoming both handsome and powerful? Hearing Bai Muchen's words, the snake-patterned bear immediately recalled the stunning sight of my Latios evolution. Nodding vigorously, Snake, Coach, I wish to learn this. Excellent. Seeing the bear nod, Bai Muchen's smile grew even brighter as he scooped it up and briskly headed toward the courtyard. Since you are so eager to improve, I shall have Milotic teach you the secrets of evolution right away. 3 minutes later, Snake, I don't want to learn anymore. Bai Muchen, put me down. So then, Milotic, I entrust the snake-patterned bear to you. Moi? As Bai Muchen gently placed the sea deity's crown upon Milotic, he waved at her with a smile. He then proceeded into the house, seemingly oblivious to the snake-patterned bear's desperate cries for help. Behind him trailed Milotic, serenely strolling towards the forest. While the snake-patterned bear struggled valiantly, its tail firmly bound, the snake-patterned bear gazed at Milotic, humming a cheerful tune, feeling utterly despondent. It had initially believed that, like the ugly fish, it could simply enjoy a comfortable life of eating and drinking, then easily complete its evolution with a mere adornment of scales. Little did it know that Bai Muchen's method entailed enduring a beating. Milotic, the beautiful serpent, was evidently infatuated, obeying every command from her master. I am the elder brother of this farm. Dragging me around like this is quite undignified. The snake-patterned bear pouted indignantly, secretly vowing to show Milotic a thing or two later on. Humph, since joining the master, I have never faced defeat. A mere little snake is nothing I cannot handle. Soon, you shall witness my true strength. 10 minutes later. Boom. Thud. Oh, whoa. I was wrong. Please, no more slaps. The incubation period is 3 days. Inside the house, Bai Muchen was intensely focused, carefully placing 2 Pokemon eggs on the bed. Observing the information displayed by his inside eye, he nodded slightly, feeling a sense of assurance. Audino, known for its emotional sensitivity, although lacking in combat prowess, possessed remarkable intelligence, learning various skills or knowledge at an astonishing pace. Gentle-natured Audinos could not only manage household chores efficiently and prepare delicious meals, but could also partake in scientific endeavors. Caring for children and other Pokemon was well within their capabilities, making them excellent companions in human daily life. For this reason, many families prefer to have an Audino to assist with everyday tasks. Once the Audino hatches, I won't need to do everything myself and can spend more time with my Pokemon. By then, the farm will be livelier with the snake-patterned bear, Milotic, Pachirisu, and Audino all around. As Bai Muchen daydreamed, he meandered to the storage cabinet, beginning his search. How strange. I remember my grandfather purchasing an incubator. Where could it be? Back when the Bai family farm was home to numerous Pokemon, many would lay Pokemon eggs. To create an ideal incubation environment for these eggs, Grandpa Bai had even traveled to Zhejiang City to procure a batch of top-tier incubators. However, as time passed and no one used them, they gradually faded from Bai Muchen's memory. Found it. After rummaging through various items, Bai Muchen finally unearthed the incubator from the wardrobe. He meticulously followed the manual, gently placing the 2 Pokemon eggs into the incubator and carefully adjusting the temperature. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly extended his palm, gently infusing a bit of life energy into the eggs. Although this incubator did not require additional nutrient solutions, the eggs had likely been stored in the fate wheel for an unknown duration. Infusing a bit of life energy would certainly provide them with an extra layer of assurance. Having completed this, Bai Muchen proceeded to the kitchen. He donned a mask, fully arming himself, then retrieved a bowl of thick, dark, viscous sludge, sealed tightly within the refrigerator. With time still on his side, he decided to continue researching the method for crafting the ultimate dish. Chapter 42. Ninetales past. Bai Muchen meticulously peeled away the layers of plastic wrap. Despite having taken ample precautions, the moment he beheld the dark, amorphous mass within the bowl, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Elite-grade stinky slime's bodily fluid, B-grade quality, with an overwhelmingly foul odor capable of inducing suffocation. No sane individual would consider using it in culinary endeavors. Bai Muchen pondered, what kind of genius, or madman, could conceive of cooking with such a substance? The irony was that the dishes produced from it were of surprisingly high caliber. Previously, he had attempted many times. Yet without the crucial ingredient of elite-grade Stinky Slime's bodily fluid, he simply could not create the ultimate dish. To be precise, he was unable to concoct a dish capable of negating negative status effects and achieving A-grade quality. In pursuit of crafting an A-grade ultimate dish, he had specifically expended 500 life energy points in the system's mysterious shop to finally acquire this ingredient. Reflecting on the life energy he had spent, Bai Muchen gritted his teeth, suppressing his disgust, donned multiple layers of gloves, and steeled himself to begin the task. His motivation for creating this dish stemmed from two main considerations. Firstly, he wished to utilize it to heal Ninetales' burned Gingwei. Secondly, he aimed to complete that infuriating system task of assisting in the creation of the king-level dish, Fire Tree Silverflower. If he could successfully heal Ninetales' Gingwei's burns, the dish's additional effect would undoubtedly enhance Gingwei's control over fire-type energy. Thus, leveraging Gingwei's power would facilitate the fulfillment of one of the conditions for crafting the king-level dish. Of course, even if he failed, the initial attempt at producing an A-grade dish would yield system rewards, and aiding Ninetales in resolving his inner turmoil would not be a loss. Yet, this abominable dish was truly torturous. Bai Muchen fought against the urge to blow up the kitchen, toiling for over 2 hours, repeatedly failing and filling the kitchen with an unbearable stench, before finally succeeding in creating an A-grade ultimate dish. Congratulations, host, on crafting an A-grade dish for the first time, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Culinary Creative Master. Achievement rewards: 500 life energy points, 20 lottery tickets, 10 B-grade quality elite-grade Stinky Slime's bodily fluid. However, Bai Muchen had no time to peruse the system's achievement rewards. He swiftly sealed the ultimate dish and dashed out of the kitchen into the yard, taking deep breaths of fresh air. He felt that if he remained in the kitchen for even a second longer, he might be poisoned to death. Pachirisu, did you make something delicious again? Alas, don't go in. Upon seeing Bai Muchen emerge from the kitchen, Pachirisu assumed he had concocted some new culinary delight, and before he could voice a warning, she eagerly darted into the kitchen. Yet, mere seconds later, she bolted back out, her fur standing on end. Pachirisu, did you blow up the latrine? Bai Muchen couldn't help but chuckle at Pachirisu's expression, which was one of profound distress, as if she had received a severe blow. I told you not to go in. Look at your gluttonous self. You're almost as greedy as a Snorlax. This time I made a special dish that's not suitable for you, so stop thinking about sneaking a taste. I want to eat it even if you give it to me, Pachirisu exclaimed, trembling as she cast a wary glance toward the kitchen. Bai Muchen lingered in the yard for a good half an hour, consuming 3 or 4 sweet honey fruits, until he finally felt somewhat revitalized. He turned his gaze toward the general store and murmured to himself, now that the dish is ready, I might as well pay a visit to Brother Yintao. In the afternoon, Bai Muchen entered the general store carrying an insulated box. He observed Li Yuntao, who was busily attending to customers, and greeted him with a smile. Brother Yuntao, how's business lately? Oh, don't even mention it. Li Yuntao, upon noticing Bai Muchen's arrival, swiftly concluded his transaction with the last customer, locked the store door, and sat beside Bai Muchen, casually handing him a sausage. Ever since your farm opened, I've been utterly exhausted. He feigned annoyance as he looked at Bai Muchen. Usually it's manageable, but on weekends, when your farm closes, it's like a bustling market outside my door. Customers are buying everything in sight. And I've been running out of stock, nearly cramping my hands from all the work. Is that so? Bai Muchen pondered for a moment, a slight smile curving his lips as he jested. Perhaps I should just close the store. Seeing you work so hard makes me feel quite guilty. Haha, please don't. Li Yuntao hastily waved his hand. Old Lu from the fishing supply store is already out of fishing rods and has been planning to thank you. If you close the store because of me, he'll surely come looking for me to settle the score. At this point, their eyes met, and they both erupted into hearty laughter. All right, enough joking, Muchen. Li Yuntao stifled his amusement, cleared his throat, and gazed at Bai Muchen. You don't seem to be here just to shop. Is there something you need my help with? If so, feel free to ask. I'm more than willing to assist. Hee, it's not quite that. In response, Bai Muchen shook his head, gesturing toward the tightly sealed insulated box in his hand. Brother Yuntao, I came to ask if your Gingwei has suffered from severe burns? Today, I've specifically brought a special medicine for treating burns. What? How do you know? Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, Li Yuntao was taken aback, as if anticipating Li Yuntao's question. Bai Muchen smiled slightly, calmly presenting the explanation he had prepared in advance. You see, when I was in the forest, I noticed a peculiar flame symbol on Gingwei's body. Later, I searched online and thought that it might be a burn scar left by an attack from a fire-type Pokémon. Am I correct, Brother Yuntao? Indeed. That scar was left by a king-level Moltres. Acknowledging Bai Muchen's astute analysis, Li Yuntao fell silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, letting out a sigh as he recounted the events leading to this predicament. In the past, I too harbored dreams of becoming the strongest trainer. 3 years ago, through my synergy with Gingwei, I successfully reached the pinnacle of gym leader-level trainers. However, I unfortunately fell short in my challenge against the Elite Four. To hone my skills, I embarked on a journey around the world. During my travels in the volcanic region of Chengdu, I encountered a Moltres that was still at the initial king-level stage. He paused, turning to Bai Muchen. By the way, you know about Moltres, right? Bai Muchen nodded eagerly. Moltres, one of the legendary Pokémon, can manipulate flames at will and is revered as one of the 3 sacred birds. One of its kind even possesses divine authority, being a servant of the sea deity. Lugia. Unlike most legendary Pokémon, although Moltres is exceedingly rare, it is not a singular entity. They exist within their own communities. Thus, while encountering a Moltres during my journey is indeed a rarity, it is not entirely impossible. Sensing that Bai Muchen was well informed about Moltres, Li Yuntao nodded appreciatively and continued to reminisce. In those days, I was young and impetuous, believing that with my peak gym leader-level Gengar, accompanied by 3 mid-tier gym leader-level Pokémon, I could effortlessly defeat and capture the legendary Moltres. Thus, I foolishly launched an attack. Looking back now, it is utterly laughable. I was but a mere mortal. How dare I covet a challenge against the deity of the skies? Li Yuntao chuckled at himself, continuing his tale. That battle, as expected, ended in a catastrophic defeat. In a desperate attempt to withstand the furious onslaught of Moltres, one of my Pokémon tragically perished, and the rest were grievously wounded, while Gengar endured burns so severe that even the League Center could not heal them. Witnessing Gengar's relentless suffering filled me with guilt and despair, prompting my return to the town of Weiba. Now, all I desire is to quietly run a small shop, content to remain by Gengar's side each day. After all, his time left is fleeting. Chapter 43. It's time for your medicine, dear. At this moment, Li Yuntao's gaze dimmed. Last week, he had brought Gengar to the League Center for a follow-up examination, only to be informed by Nurse Joy that Gengar's condition had deteriorated significantly, and medicinal treatment was now ineffective. Gengar's vitality was rapidly declining, having fallen to an ordinary level. Optimistically speaking, within a year, his life would reach its conclusion. Li Yuntao slowly lowered his head, memories of his time with Gengar flashing through his mind like a film reel. Their first encounter occurred in a pitch-black forest, where he was quite frightened by the mischievous Ghastly, fleeing in a panic. Yet, on a stormy night, that very Ghastly emerged to help him evade a relentless Ursaring. From that day forth, he visited the forest daily to bring Ghastly dinner, and over time, a profound bond was forged between them. After successfully capturing Ghastly, they traveled throughout the Hoenn region together, their connection deepening with each passing adventure. After enduring a multitude of fierce battles, Ghastly evolved into Gengar. Together, they triumphantly conquered all 8 gyms, securing a prestigious place among the top 3 in the league championship, basking in glory. Ultimately, it was his arrogance in challenging Moltres that led to Gengar's injuries, leaving him disheartened and returning to Weiba. How he wished he could turn back time to 3 years ago. Just then, a small purple hand gently patted Li Yuntao's shoulder. He turned slowly, only to find Gengar, who had appeared out of nowhere, grinning widely, playfully making faces to lift his spirits. Gengar then floated gracefully in the air, raising a hand and flexing non-existent muscles, as if to reassure Li Yuntao that all was well and that he need not worry. Ah, my old friend, you have truly endured much over these years. Li Yuntao gently patted Gengar's rounded body before turning to Bai Muchen, forcing a bittersweet smile. So, this is how it has transpired. Muchen, I apologize for troubling you. The damage inflicted by Moltres is far too severe, and no remedy remains. Not necessarily, Bai Muchen replied with a slight smile, offering a food container to Gengar and Li Yuntao. Since conventional medical methods have proved ineffective, why not explore dietary therapy? He continued. Nature has the capacity to yield many extraordinary products, often possessing remarkable effects on Pokémon, some even beyond human comprehension. He paused, locking eyes with Li Yuntao, then added, even if there's merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of healing, how can we discern the outcome without attempting it? Brother Yuntao, can you truly resign yourself to giving up? Very well, let us give it a try. Li Yuntao sighed, a reluctant smile escaping his lips. Of course, he was not ready to concede. Yet, over the years, he had explored various treatments, consuming numerous so-called miraculous potions, none of which had borne fruit. To be frank, he held little hope for Muchen's so-called special remedy. However, given Muchen's enthusiasm, he deemed it worth a shot. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be effective. Bai Muchen handed over the container filled with the concoction, offering a kind reminder. Jingar, the flavor of this dish might be a tad unpleasant. I suggest you hold your breath and swallow it whole. Jingar. With a scoff, Jingar retorted. You're still just a child, unable to endure hardship. But I, the old ghost, have roamed far and wide. What difficulties have I not faced? No matter how foul the dish, I shall not even flinch. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, Jingar scoffed in disdain. He seized the container, violently tearing off the layers of sealing film, and with a decisive motion, opened the lid. In the next moment, Bai Muchen, quick on his feet, swiftly pulled out a tissue, expertly covering his and Ninetales' noses. Meanwhile, upon seeing the contents of the concoction, Jingar's expression shifted to one of horror. His earlier bravado replaced by a grimace. He fixated on the dark, foul-smelling substance before him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, nearly overwhelmed by the noxious stench. Is this truly not poison? This child must be trying to send me off. Muchen, is this dish really safe? Ninetales asked, concern evident as he glanced at Bai Muchen, noting Jingar's despondent expression. Brother Ninetales, you need not worry. Although the taste is indeed difficult to describe, and there may be slight side effects, it will most certainly aid Jingar's burns. Bai Muchen affirmed earnestly, his eyes filled with sincerity. Bitter medicine is beneficial. Come now, Jingar. Drink up, and you shall feel better. I trust you, ghost. Jingar glared fiercely at Bai Muchen before gritting his teeth and swallowing the entire concoction in one go. Jingar. A cacophony of indescribable flavors erupted in his mouth, the taste far more repugnant than consuming stinky tofu in a swamp. The next instant, Jingar, in a frenzy, bolted to the drinks section of the store, desperately grabbing 7 or 8 bottles and guzzling them down. As he drank, he shot Bai Muchen a fierce glare. You better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. Unbeknownst to Jingar, the flame pattern on his chest began to emit a faint red glow. Jingar status. Burn from sacred flame. Current healing level. 1, 2, 3. After a while, the numbers ceased to fluctuate, and astonishingly, Jingar's burns had healed by 5. It was indeed effective. Bai Muchen retracted his observing gaze, nodding subtly. Though the healing pace was somewhat slow, if this continued, with 10 or 20 doses, Jingar had a promising chance of a full recovery. On the other hand, after guzzling down 2 or 3 dozen bottles, Jingar finally regained his composure. He set down the empty bottles and looked at Bai Muchen with a smile, contemplating how to properly reprimand this boy when he suddenly sensed something unusual in his body. Jingar, what's wrong? Ninetales noticed that Gung Gue was suddenly standing there with a peculiar expression, and he hurriedly inquired with concern. Gue, does it seem like your injury has improved a little? Gung Gue reached out to touch the flame scar on his chest, which appeared to have faded slightly. Feeling the absence of the burning sensation within his body, his tone filled with disbelief. Gung Gue, are you suggesting that this dish has benefited your wound? Hearing Gung Gue's words, Ninetales sprang to his feet in excitement, trembling hands reaching out to caress the scar on Gung Gue's chest. After all these years, could it be that Gung Gue truly had hope for a complete recovery? Brother Ninetales, please remain calm. This dish can only alleviate Gung Gue's pain for the moment. To achieve complete healing, he must consume it at least 20 more times. Bai Muchen gently patted Ninetales' shoulder, offering reassurance. How about this? Every afternoon, I shall bring a portion over. Please ensure that Gung Gue eats it while it is still warm. Upon hearing this, Ninetales took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilarated heart, then slowly turned to Bai Muchen, his expression solemn. Muchen, thank you. Your kindness is truly immense. Brother Ninetales, you mustn't say that. Compared to the care you and Grandpa Li have shown me, this is hardly anything, Bai Muchen replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then opened the door to the general store and waved goodbye to Ninetales. It's getting late, Brother Ninetales. I shall return to prepare dinner for the snake pattern bear. See you tomorrow. Ninetales gazed at Bai Muchen's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain about the origins of the remedy Bai Muchen had procured, nor did he comprehend how the young Bai Muchen could acquire a dish capable of healing the burns inflicted by the flame bird. Yet, he felt no desire to know, nor was it necessary. He only understood that this debt of gratitude was profoundly significant for both him and Gung Gue. Gung Gue, once you recover, you shall safeguard Bai Muchen. Until he grows, under no circumstances should you allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. Gung Gue? Ninetales assumed Gung Gue had not heard him, and turned back in confusion, only to find Gung Gue standing there, his face a mask of terror. This dreadful dish. I must eat it over 20 more times. What a calamity. Chapter 44. Members of the farm, Snake Pattern Bear, have you followed Minas for a bath? In the evening, upon returning to the farm, Bai Muchen immediately spotted the snake pattern bear sprawled on the ground, tongue out, drenched. He couldn't help but chuckle. Humph. Hearing Bai Muchen's voice, the snake pattern bear lacked the strength to lift his head, letting out a disgruntled huff. Recalling the recent battle with Minas, he felt as if all his bones had been dislocated. The swift moves he unleashed, with all his might, seemed no more than tickles against Minas, offering no pain or discomfort. Conversely, Minas could effortlessly send him flying with a mere flick of her tail, followed by a surf that propelled him from the ground to the sky. Finally, a tornado attack had him crashing into a tree, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. That beautiful serpent was far too ruthless. All right, don't be upset. I'll prepare a grand meal for you tonight to make amends. While the snake pattern bear continued to grumble, Bai Muchen had already fetched a towel, carefully drying its body. Minas didn't mean to bully you. Upon hearing this, the snake pattern bear turned his head defiantly, retorting, SSS. She bullied me? I merely had an upset stomach from lunch and didn't even use my full strength. All right, you're the strongest, the mightiest in the world. Bai Muchen, gazing at the still irate snake pattern bear, spoke in a gentle tone. Then I entrust the exceptionally powerful you to teach Minas a lesson every day from now on. Before the snake pattern bear could respond, Bai Muchen continued earnestly, after all, the energy within you is currently excessive. If not transformed through battle, it will accumulate within your body. Ultimately, it may lead to a situation akin to this balloon. As he spoke, Bai Muchen produced a balloon, blowing air into it. The balloon expanded until, at its limit, it burst with a sharp pop, scattering fragments everywhere. SSS. Witnessing this, the snake pattern bear blinked, the image of himself exploding like the balloon flashing in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. His eyes reddened, looking up at Bai Muchen with a pleading expression. I'll eat less from now on. I don't want to explode. Rest assured, with me around, such a fate will not occur. Bai Muchen dried the fur on the snake pattern bear, ruffling its fluffy little head with a smile. For today, just take a good rest and prepare to enjoy a delicious dinner. Evening. For the final dish, a creamy beef stew. Bai Muchen, cradling a steaming pot, strode with a light step to the edge of the pond, placing it firmly at the center of the dining table. At this moment, the table was already laden with a plethora of delectable dishes, all meticulously prepared by Bai Muchen over the course of the night, with considerable assistance from Pachirisu and Minas. The trio sat obediently nearby, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on Bai Muchen. Observing this, Bai Muchen quickly removed his gloves and clapped his hands with a smile. Apologies for the wait. The dishes are all ready. Shall we dig in? SSS. Chew. Pachirisu. The snake pattern bear, Minas, and Pachirisu nodded vigorously at Bai Muchen's words. Unable to contain their excitement any longer, they eagerly dove into the sumptuous banquet before them. The snake pattern bear was the quickest to act, grabbing several pieces of beef and stuffing them into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, a blissful expression adorning his face. Pachirisu, as always, delighted in her ate treasure rice, diving headfirst into her bowl, soon covered in grains of rice. Chew. How uncouth, not at all mindful of her image. Master, don't you agree? As for Minas, she elegantly curled her tail around a cup of blueberry juice, sipping leisurely, her gaze imbued with a hint of pride. Minas, could you let me down before you say that? Bai Muchen sighed helplessly as Minas cozied up to him. Chew. No what? Minas gently nuzzled Bai Muchen, shaking her head like a spoiled child. You said I could be a little willful sometimes. All right, just for tonight. Bai Muchen looked down at Minas snuggling in his arms, a resigned smile on his face, his eyes filled with affection. He then turned his gaze to the two little ones who were still ravenously feasting, a nostalgic look crossing his features. It had indeed been quite some time since they had shared such a lively meal together. Previously, with the demands of live streaming and various errands, it had been challenging to find moments to quietly dine together. At times, it seems that several Pokémon are merely attending to their own needs. Although the number of Pokémon on the farm has gradually increased, it has become unexpectedly quieter over time. Indeed, it is only when we are together that the essence of home truly manifests. Pachirisu, don't be greedy. I still need more to eat. Just then, Pachirisu noticed that a Snivy was attempting to pilfer food from its bowl, and it immediately shifted its small bowl aside with a wary expression. Snivy, don't be so stingy. I've finished mine, so just share a little with me. Seeing Pachirisu resolutely shake its head in refusal, Snivy, feeling discontented, was about to make a grab for it when, unexpectedly, it was doused with a splash of cold water. Chanchom, are you trying to bully Pachirisu? Glancing at the mischievous gaze of Milotic, Snivy hastily withdrew its head, reluctantly cradling its pristine bowl and licking it with a pitiful demeanor. After being scolded earlier, I'm hungry. Observing Snivy's earnest expression, Bai Muchen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fear not, everyone. Tonight's dinner will be plentiful. Eat to your heart's content. Snivy. Hooray. Long live the master. 2 days later. Is it about time? Bai Muchen, while perusing the rolling comments in the live stream, stole a glance at the incubator quietly operating nearby and stretched luxuriously. Ever since the system rectified the loophole that allowed him to acquire energy from farming via the live stream, his attitude towards broadcasting had become rather laid back. What was once a frequent sharing of culinary secrets had now been adjusted to once a week. Each day, he primarily shared snippets of his daily life with Pokemon in the live stream. Yet, perhaps due to Milotic's enchanting allure, despite the shift in broadcasting style, the viewership remained remarkably stable. However, the focus of today's live stream was neither him nor Milotic, but rather crack, crack, crack. A faint, delicate sound echoed as tiny fissures began to form on the surfaces of 2 Pokemon eggs. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and 2 adorable Pokemon appeared before Bai Muchen. Their bodies were woven from pure white and profound, deep purple, with their eyes adorned with a refreshing blue and a mysterious purplish-red pattern. While the tiny antennae atop their heads quivered animatedly, as if sensing the wonders of this new world. Pokemon Audino. Gender, male and female. Type, psychic and normal. Nature, diligent. Abilities, synchronize, brother, healer, sister. Potential, orange. Level, 5. Skills, helping hand, heal pulse, try again. Friendship, 50. Individual values, HP, 29, attack, 29, defense, 29, special attack, 29. Special defense, 29, speed, 29. Description, brother a Pokemon of emotion. It reads others' feelings with the antenna on its head and manages everything around its master like a butler. Description, sister a Pokemon of emotion. It provides thoughtful service to humans and Pokemon to collect gratitude, excelling at caring for children. Indeed, perhaps due to their sibling bond. Aside from their abilities and appearances, the 2 Audino were fundamentally alike. At this moment, they were sitting obediently on the bed, curiously glancing about, their eyes filled with wonder. After a thorough examination, their gaze ultimately settled on Bai Muchen. Audino? Where is this? X2. Hearing their inquiries, Bai Muchen retrieved 2 energy cubes he had prepared earlier and placed them before the newcomers, offering a warm smile. Hello, this is Bai's farm. My name is Bai Muchen, and I am the owner here. Would you like to stay and live with me? Chapter 45. The world is vast, and I wish to explore. 2 days later. Little Audino, little Audino, thank you for your hard work. Bai Muchen expressed his sincere gratitude as he observed the 2 Audino bustling about beside him. He had named the brother and sister Audino as such for ease of distinction. Despite his lack of creativity in naming, the 2 Audino seemed quite content with their new names. Due to Bai Muchen's continuous infusion of life energy into the eggs, the 2 Audino emerged without any apprehension towards him and naturally integrated with Snivy and the others. Perhaps born with a genetic predisposition for labor, despite their recent hatching, these 2 little ones could not remain idle for even a moment. They followed Bai Muchen closely each day, tilting their heads and mimicking his daily tasks with curious expressions. Within just a few days, the 2 Audino had become well acquainted with farm life, actively assisting Bai Muchen with various chores. The brother, little Audino, primarily aided Bai Muchen in the production of energy cubes, resulting in a remarkable 50 increase in daily output. Meanwhile, the sister, little Audino, took charge of caring for Snivy and the others' daily needs. Whether cooking or tidying up, her diligent presence was a significant relief for Bai Muchen. However, with the addition of these 2 new members, a new dilemma gradually emerged. There was no place for them to sleep. Due to the previous lack of designated rooms for the Pokemon, all but Milotic had taken to crowding into his room, insisting on sleeping together. Every night, upon hearing the creaking of the bed, Bai Muchen would be filled with trepidation, fearful that one day it might collapse. Alas, a mere bed of less than 2 meters now bore the burden of pressures one should not have at such a young age. Moreover, in the sweltering summer, being squeezed in with a group of fluffy companions was quite unbearable. Considering that the number of Pokemon on the farm would continue to grow, Bai Muchen resolved to make a trip to Changhua City in the coming days to create a dedicated bedroom for the little ones. Audino, is this still useful? As he pondered, the sister Audino, busy sorting through old clothes, scampered over, holding a crumpled piece of cardstock. Bai Muchen took the paper from her and glanced casually at it, noticing his photo printed at the top along with a few lines of text. Changhua City No. 1 High School, Senior Class 1, Bai Muchen. Is this my student ID? Bai Muchen gazed at the somewhat worn student ID in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Thank you so much. You must be exhausted from tidying up. Tell your brother to take a break. I'll prepare a meal for you shortly. Audino. The sister Audino nodded obediently and darted out of the room to find her brother. Watching her depart, Bai Muchen gently caressed the student ID in his hand, filled with nostalgia, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. It had been ages since he returned to Tsinghua City No. 1 High School. Well, since I'm heading out anyway, perhaps I should take the opportunity to visit? Bai Muchen raised his gaze slightly, looking into the distance. At noon, after preparing the meal, Bai Muchen looked at the Pokémon enjoying their lunch with gusto and inquired, I'm planning to step out for a while and may need to be away for a few days. Is there anyone who would like to accompany me? Chancho. Upon hearing that Bai Muchen was going out, Minasi immediately wagged her tail excitedly, eager to join in. Several days without her master? That simply wouldn't he do. The Snivy, however, lazily shook his head. Why go out? Isn't it delightful to lounge at home and indulge in food? Nevertheless, Minasi and Snivy signed up to participate. Is anyone else joining us? Snivy responded with a perplexed expression. I didn't sign up. Bai Muchen feigned ignorance to Snivy's protest and turned to Pachirisu and the two butlers. What about you all? At that moment, Pachirisu exchanged glances with the two butlers, whispered amongst themselves, and little AI nodded. He thought that accompanying Bai Muchen might offer him the opportunity to learn something new. As for Pachirisu and little AI, they decided to remain at home to oversee the farm's daily activities. We shall set off shortly. Do remember to take good care of yourselves at home. Bai Muchen instructed, ensuring that Pachirisu and the butlers had enough food for 5 days before storing Snivy, Minasi, and little AI in their luxurious pokeballs and heading towards Tsinghua City. As he passed the local grocery store, he made a point to step inside and greet Li Yuntao. Currently, Gung Gui's wounds had healed approximately 13, and although full recovery would take time, the situation had stabilized and was no longer worsening. Even in his absence over the coming days, there would be no issues. Interestingly, Gung Gui actually preferred Bai Muchen to be away for a few more days. After all, consuming that dark cuisine every day was beginning to weigh heavily on him. Before the gates of Tsinghua First High School, a young boy stood quietly. He gazed up at the school sign, which glimmered softly in the golden hues of the setting sun, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. It has been quite a long time, he murmured softly. I told you. Young man, it doesn't matter how long it has been. You simply cannot enter, the elderly gatekeeper remarked, lowering his fan and scrutinizing the boy who had been persistently pleading for nearly half an hour. With a hint of desperation, Bai Muchen replied, Sir, I assure you, I was indeed a student here. Can't you take a closer look? Do you not remember me? Despite his earnest entreaties, which included presenting his old student ID, the gatekeeper remained obstinate. Old Lu has retired. I just started this month. Who has to say whether your claims are true? The principal has emphasized repeatedly that, for the safety of the students, no unauthorized individuals are allowed entry. Why must you be so stubborn, old man? Bai Muchen sighed in exasperation. Oh well, I'll have Xiao Xian think of a way to get me in next time. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to turn away. Are you Muchen? A familiar voice suddenly called from behind him, causing him to halt mid-step. He slowly turned around to see a tall, middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, gazing at him with warm eyes. Bathed in the sunset's glow, the two exchanged silent glances, the moment suspended in time. After a lengthy pause, they smiled at one another. Muchen, it has been a long time. Teacher Wang, it has indeed been a while. Chapter 46. At last, he has entered. Oh, Teacher Wang, do you know this young man? Is he truly a student of our school? The gatekeeper, noticing Teacher Wang's demeanor, quickly stood up, curiosity evident in his expression. Haha. Master Yi, this is quite a long story. He is indeed a student I once taught. Would you kindly allow him to enter on my behalf? Teacher Wang explained with a smile, his eyes filled with sincerity. Ah, in that case, it's settled. With you vouching for him, there is certainly no issue. The gatekeeper pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Although this decision slightly strayed from protocol, Teacher Wang had been a highly respected educator at the school for many years, and any student he had taught was unlikely to cause trouble. Thank you, Master Yi. Teacher Wang expressed his gratitude, then waved to Bai Muchen. Muchen, let us go. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen let out a sigh of relief. After much ado, he had finally gained entry. Inside the campus, Bai Muchen followed closely behind Teacher Wang, observing his slightly hunched figure. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, causing him to lower his head slightly. Teacher Wang Yu was the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the first year and had taught him about Pokemon for nearly 3 years. Though Teacher Wang always appeared gentle, he maintained strict expectations for his students. There were quizzes before class, questions during lessons, and assignments after. Every 3 days there was a minor test, and every 5 days a major one. Weekly assessments and monthly exams were standard. Anyone who failed to answer questions correctly or fared poorly in tests faced severe penalties. This strictness was also the reason Xian had been troubled by her performance in the battle class. Consequently, in his classes, no one dared to be inattentive. Although Bai Muchen was an exception, having completed 9 years of compulsory education and being a top student at a prestigious university, he found Teacher Wang's teaching methods somewhat antiquated. Excessively stringent education not only failed to unearth students' latent talents, but could also become a constraint. He believed that schools should advocate for quality education, much like the grape and orange academies in the Padia region. Thus, to protest this teaching style, during his first 2 years, he often deliberately opposed Teacher Wang, pretending to sleep in class, frequently excusing himself to the restroom, and reading extracurricular books. However, despite his antics, his grades in Pokemon science consistently ranked first in the class. He could always respond effortlessly to Teacher Wang's questions. Teacher Wang, although displeased, found himself powerless to change the situation. Consequently, their relationship remained tense. It wasn't until his 3rd year that a sudden upheaval struck him. His classmates began to distance themselves from him. Yet, that rigid Teacher Wang quietly reached out to help him. He tirelessly organized fundraising efforts among students and faculty, personally visited the hospital to secure the best doctors, unhesitatingly offered half a year's savings for medical expenses, diligently compiled missed class notes for him, and tirelessly communicated with the school to preserve his student status. However, even as he withdrew from school, the feelings of guilt and gratitude he harbored never coalesced into a sincere apology or expression of thanks. With these thoughts, Bai Muchen felt a twinge of remorse and lifted his gaze. Teacher Wang, about the past Muchen, you've really accomplished quite a bit. Not only have you managed the farm so well, but your live streaming is also vibrant and engaging. Even the teachers envy you. Teacher Wang interjected, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Is there something specific that brings you back to school this time? Hee, it's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to pay you a visit and take a stroll around the school. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, Bai Muchen had no choice but to swallow the words he originally intended to say, forcing a smile as he replied casually. By the way, Teacher Wang, I have brought you a gift. With that, Bai Muchen opened his backpack and pulled out a box of chocolate beans and a box of incense. Teacher Wang, since you've been struggling with insomnia, these dream chocolate beans and ocean-scented incense should help you sleep soundly if you use them daily. I recognize these chocolate beans. I recall you mentioning in your live stream that they induce sweet dreams. I shall not be polite. However, Wang Yu, with a hint of curiosity, accepted the chocolate but gently pushed the incense back toward Bai Muchen. Your kind intentions are appreciated, but you should take this incense back. I believe Maynas could benefit from it more, don't you think? How do you know everything? Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback by Teacher Wang's words. It seemed that Teacher Wang was well aware of the farm management, the culinary live streams, and even the fact that Maynas had just evolved last week. From what he gathered, it was unlikely that Xian, that girl, would dare to discuss such matters with Teacher Wang, especially since she struggled with battle classes. He guessed. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile. After all, this is my most valued student. How could I not pay attention? Not long ago, when the school distributed Pokemon eggs, he had invested considerable time and effort to secure one for Bai Muchen. However, upon arriving in Waibaizhen and discovering that Bai Muchen had already acquired his own Pokemon and resumed managing his farm, he chose not to disturb the boy, but rather to observe quietly from the sidelines. He was, in fact, quite aware of Bai Muchen's experiences during these days. It was simply Bai Muchen himself who remained oblivious. Well, enough of that. Since you are here, I would like you to assist me with a task. Before Bai Muchen could ponder further, Wang Yu directly changed the topic and led him to the playground. At that moment, on the battle platform, 2 students were fully engrossed in a Pokemon battle. Surrounding them was a circle of students, cheers and applause rising in a chorus. Most of these students were familiar faces to Bai Muchen, and among the crowd, he even spotted Xian. With the final exams approaching, these youngsters engage in trivial battles daily, feeling quite pleased with themselves, thinking themselves invincible among their peers. Since you are here, why not step in and battle a few rounds to broaden their horizons? Wang Yu gestured toward the battle platform, addressing Bai Muchen. No problem, Bai Muchen readily nodded. He had come to school with the intention of sparring with other students, hoping to see if he could facilitate the evolution of his Snorlax. Taking a couple of steps forward, he seemed to recall something, turned back, and half-jokingly said, Teacher Wang, are you not concerned that I might instill psychological trauma in them, or that I might find myself at their mercy? Hee. I have faith that my students are the finest. Wang Yu gazed kindly into Bai Muchen's eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 47. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets. Bai Muchen, what brings you back? On the battle platform. Tang Xian had just adjusted himself and was ready for battle when he heard a commotion nearby. With a hint of confusion, he turned his head, only to see the previously expelled Bai Muchen walking toward the crowd. Teacher Wang sent me to spar with you all and, incidentally, to shatter your confidence. Bai Muchen approached, shrugging his shoulders and responding candidly. Tang Xian, you didn't even collect the Pokémon the school distributed before dropping out, and now you wish to battle us? Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, he was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to process it, even questioning whether he had misheard. Do you have a Pokémon? You're not planning to battle yourself, are you? Tang Xian widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Bai Muchen, mocking him. You talk too much. Let us just get to the fight. I'm in a hurry. Bai Muchen casually glanced at the level 10 Shroomish beside Tang Xian, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This Shroomish in shorts was nothing short of a novice experience package. Could such a weak opponent truly facilitate Snorlax's evolution? Bai Muchen quickly scanned the surrounding Pokémon of the other students, noticing that their levels were generally around 10 to 15, completely insufficient for Snorlax to battle. Sigh, never mind. I'll just fight a few rounds and see how it goes. Go, Snorlax. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as Snorlax appeared confidently. He glanced at the feeble Shroomish across from him and let out a languid yawn. Seriously, this weak opponent actually expects me to engage? Shroomish, in this battle, victory is assured. Lacking a battle device, Tang Xian could not ascertain Snorlax's level and merely recognized it as a common Pokémon. Furthermore, considering Bai Muchen's early departure from school, he surmised that Snorlax's level could not possibly be high. In this battle, the advantage is mine. Let the match begin. The student serving as the referee shouted loudly. Stun Spore. Tang Xian confidently issued his command. Shroomish, upon hearing, quickly shook its round body, and a cloud of pale yellow powder floated into the air, lazily drifting toward Snorlax. This will be over soon, dig. Observing the sluggish speed of the stun spore, Bai Muchen could not help but shake his head lightly. No sooner had he spoken than Snorlax vanished from his original position. Before Shroomish could react, a powerful force surged from below, launching her away. The battle concluded, and Bai Muchen emerged victorious. The referee, gazing at the Shroomish that had been ejected from the arena, swallowed hard, incredulous as he announced the battle results. Tang Xian lost. How could that be? The observing students gasped in astonishment, save for Xiaoxian. While it was true that Tang Xian's Shroomish was of low level, the tactics of using Stun Spore and Seed Bomb had caused many higher-level Pokémon to be worn down in battles. Yet here, against Bai Muchen, it couldn't even endure a single round? They had all been in the same class. How had he become so strong? Next, upon hearing Bai Muchen's voice, another student, undeterred, gritted his teeth and stepped onto the battle platform. I'll take my turn. Mac-Hop, let us strike back with revenge. The boy shouted confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. What does it matter if your Snorlax digs fast? I'll counter with unchanging resolve. The revenge move, when executed after taking damage from an opponent, will inflict double the damage in return. Moreover, Mac-Hop, being a fighting type, has an advantage against Snorlax's normal type. This move will surely strike a heavy blow to the opponent. The boy fixed his gaze firmly on Mac-Hop, nodding vigorously, convinced of victory. Mac-Hop, hearing the trainer's resolute command. Mac-Hop mirrored his confidence. He firmly planted his stance, intentionally beckoning the serpent-patterned bear with a teasing curl of his finger, inviting, come and hit me. A commendable thought, yet ultimately futile. The headbutt. Bai Muchen regarded the infuriatingly smug arm strength with a resigned sigh. The premise of counterattack is that one must first withstand the opponent's strike. The serpent-patterned bear, boasting a level advantage of nearly 10, coupled with buffs of determination and focus, was not to be underestimated. As anticipated, a resounding thud echoed as the 12-level arm strength, caught unawares, felt as though it had been struck by a colossal boulder, involuntarily hurtling backward and landing with a thud 5 meters away, rendering it unconscious. Could it be so fragile? Gazing at the arm strength sprawled with its feet in the air, the serpent-patterned bear scratched its head in confusion. Everyone heard that. It was you who challenged me. Witnessing arm strength's swift defeat, the onlooking students were utterly unsettled. Arm strength had previously triumphed over a 15-level small fist stone from the neighboring class using a counterattack move. How could this continue? Next, who will step up? Bai Muchen inquired, hands tucked into his pockets, his tone unhurried. In response, 2 boys, albeit nervously, ascended the platform, yet they too fell swiftly under the decisive onslaught. Is there anyone else? Upon hearing this, the remaining students, having seen 4 reasonably competent classmates defeated so effortlessly, fell into silence, none daring to volunteer again. Shinguom, can I give it a try? With no one else willing to challenge, Xiaoxian shyly scratched her head, her eagerness bubbling to the surface. She had long awaited an opportunity to battle Bai Muchen, and she did not wish to let this rare chance slip away. Very well, if it's your Chikorita, the serpent-patterned bear shall give it its all. Bai Muchen smiled gently at Xiaoxian amidst the crowd. What? The other students were incredulous at Bai Muchen's words. That Chikorita, which had previously struggled to execute its skills, was suddenly receiving such high praise. Although it seemed to have grown slightly stronger recently, winning battles consistently, they had not taken it seriously. After all, everyone knew that despite bearing the name of the prestigious three families, Chikorita possessed no notable prowess and was often jestingly referred to as one of the weakest. Yet, that was not entirely fair. At least it could bring a smile to its opponents. Hey, come play at the farm this weekend. The serpent-patterned bear greeted the jubilant Chikorita, hopping into the arena with excitement. Chico, bring it on. However, today, this little creature, usually trailing behind Xiaoxian, appeared particularly earnest. Its eyes brimming with combat spirit. Pokemon, Chikorita. Gender, female. Type, grass. Nature, shy. Ability, overgrow. Potential, blue. Level, 15. Moves, tackle, growl, leaf tornado, vine whip, poison powder, synthesis. Friendship, 40. Individual values, HP, 30. Attack, 24. Defense, 26. Special attack, 25. Special defense, 24. Speed, 25. Has it truly leveled up to 15? Xiaoxian has done quite well in nurturing Chikorita. After reviewing Chikorita's stats, Bai Muchen nodded approvingly. Serpent-patterned bear, do not underestimate your opponent. Let us engage in earnest today. Upon hearing its master's words, the serpent-patterned bear's expression shifted to one of focus and anticipation. Do you wish to battle me as well? Then come forth. Chapter 48, Apologies. What was your name again? Serpent-patterned bear, quick attack. The moment the words left his lips, the serpent-patterned bear transformed into a streak of white light, surging toward Chikorita with alarming speed. This serpent-patterned bear has even mastered quick attack. This spells disaster. Xiaoxian is surely going to face utter defeat. Alas, it seems she is destined to be taken down in a single blow. As the quick attack was unleashed, the surrounding students seemed to foresee the inevitable conclusion, shaking their heads in resignation, unable to bear witness any longer. Yet, in the face of this decisive strike from the serpent-patterned bear, Xiaoxian remained remarkably composed, devoid of any panic. I anticipated you would use this move. Chikorita, utilize poison powder. Poison powder releases a cloud of toxic powder, causing the opponent to become poisoned. Chico. Chikorita focused intently on the rapidly approaching serpent-patterned bear, the leaves atop its head gently swaying. In an instant, countless blackish-purple particles enveloped her like a mist. Xiaoxian had long awaited this battle, dedicating substantial time to strategize with Chikorita on the various moves employed by the serpent-patterned bear. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly quick attack. After countless simulated encounters against the serpent-patterned bear, Xiaoxian understood that with Chikorita's current abilities, evading this strike was impossible. However, not being able to dodge did not imply that Chikorita had to passively endure the attack. Poison powder was the best countermeasure she had devised against quick attack. Although poison powder, akin to paralysis powder, could inflict a status condition on the opponent, its low speed often resulted in low accuracy in hitting. Thus, she had never resorted to it in battles against other Pokémon. But the serpent-patterned bear was a different story. When the serpent-patterned bear executed quick attack, it moved at such a speed that it had only two choices, either to evade Chikorita and render quick attack ineffective, or to proceed with the attack at the cost of being poisoned, trading injury for injury. Xiaoxian estimated that Chikorita, with her current strength, could withstand the serpent-patterned bear's strike, simultaneously triggering her overgrow ability. Once activated, overgrow would amplify Chikorita's moves to 15 times their usual power, and at that point, the poisoned serpent-patterned bear might not even stand a chance against Chikorita. This was a combat technique she had learned during her last battle with Dawu. Dig. Bai Muchen observed as the serpent-patterned bear was about to enter the realm of the poison powder, his brow slightly arching as he spoke calmly. Serpent, not this annoying move again. Almost simultaneously with Bai Muchen's command, the serpent-patterned bear gazed at the cloud of toxic mist before it, a flicker of resignation in its eyes. With a soft call, it forcefully struck the ground with its front paws, utilizing the momentum from its speed. The serpent-patterned bear seamlessly dove into the ground. Xiaoxian, commendable countermeasure, but it won't work against the serpent-patterned bear, Bai Muchen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his face as he observed the hole left behind. Not to mention the prior battle with Coca-Cola, even during daily sparring sessions with Milotic. Milotic often created a powerful water curtain around itself to thwart the serpent-patterned bear's assaults. After all, the serpent-patterned bear's quick attack was the only offensive move that posed a threat to Milotic. Over time, the serpent-patterned bear had learned to adapt. If we can't confront it, we can at least evade it. Once the swift maneuver proves ineffective, he will swiftly employ the tunneling skill, utilizing the speed and might of his agility. He remains concealed underground, emerging only when the opponent's skill concludes. At that moment, the toxic powder particles surrounding the Chikorita diminish significantly, indicating the imminent end of the poison powder move. Then, both Bai Muchen and Xiaoxian simultaneously commanded, Superior, attack from underground. Chikorita, use Vine Whip. In the next instant, Superior erupted from the earth, forcefully colliding with Chikorita, causing her to stagger back several steps before barely regaining her balance. However, Chikorita was not easily deterred, enduring the pain. She wielded her 2 Vine Whips, delivering 2 sharp strikes upon Superior, leaving behind 2 conspicuous red lash marks. Superior turned to inspect the bloodstains on its body. Wincing in pain, Chikorita, your strikes are rather forceful. Hearing this, Chikorita rolled her eyes, responding, as if your attacks were gentle. That last hit left me with a stomachache. And I'm still recovering. At first glance, the 2 Pokemon appeared evenly matched. Yet, Xiaoxian understood that Chikorita had suffered more severe injuries, with close combat yielding no advantages. A change in strategy was necessary. They would resort to a war of attrition. Chikorita, use Leaf Blade. Chikorita gazed at the distant Superior, her leaf-shaped crest emitting a faint glow as she vigorously flung several high-speed, razor-sharp leaves toward Superior. Tunneling. Chingu, you've fallen for it. Chikorita, now utilize photosynthesis. Observing Superior retreating underground to evade the attack, Xiaoxian playfully stuck out her tongue. In truth, the Leaf Blade was merely a feint, allowing Chikorita the opportunity to restore her stamina. Battling while recuperating, Chingu surely didn't anticipate this hidden tactic of mine. It seems I'm on the verge of defeating him. Oh, upon hearing Xiaoxuan's words, Bai Muchen's lips curled into a slight smile. Substitute headbutt. Just as Xiaoxian was lost in her victorious reverie, she suddenly heard Bai Muchen's command. Before she could comprehend the situation, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With a thunderous eruption, a Superior burst forth from the ground, sending the fully recovered Chikorita flying. Naturally, Chikorita retaliated with 2 whips. Yet, before she could stabilize herself, another Superior appeared as if from nowhere, catching her off guard. In a flurry, Chikorita sustained another severe blow. Before she could regain her footing, Superior was already upon her, repeatedly headbutting her. So many stars. Struck by the headbutts, Chikorita's eyes spun in circles, and she stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. No way did I just lose. The smile that had graced Xiaoxuan's face instantly froze, her expression filled with despair as she recalled Chikorita. Chingu, it seems you are indeed formidable. You're quite impressive as well. Had I not employed the substitute move, I might have genuinely lost to you. Bai Muchen consoled her with a smile. Really? Xiaoxian eyed Bai Muchen skeptically, her face displaying disbelief. Next. Bai Muchen waved his hand with a grin, then continued to observe the crowd. After the prior rigorous training with Milotic, coupled with the intense battles of the day, Superior's energy had been nearly maximized. He estimated that with 1 or 2 more fights, Superior would likely achieve evolution. I'll take my turn. Just as the spectators exchanged glances, a radiant young man stepped forward with a confident stride, adjusting his collar. Bai Muchen, I shall be the one to end your winning streak. The boy's eyes gleamed with intense determination. It's about time we settled our unfinished business since you withdrew before we could determine a victor. I have long regretted that. Let this battle demonstrate that I am the finest student at Changhua No. 1 High School. Bai Muchen was momentarily taken aback by the declaration. I apologize, but I don't believe I know you. Who might you be? Chapter 49, Evolution, Charge Forth, Bear? Huang Xian, hearing Bai Muchen's words. Huang Xian felt as though struck by 1,000 blows, his face a mask of disbelief. It's me, Huang Xian, the one who has consistently ranked 2nd in the Pokemon Science course. I have always regarded you as a rival. You mean to say you have no recollection of me? Well, I genuinely have no memory of you. After all, I've always been the top student. Why would I bother remembering the 2nd? Bai Muchen retorted nonchalantly. It's akin to asking if you can recall the 2nd highest peak in the world. Chingu, he was in class 2. Only transferring to our class after you withdrew. He is now the top student in our class. Xiaoxian hurriedly interjected, positioning herself beside Bai Muchen and speaking in a hushed tone. Oh, that makes sense. Upon hearing Xiaoshuan's explanation, Bai Muchen finally grasped the situation. Given how much time has passed, it's already commendable that I can remember the names of my classmates, let alone those from another class. Bai Muchen offered an apologetic smile. So, Wang Xian, right? My apologies for not recalling you earlier. I've just remembered. It's Huang Xian, he replied with a dejected sigh. You didn't remember me at all. Yet soon, he regained his composure, his determination reigniting. With a flash of red light from a great ball in his hand, a muscular combuskin, adorned with a black belt, materialized on the battlefield. Regardless, after today, you will undoubtedly remember me. I've heard you possess a Milotic? Send her out. Given Superior's current state, she stands no chance against me. And let me show you just how formidable a combuskin, unafraid of water, truly is. Unfazed by water? Hee. Could it possibly have the rain dish ability? Bai Muchen couldn't help but chuckle, then his gaze fell upon the combuskin. Pokemon, combuskin. Gender, male. Type, firefighting. Nature, reserved. Ability, speed boost. Potential, purple, potential exhausted. Level, 17. Moves, double kick, scratch, growl, ember, quick attack, flame charge, sand attack. Friendship, 5. Description, this is a well-muscled combuskin with a high resistance to water-type moves. However, due to the owner's excessively rigorous training, it is on the verge of developing depression. Best recovery method, no medication required. Simply provide combuskin with more care, abandon the previous training methods, and minimize its exposure to water to achieve gradual recovery. After reading the system's description and observing the muscular yet somewhat listless combuskin, Bai Muchen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What kind of training have you subjected combuskin to? To render it in such a state? Heh, I don't mind telling you. Huang Xian crossed his arms, a triumphant expression adorning his face. In order to overcome the weaknesses of the robust chicken, I take him out for runs as soon as it rains, and upon our return, I alternate between hot and cold water for his baths. On ordinary days, I take him swimming in the river and provide him with ice cubes for every meal. This is how the robust chicken has come to be what it is today. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen furrowed his brows tightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Do you not realize that your practices have inflicted an extremely serious psychological burden on the robust chicken? How could that be? The robust chicken is still young, and everything I do is for his benefit. Don't you think so? Huang Xian responded dismissively, casting a confident glance at the robust chicken. The robust chicken hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Although he was not fond of it, his owner must have had his reasons for such actions. See, the robust chicken agrees with my approach, Huang Xian declared, his smile growing radiant. Upon hearing his words, Bai Muchen's gaze suddenly turned icy, stubborn and unyielding. What you claim is for his good is merely a guise for moral coercion. All harm, interference, exploitation, and control are legitimized under the pretense of for your own good. What you believe to be beneficial for the robust chicken is not truly so. Do you genuinely understand his situation? Have you considered his feelings? Pokemon are lifelong companions to trainers, not mere tools for battle or display. A trainer who cannot comprehend or respect a Pokemon's choices can hardly be deemed exceptional. Looking at the lethargic, robust chicken on the opposite side of the battlefield and listening to Huang Xian's words, the Snivy, who had initially contemplated shirking its responsibilities, straightened its demeanor. I shall let you know that your methods are unequivocally wrong. It turned to Bai Muchen, determination gleaming in its eyes, signaling its desire to continue fighting. Do you wish to teach him a lesson as well? Bai Muchen inquired, meeting the Snivy's gaze with a nod of agreement. Very well, use quick attack. Humph. If you refuse to send out your Milotic, I will strike until you are compelled to do so. Robust chicken, unleash energy ball. On the battlefield, 2 figures, one white, one red, darted like lightning, engaging in an intensely fierce clash at the center of the arena. Although the robust chicken was slightly at a disadvantage in level compared to Snivy, the rigorous training methods had indeed proven effective. With the enhancement of its speed boost ability, its swiftness surged, gradually matching, if not surpassing, Snivy. However, Snivy had just fought 5 consecutive battles, and now, with its stamina nearly depleted, it began to falter against the robust chicken's vigorous onslaught. Headbutt. Double kick. Within merely half a minute, Snivy's movements noticeably slowed. Soon after, a moment of oversight led Snivy to be struck precisely by the robust chicken's kick, sending it staggering back several steps. This is becoming problematic. Snivy struggled to regain its footing, panting heavily as it faced the formidable robust chicken. Snivy, how are you holding up? Can you endure? Bai Muchen inquired with concern, gripping the poke ball tightly in his hand, ready to recall Snivy at the slightest indication of distress. Real battles differ from regular training. While Milotic may appear to strike with force, it would not truly harm Snivy. However, given Huang Xian's nature, he would not relent until Snivy was thoroughly defeated. Snivy, don't worry. Nevertheless, Snivy resolutely nodded, enduring fatigue as it slowly rose. Its gaze imbued with unwavering conviction. It could genuinely sense the immense strength of the robust chicken, which concealed a long-repressed heart. It had to win this match to demonstrate to Huang Xian that his training methods were utterly flawed. True strength is not achieved through the exploitation of Pokémon. Robust chicken. Finish him off with double kick. At this moment, the robust chicken's speed boost ability had reached its peak. Huang Xian believed that this move, augmented by a double type advantage and the black belt item S power boost, would surely secure victory over Snivy. Snivy quickly used quick attack to evade. Observing the robust chicken, whose speed rendered it nearly a blur, Bai Muchen realized that it was too late for Snivy to escape through dig, and shouted urgently. However, Snivy was severely fatigued. Even when executing quick attack, the distance between it and the robust chicken continued to diminish. Is this where it ends? Snivy felt the energy within it depleting rapidly, growing increasingly anxious. No, this is not my limit. I can go faster. Recalling the robust chicken's listless, dull eyes, Snivy gritted its teeth and pushed itself to exhaust the last remnants of its energy. It had to prove that the opponent's training method was erroneous. With such conviction, Snivy gradually felt the resistance of the wind lessening, a new strength surging from the depths of its being. Look, Snivy is evolving. With a shocked exclamation, under the gaze of the crowd, Snivy's form began to radiate a brilliant white light. Encased in this illumination, Snivy's previously rounded body elongated, and its brown patterns gradually transformed. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, a brand new Pokémon emerged before the spectators. Pokémon Bear. Gender, male. Type, normal. Nature, cheerful. Ability, pickup. Potential, red. Level, 22. Moves, tackle. Growl, tail whip, sand attack, quick attack, headbutt, cut, substitute, dig. Friendship, 80. Individual values. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 27. Special defense, 29. Speed, 31. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a red potential Pokémon for the first time, achieving the hidden achievement of Red Legend. Achievement rewards issued. 500 life energy, 2 potential enhancement candies, 10 intermediate gold nuggets, 1 Endure TM. Endure, power 70 when the user is poisoned, paralyzed, or burned, the power doubles. Snivy, oh no, Bear, you truly have potential. Bai Muchen remarked, gazing at the successfully evolved Bear, finally exhaling in relief. In stark contrast, Huang Xian's expression darkened as he observed the evolved Bear, and then glanced at the robust chicken, which was panting heavily and struggling to keep up. So what if you've evolved? Robust chicken, hurry up and deliver the final blow. Yet the robust chicken found itself utterly drained. Upon hearing its owner's command, it instinctively felt a surge of resistance, its already weary body slowing even further. Bear, conclude this battle with cut. Snivy, at this moment, Bear was circling around the robust chicken when it heard Bai Muchen's voice. Blinking innocently, it looked at Bai Muchen with a puzzled expression. Bear, who are you calling? Seeing Bear's clear and bewildered gaze, Bai Muchen could only facepalm in exasperation. Very well, Serpent Pattern Bear, utilize Split. Snake. This time, the charging bear did not hesitate. It swiftly turned, merely angling its body slightly to effortlessly evade the attack from the mighty chicken. Immediately thereafter, amidst the astonished gaze of the mighty chicken, the charging bear extended its claws and struck fiercely. Boom. The ground buckled slightly, a deluge of dirt was sent flying, and in the very center of the crater, the mighty chicken had already collapsed helplessly to the ground. The battle concluded, and Bai Muchen emerged victorious. Chapter 50. Are you coming out without dinner? As the battle came to a close, Wang Yu, who had been standing quietly at the back of the crowd, stepped onto the arena with measured strides. He clapped his hands and spoke calmly. All right, today's battle class concludes here. Everyone disperse. Return and carefully review the details of the battles just witnessed, compiling a report of 1,000 words to submit to me in class tomorrow. Oh no, there's homework after class. With Wang Yu's words, the surrounding students couldn't help but murmur their complaints. Thus, today's battle officially drew to a close. Serpent Pattern Bear, you've worked hard today. Go back and rest well. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Bai Muchen waved at the charging bear, who still seemed somewhat reluctant to leave the arena. Snake, Bai Muchen, am I not incredibly formidable? The charging bear strutted back to Bai Muchen with pride, chest puffed out, even patting its own small chest with an air of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, it mused to itself, now that I have evolved. Just wait, Milotic. When I return, you shall witness my prowess. Yes, yes, you are the strongest. When we get home, whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Bai Muchen replied with a beaming smile, then reminded, now that you have evolved into the charging bear, do remember your new name. Snake. Simultaneously, Wang Yu approached the still-dazed Huang Xian, his expression grave as he regarded him. Huang Xian, do you still believe your training methods are flawless? At this, Huang Xian turned to look at Wang Yu, his lips parting slightly as he began to defend himself. That's because he didn't send out Milotic. If he had, enough. Wang Yu's voice suddenly rose, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. Your levels are not vastly different, and you possess the advantage of evolution and type, yet you could not defeat the serpent-patterned bear, which has already endured 5 battles. Is this your excuse for evading failure? Wang Yu's expression hardened further as he pointed directly at the unconscious mighty chicken still lying on the ground, his tone sharpening. Pokemon are not mere tools for your combat. Even now, you have not offered a single word of comfort or concern for the fainted mighty chicken. Your actions are profoundly disappointing. Huang Xian was taken aback, instinctively following Wang Yu's pointed finger to the arena. He beheld the mighty chicken lying there, battered and alone, its body marred with wounds, appearing so solitary and helpless. Huang Xian, do not forget your original intentions while pursuing strength. Reflect on this carefully. With that, Wang Yu shook his head and turned to walk towards Bai Muchen. Muchen, thank you for today. You imparted a valuable lesson to these children. You flatter me, Teacher Wang. If it weren't for the opportunity you provided, my serpent-patterned bear would still be waiting for its evolution. Bai Muchen scratched his head, responding humbly. Haha, enough with the modesty. I see it's getting late, just don't bother going back. Come with me to the cafeteria for a meal. Wang Yu glanced at his watch, not allowing Bai Muchen a chance to decline, and directly pulled him towards the dining hall. Along the way, Wang Yu animatedly pointed out the surrounding academic buildings and gymnasium, sharing various amusing anecdotes that had transpired at the school during this time, such as someone's early romance, the cafeteria staff's budding relationship, and a Jengar scaring people in the girls' dormitory. Bai Muchen listened quietly, gazing at the familiar campus environment, occasionally nodding gently, a subtle smile gracing his face. Though the time spent in school had its hardships, reflecting upon it now, he found himself nostalgic for those days. So, are you feeling nostalgic? Would you like to return to continue your studies? I can assist you. Halfway through his sentence, Wang Yu suddenly halted, turning around with a beaming smile directed at Bai Muchen. A brief silence. Teacher Wang, I truly appreciate your kind offer, but the farm needs me more at present. Bai Muchen hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Hee, then let it be. Wang Yu maintained his smile, seemingly having anticipated Bai Muchen's response. He gently draped an arm over Bai Muchen's shoulder and continued walking forward. Perfect. You can tell me all about your experiences living on the farm during this time. Gulyalu. The following morning, early at the single dormitory room that Wang Yu had specially prepared for Bai Muchen, the charging bear rushed to the bedside, vigorously shaking Bai Muchen, who was still deep in slumber, with its small paws. Snake. Bai Muchen, breakfast. Breakfast. I'm starving. Last night, Bai Muchen and Wang Yu had engaged in lively conversation in the dormitory, discussing intriguing tales from the farm, reminiscing about their past school days, and sharing experiences from their streaming endeavors, chatting until the late hours of the night. It seemed the past barriers between them gradually dissolved amidst their hearty laughter. However, the charging bear was quite displeased, for the Pokemon food provided by the school cafeteria was utterly unpalatable. After a dinner that left it unsatisfied, it had rummaged through Bai Muchen's backpack all night, yet found no energy cubes. As Bai Muchen and Wang Yu chatted animatedly, the charging bear could only sulk, hungry and curled up in the corner, longing for sustenance. Had it known this would be the outcome, it would have clung to the farm for dear life. Oh dear. Serpent-patterned bear, I apologize. I was so engrossed in conversation last night that I completely forgot to give you energy cubes. Awakened by the commotion, Bai Muchen, noticing the charging bear's pitiful, teary-eyed expression, immediately understood the situation. Admittedly, in the midst of their talk, not only had the charging bear gone hungry, but even Milotic and Adino had yet to eat. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Bai Muchen hurriedly got out of bed, quickly washed up, and dashed to the playground, tossing out 2 pokeballs. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. With 2 slightly awkward sounds, Milotic and Adino appeared before Bai Muchen. They simultaneously rubbed their bellies, gazing expectantly at him. Master, you didn't mention we would go hungry if we stayed out. My apologies, my oversight. Bai Muchen scratched his head sheepishly, swiftly retrieving 4 or 5 energy cubes from the system space and placing them before the 3 Pokémon. To ensure the quality of the energy cubes, he had always stored them in the system space. No wonder the charging bear couldn't find them. Everyone, have a little something to fill your bellies first. I'll take you to the food house for a feast at lunch. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, the charging bear and the others finally felt at ease and began to savor the energy cubes before them. 5 minutes later, having seen the Pokémon well fed, Bai Muchen recalled them into their Pokeballs, then turned back to glance deeply at Class 3, Year 1, where the curtains were drawn, and took out his phone to send Wan Yu a lengthy message. After sending the message, he set his phone aside, waved his hand in the direction of the classroom, and turned to walk out of the school. Behind the curtains of the classroom, Wan Yu quietly observed the retreating figure of Bai Muchen, then gently pulled the slightly lifted curtain back down. Subsequently, he glanced at the message on his phone, and a smile of satisfaction involuntarily appeared on his face. Oh, this lad has truly grown up. Chapter 51. Not all milk is specially soft. After leaving the school, Bai Muchen made his way directly to the Happy Egg shopping plaza. Within the shopping mall, he wandered between various stores, carefully selecting a new array of daily necessities, taking into account the sizes and preferred colors of his Pokémon. Furthermore, he specifically chose 4 uniquely styled, soft, and comfortable Pokémon beds. After arranging for the mall to ship these items to the Bai family farm, his gaze fell upon the Moo Moo milk displayed at the counter. Is the best quality only C-grade? As he contemplated the counter, Bai Muchen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The last time he used Moo Moo milk to create a B-grade dish, the fresh milk beef stew, it had turned out quite delightful, and everyone had relished it. Unfortunately, he had exhausted the Moo Moo milk awarded by the system, and the quality of the Moo Moo milk here did not meet his standards. Perhaps, seizing the opportunity, he could purchase a few Miltanks directly? As long as they were properly nurtured, the quality of the milk would undoubtedly improve. After a moment of reflection, he recalled a place mentioned by Grandpa by where Miltanks could be purchased. Following the navigation route, he arrived at a Miltank ranch. However, upon gazing at the advertisement on the ranch's signboard, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Not all milk is called specially soft. This name seems rather familiar, doesn't it? Just as he was silently mocking, a middle-aged woman wearing a straw hat and holding a pitchfork emerged from the ranch. Ah, a visitor. Yang Shui set down her fork, gently brushed off the blades of grass clinging to her clothes, and smiled as she inquired, "Hello, young man. I am Yang Shui, the owner of this specially soft ranch. Are you here to buy Moo Moo milk?" "You've misunderstood," Bai Muchen replied, shaking his head. "I am Bai Muchen, and I have come to procure a batch of Miltanks." "You're looking to buy my Miltanks?" Yang Shui was momentarily taken aback by Bai Muchen's request. "Young man, while I have a considerable number of Miltanks, they are not particularly adept at battling. Perhaps you should visit the breeding house at the Happy Egg shopping plaza instead." Yang Shui scrutinized Bai Muchen from head to toe, mistakenly assuming he was one of those trainers eager to use Miltanks for combat, and thus kindly advised him. "That's not the case. I run a farm in Weiba town and wish to purchase a few Miltanks to produce fresh milk for cooking for my Pokémon." Upon hearing Bai Muchen's explanation, Yang Shui's expression shifted. "Weiba town, Bai family farm. But didn't T-Uncle Bai pass away? Wait a moment, I seem to recall him mentioning a grandson." After pondering for a bit, she examined Bai Muchen closely and then nodded knowingly. "All right then, follow me." Bai Muchen followed behind Yang Shui as they entered the specially soft ranch, listening to her introduction while observing his surroundings, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The layout of the ranch was remarkably orderly and well-structured. In the eastern pasture, several toros with large horns, thick black manes, and slightly yellowed skin grazed leisurely, swishing their tails as they nibbled on the grass. Bai Muchen surmised that the ranch utilized toros for breeding since Miltanks lacked male Pokémon. In the western pasture, nearly 100 Miltanks lay languidly on the ground, while workers busily milked them. Once a nearby milk barrel was filled, the milk would be transported via a machine conveyor to a distant factory for further processing. Moreover, it seemed these Miltanks and toros were quite fond of Yang Shui. A few near the path excitedly mooed as she walked by. "Moo Moo, Ms. Yang is unparalleled. Moo Moo, Ms. Yang is exceptionally wise. Moo Moo, Ms. Yang is a beauty beyond compare." Thanks to the power of the evergreen, Bai Muchen could barely grasp the meanings they conveyed. But what in the world are they saying? Have the Miltanks become sentient? As they walked, Bai Muchen suddenly recalled the sign he had seen at the entrance, and he curiously asked Yang Shui, "By the way, why is your ranch called specially soft? Does it have a special significance?" "Oh, well, there's nothing particularly special about it," Yang Shui shrugged. "It's simply because all the dairy products made from our ranch's milk possess a unique and crisp texture, hence the name specially soft." He chuckled softly. That's quite a charming name. I almost thought you were a time traveler as well. Under Yang Shue's guidance, Bai Muchen arrived at a pasture where about 20 young miltanks were lying down. Upon seeing Yang Shui approach, a few of the smallest miltanks excitedly stood up and ran towards them. The miltanks have a low egg production rate, and their incubation period is quite lengthy. So we rarely sell them directly, Yang Shui explained, opening the gate. As she continued to walk deeper into the pasture, she petted the miltanks that had rushed over. However, since you've come, I'll give you a chance. These little ones are still in their juvenile stage and will need some time before they can produce milk. Remember to feed them plenty of fodder when you return. Do you have any pasture grass planted on your farm? Yang Shui turned to Bai Muchen, her expression serious. Without sufficient food, the miltanks would fail to develop properly. I haven't planted pasture grass on my farm. Would regular grass suffice? Bai Muchen pondered, recalling that the forest surrounding the farm was abundant with grass. That won't do, Yang Shui decisively shook her head. The nutritional content and flavor of wild grass are vastly inferior compared to pasture grass. The miltanks would feel unwell after consuming it. What about berries? Bai Muchen inquired tentatively after some thought. Berries? Those would work perfectly and might even yield better results. If you consistently feed the miltanks the same type of berry, they can produce moo milk with the flavor of that berry. As she spoke, she regarded Bai Muchen with a slight frown, her expression laced with skepticism. However, this approach is high cost and low yield. It's rare for farms to operate this way. Are you certain you can manage it? Absolutely, you can rest assured. Seeing Bai Muchen's unwavering confidence, Yang Shui hesitated for a moment, recalling her father's longtime customer, and reluctantly nodded. All right, I will allow you to take 2 miltanks for now. In due time, bring me the milk they produce, and if I find the quality satisfactory, I will consider selling you the next batch. Understood. Bai Muchen nodded in agreement. Based on the miltank's demeanor towards Yang Shui, it was evident she cared for them greatly, and it was only natural for her to worry that he, a stranger with no pasture, might mistreat them. Moreover, 2 Pokémon will suffice, should the farm suddenly be inundated with an excess of Pokémon. He fears he may be unable to tend to them adequately, so do feel free to select at your leisure, but remember, only 2. Chapter 52, Brave Tauros. Fearless in the face of adversity. After Yang Shui spoke, Bai Muchen stepped forward, moving among a cluster of miltanks, observing them with keen interest. Indeed, the quality of the miltanks here is quite commendable. As Bai Muchen scanned the group, he was surprised to find that none of the miltanks possessed a qualification below the blue tier. He meandered among them for a while, their curious gazes following his every movement. After a moment, Bai Muchen finally halted before 2 miltanks. Pokémon, miltank. Gender, female. Type, normal. Nature, gentle and docile. Ability, thick fat. Qualification, blue-purple. Levels, 15 and 17. Moves, tackle, growl, rollout, milk drink. Friendship, 30. Description, this miltank is quite affectionate, harboring dreams of traveling the world, and seems to have a bit of interest in you. Bai Muchen gently stroked the ears of the 2 miltanks, glancing at the system panel and chuckling softly. Well, it seems they truly lack prowess in battle. Aside from the most basic tackle move, they possess not a single offensive skill. Have you made your choice? Not considering others? Yang Shui raised an eyebrow at Bai Muchen's selection of miltanks, sensing a failure in the test. Though she had devoted herself to nurturing each miltank in her farm with great care, she understood that there existed inherent disparities in their qualities. The 2 he had chosen, in comparison to the others, were somewhat lacking in caliber. This was a matter of innate differences, not easily remedied by later training. In truth, many individuals had come to hear of the farm's renowned miltanks, eager to purchase one. While she was not reluctant to part with her miltanks, each one having been lovingly cultivated, she would gladly see them go to a better owner. Yet, as time passed, very few had succeeded in taking a miltank home, primarily because many had failed to pass the subtle tests she had set. Her recent allowance for Bai Muchen to choose freely was also a means to gauge his understanding of miltanks. However, it appeared he lacked even the discernment to choose wisely, leaving her unable to trust that he could care for them properly. Just these 2 then. Bai Muchen perceived the hint of doubt in Yang Shui's eyes and shook his head with a smile. I understand your intention, and I am aware that there are miltanks of superior quality. However, for them, the best home is not with me, but with you. Though his words might sound somewhat insincere, the truth was as he articulated. He had recently utilized his insight eye to scan all the miltanks present, noting that purple qualifications were the most common, with even 2 orange-tier miltanks in sight. Were this a selection of initial Pokémon, he would have undoubtedly chosen the 2 orange-tier miltanks without hesitation. However, this was Yang Shui's farm. Throughout the selection process, he had been employing the power of the evergreen. sensing that each Miltank harbored deep affection and reliance on Yang Shui. The two he had chosen, perhaps due to their youth, displayed less dependence on her and instead exhibited curiosity about the world beyond, which ultimately swayed his decision. Choosing is a matter that requires mutual commitment. After hearing Bai Muchen's explanation, Yang Shui's lips moved slightly, the words poised on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back silently. Could it be that he thinks I am merely engaging in pleasantries? Bai Muchen, observing Yang Shui's somewhat somber expression, felt a twinge of anxiety, while the two Miltanks beside him seemed to sense the weight of the atmosphere, rendering both human and Pokemon mute. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui spoke softly. To nurture these little ones properly will demand considerable time and effort. She paused, her gaze softening slightly. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Upon hearing Yang Shui's words, Bai Muchen exchanged glances with the two Miltanks, and they all nodded in unison. Mu. X2. At the 5th floor of the Sylvian Cafe. Bai Muchen swiftly skimmed through the menu, pointing at various items. After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, just bring me one of everything suitable for normal water and psychic-type Pokemon. Mr. Bai, our Pokemon cuisine is not available for takeout, and excessive waste will incur additional charges. The server managed a strained smile at the sight of Bai Muchen's grand order, which totaled over 40 dishes. While you may dine for free, such extravagance is rather excessive. Rest assured, do you think they can't consume a mere dozens of dishes? Bai Muchen released 5 Pokemon from their Pokeballs, gesturing toward them. With Milotic's imposing 7-meter length, perhaps even this one tea suffice. Very well, please hold on. The server responded with a resigned sigh and departed. Observing this, Bai Muchen hurriedly called to his Pokemon. Why don't you all head to the EV Paradise for a while? I'll summon you once the food is ready. In the EV Paradise, a colossal EV sand sculpture stood proudly in the center, surrounded by 7 or 8 small EVs joyfully playing in the sand. Spotting the approaching group, they excitedly waved their tiny paws in greeting. Mu. The two Miltanks, having grown up, were seeing so many adorable little EVs for the first time and rushed over, joining in the playful chaos. Meanwhile, Urshifu and Sableye curiously examined the uniquely shaped sand sculpture, their eyes filled with wonder as they crouched down, eager to showcase their artistic talents with the sand. As for Milotic, due to its size, it could only watch wistfully from Bai Muchen's side as the others frolicked. Seeing his Pokemon so blissfully engaged, Bai Muchen turned his attention back to his phone, glancing at his dwindling balance, and felt a headache coming on. These two Miltanks were exorbitantly priced. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Previously, he had laboriously earned around 150,000 poke dollars over the course of a month through selling berries, energy cubes, and various streaming endeavors. Yet, one Miltank alone cost 60,000 poke dollars. Even after Yang Shui had given him a discount, just purchasing 2 Miltanks and a few bottles of fresh Moo milk had nearly emptied his coffers. He had initially planned to visit Zijing City and Lioli City for some leisure, hoping to encounter Dowu again. But at this rate, it seemed a bit tight if he wished to truly enjoy himself. What was that song again? Once I dreamed of wielding a sword to roam the world. But due to lack of funds, I must cancel my plans. Boom. Just as Bai Muchen was about to finish humming the song, a tremendous roar erupted from the EV Paradise nearby. He hastily turned around, only to witness 7 or 8 little EVs frantically scurrying in all directions. While the once magnificent sand sculpture at EV Paradise had been reduced to mere ruins due to the carelessness of 2 large milk cans. Fortunately, a timely intervention by Milotic saw several bubbles floating in midair, with the Pokemon inside, including the rushing bear, miraculously unharmed. Just as Bai Muchen prepared to exhale in relief, a staff member hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the dismal state of EV Paradise, the employee was left utterly dumbfounded. Observing this, Bai Muchen anxiously swallowed hard and, with utmost caution, timidly inquired, surely this can be covered by my complimentary meal voucher, right? The staff member, taking a deep breath to compose himself after the initial shock, looked at Bai Muchen and revealed a signature sweet smile. Good day, sir. The repair fee amounts to 20,000 poke dollars. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? Bai Muchen felt an intensifying headache. How is it that I feel even more pained? Chapter 53. Only Children Make Choices, Part 1. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit. After a satisfying meal, Bai Muchen walked out of the Fairy EV Cafe, his head bowed. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the staff member's exuberant farewell behind him. What a ridiculous sand sculpture, demanding 20,000 poke dollars. That's downright outrageous, he thought indignantly. And they keep insisting it's an ancient artifact built by long-lost Pokémon from the last century, when it's clearly just something the EVs threw together for fun. With a resigned glance at his dwindling balance of 13,000 poke dollars on his phone, he sighed heavily and headed towards the station. This time, he truly found himself out of funds. He could forget about hopes for Zijing City and Lioli City. However, having brought everyone out for a rare outing, and with Milotic and the others so eagerly anticipating fun, he couldn't possibly return home in such a dejected manner. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted above, accompanied by the exhilarating whoosh of a roller coaster racing by. Bai Muchen looked up to see the excited faces of visitors aboard the roller coaster, their Pokémon in hand, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. An amusement park? Of course. Hello, here are your tickets. Please hold on to them, said a staff member at the ticket booth, smiling as they handed over 6 tickets with a slight bow. Pet Paradise will ensure you have an unforgettable time, filled with joy. Bai Muchen nodded in gratitude, and then turned his gaze toward the grand entrance adorned with the cheerful letters of Pet Paradise, stepping inside. As he crossed the threshold, it felt as if he had entered a whimsical Pokémon kingdom. Standing in the expansive central plaza, his eyes were instantly drawn to an enormous Frostlass Ferris wheel in the distance. Each of the 60 colorful cabins, uniquely designed to resemble various forms of Frostlass, rotated leisurely in the sky. Moreover, he heard from the staff that each cabin contained a Frostlass matching its color, ready to offer visitors homemade little cakes. To his left was the roller coaster he had just heard about. The intertwining silver and gold tracks soared through the air, with the coaster itself fashioned to resemble the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza. As the coaster sped past, the roaring wind made it seem as though Rayquaza was darting through the clouds, trailing bolts of lightning behind. Additionally, the park boasted an array of delightful and entertaining attractions. There was a carousel featuring adorable little Ponytas, a water park showcasing performances from water-type Pokémon like Celio, Starfish, and Seahorse, as well as a haunted house with Jengar and a thrilling Gyarados River ride. Pet Paradise was a newly established amusement park in Changhua City, not only renowned for its numerous attractions, but also for its affordable entrance fee. Bai Muchen, accompanied by 5 Pokémon, only spent 5,000 poke dollars in total. Children must adore visiting amusement parks, right? Why didn't I think of this splendid idea sooner? Rushing Bear, Milotic, Milk Cans, and Caretaker, let us all come out. Bai Muchen released 5 Pokeballs in succession, vibrant red light flashing as the Pokémon curiously examined their surroundings. Today, let us all unwind and relish the joy of play. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Pokémon turned their eager gazes toward Bai Muchen, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Squeak! Bai Muchen, I want to ride that one in the sky. Rushing Bear eagerly nudged Bai Muchen's leg, a look of endearment on its face. Speed and thrill were its favorites. Milotic shyly glanced at Bai Muchen, gently swaying her tail toward the drifting area. Pip, I want to play in the water with you. Master, the 2 newly joined Milk Cans, wishing to avoid any further mishaps, cautiously conferred with one another before timidly asking, Moo? Those little Ponytas look so cool. May I go play with them? Meanwhile, the calm Caretaker remained composed, surveying the amusement park before suggesting, Master, I recommend we first ride the spinning Ferris wheel, where we can oversee the entire park and plan the future development of the farm. Before Bai Muchen could respond, the Pokémon, unable to reach a consensus, exchanged glances and began to argue. Squeak, let us ride the coaster. Pip, let us play in the water. Moo, everyone stop arguing. Love, let us ride the big Ferris wheel. I still have work to do. As their voices grew increasingly tumultuous, they all turned in unison to Bai Muchen, awaiting his decision. What should we do? Sighing in exasperation, Bai Muchen rubbed his forehead, lamenting, only children make choices. Of course, we'll experience everything. Rushing Bear, Milotic, Milk Cans, and Caretaker chimed in unison. Oh. In the roller coaster area, Bai Muchen wiped his face, splattered with excitement, and firmly grasped Rushing Bear, who was practically bouncing with impatience. He playfully tapped the Pokémon's head. Rushing Bear, retract that tongue and sit still. You've splattered me with saliva. Meanwhile, Caretaker was deep in thought, swiftly calculating. Assessing the roller coaster's total mass at 5 tons, a horizontal speed of 10 meters per second, and a vertical speed of 3 meters per second. He considered external factors such as air resistance. As for Milotic and the Milk Cans, due to their size, they could only wait at the exit, each clutching a cup of Pokémon milk tea, gazing dreamily at Bai Muchen. In the carousel area, upon arrival, Milotic seemed to find kindred spirits, eagerly conversing with several colorful Ponytas from the Galar region, seemingly engrossed in a discussion about Pokémon grooming. Bai Muchen, meanwhile, sat atop one of the Ponytas, gently stroking the fiery mane, his eyes wide with wonder. How fascinating. It's surprisingly not hot at all. Just then, rushing bear, overwhelmed by curiosity, couldn't resist tugging at the tail of the Ponyta in front of him, letting out an excited yelp as he scalded himself. Two large milk cans curiously mimicked the walking style of the little fire horse, bouncing playfully behind them, occasionally flicking their tails. What an intriguing combination of cattle and horses. Chapter 54. Only Children Make Choices, Part 2. The haunted house. As soon as they stepped inside, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, accompanied by eerie sounds that echoed eerily. Cackling ghosts. Snakes. Jingars. Howl. Bai Muchen glanced at the rampaging Urshifu, who had been startled into a frenzy by the sudden appearance of a haunter and a Jingar, letting out a resigned sigh. Urshifu, calm down. They won't truly harm you. Huh, why has it suddenly gone quiet? Bai Muchen turned back in confusion, only to find Urshifu rolling its eyes and spinning in circles before collapsing with a thud, unconscious. Seeing this, he shook his head in exasperation. You little rascal. You're both inexperienced and playful. In the violent Gyarados rafting area, boom, G, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A wave towering over twice the height of a person surged towards Bai Muchen's kayak. Startled, Milotic quickly wrapped its tail around Bai Muchen, emitting soft whimpers, seeking solace. Don't worry, Milotic, it's going to be all right. Bai Muchen smiled indulgently at Milotic, who clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. Where did this massive wave come from? You must have conjured it yourself, right? As for the other Pokemon on the kayak, Urshifu, who had stubbornly refused to wear a raincoat, was now thoroughly soaked by the wave. Shaking off the water awkwardly, it glanced at Milotic, nestled in Bai Muchen's embrace, still signaling for him to paddle. Unable to suppress an eye roll, it thought, fine, am I just a part of your play? Following this, Bai Muchen guided several Pokemon through the storm swing, Shiny Shalebi's time tunnel, the multifaceted evasion sniper competition, and other thrilling attractions. They also enjoyed a dazzling fireworks and magic show and purchased a plethora of souvenirs. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed in the midst of joy, gradually leading to evening. Only one attraction remained. To his surprise, the night view of Orange Blossom City was breathtaking. On the Frostlass Ferris wheel, Bai Muchen dismissed the Frostlass responsible for serving cake. He turned to see Urshifu, Love Disc, and the large milk can already fast asleep in their seats, then gently stroked Milotic, who resembled a miniature white snake in his hands, a soft smile gracing his face as he gazed out the window. Logically, there were strict requirements regarding the number and weight of individuals and Pokemon each compartment could hold to prevent overloading. However, he couldn't bear the thought of leaving Milotic and the large milk can isolated in their Pokeballs. After consulting the system for advice, he purchased 3 magical candies from the mysterious shop, capable of reducing Pokemon size to 110 of their original size for 1 hour, successfully bringing all 5 Pokemon onto the Ferris wheel. Unbeknownst to him, whether due to the excitement of the day or the sweet aroma of cake wafting through the air, within mere minutes, everyone had fallen asleep. Milotic, still awake, nodded before sneakily pecking at the cake in Bai Muchen's hands, curiously gazing out the window. It was her first glimpse of Orange Blossom City's night view, the vibrant and dazzling streets instantly igniting her eyes. The colorful neon lights sparkled like twinkling stars, transforming the streets into a flowing river of stars. Cars sped down the road, their headlights and taillights weaving brilliant trails of light. In the distance, the towering shopping complexes, surrounded by dazzling light strips, constantly changed colors and patterns as throngs of people emerged from the buildings, laden with shopping bags, their faces radiating post-shopping satisfaction. Milotic gazed longingly into the distance, wishing to imprint the dreamlike scenery deeply into her memory. She worried that, due to her large size, she might never have the opportunity to ride the Ferris wheel with Bai Muchen again, carefree and admiring the stunning night view of Orange Blossom City. It seemed that growing up also brought worries. She suddenly longed to return to her childhood. Whoosh! Suddenly, a firework silently soared across the sky, bursting into a myriad of colors. The sound of the explosion startled Urshifu and the others awake. They rubbed their eyes, bleary and confused, peering out the window. Oh, it turns out there's a fireworks display at the amusement park tonight. Bai Muchen observed the central plaza below, where several Charizards and Blazikens stood in neat formation, continuously unleashing flames and powerful moves into the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Beside them, dozens of boxes of fireworks launched simultaneously, sending bursts of color into the heavens, skillfully forming shapes of various Pokemon like Torchic, Trico, and Mudkip. The 5 little ones gazed at the splendid spectacle outside, their pupils gradually widening, their eyes alight with joy. Come on, strike a pose for the camera, say cheese. Bai Muchen, seated among the Pokémon, raised the selfie stick he had purchased at the amusement park. Seeing the delighted smiles on their faces, he gently pressed the shutter button. Click. The next day, love. Aiko suddenly snatched the photo taken last night from her brother's hands. Her eyes filled with envy as she gazed at the joyful smiles captured in the image, her small hands trembling slightly, her eyes beginning to redden. Wah. I also want to take pictures with everyone. If only she had known, she wouldn't have stayed behind to tend to the farm. Noticing this, Aiko scratched her head in distress and pulled out a gift to offer. Aiko, don't be sad. I brought you a present. But the more little Aiko thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly aggrieved. She shot a glance at her brother, whose expression was overly accommodating, puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, and turned away, clearly indicating her desire to ignore him. Humph, you bad brother who made me stay at the farm. I want to talk to you again. Seeing that his sister seemed genuinely upset, Aiko drooped his ears, momentarily at a loss for how to remedy the situation. Little Aiko, please don't be angry. How about this? Next time we go out to play, I promise to take you along and leave your brother behind, okay? Bai Muchen quickly bent down to place the gift he bought in front of the sulking Aiko, gently coaxing her. Next time we go out, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. We can take as many pictures as you like, all right? Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, little Aiko's eyes instantly sparkled, though she still feigned reluctance, reluctantly nodding her head. Okay, I suppose I'll forgive you this time, master. Seeing that his sister seemed to have calmed down a bit, Aiko secretly sighed in relief. However, little Aiko shot him a glance and proudly turned her head away, taking small steps to the other side of Bai Muchen. Love, I forgive master, but I want to forgive you, brother. Ah, Aiko exclaimed. By the way, little Aiko, there is something I've been quite curious about since earlier. Bai Muchen surveyed the farm, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked down at little Aiko, who was tightly clinging to his leg, and inquired, where has that Pachirisu run off to? Chapter 55. The traveling squirrel brings you a gift. Ah. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, the little AI promptly released her grip and began to explain eagerly. Earlier, shortly after Bai Muchen and the others departed, Pachirisu had quietly confided in her about a desire to return to the forest. She mentioned that while Bai Muchen was away, she could take the opportunity to retrieve something, which would likely take a day or two. Initially, she had opposed the idea, fearing for Pachirisu's safety should any dangers arise during her solitary journey. However, as she busied herself tidying up the house, her attention momentarily diverted. Pachirisu had used her agility to dash away in the blink of an eye, taking along the entire stash of 8 treasure rice. Retrieving something? Was it the food she had hidden before? After listening to the little AI's account, Bai Muchen couldn't help but reminisce about his first encounter with Pachirisu, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that apart from her cherished food reserves, there was little else that could capture her attention so fervently. There's no need to worry about Pachirisu. She should return on her own in a couple of days, he reassured, observing the anxious expression on little AI's face. During her time on the farm, Pachirisu's abilities had significantly improved. Although she still fell short compared to the likes of the charging bears, her level had reached 16. Coupled with her lightning-fast agility and her prior experience of surviving alone in the forest, he felt quite at ease regarding this little creature. After Bai Muchen's comforting words, AI's worried heart gradually began to settle. Seizing the moment, Bai Muchen pointed towards the large bed and the pile of household items delivered from the shopping mall at the entrance, suggesting with a smile, while we wait for her, let us tidy up the house. When Pachirisu returns, we can present her with a more warm and inviting home. What do you think? Yes. 10 minutes later, Bai Muchen gathered all the Pokemon from the farm and assigned them tasks one by one. Milotic, the fields are a bit dry these days, so I entrust you with the task of watering them. Chirp. Milotic nodded obediently, turning her gaze towards the pond beside the farmland. With a flick of her tail, a powerful stream of water shot skyward, transforming into a delicate rain that gently fell upon the fields. Snorlax, this bed is quite heavy. Could you help me carry it to the room? Remember to be careful and not injure yourselves. Moo moo. The 2 Snorlaxes nodded confidently, flexing their bulging biceps for emphasis. They then lifted the bed with effort, albeit with slightly unsteady steps, as they made their way toward the house. Charging Bear, you go fish for a while, and keep an eye out to see if you can catch a glimpse of Pachirisu. Bai Muchen had previously noticed that Charging Bear was faster at foraging than he was at fishing. After all, Charging Bear's gathering ability was quite impressive. Snake, Charging Bear replied. But in the next moment, he plopped down right in front of Bai Muchen, basking in the sun comfortably. Bai Muchen raised an eyebrow. I asked you to fish, and this is how you go about it? Where did you learn such puns? Shaking his head, he added, "You can lounge about if you wish. But if you don't catch 10 big fish before noon, don't expect lunch." "Snake, I'll go right away." Upon hearing that there would be no food, Charging Bear's eyes widened in alarm, and he dashed off towards the creek without a moment's hesitation. "Haha, truly a little foodie," Bai Muchen chuckled, watching Charging Bear's retreating figure. He then turned to the two AIs. "Now, let us commence our task." "Yes," they chorused in unison. Bai Muchen took one AI by the hand and led her into the guest room adjacent to his bedroom. After transferring all the items from the guest room to the storage, he noticed the dusty floor and promptly picked up a broom, diligently sweeping it clean. Little AI and AI did not remain idle either. One wielded a feather duster while the other held a cloth, carefully cleaning the wooden floor and bookshelves after Bai Muchen had swept. "Snorlax, let us place it here." Once the cleaning was complete, Bai Muchen directed Snorlax to arrange the 4 Pokemon beds along the wall. Each bed measured 12 meters by 1 meter, which, given the height of under 1 meter for Charging Bear and the others, should provide ample space for them to rest comfortably. After positioning the bed frames, Bai Muchen covered each with soft mattresses and blankets. To cater to their varied preferences, he had deliberately chosen bedding in different colors and patterns. Charging Bear's bed and blanket were white, adorned with whimsical cartoon patterns of various berries and snacks, hoping this gluttonous little creature would have sweet dreams while sleeping. Pachirisu's items were themed in blue and white, as he had gleaned from previous discussions that this little squirrel longed for the pure colors of the sky. As for the two AIs, with the elder being calm and the younger gentle, he prepared deep purple and light purple bedding, glancing at their reactions, which seemed to indicate their delight. With the beds arranged, the remaining tasks were much simpler. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Bai Muchen and little AI worked together to cut colorful stickers into various cute shapes, which AI would then affix to the walls. Finally, they placed several adorable plush toys on their beds and positioned a sea-scented air freshener on the windowsill. The room was completed with a photo taken yesterday placed on the table, transforming it into a cozy Pokemon children's room. "Children's room seems a bit mundane. Let us call it your dream cottage," Bai Muchen remarked contentedly, gazing at the refreshed room. "Moo, what about us?" At the doorway, Snorlax looked enviously at the decorated new room, turning to Bai Muchen with hopeful eyes. "You two are too large. If you were to sleep on the bed, it might collapse and cause injury," Bai Muchen replied, shaking his head. However, seeing the disappointment in Snorlax's eyes, he suddenly shifted his tone. "But I have already contacted the best carpenter in town. Once he renovates the original barn, I assure you, you will find your new abode exceedingly comfortable." Moo. Hearing Bai Muchen's words, Snorlax's eyes gleamed with anticipation for their new dwelling. "Well, it's about time. Everyone has been busy all morning. Let us prepare lunch," Bai Muchen said, glancing at his phone, realizing that it was already past 11. Charging Bear should be returning soon. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen, a commotion at the farm's entrance caught his attention. Charging Bear dashed in first, glancing around before tossing the fish he had caught into a bucket and then hurriedly running off to the fields in search of fruits. Following closely behind was Pachirisu, who had been away for several days. She strolled leisurely up to Bai Muchen, first handing him the bag she was carrying, and then shyly retrieving a small stone she had hidden in her tail, presenting it to him with a hint of bashfulness. "Pachirisu, Bai Muchen, this is the gift I brought for you." Chapter 56, The Hatching of the Elf Egg. Bai Muchen, bewildered, opened the bag to unveil a treasure trove of peculiar trinkets. Beautifully shaped leaves, small bones, pokeballs, and unknown seeds exuding a sweet fragrance, alongside transparent glass vials, filled the bag to the brim. It was evident that these were the precious treasures meticulously collected by Pachirisu. A warm smile blossomed on Bai Muchen's face upon seeing Pachirisu bestow these treasures upon him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, his gaze fell upon a small stone tightly clutched in Pachirisu's hand. Was that a rare gem? Bai Muchen stared in astonishment at the round stone in Pachirisu's grasp, which exhibited a blend of red, yellow, and blue hues. "Pachirisu, please don't take offense. It's just that I found this particularly beautiful stone," Pachirisu thought, misinterpreting Bai Muchen's expression as disdain for the treasure she had painstakingly unearthed. Her little ears drooped in disappointment. To fulfill her promise of trading items for the 8 treasure rice, Pachirisu had turned the entire outskirts of the forest upside down. However, precious items like firestones and lightstones were fiercely guarded by powerful Pokemon, which she was unable to combat. The trinkets she had collected, in her mind, were likely to be beneath Bai Muchen's notice. With no other options, she relied on her instincts and tirelessly dug through the forest in search of something worthy. After several days of toil, she finally stumbled upon this somewhat attractive stone. Had it not been for her inability to procure anything better, she would not have stealthily snuck into Bai Muchen's kitchen in the dead of night to pilfer the 8 treasure rice. In the days spent living on the farm, Pachirisu rediscovered a long-lost warmth and contemplated how to repay Bai Muchen. Yet, aside from eating, she realized she possessed no other skills. After much deliberation, she concluded that this little stone, hidden away in her nest, might carry some sentimental value and convey her heartfelt gratitude. Yet now, it merely appeared to be a worthless rock. This gift is far too precious, Pachirisu. Thank you. Bai Muchen shook his head, carefully cradling Pachirisu in his arms, gently patting her back and soothing her. To most, the stone would be regarded as an unremarkable artifact, distinguished only by its vibrant colors. However, Bai Muchen was acutely aware that this stone bore another, more widely recognized name, the Mega Evolution Stone, a miraculous entity that would enable Pokémon to achieve Mega Evolution. More precisely, it was an unrefined raw Mega Evolution Stone, specifically for the Great Bird Pokémon. Although, in its current state, it could not unleash its true potential. Bai Muchen recalled that in the game of his past life, presenting it to President Zivki would unveil the true nature of this Evolution Stone. He believed that if he entrusted it to Da Wu, with his status and resources, it might yield unexpected and bountiful rewards. However, this was a token of Pachirisu's affection, and he had no desire to squander it. Pachirisu, thank you for your gift. I truly cherish it and will hold it dear, Bai Muchen declared earnestly, gazing deeply into Pachirisu's eyes. Then, with a teasing tone, he jested, speaking of which, when I heard from Xiao Xiao AI that you returned to the forest for something, I thought you were worried about the hard-earned food supplies. Pachirisu, she playfully stuck out her little tongue in embarrassment. Hee, compared to the food supplies, I've now found something I care about even more. In the afternoon, at long last, they completed their tasks. Bai Muchen straightened up, plucking the last dragon fruit and gently placing it into a nearby snakeskin bag. As he observed the Pokémon still bustling about in the fruit thicket, assisting with the scattering of intermediate fertilizer, he wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead and called out, "Everyone, great work. Let us take a break." As he spoke, he scanned the lush greenery of the trees lining the field and cast his eyes over the overflowing snakeskin bags next to the house, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. After a month of diligent management, the once barren land in front of the house had been rejuvenated and replanted. The previously empty 6 plots of land were now filled with fragrant honey fruits, orange fruits, dragon fruits, and ink berries. The remaining land had been transformed, with some becoming a pond for Milotic and others a playground for the Pokémon. The old warehouse had been successfully renovated into a small shop, and on weekends, the queue often extended from the store entrance to the outskirts of the farm, booming with business. The former cow shed had also undergone a makeover, becoming brighter, larger, and more comfortable than before, with the milk tank lounging inside, reluctant to rise. If all went smoothly, Bai Muchen believed that Bai Family Farm would continue to flourish. Oh, and the egg. Bai Muchen, filled with satisfaction, surveyed the farm once more, casually seated on the ground. He gazed at the freshly scattered fertilizer and suddenly recalled the egg in the system space. With the achievement reward from the last evolution of the snake pattern bear, the life energy should be sufficient now, right? While pondering, Bai Muchen silently called out to the system. System, are you there? How much life energy do I have now? I am here, replying to the host. The current life energy totals 391 points. As expected, it was enough. With a satisfied nod, Bai Muchen shifted his thoughts, and the Pokémon egg instantly appeared in his hand. He gently caressed the black cracks that nearly traversed the entire eggshell. Sensing a potent wave of energy emanating from the fissures, what had this egg endured before hatching to leave such ominous cracks? Bai Muchen slowly pressed his palms against the cracks, and a surge of intense green energy burst forth from his hands, continuously flowing into the egg. Hatch now, ancient Pokémon. Bai Muchen murmured, and in his expectant gaze, the life energy absorbed by the Pokémon egg gradually reached 100,000 points. Crack. Accompanied by a faint sound of the eggshell breaking, the Pokémon egg erupted into a blinding white light that shot skyward, piercing through the somewhat languid afternoon sky. Roar. A powerful and resounding roar reverberated through the air, emanating an ancient authority and mystery that shook everything around it. Chapter 57. The Incinerated Farmland. A majestic dragon's roar echoed across the skies, unleashing a formidable dragon's might that sent Pachirisu, Iguanshur, and the milk tank into a frenzy, swiftly seeking refuge behind Milotic and the bear Pokémon. As the blinding white light gradually subsided, an awe-inspiring Pokémon materialized before Bai Muchen and the gathered Pokémon. It boasted a pair of enormous crimson wings, reminiscent of blazing flames, and its body radiated a profound blue hue. The blue skin was adorned with sharp scales, glistening coldly in the sunlight, evoking a sense of trepidation. Pokemon, Roaring Moon. Gender, male. Type, Dragon Dark. Nature, impulsive. Ability, Ancient Vitality. Potential, Golden. Level, 20. Skills, Dragon Breath, Glare, Bite, Focus Energy, Clean Burn, Headbutt, Tenacious Bite. Affection level, 100. Introduction, a mysterious creature from ancient times. Possessing an extremely obsessive and irritable personality, it fell into an endless slumber due to injuries, only to be hatched with the assistance of Bai Muchen. Individual values: HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Roar. The resounding lunar creature, Hoenn, slowly opened its blood-red eyes, cautiousmuch surveying the entirely unfamiliar surroundings. Instinctively, it sensed a twinge of wariness. However, for reasons unknown, the presence of Bai Muchen instilled within it an unusual sense of familiarity. It instinctively approached Bai Muchen, gently lowering its head. The unique aura emanating from Bai Muchen inexplicably brought it a sense of comfort, as if an invisible force compelled it to submit. Bai Muchen gazed at the bowing Hoenn, his heart filled with astonishment and delight. Could it be that, due to its life energy, it was born at level 20? Slowly extending his hand, he gently stroked the creature's cold, metallic-like scales, causing his touch to feel somewhat surreal. Despite being mentally prepared, the moment he made contact with Hoenn, an overwhelming wave of shock coursed through him. Was this truly the legendary Paradox Pokémon, Hoenn? Bai Muchen was acutely aware that creatures like Hoenn had always been peculiar entities within the realm of Pokémon research. Various theories existed regarding the origins of Paradox Pokémon. One perspective posited that Hoenn was an ancient species of the Dragonite, and that all Paradox Pokémon had traversed time via the time machine invented by Dr. Orlin and Dr. Futu from the Zero Zone in the Paldea region, coming from either the past or the future. An entirely different theory suggested that Paradox Pokémon were not genuine forms from the ancient or future periods, but rather, the time machine had somehow materialized human subconscious fantasies of contemporary Pokémon's ancient and future appearances into reality. Furthermore, speculations such as parallel universe theory and time machine radiation mutation theory abounded. Before his journey to this world, heated debates persisted regarding the origin and essence of Paradox Pokémon, with no definitive conclusions reached. Yet, what did it matter? If such a bizarre system could manifest, then hatching merely a Hoenn was hardly a cause for concern. Naturally, it would be even more perfect if he were to hatch the ancient deity, Groudon. Bai Muchen composed himself, smiling as he addressed Hoenn. Hoenn, my name is Bai Muchen, and it is a pleasure to meet you. How? Hoenn sniffed the scent emanating from Bai Muchen, obediently licking his palm. This is my farm, from now on. You shall live here well and get along with everyone. Howl. Hoenn nodded, seemingly understanding, emitting a sound reminiscent of cuteness. What is a farm? And does getting along mean fighting with everyone? Memories buried within its genes appeared to subtly suggest that fighting was the most direct and effective means of emotional exchange within its species, and the more fiercely they fought, the deeper the bond became. Though somewhat perplexed, it resolved to make an effort. As Hoenn pondered, Bai Muchen, who had just considered using the power of the Everstone to calm his emotions, felt reassured upon witnessing the creature's obedient demeanor. It seemed that Paradox Pokémon were not as ferocious as he had imagined. The descriptions in books were not entirely accurate. By the way, you must be hungry after just hatching, right? Thus, you stay put, and I shall prepare something for you to eat. Bai Muchen firmly believed that to conquer a Pokémon, one must first conquer its stomach. Fortunately, the new dish he had invented for his previous livestream could come in handy. Fresh milk beef stew, B-grade quality. Perfectly blending the unique flavor of moo milk with beef, juicy and tender, bursting with flavor in every bite. Culinary effects. 1. Increases the individual value of Dragon and Ground-type Pokémon by 1 point, limited to once. 2. Dragon-type Pokémon have a chance to learn the Dragon Dance skill. When consumed by Pokémon below level 360, attack power increases by 20 for 1 hour. Previously, although he had yet to capture any Dragon or Ground-type Pokémon, the dishes he created were unexpectedly adored by the likes of Snivy and others. Thus, he had a plentiful supply of various ingredients at home. Coupled with the freshly procured moo milk, Bai Muchen intended to whip up a steaming hot fresh milk beef stew for Hoenn, hoping it would enjoy it. Entering the kitchen, Bai Muchen cheerfully retrieved various ingredients, donned his headphones, selected a delightful tune, and began to slice the beef. After all, as a seasoned chef, he understood that the different states of mind while cooking could influence the flavor of the dish, and good music could elevate one's mood. To surprise Hoenn, he resolved to present his finest self. Once the beef was nearly chopped, he leisurely placed the pieces onto a plate and wandered to the other side of the kitchen. As he passed by the window, he casually glanced outside. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was instantly taken aback. A raging inferno engulfed the farm's fields. Nearly half of the fruit trees that had been cultivated were reduced to ashes, and the newly constructed barn had been reduced to ruins, while the eastern fence bore a massive breach. Amidst the chaos, Pachirisu, Dunsparce, and Swablu frantically transported water from the pond to extinguish the flames, yet Hoenn, Milotic, and Ursaring were nowhere to be found. Seeing half of the farm in disarray, Bai Muchen's mind momentarily faltered, causing his hand to instinctively loosen, and the plate fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Love. Just then, Xiao Ai rushed into the kitchen, anxiously recounting everything that had transpired. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Ai's words, Bai Muchen's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 minutes ago. Wait a moment, I'll prepare something for you to eat. Hearing Bai Muchen's words, Hoenn obediently nodded and sat quietly in the fields, eagerly awaiting his return. However, Hoenn was a Pokemon more temperamental than the fiery Dragonite, capable of reducing an entire mountain to ashes. Without Bai Muchen by its side, how could it remain so compliant? Merely 2 to 3 minutes later, growing impatient, Hoenn began surveying the entire farm, quickly fixating on the dragon fruit positioned by the house. Its instincts told it that this fruit must be delightful. The farm that the master mentioned must mean it could freely indulge in the food here, right? With this thought, Hoenn unceremoniously swiped at the obstructive branches, crushing the leaves beneath its robust claws as it stomped towards the dragon fruit. At that moment, Pachirisu and the others were still enveloped in the faint draconic aura radiating from Hoenn, too frightened to move. Yet, witnessing Hoenn wantonly trampling the fruit trees they had painstakingly nurtured, Milotic, who was comforting the other Pokemon, had no time to intervene. Meanwhile, Ursaring furrowed its brow, darting in front of Hoenn and emitting a series of low growls. Hey, big guy, this is something we and Bai Muchen worked hard to cultivate. Could you please tread carefully? As the Pokemon that has accompanied Bai Muchen the longest, the Rampardos is acutely aware of the immense dedication Bai Muchen has poured into this farmland, fully understanding the profound significance this farm holds for him. Although he realizes that the actions of the imposing creature before him may be unintentional, he cannot permit Bai Muchen's hard work to be so carelessly trampled upon. Move aside. With a disdainful glance at the small creature obstructing his path, the Rampardos strides over, casually snatching a dragon fruit and devouring it without a shred of remorse. Witnessing the Rampardos not only ravaging the farmland, but also disregarding his presence while arrogantly indulging in the fruits of their labor, the Rampardos once again charges in front of him. However, before he could utter another word, the Rampardos swiftly raised a massive paw, sending the smaller Pokemon flying. Hadn't his master just advised him to foster a bond? On the other side, the unsuspecting Rampardos crashed directly into a pillar of the barn, producing a dull thud. Struggling to rise, he shook his dizzy head, bewildered. What just happened? Did it escalate to violence so quickly? Nearby, a Milotic, witnessing this scene, hurried to the Rampardos' side and dripped a drop of life water onto him. Seeing that he was relatively unharmed, Milotic's anxious heart eased slightly. Yet, the next moment, Milotic cast a displeased glare at the Rampardos, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a sudden flick of her tail, a powerful stream of water shot forth like an arrow, mercilessly knocking the fruit from the Rampardos' grasp. Apologize. Chapter 58, Milotic vs. Rampardos. Staring at the fruit that had abruptly fallen from his grasp, Rampardos was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be bonding? Why strike at his fruit? Upon hearing Milotic's words, he slowly narrowed his eyes, fixating on her with his blood-red gaze. Apologize? Does that imply admitting wrongdoing? Yet, he had committed no error. Is this a challenge? In this moment, with Bai Muchen absent, the wild genes lying dormant within Rampardos surged forth, and a chilling, dangerous smile crept across his face. Very well, if I cannot eat, then neither shall anyone else. Milotic sensed the malice radiating from Rampardos' gaze, but thought little of it. With so many Pokemon present, could this creature truly escalate to a physical confrontation? However, to demonstrate respect for her new companion, Milotic softened her tone slightly and continued, Isn't it better for everyone to get along? If you're hungry, just wait a moment. Master should be preparing a grand meal for you. Just as Milotic was halfway through her sentence, The irate Rampardos suddenly flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the air. He opened his mouth, and fiery energy coalesced within, immediately unleashing a scorching line of flames toward the farmland. Burn it all. Milotic stood agape as half of the farmland was engulfed in flames, rushing to extinguish the fire. But before she could activate her skill, Rampardos dove in front of her. He unleashed a powerful dragon breath, causing the barn to explode into splinters. In that critical moment, Milotic swiftly swept her tail, propelling 2 Miltank out of the collapsing barn. However, she was unable to evade in time and found herself pinned beneath the debris. Observing this scene, Rampardos cast a scornful glance at the frightened Miltank huddled together and prepared to turn and incinerate the remaining farmland when a water gun shot forth from the rubble, striking him squarely on the head. This creature has lost control. Rampardos, you go put out the fire and inform the master. I'll lead him away. In an effort to prevent further devastation to the farm, Milotic, struggling free from the debris, urgently instructed Rampardos before beckoning him with her tail. Seeing this snake daring to openly provoke him, Rampardos was utterly enraged. Noticing Milotic had already crossed the fence and was sprinting towards the forest, he charged through the fence, pursuing her with fierce determination. Boom, boom. Waves of purplish-blue dragon breath exploded like cannonballs around Milotic, producing a deafening roar, the powerful shockwaves impacting everything nearby. Milotic caught a glimpse of Rampardos gaining ground, and feeling the fierce residual waves from the dragon breath, she felt a jolt of alarm. Such speed, such overwhelming power. If she were not more familiar with the forest terrain, she would have already been caught. Having run for a considerable distance, she finally reached her destination. Hearing the gentle babble of a stream nearby, she leaped gracefully, her body tracing a beautiful arc before landing lightly in the crystal-clear waters. Milotic quickly turned, looking up at Rampardos hovering above, her body leaning forward, ready for battle. Though her level was only 23, with the dual buffs from the Sea God's Crown and the Centennial Ice Pendant, her actual combat power had surpassed level 30. How dare you incinerate my Master-S farm and harm my companions? You shall pay dearly for this. Rampardos, seeing Milotic no longer fleeing, felt a bloodthirsty glint ignite in his eyes, and without hesitation, unleashed another fierce dragon breath. Yet this time, Milotic exhibited no fear, surrounding herself with twinkling starlight. She seemed to resonate with the mysterious forces of nature. With a powerful sweep of her tail against the water's surface, an immense torrent surged skyward. The clash between the purplish-blue dragon breath and the formidable water column erupted in a cacophony of sound, powerful energy radiating outward. For a brief moment, the two forces were locked in a stalemate, but the seemingly indestructible dragon breath was gradually dispersed, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The remaining water surged unimpeded towards Rampardos, producing a resounding smack as it struck his forehead. What? Rampardos tilted his head, staring incredulously at Milotic. Confusion etched across his face. My attack was thwarted? Simultaneously, Milotic experienced her own shock. It was essential to note that, with the powerful enhancements of her buffs, the skill she had just unleashed was not something Pokémon of the same level could easily withstand. Just previously, even a slight brush from her attack had left the superior incapacitated. Yet this creature, merely sustaining a superficial injury? This opponent is exceedingly formidable. As Milotic prepared to mount her second offensive, the Rampardos, with his left cheek flushed and contorted in rage, dove down, opening his massive maw to reveal sharp fangs, filled with ferocity as he lunged at Milotic. At the same moment, Milotic once again demonstrated her exquisite mastery over the currents of water. A sudden flash of azure light flickered in her eyes, and 3 robust water barriers instantly materialized before the rampaging Noivern. However, in the next heartbeat, the enraged Noivern tore through the 3 barriers with ferocious tenacity, relentlessly pursuing Milotic's tail. Faced with this onslaught, Milotic had no time to evade. She summoned all her strength and forcefully swung her tail towards Noivern. The collision was thunderous. The 2 Pokémon crashed into one another, the tremendous impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding waters before they swiftly separated again. Milotic was hurled several meters away, a painful expression etched across her face. At this moment, for ghastly gashes marred her trembling tail, crimson blood oozing forth and rapidly staining a portion of the stream a deep red. Meanwhile, Noivern, too, was knocked back to the shore by Milotic's desperate blow. He shook his dazed head only to discover that the right side of his face was swollen and throbbing with sharp pain. Though both Pokémon were equal in talent and individual stats, it was evident that without resorting to their most powerful techniques, the brutal Noivern possessed a slight edge over Milotic. Roar! The intense pain continued to jolt Noivern's nerves, and disregarding the agony etched on his face, he lunged once more at Milotic. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a white figure burst forth from the forest, colliding forcefully with Noivern. The sheer force of the impact sent him crashing into a large tree, raising clouds of dust around them. Snorlax. With a swift sidestep, Snorlax positioned himself beside Milotic, entrusting the task of extinguishing the flames to the ever-inquisitive Audino, while he recounted the events that led him here. His eyes filled with concern as they rested on the wounds adorning Milotic's tail. Snorlax, are you all right? Milotic shook her head. Thanks to the healing properties of the life dew, the pain from her wounds had subsided. Be careful, this madman is incredibly strong. Snorlax, then let's tackle this together. Milotic and Snorlax exchanged a determined glance, setting their sights on the Noivern that had emerged from the cloud of dust. With a synchronized display of agility, they unleashed their respective moves, agility and water pulse, charging towards Noivern. The three Pokémon clashed once more, and occasionally, one could see a figure being flung out of the fray, only to swiftly rejoin the battle. As time ticked by, although Noivern fought with increasing fervor, showcasing formidable combat prowess, the synergy between Milotic and Snorlax gradually inflicted more injuries upon him. Slowly but surely, Noivern began to falter. In contrast, Milotic and Snorlax appeared revitalized, their spirits lifting with the healing effects of life dew. Am I destined to lose? No, I cannot be defeated. A glint of fierce determination ignited in Noivern's eyes as he unleashed a surge of power, forcefully repelling both Milotic and Snorlax. Following this, he vigorously flapped his wings, soaring into the air. Roar. Chapter 59. This Pokémon should simply be discarded. Noivern let out a long howl directed at the sky, then opened his body wide, staring blankly at the blinding sun above, his gaze infused with madness and obsession. Gradually, tiny red orbs of light began to stream toward him from all directions, merging into his being. At this moment, even when Milotic's attack struck him, he remained unfazed. As the red orbs continued to flow into him, the energy within him surged relentlessly. His claws became enveloped in an overwhelmingly potent dark energy, his eyes shrouded in a deepening darkness, emanating a chilling wave of black energy. Ancient active trait. When carrying driving energy or under sunny conditions, the highest stat is enhanced. Bite. Power 80. The battle will not cease until one side is on the brink of death. It is a matter of life or death. Upon perceiving the terrifying wave of energy from above, Milotic gradually halted her assault, her expression growing increasingly grave. She sensed that if this attack were to strike her or Snorlax, they would surely be unable to withstand it. Is it time to try that? Remembering her clandestine practice with the sea goddess crown, a resolute glint flickered in Milotic's eyes. Mimi. Snorlax, stay back. With a swift motion, Milotic coiled her tail around the stubborn Snorlax, forcefully flinging him far into the forest. Taking a deep breath, she summoned every ounce of strength to activate the sea god's crown atop her head. Whoosh. In the next instant, a gentle breeze swept through, enveloping Milotic in a soft caress, delicately stirring her purple ribbons. Gradually, the wind's velocity increased, sending ripples across the surface of the stream. Soon, the entire waterway appeared to be pulled downward by an immense force, forming a colossal whirlpool as torrents of water were frantically siphoned into the air, gradually coalescing into a gigantic water tornado. If any trainer happened to pass by, they would undoubtedly be astonished to find that the energy emanating from these two Pokémon, both above level 20, had nearly reached the elite tier. Roar. Mimi. Milotic and Noivern locked eyes, both filled with a burning resolve, preparing to unleash their final, decisive strike. Stop this at once. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from the forest. Noivern and Milotic's movements abruptly froze. Haha. Bai Muchen bent forward, hands resting on his knees, panting heavily. After hearing Audino's account, he had intended to intervene immediately, but the raging fire at the farm and the crowd of townsfolk had momentarily hindered his efforts. Had it not been for Liuntau's timely arrival with Jengar and Arcanine to help extinguish the farm's flames, he would have been unable to prevent this confrontation. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. He accepted the handkerchief offered by Pachirisu, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression dark as he gazed at the two Pokémon locked in confrontation. With deliberate clarity, he stated, I will say this once more, cease this immediately. Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, although Milotic felt a lingering worry, she obediently retracted her abilities, dissipating the massive water tornado. She and Snorlax swiftly approached Bai Muchen's side, their gazes warily fixed on Noivern hovering in the sky. In her heart, Milotic resolved that if this creature dared to attack again, She would do everything in her power to protect her master. However, to her astonishment, the Wyvern that had previously exhibited a blood-red gaze and a frenzied resolve now let out a gentle call and obediently descended to the ground. He lowered his head and, moving with a somewhat sluggish gait, approached Bai Muchen's side. The scene fell into a heavy silence. Bai Muchen's gaze traversed the wounds on Milotic and Snorlax. Before narrowing in on the scarred Wyvern, blood streaming profusely from its body, his veins throbbing with fury. Reflecting on the charred remnants of the farm, he felt his hands tremble uncontrollably, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood dripping and staining a small patch of darkened earth. The farm, a testament to the countless efforts invested by him and his Pokémon, stood as their dream sanctuary, a precious legacy bequeathed by his grandfather. Yet now, it teetered on the brink of destruction at the hands of the tempestuous Hoenn. Bai Muchen remained silent for an extended period, his expression dark enough to evoke the image of dripping rain. He had never anticipated that. Despite his bond with Hoenn being as profound as that with his Minus, both reaching a perfect score of 100, the latent ferocity within it could be so terrifying. Merely stepping away had unleashed a torrent of aggression upon his Pokémon. If not for Minus and the swift intervention of his bear Pokémon leading it away, he shuddered to think of the injuries his cherished companions might have suffered. The paradoxical Pokémon, it seemed, was not something an ordinary trainer could control. At that moment, a fierce impulse surged within Bai Muchen, urging him to expel Hoenn from the farm immediately. However, as this thought emerged, he swiftly quelled it, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. No, the blame did not lie solely with Hoenn. He bore significant responsibility himself. Given their 100-point intimacy, he had somewhat taken it for granted, neglecting to adequately instruct Hoenn, which led to the current turmoil. Moreover, what would follow if he simply cast it away? With Hoenn's temperament and potential, it could either be apprehended by the Alliance for its aggression, ultimately facing execution under Pokémon law, or fall prey to nefarious organizations like Team Rocket or Team Magma. Such groups would undoubtedly go to great lengths to transform it into a more formidable and fearsome weapon, allowing it to wreak havoc until the Alliance intervened. Regardless of the outcome, it would be profoundly unjust for Hoenn. While Bai Muchen was disinterested in the world's future, regardless of whether a global conflict erupted outside, as long as it did not encroach upon his farm, he would remain blissfully unconcerned, preferring to enjoy the company of his Pokémon at home. Nevertheless, he still felt a fundamental sense of duty. After all, Hoenn was a creature he had personally nurtured, and it was his obligation to guide it. If Hoenn were to cause any irreparable harm, could he bear the weight of that guilt? The smoldering remnants of the farm and his injured Pokémon weighed heavily on him. Bai Muchen stood rooted, his fists clenching and releasing intermittently. He gazed at Hoenn, which continued to snarl at Minus, and bit his lip. Extending his hands, he invoked the power of eternity, enveloping Hoenn, Minus, and the bear Pokémon in 3 gentle streams of verdant energy. Under this warm glow, their visible wounds began to mend at an astonishing rate. Hoenn, too, closed its eyes in comfort, emitting a satisfied hum. Minus, bear Pokémon, Pachirisu, it's getting late. Let us return. Once he observed their injuries had sufficiently healed, Bai Muchen turned away, leading his 3 Pokémon back toward the farm. Hoenn, realizing it was being left behind, lowered its head, unsure of how to react as it trudged forward without looking back. Hearing Hoenn's voice, Bai Muchen paused mid-step but did not turn, standing in silence for a prolonged moment. After a deep sigh, he finally spoke. You should follow along. Chapter 60, The Legendary Cabbage Sister? You go in first. As they approached the farm, Bai Muchen produced a luxury ball and, turning, tossed it toward Hoenn. The red light flared, and as he watched the luxury ball come to a halt on the ground, he picked it up with a complex expression and tucked it into his pocket. After taking a few steps, he encountered Li Yuntao, who was approaching with his Gingue. Muchen, are you all right? Seeing Li Yuntao, whose face was smeared with soot and whose sleeves were slightly singed, Bai Muchen managed a strained smile. I'm fine, Brother Yuntao. Thank you immensely for your timely arrival. Had it not been for you and Gungue's newly acquired fire control abilities, the fire at the farm would not have been extinguished so swiftly. At that point, it wouldn't just have been the crops at stake. Even my house might not have survived. Bai Muchen's gaze drifted past Li Yuntao, surveying the farm. Just half an hour ago, it had been a vibrant scene, but it now lay in desolation. The once lush fruit trees had been reduced to charred remains, save for the dragon fruit tree at the edge, which had narrowly escaped destruction. The once clear pond where Minas resided was now murky, littered with ash. The newly constructed barn had collapsed, and two large milk tanks sat forlornly with the Pokemon in the fields, lost in despair. As he beheld this scene, White Muchen felt a momentary haze envelop him, nearly losing his footing. Ding! A major incident at the farm detected. New task issued. Rebuild the farm. Task details. Adversity often begets fortune. Please restore the farm to its former glory. Rewards. 1000 life energy, S-rank item. Life flower, A-rank item. Ice crystal fruit seed pack. Hoenn US exclusive recipe X1. Muchen? Noticing White Muchen's troubled demeanor, Li Yuntao quickly reached out to steady him. Are you okay? Brother Yuntao, please return for now. I wish to be alone for a moment. White Muchen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, shaking his head slightly before speaking with a weary tone. Muchen, try to take it easy. A farm can be rebuilt, but if you... Li Yuntao, filled with concern, attempted to console White Muchen, but before he could finish, he saw White Muchen slowly stride toward the fields. He shook his head in resignation, understanding that White Muchen needed his space, and refrained from pursuing him further. Gungwei, stay behind. If he exhibits any extreme behavior, ensure his safety. I'll return to discuss with old Lu and the others how we can assist Muchen. Gungwei nodded in understanding, swiftly melding into a shadow and quietly slipping into White Muchen's shadow. Now, having nearly fully recovered under White Muchen's healing, Gungwei's combat prowess had returned to its elite peak. He resolved to exert every effort to complete this task. Once Gungwei successfully infiltrated White Muchen's shadow, Li Yuntao felt a slight relief and turned to head toward the fishing gear store. However, his concerns were somewhat unfounded, for White Muchen was not so fragile as to contemplate despair. After a brief moment of disorientation, he regained his composure, his mind swirling with the task the system had just issued. System, does the exclusive recipe for Hoenn or the inside eye panel offer any methods to temper Hoenn wildness? In response to the host, the ferocity is not a negative state imposed externally on Hoenn, hence there is no treatment method. It is advised that the host attempt to reach out with sincerity. White Muchen remained silent for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, let us prepare a meal. With that, he sprayed fresh medicine on Mightyena and the bear Pokemon before making his way alone to the kitchen. Stepping inside, he surveyed the shattered plates and meat scraps strewn across the floor, standing still for a moment before kneeling down to quietly tidy up. As night fell, he addressed his Pokemon. You all eat first, I'll handle the live stream. Bai Muchen meticulously arranged the steaming dinner before the eager bears, his gaze soon fixating on the Pokeball containing the thunderous moon. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from releasing it. After imparting his instructions to the Pokemon, Bai Muchen turned to tinker with his streaming equipment. Admittedly, he was not in the mood for a live broadcast at the moment. However, upon reflection, whether it was to gather funds for the farm's reconstruction or to seek assistance from the omnipotent online community, streaming was undeniably the most expedient and effective means available. Good evening, dear fans. It's time for our weekly culinary segment. Tonight, I shall present to you a delightful dish, creamy beef stew. Bai Muchen gently tapped his forehead, striving to temporarily cast aside his worries regarding the thunderous moon and focusing his attention entirely on the culinary creation at hand. 20 minutes later, a golden, savory beef stew was unveiled before the audience. This dish possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily enhance the attack power of dragon and ground-type Pokemon, and interested fans are encouraged to attempt crafting it themselves. Meanwhile, in a residence in Zijing City, the fierce Garchomp gazed intently at the delectable stew beside Bai Muchen in the streaming studio, unable to resist wiping the drool that threatened to spill from his mouth. He then gently nudged his trainer, who was busy cooking at the stove. Hold on, it will be ready shortly. The gentle voice reassured Garchomp, who eagerly turned his gaze towards the stove. Yet, in the next moment, disappointment washed over him. At this rate, I fear I won't be able to taste this meal for a year. Just 5 pieces of raw beef? Have you really spent nearly half an hour deciding? Well, that concludes today's culinary segment. Before I end the stream, I would like to seek your advice on a matter. You see, I have a friend. Bai Muchen tidied up the kitchen and, glancing at the over 50,000 online fans in the streaming room, decided to replace the topic of the thunderous moon with that of the irascible Dragonite, briefly recounting the events of the afternoon. The situation is roughly as follows. Does anyone have suggestions for alleviating Dragonite's temper? As soon as Bai Muchen's words fell, the comments in the streaming room began to scroll rapidly. I have a friend? Blogger, is this friend actually you? That Dragonite has some nerve. If it were me, I would have kicked him out. It seems that all Dragon-type Pokemon share this trait, doesn't he? Quite intimidating. I suggest your friend give him a berry and a knife to choose from. If he picks the knife, it indicates a murderous intent. He must not be kept. If he chooses the berry, it signifies a deep cunning, also not to be retained. What if he chooses both or neither? Needless to say, if he chooses both, it shows he harbors considerable greed. If he chooses neither, well, that indicates a natural rebelliousness. Such a creature must not be kept. Not to worry. We of the Lava team can train him, ensuring he misbehaves no more. Dragon-type Pokémon are inherently endowed with nobility and wildness, which makes it challenging for them to coexist peacefully with other species at first. However, once they establish profound bonds with other Pokémon, dragon types become immensely loyal, unwavering in their commitment, and will go to great lengths to protect their cherished companions, becoming the most steadfast allies for their trainers. Additionally, your friend could communicate more with Dragonite, employing techniques such as acupressure, hot spring baths, and essential oil massages to soothe his agitation, enabling him to accept other Pokémon in a tranquil state. If you require assistance, feel free to message me. I can provide further resources on taming Dragon-type Pokémon. The insights from this user seem rather trustworthy. Bai Muchen mused as he nodded at the last few comments while scanning through the rapidly moving discussions. Just as he was about to shift his focus to the usernames of those who commented to express his gratitude, his pupils dilated in shock. Wait, Bai Kaijia. Chapter 61, Midnight Confessions. Cynthia, the obsessive follower, champion of the Sinnoh League, and a scholar of mythology in the Sinnoh region, stands as one of the most beloved and formidable legendary trainers in Pokémon history, a dream goddess for countless fans. Due to her Japanese name's phonetic resemblance to Bai Kai, coupled with her gentle and caring demeanor, always at the forefront in times of danger, many of her ardent admirers affectionately refer to her as Sister Cabbage. Her life trajectory bears striking similarities to that of Dialga, not only as a quintessential wealthy second-generation heir and league champion, but also sharing unique hobbies, one reveling in rockhounding and the other in archaeology. No matter the region, be it Sinnoh, Unova, Alola, or beyond, Cynthia's presence is felt to varying degrees. Thus, one might ponder if having a peculiar hobby is a prerequisite for becoming a beloved champion. Is farming considered one? Ahem, I digress. Bai Muchen steadied himself, expressing his gratitude to the fans in the streaming room before shutting it down. He then eagerly clicked on Cynthia's personal page. As expected, the content shared was either delightful anecdotes with her Garchomp or archaeological discoveries related to mythical ruins. In the videos, Cynthia looked strikingly familiar, with her radiant golden curls paired with a simple yet elegant black dress, appearing even younger than he remembered, perhaps in her early 20s. After casually browsing several videos, he opened the private messaging interface and sent a message. Hello, Miss Cynthia. Bai Muchen, is it? Hello. Here is the information I just compiled. I hope it proves beneficial for your friend. Ding. A notification chimed as a file labeled Learning Materials, a hefty 3 GB in size, was sent over. Bai Muchen quickly downloaded it and opened the document, revealing a detailed guide on training Dragon-type Pokémon and various methods to soothe their tempers, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Truly, as the future champion of Sinnoh, her understanding of Dragon-type Pokémon far exceeds the basic information available online. Miss Cynthia, your materials are immensely helpful. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Not at all. After a brief pause, Cynthia's next message arrived. By the way, your farm is in Weibai Town, correct? My child is quite intrigued by the creamy beef stew you just showcased. May we come by to sample some? At that moment, Cynthia reclined languidly on the sofa, one hand propping her head while the other swiftly typed on her phone. Behind her, Garchomp looked despondently at the charred meat in the pot, poking it gently, on the verge of tears. Garchomp, my dinner. Child. She must be referring to that Garchomp, Bai Muchen thought, momentarily taken aback before swiftly responding. Of course. You are always welcome at any time. However, as soon as he hit send, a sense of foreboding struck him. Wait, the current state of the farm is hardly suitable for guests. Yet, before he could retract his message, Cynthia's reply came through almost immediately. Then it settled. 3 days from now, I look forward to seeing you. 3 days had passed, and it was manageable. Observing the messages from Sharona, Bai Muchen let out a sigh of relief. With the assistance of the diligent caretakers, aside from the deceased fruit trees, there should be ample time to restore the rest of the farm to its former glory. However, there remained a matter of greater importance. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Roaring Moon, come forth. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Bai Muchen activated a Pokeball, its radiant red light illuminating the room as the imposing figure of Roaring Moon materialized before him. Noticing the confined space, Roaring Moon obediently folded his wings, affectionately nuzzling Bai Muchen's thigh with his large head. You must be hungry. Here is your dinner prepared for you. Bai Muchen presented 3 generous plates of fresh milk beef stew before Roaring Moon, who, utterly famished, began devouring it eagerly. Meanwhile, outside the house, several shadows stealthily approached beneath Bai Muchen's window. They pressed their ears tightly against the wall, cautiously eavesdropping on the happenings within. Inside, seeing Roaring Moon relish his meal, Bai Muchen summoned the power of the evergreen, a soft green luminescence enveloping both him and Roaring Moon. He then fixed Roaring Moon with a gentle yet serious gaze and spoke slowly. "Roaring Moon, do you wish to stay by my side?" Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, Roaring Moon's ears perked up. Ignoring the remnants of stew at the corners of his mouth, he lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Muchen, then nodded vigorously. From the moment he opened his eyes, the first being he had seen was Bai Muchen. Since that time, he had regarded this human as his sole pillar of support. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense a unique aura emanating from Bai Muchen, as if their lives were intricately intertwined, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of closeness. In this unfamiliar world, only by remaining at Bai Muchen's side could he relax his taut nerves and savor the rare feeling of ease. In truth, I too deeply desire to keep you close, but do you not realize that your actions this afternoon were exceedingly excessive? Huh? Roaring Moon tilted his head in confusion, evidently unable to grasp the meaning behind Bai Muchen's words. What had he done that afternoon? Oh, he recalled eating a few fruits and giving a lesson to a bear and a snake that had provoked him. Surely, that was not so grave? Bai Muchen, perceiving Roaring Moon's thoughts, could not help but let out a quiet sigh. Do you not understand that the farm you set ablaze outside was painstakingly built by me and everyone else, brick by brick, when the fields lay barren? It was that bear who fought with you, who tirelessly followed me from dawn till dusk, breathing life back into the land. The bear had been by my side the longest and was the greediest of eaters. But do you know, at the beginning, when the bear first joined me, he could barely fill his stomach. Yet when he discovered food, his first thought was of me. The sowing of the fields necessitated tilling and digging. During that time, the bear would always find excuses to dig holes in the fields, tirelessly working until he was utterly exhausted, yet refusing to cease. I observed all this quietly. The bear will forever remain my most crucial companion. Huh? Hearing Bai Muchen's words, Roaring Moon stood frozen in place. So, these trees were not naturally grown, but painstakingly cultivated by his master? And that little bear, no wonder he had been so furious when he trampled the fields. It was all for the sake of his master. Out in the yard, the bear, eavesdropping, felt a lump in his throat as Bai Muchen spoke, his eyes instantly watering. Had it not been for Milotic swiftly covering his mouth, he might have cried out loud. "Shoo! Keep it down, don't expose us," Milotic admonished in a hushed tone, glaring at him while firmly covering his mouth. They had come to ensure Bai Muchen was safe with that tempestuous dragon. If the dragon discovered them, it could lead to chaos. "The Pokemon you fought against is named Milotic." Hearing Bai Muchen's words, Milotic, still glaring at the bear, was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Is he referring to me? Chapter 62, Rebuilding the Farm. Milotic had once endured a painful past in her early days, nearly losing her life. By a twist of fate, she had arrived at the farm. She had invested as much effort into this land as the bear had, even though I repeatedly urged her not to overexert herself. Every day before dawn, she would do her utmost to water the fields, refusing to rest until every patch of earth was moist. She had once been the little one we all cherished, and now, she provided care for every Pokemon. In this farm, she was my most treasured and beloved companion. Upon hearing her master declare that she was his most cherished Pokemon, Milotic's tail shot up in excitement. Just as she was about to exclaim, the bear, caretaker, and Pachirisu quickly restrained her. "Sis, calm down. If you shout, we'll all be exposed." Inside, Roaring Moon began to feel uneasy as he listened to Bai Muchen's recounting. Were those two, the snake and the bear, truly that significant to his master? Moreover, Pachirisu, caretaker, and I had promised to provide them with a secure home. A large milk can. The hearts of Pokemon are inherently simple, especially these young ones who had only recently been born. As Bai Muchen's words resonated, the little ones outside were moved to tears, desperately stifling their voices. Meanwhile, Roaring Moon, his head drooping lower, began to worry about his previous actions. Would his master cast him away? And finally, "You, Roaring Moon." Bai Muchen gazed at Roaring Moon, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Rest assured, I will not abandon you. For you are indeed one of my most cherished existences." Huh? Roaring Moon's eyes widened in astonishment at Bai Muchen's words. "I, too, have been cast aside before. Thus I understand the pain of abandonment." Bai Muchen inhaled deeply, a reminiscent glimmer in his eyes. "I had forgotten that you might struggle to adapt to this world upon your awakening. and I failed to impart to you the knowledge necessary to navigate this era. Along with the ensuing consequences, that was indeed my fault. Here, I must apologize to you. I am sincerely sorry. He lowered his head, earnestly meeting Roaring Moon's gaze. His tone sincere. Huh. Observing his master bowing to him, Roaring Moon felt a surge of panic, his claws flailing in the air as he struggled to find words. Nevertheless, he sensed a warm current flowing through his heart, a comforting warmth. If you are willing, I will strive alongside you, gradually guiding you to embrace this new world. However, to ensure the safety of the farm and everyone, you must agree to 3 conditions, all right? At this, Roaring Moon nodded vigorously. First, tomorrow you must sincerely apologize to everyone until they forgive you. Second, you must unite with everyone to restore the farm to its original state. Third, for whatever reason, you must never attack the inhabitants of the farm. Can you manage that? As Hoenn Mingyue listened to the trio of requests, images of the relatively weaker Pokémon he had encountered that day surged in his mind, instinctively prompting a sense of resistance. However, upon meeting Bai Muchen's sincere gaze, he hesitated for a moment before giving a reluctant nod. How? I'll give it a try. Haha, I believe you can certainly achieve this, Bai Muchen replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. He reached out to lightly pat Hoenn Mingyue on the head and softly added, Go ahead and eat. The meat is getting cold. The following day, Bai Muchen entered the dreamy cottage and noticed the redness in everyone's eyes, concern etched on his face. Why do all of you have such red eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Due to the pervasive black ash outside, a restful night was indeed unattainable. Therefore, Minas and the 2 Miltanks had huddled together with the Urshifu for warmth. Surely, it couldn't be that the room was too cramped for everyone to rest properly? Upon hearing Bai Muchen's words, the others exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. After all, it would be inappropriate to openly admit that their eyes were swollen from crying after eavesdropping on Bai Muchen's heartfelt words. To their surprise, however, Urshifu was blissfully oblivious, vigorously shaking his head. What is this situation? Bai Muchen was taken aback, uncertain whether they had slept well or poorly. Shumi. Minas swatted Urshifu on the head with her tail, glaring at him before signaling to the others. SSS, understood. Upon seeing Minas' gesture, Urshifu seemed to grasp the meaning and quickly called out. In the next moment, everyone began shaking their heads, while Urshifu continued to nod enthusiastically. Minas rolled her eyes in exasperation. This foolish bear, hopeless. Sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Bai Muchen clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, all right. Let's not nod and shake our heads anymore. Hoenn Mingyue has something to say to everyone. Hoenn Mingyue? Is he coming? To the others were momentarily taken aback. But recalling the words they had overheard the previous night, a thought sprang forth. Could he truly be here to apologize? As they pondered this, Hoenn Mingyue reluctantly approached the door. Noticing Bai Muchen's encouraging gaze, he took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surge of agitation within him, and slowly lowered his head. Roar, I apologize for causing trouble yesterday. Upon hearing Hoenn Mingyue's subdued voice, the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to react to such an unprecedented situation. After a brief silence, Urshifu looked at Bai Muchen's expression and gradually stepped forward to address Hoenn Mingyue. Are you willing to help us rebuild the farm? Roar. In response, Hoenn Mingyue nodded. Then I shall reluctantly forgive you. As Hoenn Mingyue raised his head, he noticed that the Pokémon in the room did not exhibit any overt signs of rejection towards him, and he quietly sighed with relief. Perhaps he could indeed remain here? Hoenn Mingyue, you must learn to get along well with everyone from now on, understood? How? Looking at the obedient Hoenn Mingyue by his side, Bai Muchen nodded. While it was unlikely that Hoenn Mingyue would undergo a complete transformation in attitude so swiftly, his actions today at least marked a promising beginning, indicating his willingness to change. There would be time to guide him gradually. After all, the days ahead were still long. After enjoying breakfast, Bai Muchen took the Pokémon outside and pondered for a moment before speaking. Urshifu, take the Miltanks and clear away the fallen boards and broken fences from the barn, discarding them in the trash bin at the farm entrance. Urshifu nodded, beckoning the 2 Miltanks to follow him to the barn. He effortlessly split the larger wooden boards in 2 with a swipe of his paw, while 1 Miltank loaded the pieces onto a cart, and the other pushed it toward the exit. Xiao AI, could you and Pachirisu sweep away the dust from the ground with the brooms? Bai Muchen handed over the 2 specialized brooms Urshifu had previously used and instructed. Minas, once the ground is clean, please wash it down with a water stream. Shumi. Minas nodded, signaling that it would be no trouble. Xiao AI, please drain the pond's water, then calculate the funds needed for repairing the fence, barn, and replacing the pond's water. I need to see if we have enough on hand. AI. Xiao AI called out. Promptly heading to the pond to open the connected valve, and start draining the water. While doing so, she pulled out paper and pen from her belongings to begin her calculations. Hong Mingyue, as for you, come along with me to till the soil. Upon hearing this, Hong Mingyue looked utterly perplexed. What do you mean? Chapter 63, Dragonflame Dragonfruit, an unexpected delight? Although the crops had been destroyed, the residual ash from the burnt vegetation served as excellent fertilizer. Come with me and help spread this ash evenly into the soil, Bai Muchen instructed. How? Noticing Hong Mingyue's lack of enthusiasm, Bai Muchen pondered for a moment before enticing him. How about this? Once we finish tilling the land, I'll prepare last night's creamy beef stew for you. What do you say? He paused before adding, and it will be an extra large portion of beef. How? The mention of food, coupled with Bai Muchen gesturing the size of the meat, instantly lit up Hong Mingyue's eyes, and he nodded eagerly. After enjoying dinner the previous night, he had been yearning for the tender, juicy beef. As long as there was plenty to eat, what was the toil of tilling? Seeing Hong Mingyue take the bait, Bai Muchen subtly nodded. According to the educational materials provided by Miss Sharona, Dragon-type Pokémon generally possessed extraordinary vitality. Effectively expending their excess energy through various methods was one of the techniques to soothe their volatile temperament. This sizable farmland should keep Hong Mingyue adequately occupied. Bai Muchen mused as he grasped the hoe and demonstrated the technique in front of him. Firmly gripping the handle, he swung the hoe with strength, embedding it deep into the soil. With a twist of his waist and a pull of his arms, he effortlessly turned over a sizable clump of fresh, earthy soil. The initial strike must be precise, with the angle of the hoe's entry into the ground just right. If it were too shallow, it would not turn the earth. If too deep, it would require excessive effort. Hong Mingyue listened intently to Bai Muchen's explanation, his eyes fixed in concentration, before mimicking Bai Muchen's movements. He raised his paw and struck the ground forcefully, then pulled back, effortlessly flipping up an even larger clump of soil than Bai Muchen had managed. All right, we'll pretend I didn't say that. You can handle the 3 rows of soil over there, and I'll take the plot closest to the eastern edge, Bai Muchen instructed, gesturing toward the fields. No need to rush, we can take our time. Once we finish, we can have lunch. Seeing how quickly Hong Mingyue was picking up the technique, Bai Muchen drew 2 boundary lines in the soil with his hoe and stepped aside, tilling the earth while keeping an eye on Hong Mingyue's actions. After all, tilling could be quite monotonous, and he was genuinely concerned that Hong Mingyue might lose his temper mid-task. To Bai Muchen's surprise, after 7 or 8 minutes, Hong Mingyue displayed no signs of impatience and continued to diligently and meticulously till the soil. He was doing quite well. It seemed that culinary incentives might prove to be an effective strategy in the future. Bai Muchen observed for a while, noticing that Hong Mingyue remained unusually calm, and thus redirected his attention to diligently tending to the land before him. However, the truth was that Hong Mingyue's compliance was not merely due to the promise of sustenance. At that moment, a tempest of impulses and irritability surged within him, causing even his hands buried in the soil to tremble slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would have endured such monotonous toil for a mere minute or 2 at most. Yet, as he gazed at the charred earth he had scorched, memories of Bai Muchen's expectations and his profound love for the farm flooded his mind. With these thoughts, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner turmoil, and a resolute determination began to swell in his gaze. I cannot disappoint my master. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon were harmoniously collaborating in the cleanup effort. The Ursa Ring was methodically dragging away scattered stones and wooden planks, loading them onto a cart for disposal. Each movement was precise and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. The ground of the farm was becoming noticeably cleaner under the diligent efforts of Xiao Ai and Pachirisu. Observing the 2 little ones working up a sweat, Minchino felt a pang of sympathy and gently summoned a whirlwind, softly gathering the residual dust and debris to facilitate their cleaning. Although the pond's murky water had yet to be fully drained, Xiao Ai had calculated the costs for the farm's repairs. Employing the most economical plan would require approximately 10,000 poke dollars. Under everyone's concerted efforts, the entire farm was nearly halfway through the cleaning process. Ursa Ring and Minchino wiped their brows and regarded Hong Mingyue, who was still laboring tirelessly in the field, with incredulous expressions. They had not anticipated that the previously tempestuous Hong Mingyue could endure such solitude, working quietly in the fields for over an hour. In contrast, they had occasionally succumbed to laziness during the cleanup, sneaking snacks, and taking brief rests. Hong Mingyue's level of seriousness had significantly altered their perception of him. It seemed he was not as unremarkable as they had initially thought. Several dragon fruits have even grown. Bai Muchen was turning over the soil when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of vibrant red, causing his brows to arch in surprise. Although these dragon fruit trees had narrowly escaped complete incineration in the fire yesterday, they had still suffered some scorching. The sustained high temperatures had left large charred patches on the trunks and leaves, leading him to believe that the trees would no longer bear fruit. Wait, is this a dragon fruit? Something feels amiss. Bai Muchen plucked one of the fruits and examined it closely. Compared to those he had previously harvested, this fruit was speckled with numerous reddish-brown spots. Its shape had strayed from the usual roundness, now featuring uneven edges, and it felt considerably firmer to the touch. Dragon Flame Dragon Fruit, B-grade quality, a special fruit born from dragon-type Pokemon's flames scorching a nearly dying dragon fruit tree, influenced by intermediate gold fertilizer and eternal flower petals, resulting in a mutation. Item effect. Consuming it directly will increase the HP individual value of dragon, ground, and fire-type Pokemon by 1, limited to once. Subsequent consumption will enhance the Pokemon's maximum stamina to a certain extent. Cooking it yields even better effects. It has directly risen in quality. Bai Muchen gazed at the effects of the Dragon Flame Dragon Fruit, astonished. Previously, the ordinary dragon fruit had merely been of C-grade quality. Its effects limited to slightly enhancing the stamina of dragon and ground-type Pokemon. Only when transformed into a dish like creamy beef stew would it exhibit any increase in individual values. But now, it could be consumed directly, with the limitations considerably relaxed. It is no exaggeration to say that the combined value of all the fruits from the farm prior could hardly match that of this single Dragon Flame Dragon Fruit. And nearly all the trees in this row were bearing Dragon Flame Dragon Fruits. Fortune often arises from misfortune. Suddenly, the contents of the system's task announcement flashed through Bai Muchen's mind, prompting him to ponder deeply. Could this be what the task referred to? Chapter 64. Invitation to the Green Meadow Town Harvest Festival. Oh, Xiaobai busy as ever? While Bai Muchen was deep in thought, a familiar, elderly voice resonated from outside. He looked up to see Mayor Li standing at the doorway with a smile, gently knocking. Behind the mayor stood Li Yuntao, Boss Lu, Uncle Li, and a dozen townsfolk, all equipped with brooms, mops, cloths, and various cleaning tools, accompanied by a host of Pokemon. Bai Muchen hurriedly approached Mayor Li, a look of confusion gracing his face. Mayor, what brings you here? Hearing Bai Muchen's query, Mayor Li waved his hand lightly and replied casually, Oh, it's just that our town's summer cleanup activity has commenced. Every year at this time, every household in the town sends someone to thoroughly clean the entire area. Now, we just need to tidy up your farm. Summer cleanup? Bai Muchen's confusion deepened upon hearing Mayor Li's explanation. He glanced at the tools in everyone's hands, looking uncertainly back at the mayor. I've been in town for so many years and never heard of this before. Surely, you're not doing this just for me. What? Do you think I could possibly deceive you, my boy? Before Bai Muchen could finish his sentence, Mayor Li feigned anger, his eyes wide open. This has been a tradition in our town for ages. I just hadn't mentioned it since you were away at school. If you don't believe me, just ask your grandfather. But where am I supposed to ask my grandfather? Bai Muchen chuckled wryly at this. All right, let us not waste time. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can all head home for dinner, Mayor Li urged, waving his hand. Seeing this, Bai Muchen could only step aside, allowing everyone to enter the farm. As the townsfolk entered, they offered Bai Muchen reassuring smiles and began to busy themselves. In no time, the farm was filled with the sight of their labor, some diligently loosening the soil, others focused on sweeping, some attentively cleaning the windows, while others struggled to move wooden planks. Roar! In the fields, upon seeing several unfamiliar villagers approaching with tools, cleaning implements, Hong Minjiu instinctively clenched his claws, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Just as he was about to let out a fierce roar as a warning, Bai Muchen rushed forward to cover his mouth. These people are here to help me. They're very good people. Please do not harm them. Fearing that Hong Minjiu's temper might erupt, Bai Muchen hastily employed his calming powers to soothe his emotions while sternly warning him in a whisper. Hong Minjiu's agitation caught Mayor Li's attention, who approached with curiosity. Oh, Xiaobai, what kind of Pokemon is this? This is a Salamence. He is particularly wary, so it's best if everyone keeps their distance. Bai Muchen replied, his heart racing as he laughed nervously, attempting to deflect the situation. He pondered that most of the residents in the small town were not trainers and seldom had the opportunity to encounter a wide variety of Pokemon. Thus, he mused, it was unlikely that his words would betray him. A Dragonite. Oh, it sounds quite imposing. Come on, little Bai, we have work to do. Mayor Li had indeed never seen a Dragonite, so he nodded in agreement with Bai Muchen's statement and turned to assist with the tasks at hand. A Dragonite. Li Yuntao, who had been listening to Bai Muchen, paused momentarily. Although the roaring moon bore a resemblance to a Dragonite, When its unique wings were folded, something felt amiss. It seemed different from the Dragonite he remembered, just as Li Yuntao contemplated retrieving his battle device for a closer inspection. Bai Muchen had already returned Roaring Moon to its Pokeball. Seeing this, he shrugged helplessly and returned his battle device to his pocket. After all, it wasn't unusual for Pokemon to appear somewhat atypical. Not all Dragonites could possibly be cast from the same mold, just like Bai Muchen's Milotic, which possessed a unique purple starlight that no other Milotic had. Setting aside his curiosity, Li Yuntao decided to focus on the matter at hand and followed Uncle Li and Boss Lu to join Bai Muchen. Haha, Boss Bai, it's been a while. The impulsive Boss Lu hurried to the forefront, slapping Bai Muchen on the back with a hearty laugh. Thanks to you, Boss Bai. The business at my fishing gear shop has been thriving day by day. I've been meaning to find an opportunity to express my gratitude, but I've just been too busy. Fortunately, with today's grand cleanup, I brought you a gift. With a grand gesture, Boss Lu beckoned several workers who approached with automatic irrigation devices. Here, I collaborated with the hardware store in Changhua City, and they gifted me some of the latest automatic irrigation devices. Boss Lu patted one of the machines and continued to extol its virtues. This thing is remarkable. Not only can it water and fertilize on a schedule, but it also features sonar pest control and infrared security functions. Your farm will surely benefit from it. Boss Lu, you are far too generous. Bai Muchen quickly waved his hands in protest. He was well aware that he intended to procure a batch of irrigation devices to afford Milotic more rest. But the cost was exorbitant, often reaching thousands or even tens of thousands. Oh, don't be so modest. Who has the audacity to make Milotic do the watering every day? If you truly feel uncomfortable, simply take good care of Milotic and let her advertise for my fishing gear shop more often. All right, everyone, let's get to work. Faced with Boss Lu's enthusiastic generosity, Bai Muchen had no choice but to nod in agreement while silently noting this debt of gratitude. Uncle Li, you're not here to give me something as well, are you? Bai Muchen asked, casting a weary smile at Uncle Li, who had also approached. Little Bai, don't overthink it. Uncle Li isn't as affluent as Boss Lu. I have nothing to offer you, Uncle Li replied. But before Bai Muchen could breathe a sigh of relief, Uncle Li pointed to the Macamp trailing behind him. Regarding Bai Muchen with a hint of apology. Here's the matter. While we were repairing the pond, this little rascal slacked off and lost several pieces of quartz, replacing them with easily collapsible talc. If he hadn't mentioned it to me a few days ago, I would have remained oblivious. Really? Bai Muchen looked skeptically at the Macamp, who he thought had done a solid job on the pond without any apparent issues. Macamp? What's wrong? I'm not aware of anything. The Macamp scratched its head in confusion. Having understood that its task was simply to help Bai Muchen refurbish the farm without any lines to recite, Uncle Li, noticing the Machamp's bewilderment, quickly stepped in front of it. Ah, you're an outsider. You wouldn't understand these professional matters. Just leave it to me. I'm here specifically for after-sales service. To express my apologies, I've also taken on the repairs for the barn and the fence. Uncle Li, Bai Muchen's lips parted slightly. But before he could reach out to stop Uncle Li, Li Yuntao suddenly pressed an invitation into his face. Haha, Muchen, let us put other matters aside for now. First, take a look at this. Here's the invitation to the Greenfield Town Harvest Festival, especially for you. The Greenfield Town Harvest Festival? What is that? Bai Muchen pulled off the invitation, ready to seek Uncle Li, but found Li Yuntao persistently hovering nearby. With no other choice, Bai Muchen inquired. I knew you would be intrigued, Li Yuntao replied with a slight smirk, his expression brimming with pride as he elaborated. The Harvest Festival in Greenfield Town is an extravagant annual expo held every September. There are culinary competitions, showcases of handcrafted goods, a contest for the best farm owner, and a series of splendid events. During this time, farmers from across the Hoenn region, and even from other areas, will bring their meticulously cultivated crops and Pokemon to participate in this grand ceremony. As he spoke, Li Yuntao gestured to the invitation in Bai Muchen's hands. This invitation serves as your ticket to the Harvest Festival. In the past, your grandfather's dreamy brew was a highlight of the festival. Muchen, the responsibility of bringing glory to the town falls on your shoulders this time. Upon hearing this, Bai Muchen slowly unfolded the invitation, which was entirely printed with green ink, revealing bold characters on the front. September 1st, Greenfield Town Harvest Festival. Your presence is welcomed. Flipping it over, he noticed his farm's name printed along with a QR code, accompanied by the note. Scan for more details. Brother Yuntao, you overestimate my capabilities. With my farm in such a half-dead state, how could I possibly compete? That would only bring shame to the town. Bai Muchen shook his head with a wry smile, offering the invitation back to Li Yuntao. He knew a bit about the barley wine his grandfather had brewed, understanding that its effects were somewhat akin to his life energy. It could extend life for those who consumed it. For Pokemon nearing the end of their lifespan, it could grant at least an extra month. While he was uncertain about its other effects, in terms of prolonging life, Dreamy Brew could easily be classified as an A-level delicacy. However, looking at his current farm, which consisted solely of the Dragonfire dragon fruit, he felt that relying on just this solitary fruit to attend the festival would be rather pitiful. Don't be so quick to decline. It's only the end of June. There are nearly 2 months left before the event. You have ample time to prepare properly. Moreover, Li Yuntao spread his hands, leisurely surveying the surroundings of the farm with a smile. Who says your farm is half dead? I think it looks quite good. Bai Muchen followed Li Yuntao's gaze and was momentarily taken aback. In just half an hour since Mayor Li had entered, the entire cleaning and repair work on the farm had been completed. Not only had the debris been cleared away, but the fences and barn had also been rebuilt, appearing completely revitalized. The pond was once again filled with crystal-clear water, lily pads gently swaying on the surface, while a few small fish frolicked between the leaves. The remaining farmland, approximately 14 acres, has been meticulously tilled, with rows of pristine automatic irrigation devices neatly laid out, gleaming with metallic luster under the sunlight. Had it not been for the absence of some fruit trees, there would be no remnants of yesterday's devastating fire. Bai, we shall take our leave now. Do not forget to join us for next year's cleanup event. Mayor Li slowly approached Bai Muchen, gently patting his shoulder, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Grandfather reiterates, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Do not bear your burdens alone, keeping everything bottled up inside. With that, Mayor Li hoisted a broom over his shoulder and, while stepping towards the door, called out loudly, all right, everyone, it's time to disperse. Thank you all for your hard work today. Haha, it was no trouble at all. It was a perfect opportunity to stretch our limbs. The townsfolk gathered their belongings, exchanging cheerful greetings with Bai Muchen as they passed by. Bai, do not lose heart. Keep up the good work. The honey-sweet fruits your family cultivates are truly delightful. It was Uncle Tian, who often enjoyed purchasing Bai Muchen's honey-sweet fruits from the general store, even having sneaked a few from his doorstep once, only to be chased away by the charging bear. Muchen, do come over to my place sometime. My troublesome son is quite a handful. If only he were half as accomplished as you, I would be content. This was Aunt Wang, whose child was currently in the first year of high school, and she fretted daily over his academic performance, often lamenting, if only my child were half as good as that neighbor's. Bai Muchen, do not seclude yourself at home. If you truly feel weary, venture outside. The world is vast, said a voice he could not quite place. Muchen, have you found a partner yet? Perhaps I could introduce you to someone? This individual was also unfamiliar to him. Bai Muchen. On that sweltering afternoon in late June, the sun hung high, casting its most relentless rays. Among the 20 or so townsfolk who had come to assist at the farm, many familiar faces appeared. Yet there were also several whose names he could not recall. Despite everyone being drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them, each visage radiated warmth and encouragement. Bai Muchen silently observed the gradually receding figures, his lips trembling slightly, yet no sound escaped him. He understood well that the talk of cleanups, reward gifts, after-sale service, and bringing glory to the town were merely pretexts to alleviate his burdens, crafted to spare him from feeling encumbered. Much like the previous day's fire, the townsfolk had swiftly rallied, wielding buckets and forming a line to extinguish the flames. With a soft sigh, Bai Muchen turned to gaze at the Pokemon awaiting him at his doorstep, a faint smile involuntarily curving his lips. Zhongbai Town. How delightful it is to have you all here. Ding. Farm reconstruction task completed. Rewards issued. 2 days later. Grass, D-grade quality, perhaps sow a limited amount, lest the milk tank grows weary of the tree fruits and seeks variety. Ice crystal fruit, A-grade quality, takes 6 months to mature. However, given the system's rewards, the effects should be remarkable, so let us plant them all. When you fruit, C-grade quality, capable of quickly restoring a Pokemon's stamina in bulk, this too shall be sown. Perhaps we can have the fiery moonlight set it ablaze to see if it mutates like the ground dragon fruit. Sitting amidst the farmland, Bai Muchen contemplated the seed packets in his hands, ultimately deciding to entrust them all to the charging bear for planting tasks. To secure a commendable outcome at the Green Meadow Town Harvest Festival in September, he must prepare diligently in advance. By that time, with 2 types of mutated tree fruits and 2 high-quality crops, along with the fresh milk produced by the milk tank, he should attain a respectable ranking. Speaking of which, Miss Sharona mentioned she would come today. Why has she not arrived yet? When she does, I must capture a photograph with her and request her autograph. Then display the picture in the most conspicuous spot of the little shop. Ah, it seems she has arrived. Hearing a subtle sound, Bai Muchen slowly rose, glancing towards the entrance. At that moment, a brooding figure clad in a red hood with horns, wearing a red shirt, red pants, red socks, and red shoes, forcefully kicked open the farm gate. With hands shoved into his pockets and a disdainful expression, the man gazed at Bai Muchen. You must be Bai Muchen, right? Tell your friend to hand over the Dragonite. Our lava team demands it. Chapter 66. Why won't you listen? Long Tao stood at the threshold, watching the petrified Bai Muchen, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He felt extraordinarily fortunate. Initially, he merely wished to watch a live stream and learn a few new recipes, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a solitary and disobedient Dragonite. If he could deliver this Dragonite to the Fire Shadow, surely he would rise 3 ranks. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Although he was merely a minor player in the lava team, perhaps he could soon attain a promotion, marry the team's flower, Miss Hoenn, and ascend to the pinnacle of success. The thought sent shivers of excitement through him. To claim this credit for himself, he had come alone, fabricating a tale of seeking a fire-type Pokémon, keeping the true intelligence to himself. What if the news leaked and someone else shared in the glory? As for the possibility of an overwhelming confrontation, he chuckled. Of course, he would not stand a chance. He was merely an ordinary trainer, facing a Dragonite of at least level 50. But, if he could rely on cunning, why not? As long as he could bind Bai Muchen, would he not be able to compel his friend to surrender the Dragonite? With a contemptuous glance at Bai Muchen, he knew this kid had a newly evolved Milotic and a charging bear, but surmised they were barely over level 20. Dealing with such weaklings should be a piece of cake, right? Kid, apologies, but you'll come with me willingly, or else, As Long Tao cackled, he produced 2 Pokeballs, summoning a level 31 Blaziken and a level 33 Weezing behind him. The lava team? I have nothing to do with them. Why are they looking for me? Bai Muchen regarded Long Tao's inexplicable confidence, glancing at the 2 Pokemon feigning ferocity beside him, utterly bewildered. The Lava Team and Ocean Team were criminal organizations that roamed the Hoenn region. The Lava Team was singularly focused on locating Groudon to expand landmass, while the Ocean Team sought Kyogre to enlarge the ocean. These 2 factions had long been the primary targets of the League's scrutiny. However, for ordinary individuals, as long as they did not interfere with their affairs, they typically would not go out of their way to cause trouble. After all, these 2 groups held diametrically opposed ideologies and viewed each other as mortal enemies. Speaking ill of the Ocean Team before the Lava Team might even lead them to consider you a long-lost sibling. So why was this fool seeking him out? Examining the 2 Pokemon, they appeared formidable at first glance, indeed quite intimidating. Yet, he estimated that even if their 2 powerful allies did not intervene, his Milotic could easily handle them. Ah, wait a moment. Bai Muchen observed the arrogant demeanor of the individual before him and suddenly recalled that over the past few days, a certain self-proclaimed member of the Lava Team had been incessantly causing a ruckus in his livestream, eventually leading to his decision to block the individual. Could it be him? I advise you to apologize and leave promptly, or else you may soon find yourself enjoying a life of ease and comfort for the foreseeable future, Bai Muchen remarked nonchalantly, brushing the dirt off his hands as he offered this kind-hearted warning. Haha, I will undoubtedly live a life of comfort. But that will be after I capture the violent flying dragon, Long Tao retorted, dismissing Bai Muchen's words entirely. Seeing the lack of cooperation from Bai, he waved his right hand, issuing an attack command to his 2 Pokemon. However, mere seconds later, the 2 Pokemon behind him remained utterly motionless. Long Tao, feeling embarrassed, glared at Bai Muchen with a mix of confusion and anger, then turned to his Pokemon and shouted, "You too." But just as the words left his mouth, his gaze locked onto the 2 figures that had unexpectedly appeared behind him. His face turned pale as he stammered, "I am sorry. I must have come to the wrong place." "Oh, have you truly come to the wrong place?" Cynthia inquired, playfully lifting a strand of her golden hair, her face adorned with a mischievous smile as she observed him with great curiosity. At her feet stood a resplendent Roserade, while the once boastful Fire Camel and Gas Bomb now lay powerless, ensnared in a state of paralysis. The Lava Team has grown increasingly audacious. It seems we must have the League take appropriate action, Stephen mused, shaking his head gently before snapping his fingers. The nearby white Metagross understood immediately and emitted a faint psychic pulse. Long Tao barely had time to react before he was struck by this psychic force and collapsed unconscious. I shall promptly inform Miss Junsha of Orange City to have him formally apprehended. With the Lava Team's identity, intimidation, and violent assault, I reckon he won't be seeing the light of day for quite some time, Stephen stated, retrieving his phone. He slipped one hand into his pocket and gestured a friendly wave to Bai Muchen, a slight smile gracing his lips. Muchen, the League will certainly compensate you for the troubles caused by the lava team. We apologize for the fright you experienced. As for Long Tao, Bai Muchen felt indifferent. He was hardly a threat. Let him lie there for now. I even kindly advised him to leave, and he chose to ignore my counsel, he thought. Subsequently, Bai Muchen gazed in delight at Stephen and Cynthia, who were approaching him, his eyes inadvertently drawn to the magnificent white Metagross beside them. So this is the legendary shiny Metagross. At last, I have seen a living specimen. Pokémon, Metagross, shiny, gender, genderless, type, steel psychic, nature, stubborn, ability, clear body, qualification, red, level, 62. Moves, hammer arm, psychic, metal claw, meteor mash, zen headbutt. Magnet rise, friendship, 10. Description, iron leg Pokémon. Its 4 brains can compute complex calculations faster than a supercomputer. Excelling at mining and adept at analyzing the locations of rare ores. Individual values, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 30, special defense, 31. Speed, 31. A shiny Metagross, how strikingly handsome. If only I could have one of my own, Bai Muchen mused, swallowing hard as he contemplated. Not only is it visually stunning, but it's also powerful, intelligent, and capable, truly the epitome of my dream companion. And that is how the events unfolded. I appreciate your help in coming here, Bai Muchen said. After making the call, Stephen noticed Bai Muchen was transfixed, staring wide-eyed at his Metagross. He waved his hand in front of him. Muchen? Ahem, what did you just say, Mr. Stephen? Bai Muchen responded, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he regained his composure. Looks like he's utterly captivated by your Metagross, Stephen, Cynthia remarked, stifling a laugh as she observed the amusing scene. Forgive my enthusiasm. It's my first time seeing a shiny Metagross, and I must admit I'm quite excited. Please, both of you, make yourselves at home, Bai Muchen said apologetically. Chapter 67. A Garchomp that knows dragon dance? Upon entering the living room, Bai Muchen hurriedly brought forth a fruit platter, adorned with an array of colorful berry juices and a selection of 7 or 8 flavors of Starlight ice cream. He eagerly presented these delicacies to Stephen and Cynthia. Here you go, these are all homemade by me. Do try them, the flavors should be delightful. Stephen smiled and casually picked up a cup of berry juice, savoring a delicate sip before breaking into an approving grin. As expected of the champion of the culinary DIY contest, this flavor is indeed exceptional. To manage such a large farm while also excelling in culinary arts and Pokémon training. Muchen, you truly are remarkable. Stephen glanced at the playful Milotic, Urshifu, and the other Pokémon frolicking in the yard, a flicker of admiration shining in his eyes. In just over a month, the growth of your Pokémon has been astonishing. Thank you for your kind words. I still have much to learn, Bai Muchen replied, settling onto the couch opposite Stephen with a smile, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. By the way, I was just about to ask, how did you and Miss Cynthia happen to come together? This is a long story, Stephen chuckled wryly, recounting the events. As you know, I recently attended the opening ceremony of the Sylvian Cafe. Initially, I thought it would be a quick affair, but I didn't anticipate the subsequent magazine cover shoot, autograph session, social gatherings, entertainment competitions, and promotional video recordings that followed, a whole month later, and I'm still not done. Recalling the arduous experiences of the past month, Stephen couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Goodness, my grandfather truly put me in a bind. If it weren't for Cynthia, who had arranged to search for the Fable Fox together with me and came looking for me in the Hoenn region when I took too long to meet her, I might still be stuck in that mess. Coincidentally, when I heard she was coming to find you and had no other pressing matters, I opted to join her on this visit. ISNT that right, Cynthia? As he spoke, Bai Muchen and Stephen turned their attention to Cynthia, who was now gazing intently ahead with a serious expression, seemingly oblivious to Stephen's words. At that moment, she was tracing her finger across a row of ice creams. Her gaze flitting back and forth, her lips pressed tightly together, a look of indecision etched on her face. Which one should she choose? Bai Muchen, Stephen? Oh, I forgot. Miss Cynthia seems to have a tough time making decisions, Bai Muchen remarked, feeling a bit sheepish. He quickly retrieved 2 boxes of ice cream from the platter and presented them to Cynthia. Both of these flavors are quite delightful. Why not try these first? And we can experiment with the others later? Cynthia accepted the ice cream, took a scoop, and upon tasting it, her eyes lit up with delight. Indeed, the flavor is truly exquisite. Miss Cynthia, do sample this as well. With that, Bai Muchen made his way to the kitchen, emerging with a pot brimming with beef, which he placed upon the dining table. This is a freshly prepared creamy beef stew, specially crafted for you and your Garchomp. If it pleases your palate, do take some home. Both Daigo and Cynthia, Intrigued, each took a piece and placed it in their mouths. In an instant, a rich and savory aroma burst forth on their taste buds, prompting them to exchange knowing nods. Garchomp, come forth. Cynthia set down her chopsticks and retrieved a pokeball. With a flash of red light, an overwhelming aura filled the room as Garchomp materialized in the living room. Its deep blue scales, prominent white bone spikes on its limbs, shark-like pectoral and dorsal fins, along with its razor-sharp fangs, exuded an air of power and majesty. Simply standing there, Garchomp radiated a commanding presence. Pokemon, Garchomp, gender, female, type, Dragon Ground, nature, stubborn, ability, Sandvale, potential, red, level, 62, moves, Sand Tomb, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Dig, Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, Eruption, Sandstorm, Friendship, 10, description, the Sonic Pokemon, powerful and temperamental, yet highly disciplined, with a keen interest in food. Individual values, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 29, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Upon reading the words temperamental, Bai Muchen's mind instantly conjured the chaotic scene of the rampaging Lunala at the farm. He gazed at Garchomp with concern, ready to summon the power of his own Pokemon. Temperamental? Surely, this creature won't wreak havoc as well? Yet, it appeared his worries were unfounded. Upon appearing, Garchomp merely cast a casual glance in his direction before lunging towards the pot, devouring the food with great gusto. Fear not. This child is quite well behaved. If you wish, you may pet her. Cynthia seemed to see through Bai Muchen's apprehensions, gently stroking Garchomp's back as she smiled. Encouraged by her words, Bai Muchen reached out to caress Garchomp's back. Ah, how smooth. The texture is truly delightful. Garchomp, sensing the unusual sensation behind her, raised her head, casting a quizzical look at Bai Muchen before returning to her meal with unabashed enthusiasm. Observing Garchomp's indifference, Bai Muchen retracted his hand, somewhat astonished. I never imagined Garchomp could be so gentle. Miss Cynthia, what is your secret? Do you possess some unique method? For the past few days, he had been attempting to soothe Lunala using the technique Cynthia had previously taught him. While he had seen some success, whenever Lunala was left unattended, if something displeased her, her temper would inevitably flare within 20 minutes. Keeping Lunala confined to her pokeball seemed excessively harsh. Yet he couldn't tether her to his side with a rope every day, could he? Cynthia gently tapped her chin in contemplation and, after a moment, spoke. In truth, my approach is quite similar to what I previously shared with you. Garchomp was hatched from an egg that I nurtured from infancy, being the first Pokemon to accompany me. Thus, she holds no inherent aversion towards humans or the other Pokemon I later befriended. Of course, I have also benefited from some external assistance. As she twirled a strand of golden hair around her finger, she continued, I have a very close friend who is an exceptionally powerful psychic. With her help, Garchomp's emotions remain calm and steady. A psychic? Is it Cresselia from the Elite Four of the Unova region? At this, Bai Muchen nodded. When considering Cresselia's remarkable control over her abilities, excluding the occasional outbursts during battles, it was clear she could effectively utilize her powers to soothe Pokemon's emotions over extended periods. Although Bai Muchen's own ability, the power of eternity, was indeed superior, the extent of his power was currently limited. To completely temper Lunala's fiery disposition would undoubtedly require considerable time. Yet, finding a trainer with such formidable psychic prowess was no simple task. If he were to seek Cresselia's assistance, the situation with Lunala would become increasingly complicated, leading to a host of subsequent troubles. Was he truly left with no choice but to progress slowly, step by step? While Bai Muchen pondered this, Garchomp, still relishing the beef, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. In the blink of an eye, to everyone's astonishment, she bolted towards the yard, her body whirling rapidly as her claws flailed vigorously, as if engaged in a peculiar dance. Is that Dragon Dance? Dragon Dance? How could this be? Cynthia exclaimed, rising from her seat, her expression filled with astonishment as she observed Garchomp's ecstatic performance in the yard. Dragon Dance is a powerful support move that enhances a Pokemon's attack and speed. Following Mega Evolution, Garchomp's speed would typically diminish, making the benefits of Dragon Dance all the more crucial. Regrettably, despite nearly all Dragon-type Pokemon being capable of learning this move, Garchomp had never been able to master it, despite Cynthia's numerous attempts. Bai Muchen, how did you achieve this? Is this effect temporary? Cynthia's eyes darted towards Bai Muchen, her inquiry laced with urgency. Bai Muchen blinked, feigning confusion as he shook his head. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps Garchomp experienced some unique transformation after consuming the creamy beef stew. As for how long this state can be maintained, I am equally in the dark. Is that so? Cynthia furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought at Bai Muchen's response. Noticing that Cynthia had ceased her inquiries, Bai Muchen sighed in relief and turned his gaze back to Garchomp, who was still joyfully executing her dragon dance. In truth, Bai Muchen's astonishment rivaled Cynthia's. Lunala has consumed creamy beef stew countless times and has never learned dragon dance. Yet Garchomp, after merely a few bites, has grasped it? This is extraordinary luck, truly a stroke of fortune. Well, Cynthia, this is undoubtedly a favorable development. Time is of the essence. We must prepare to depart. Daigo, glancing at the time, also rose to his feet, gently patting Cynthia, who was deep in thought, as a reminder. Such haste? Bai Muchen was taken aback. He had yet to request an autograph. No, we haven't even had lunch yet. Recently, there have been unsettling occurrences in the Johto region, with rumors of a peculiar Ninetales emerging. We intend to investigate. Daigo explained succinctly, casting an apologetic smile. Bai Muchen, we shall certainly return for another opportunity to savor your delightful cuisine. Indeed, this matter holds great significance. Bai Muchen, could you kindly pack the remaining beef for me? I shall study it further upon my return. Upon hearing Dao's words, Sharona, who was standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Bai Muchen and said, certainly. If your friend wishes to swiftly temper the temperament of the Rampardos, do not hesitate to contact me. My friend and I will do our utmost to assist. As a token of gratitude for allowing the Garchomp to learn dragon dance. Very well, I appreciate your help, Bai Muchen replied with a smile, not outright declining the offer. He meticulously packed the beef and casually grabbed a few boxes of ice cream along with some energy cubes, handing them to Dao and Sharona. Please enjoy these on your journey. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. A Ninetales? What kind of Ninetales would necessitate the intervention of 2 Elite Four members? After bidding farewell to Dao and Sharona, Bai Muchen promptly opened his phone to search for news regarding the Ninetales in the Johto region. The headlines that met his gaze were a cacophony of intrigue. Millennial Fox Demon emerges. Is the apocalypse approaching? What should we do? Everything is a fantasy. A conspiracy of mountain spirits and wild beasts. Do not believe. Is it a monster's mischief or a scheme by Team Rocket? Tune in to today's adventure reveals. Unknown Pokemon. Can you guess who it is? Multiple transport teams return empty-handed. The Shirachi mountain renovation project temporarily shelved. Bai Muchen casually clicked on several articles, carefully reading their contents and piecing together several key pieces of information that made him raise an eyebrow. The Fox Demon, skilled in illusions, can transform into a human form, never harming others, residing in a forest perpetually shrouded in mist, with Team Rocket lurking about. These keywords reminded him of a particular Pokemon that wandered the Johto region, one that was eternally awaiting the return of its master, the Ninetales. The Ninetales, a fox Pokemon, boasts a splendid golden coat and 9 tails, each seemingly harboring an unknown mystical power. In the realm of Pokemon, while the lifespans of most Pokemon are roughly comparable to that of humans, there exist species with notably short or exceedingly long lifespans. For instance, bug-type Pokemon represented by the Caterpie evolve rapidly, but generally have short lives, often resulting in the sorrowful farewell of their trainers. Conversely, Pokemon such as Ninetales, Bronzong, or Dragon-type Pokemon typically possess remarkably lengthy lifespans, often beginning at a century. Hence, the saying that a single Pokemon can be passed down through 3 generations, with the Pokemon remaining even after its trainer's departure. These long-lived Pokemon, after the passing of their trainers, may choose to follow the trainer's descendants, drift aimlessly in search of traces of their shared life, or remain in a specific location, unable to accept the harsh reality of their master's demise, silently awaiting their return. Such is the case with the Ninetales of Shirachi Mountain in the Johto region. According to the narrative from the previous World S anime, the trainer of the Ninetales entrusted it and the servants with guarding the grand estate upon leaving, promising to return in a month. From that day forth, regardless of the sweltering summer or the biting winter, the Ninetales awaited at the entrance. Alas, this waiting turned out to be eternal. Perhaps its trainer met with an unfortunate fate, never to return for decades. Over the long passage of time, the remaining servants gradually departed, and even the last of them bid farewell to the Ninetales after 10 years. Ultimately, only the solitary figure of the Ninetales remained, silently waiting for over 200 years. According to the Ninetales' own account, in the past century, it had contemplated leaving, but due to some binding force, it could never stray far from the grand estate where its master once lived. It was only when the Pokeball that contained it shattered that the Ninetales finally achieved its desire to leave. However, when Bai Muchen first encountered this narrative, he harbored doubts regarding the Ninetales' words. Firstly, a Pokeball does not inherently possess the capability to bind a Pokemon's movement. Otherwise, Ash's Charizard would never have been able to venture to Charizard Valley for training, nor would Greninja have been able to remain in the Kalos region to chop wood. Secondly, prior to the Pokeball shattering, the Ninetales had already exhibited the ability to depart from the estate. For example, in the news he had just read, it was mentioned that whenever a passerby became lost in the mist of the mountain, a girl in a kimono would occasionally appear to guide them down. Perhaps the true restraint upon the Ninetales was never that ancient Pokeball, but rather its profound affection for its master. Even as the once majestic home crumbled into ruins under the ravages of time, it steadfastly remained, unwaveringly hopeful for the day it might reunite with its beloved master. Vaguely, Bai Muchen recalled that this Ninetales was named Lok, Chapter 69, Departure to the Johto region. Regrettably, in the subsequent narrative, this Ninetales never made another appearance. If Dao and Sharona were to successfully capture the Ninetales, it would indeed be a splendid outcome, yet a sense of unease lingered within Bai Muchen. Naturally, if the plot were to unfold as originally intended, their chances of success would be slim. But what if I were to capture her? Bai Muchen placed his phone down, and a sudden thought sprang to mind. However, if even Ash and Team Rocket were no match for the Ninetales, could he, with his modest stature, truly succeed? Beep. Detecting a specific scenario, a unique limited-time task has been issued. The Ninetales in the Mist. Task content. Venture to the Johto region and gain the recognition of the Ninetales. Look. Task rewards. 1,000 life energy, 50 lottery tickets, A-class item. Ho-Oh's feather, A-class item. Revival seed, 1 bag. Custom Pokemon exclusive recipe, 1. This task is of high difficulty. To ensure the host's safety, it is advised to bring along all Pokemon of level 20 or above, along with their equipped items. Surprisingly, the system had also issued a task. Yet, there was something peculiar about it. Bai Muchen gazed at the task information, raising an eyebrow. Judging by the task details, the difficulty level appeared to be somewhat lower than Lin Yao's elite-level cooking task. As long as he brought along the charge bear and its companions, his safety should be assured. Moreover, if Milotic and Noivern exerted themselves fully, they should be capable of contending with early-stage elite-level Pokemon. By such calculations, could it be that the strength of this Ninetales is not particularly formidable? Yet, that should not be the case. Nevertheless, while the system may have its quirks, it has never been known to mislead. Perhaps I should join in the excitement and give it a try? Should I succeed in capturing the Ninetales, not only would I be able to select an exclusive recipe, but I could also have the Ninetales assist in calming Noivern's volatile temperament. Surely a worthwhile endeavor. Additionally, the crops currently in the field, such as the yuzu and ice crystal fruits, would still require another half-month to mature even after using the intermediate fertilizer. With the automatic irrigation system in place, even if he were to leave for half a month, these crops would remain unaffected. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Muchen resolved to journey to the Johto region in a couple of days, even if he could not successfully capture the Ninetales. Simply witnessing its true form would be a dream fulfilled. However, before that, he had preparations to make. 2 days later. Charge Bear, this is for you. Milotic, eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. Noivern, you have your share as well. Bai Muchen carried a tray into the courtyard, presenting 3 meticulously prepared signature dishes before Zikongxing, Mayonnaise, and Hongminjiu. Before Zikongxing lay a B-grade quality chrysanthemum jelly. Its golden hue shimmered with elasticity, quivering slightly while exuding the unique, ethereal fragrance of the chrysanthemum blossoms of the Great Juro. Once consumed, Zikongxing would not only advance by 1 level, but also experience a surge in appetite, with a permanent enhancement to resistance against all abnormal statuses. The likelihood of immunity to burns and paralysis inflicted by Pokemon of elite grade and below was significantly increased. For Manus, the dish prepared was a vibrant A-grade rainbow pudding. This delicacy was crafted through a unique process, wherein a special cream pudding was first created, followed by the simultaneous infusion of energy from 9 different elemental EVs, resulting in a mesmerizing display of 9 intertwining colors. Although the pudding was currently rated at B grade due to the relatively low levels of the EVs, its consumption would still enhance Manus' base stats across all attributes, potentially allowing her to match Hongminjiu. As for Hongminjiu, he was served a D-grade quality braised ancient yak beef, which would permanently boost his base attack power by 10, simple and straightforward. It was not that Bai Muchen was unwilling to offer a higher quality meal to Hongminjiu. Rather, the ingredients in his recipe were prohibitively expensive. Not only were they all ancient items, but they were also scarcely available in the mysterious shop. After several manual refreshes, he had managed to procure a single portion of ancient yak beef. As for more advanced dishes, that could wait until after their tasks were completed. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Bai Muchen observed the Pokémon relishing their meals before turning back to the kitchen, donning a mask, and gently tapping his shadow. Gungawei, it's time for your medicine. No sooner had he spoken than his shadow trembled violently. In the next moment, a Gungawei with a disgruntled expression emerged. Can I skip this? I feel fine already. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Bai Muchen retrieved the last portion of judgment food from the refrigerator and presented it before Gungawei. This is truly the final meal. Once you finish, you'll be completely cured. But you said the same thing yesterday. Gungawei rolled his eyes in resignation but obediently swallowed the judgment food in one gulp, then collapsed onto the ground. Adopting a listless demeanor. Gungawei status. Healing from sacred flame burn at 100. At last, he was thoroughly healed. Now, Gungawei was not only back to peak condition, but after absorbing the sacred flame, he had also gained formidable fire manipulation abilities, rendering fire-type Pokémon of the same level no threat to him. Bai Muchen looked at the sprawled Gungawei, nodding in satisfaction. 2 days prior, on the afternoon, he decided to venture to the Johto region. He had specifically sought out Li Yuntao to borrow Gungawei as a bodyguard. At that moment, he learned that Li Yuntao had already concealed Gungawei within his shadow to protect him. As for borrowing Gungawei as a bodyguard, Li Yuntao had readily agreed. A champion-level Pokémon like Gungawei, seasoned by countless battles, would undoubtedly be able to handle any crisis, and even if they encountered another champion. Fleeing with Bai Muchen would pose no issue. Certainly, this lad could not afford to provoke the champion. Thus, Li Yuntao had assured him that regardless of where Bai Muchen wished to go, Gungawei would exert every effort to ensure his safety, allowing him to revel in his adventures. With a level 58 Gungawei, a level 22 Hongminjiu, and level 25 Zikongxing and Mayna safeguarding him, as long as no unforeseen events occurred, he could go anywhere without concern. By the way, to protect Bai Muchen's privacy, Gungawei would remain asleep in the shadows unless danger arose, rendering him unaware of Bai Muchen's activities, such as heart-to-heart conversations with Hongminjiu. Now, it was time to prepare the items. As Bai Muchen pondered, he packed everything he could think of into the system space. Luxury balls, super potions, repel spray, cookware, dream chocolate beans, energy cubes, berry juices, tomato beef instant noodles, tents, and bedding. Half an hour later, the entire house had been completely ransacked by Bai Muchen, and the system space was filled to the brim, as if he could have stuffed the entire farm into it. Xiao AI, since little AI insists on coming with me, you can stay here to look after the house. Bai Muchen approached the door, noticing little AI gazing at him longingly. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to bring her along. It's fine. Who knows how long we will be camping in the wild. Having little AI by my side will make many things easier. Bai Muchen secured his Pokeballs and continued to entrust little AI with his responsibilities. Pachirisu and Dainai, I leave them in your care. The food for Pachirisu is in the refrigerator, and Dainai just needs to feed them dragon fruits each day. Additionally, summer vacation is approaching, and I have already arranged with Xiaoxian for her to come over daily to assist. You'll have some respite then. Love. Little AI nodded earnestly, indicating she had memorized everything. The farm is in your hands. Bai Muchen slung on his backpack and waved goodbye to AI Guanshi and Pachirisu, setting off, with the destination set for the Johto region. Chapter 70. Beware of Bears. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed smoothly at Yuanzhou Airport. With the current outdoor temperature at 15 degrees Celsius, we thank you for traveling with us and look forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. In the dead of night, accompanied by the flight attendant's warm farewell, Bai Muchen slowly disembarked from the aircraft. He gazed at the uniquely styled traditional Japanese architecture surrounding him and inhaled deeply. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but the air here seemed to faintly carry the scent of something charred. To reach his destination swiftly and keep pace with Dao and Sharona, he had deliberately chosen the fastest flight, arriving in Yuanzhou City of the Johto region in less than 2 days. However, the timing of his arrival was rather late. Yuanzhou City, renowned as a historical and cultural gem in the Johto region, boasts a rich heritage. On either side of the city stand the Bell Tower and the Clock Tower, where it is said that the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh and Lugia, once resided. However, 150 years ago, the Clock Tower was consumed by a great fire, leading to the departure of Lugia and Ho-Oh. Before leaving, Ho-Oh resurrected the 3 Pokémon, Raikou, Suicune, and Entei, that perished in the Inferno, giving birth to these legendary beasts. Since then, Yuanzhou City has gained fame as the center of legendary Pokémon lore. Now that he had arrived in Yuanzhou City, he was not far from the location of the Ninetales. After all, the ultimate destination of his journey was Mount Silver, located to the east of Yuanzhou City. Once outside the airport, Bai Muchen waited for what felt like an eternity for a taxi to arrive, finally waving his hand to hail one. "Hey there, handsome. Where to at this late hour?" The driver rolled down the window, greeting Bai Muchen warmly. "Master, to Mount Silver, please," Bai Muchen replied casually. But just as he was about to get in the car, the driver's expression suddenly changed. "Wait, could you repeat that? Where did you say you were going?" "Mount Silver. What's wrong?" Bai Muchen queried, somewhat perplexed. Though there were various theories circulating online about the Kitsune spirit, it was clearly stated that the Kitsune had never harmed ordinary people. The driver, having been stationed in the city of Lijizu not far from Mount Sribaji, should possess more insights and not react so dramatically. "Young man, you seem to be a visitor from afar, do you not? This place is not one to venture into lightly." Upon hearing this, the driver hastily began to earnestly advise. Previously, several construction teams have gone missing in the mountains. Although they ultimately returned safely, none of them would divulge what they encountered in those woods. They adamantly refused to return. "Is it truly that sinister? How do you know so much, good sir?" Bai Muchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. "How do I know?" The driver, with a resigned expression, replied, "Because I was the one leading those construction teams into the mountains." Sighing, he added, "If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job. Young man, you should really consider another destination. This one is fraught with danger. Please, sir, have a heart. It's quite difficult to hail a cab at this late hour. How about this? I will pay triple the fare." "Young man, listen to me," the driver continued, persisting in his earnest counsel. "5 times. Alas, it truly isn't merely about the money. 8 times. Well, 10 times. If you refuse, I shall find another driver." "Very well, hop in." Without further ado, the driver exited the vehicle, opened the rear door for Bai Muchen, and with an air of righteousness proclaimed, "Truth be told, I am not overly concerned with the money. I am primarily worried about your safety as a young man venturing out alone at such an hour. All right, I shall accompany you on this perilous journey." "Heh, I hardly believe you," Bai Muchen shrugged, choosing not to expose the driver's ulterior motives. After all, even at 10 times the fare, it wouldn't amount to 1,000 spirit coins, provided that the driver could expedite their arrival at Mount Sribaji. 20 minutes later. "Handsome, we have arrived at Mount Sribaji. I've heard that fierce Pokémon roam these mountains at night, so do take care." After receiving his payment, the driver waved enthusiastically at Bai Muchen, hastily driving away as if fearing that Bai might change his mind. "Ha ha ha," the driver hummed a cheerful tune, merrily making his way back to the city. Another one fooled. This money is truly easy to earn. Such tales of fox spirits are merely for children. It's astonishing how many people actually believe them. As he pondered this, images of a handsome couple he had driven recently and 2 customers who had paid a high price for a map flitted through his mind, causing him to shake his head in confusion. Nevertheless, it seemed that the number of visitors to Mount Sribaji had indeed increased significantly of late. "This is Mount Sribaji," Bai Muchen mused, gazing up at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds, his eyes momentarily resting on a roadside sign warning of the circle bears. He squinted, contemplating the online rumors regarding the spectral nine-tailed fox, suspecting they were likely fabrications. It appeared no one had ever perished at the hands of a nine-tailed fox in these mountains. Otherwise, the League wouldn't merely place an inconsequential warning sign without sending personnel or rangers to guard the area. Wait a moment. Could it be that the taxi driver had deliberately deceived him, the out-of-towner? Reflecting on the driver's joyful expression while counting his money, Bai Muchen increasingly felt this possibility was indeed plausible. However, he was relieved to have arrived safely. Bai Muchen switched on his flashlight and began ascending the mountain path. The deep of night enveloped the area in thick fog, reducing visibility to a mere 5 meters, rendering the surroundings a mere blur. Before long, he found himself completely engulfed in the dense mist, struggling to discern the path beneath his feet. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed beside him. "Ghost, shall we not turn back? The fog is too thick, we might get lost." "Fear not, Gungaway, this place is familiar to me. I shall not lose my way," Bai Muchen reassured, chuckling with confidence. The area of Mount Sribaji was not particularly vast, referencing the route taken by Ash and his companions, even amidst the thick fog. The direction remained relatively straightforward to navigate. As a distinguished traveler, could he truly commit such a trivial error as getting lost? Moreover, while the road conditions were deplorable, that suited his intentions perfectly. The late hour, combined with the fog, and entering the mountains alone, should enhance the likelihood of encountering a nine-tailed fox, he mused. His choice to arrive at midnight was indeed motivated by the hope of an early encounter with the elusive creature. As for the chilling winds that swept through the night, he was unfazed, especially considering the genuine ghost concealed within his shadow. Russell. As Bai Muchen continued along the mountain path, A faint sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Full of anticipation, Bai Muchen turned, directing the beam of his flashlight toward the source of the sound. Illuminated by the light, a Pokémon within the thicket paused momentarily before cautiously peering out, revealing itself to be a fluffy circle bear. Pokémon, circle bear, gender, male, type, normal, nature, lonely, ability, perseverance, quality, purple, level, 33, moves, scratch, glare, lick, fake cry, fury swipes, revenge, cut, play rough, double edge. Description: a circle bear that has been hungry for quite some time, seems very interested in you. Good evening, bear brother.